What is up, everyone? I am CB Productions, and today, well, we're a little bit of a different video, I would say, for today. Now, if you aren't a regular viewer of the channel, what I usually do every single year since I believe 2020 is that I do an annual Blu-ray collection video of all the Blu-rays that I've collected over the past, like, God knows how many years, probably like 7, 8, almost a decade of just collecting Blu-rays straight up. I've always been a fan of physical media. Ever since I was little, I would like collect DVDs from like Goodwill or any like DVD store I would find. And ever since I got an Xbox, I switched to Blu-rays and 4K somewhat whenever I can. I don't own a 4K player right now, but you know, it's good to own like good movies that I think deserve to be in 4K just in case I get a 4K TV or something like that in the future. But basically, you know, in the streaming age where very much a lot of shows and a lot of movies are, you know, taken off services and aren't available anywhere legally, it's always good to have physical media. I think, you know, with each passing year, I think that physical media has more of a place, and especially in the film industry in some way, shape, or form. And I think it's important to not forget the importance of physical media and physical preservation, in my opinion. So yeah, this will be a huge video. You know, it's gonna be very off the cuff. It's gonna be a lot to edit. I mean, not really hard, but it's gonna be tedious. But yeah, I own probably around 2,500 plus titles on Blu-ray through various collections and everything, all together combined. So it's gonna be a lot. So yeah, strap in, get some popcorn. You know, if you're taking a plane ride across the country or across the world, then I guess this is a good video to suit for that. But yeah, I'm not gonna waste much more time, and we're just gonna get into all these movies that I own. So yeah, so starting off, we have 8 Mile, the very first Blu-ray. I started with numerical Blu-rays, by the way. But yeah, we have 8 Mile, the Eminem biopic, somewhat, you know, kind of like a more theatrical tell-all of his life, you know, how he grew up in the 8 Mile trailer park and how he eventually became a rapper, gave the inspiration to, you know, pursue a career that he still is in today. And it's a damn good movie, you know, regardless of how accurate a lot of the stuff is. I mean, most biopics are very much play with the story, but this one is a really damn good example, at least in my opinion. I think Eminem, you know, he's good at playing himself, but I honestly wish he was in more movies. He was really good in this movie. You have a pretty stacked cast. You got, you know, Kim Basinger, the late great Brittany Murphy, Mekhi Phifer, Anthony Mackie. A really good stacked cast in here, I think. Despite that there are some issues here and there, I do really enjoy it. I especially love the third act, especially like the whole final rap battle with Papa Doc and everything. You know, it's just, I love it. It's one of my favorite third acts in any movie. So yeah, this is a damn good movie. If you have not seen it, I would definitely recommend you check it out. Next up, we have Sidney Lumet's original 12 Angry Men, the first Criterion Blu-ray of this collection video, and you know, many more to come. Yeah, I really enjoyed this movie. It was a movie that I saw during COVID, you know, back when no movies were coming out. 12 Angry Men. So I saw this during COVID. It was one of the movies that, like, back before COVID, I got like this 100 movies like spreadsheet, whatever, where it's like you scratch a quarter every single time you watch a movie that's like meant to be like a must-watch in you know, film history. And I watched it just out of spite, just because I had not much else to do that day. And this is a really captivating movie from the 50s. Doesn't matter how old it is, I think it's a very timeless movie, very much still holds up today. And there's been various iterations that have been remade over the years. And this movie, you don't know what it's about. It's essentially about 12 men on this jury that essentially are they're deciding whether or not this criminal who committed like this act, I think it was murder, they're basically deciding if he's guilty or not guilty, and if he's guilty, he gets a death sentence. And basically everyone unanimously thinks that the culprit did it, apart from one guy in the middle. And basically, over the course of the film, he slowly manages to convince every single one of the other jurors that it's not exactly as it seems, and it's a really captivating movie. You know, the acting's great. It's very much acts like a stage play, very much just set in one room in this courthouse, and it's just, it doesn't matter. I think the dialogue is just very captivating. The acting's great. Just, it's a really good movie, and if you have not seen it yet, I implore you check it out, please. Next up, we have Terry Gilliam's 12 Monkeys. Weird ass movie. It's Terry Gilliam, if you know who he is and you know what films he directs. Yeah, he's a very odd director, just to say the least. Really good cast here. You got Bruce Willis back when he was doing very interesting projects in the 90s. You got Brad Pitt. Just a very wild concept, very good directing, very good production design also. It's a really strange movie, and I definitely, if you're a fan of time travel movies, I highly recommend it. And I know this was like turned into like a TV series as well. I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things about it. Then we have 12 Years a Slave by the great Steve McQueen. Phenomenal movie. Very hard to watch in a lot of aspects. Very rough. You know, this is set during slave times, and it's a lot. Very great performances across the board. You got Chiwetel Ejiofor, he's great in the lead. You got Lupita Nyong'o, which I think this was a movie that got her into her stardom and got her the Oscar, I believe. You also have some great other actors. You got Paul Giamatti, you got Alfred Woodard, you got Michael Fassbender in a very terrifying role. He's great at playing villains. Brad Pitt in a very small role. It's a great movie, very hard to watch, but very powerful in my opinion, one that I definitely implore you to check out if you can handle it. Then we have Michael Bay's 13-hour Secret Soldiers of Benghazi. I saw this in theaters with my dad back when it came out, what, 7-8 years ago? And it's a solid movie, you know, very much. It's based on a true story where essentially you have these soldiers in Benghazi that basically get attacked by, you know, locals of the Benghazi country, like all these, fires and everything. And it's a very intense movie. Very much goes at a very fast pace. You got John Krasinski really beefed up in the lead role and everything's back when he started to turn to like the action career. I think around this time he started in the Jack Ryan series for Amazon. But he was very much trying to change his image from the Jim Halpert persona that he was stuck with for a decade plus on The Office. And it's a very well done movie. Very well done, very good action a lot of the times. I will say Michael Bay's style of directing is a little rough just because there's a lot of quick cuts, a lot of shaky cam, a lot of drone shots. I think the editing does make it a little like disjointed in a lot of aspects. But still a very good movie in my opinion. I still enjoyed it when I saw it in theaters, and I recommend if you're a fan of Michael Bay, this is definitely one of his better movies that have come out in the past few years. Certainly better than a lot of his Transformers movies. Then we have both 21 and 22 Jump Street. Damn good duology of comedies, two of the best comedies of the past decade plus or so. I think, who is it? Christopher Miller and Phil Lord? Phil Lord and Chris Miller. My apologies. Two of the best comedy writers and just writers in general in Hollywood in recent years. I mean, you know, they're behind a lot of the Spider-Verse movies. They've done the Lego movie. Just a lot of great stuff. And these two comedies, you know, for a movie that at least 21 Jump Street seemed like it would just be like some cheap comedy cash grab based on the TV show from the 80s. It's a really good adaptation of what to adapt. I haven't seen the original TV series, but I've heard, you know, it's a lot different, a lot better, and just the comedy, the comedic time of Channing Tatum is especially underrated in my opinion. You know, he was just known as like the Magic Mike guy around this time, but he has a very good comedic bone whenever he pops up in something. And 21 Jump Street is even more so in my opinion. I say they're both equally on the same level as in terms of like quality, but they're both really funny, have a lot of great jokes, a lot of great humor, a lot of iconic moments, you know, my name is Jeff, all that type of shit. But it's really good comedies in my opinion, and once again, implore you to check them out if you have not seen them yet. Then we have another duology of movies, 28 Days and 28 Weeks Later. Both awesome zombie movies. You know, 28 Days Later was the movie that really kicked off the modern era of zombie movies that we still are kind of in today, even though it's kind of faded after, like, especially The Walking Dead got really, really stale. But these are both awesome movies. You know, I really enjoy the first one more so than 28 Weeks Later, but they're both damn good movies. I will say 28 Days Later does age a little bit worse over time just because it was shot like on a really low camera lens and it looks really bad. And every single time this movie's upgraded, it looks worse and worse just because of the camera quality. But you get Cillian Murphy in one of his earliest roles. He's really good in the lead. 28 Weeks Later, you got a bunch of people. You got Idris Elba, Jeremy Renner, Rose Byrne. A lot of those actors before they really blew up and, you know, became household names. They're really good in the movie as well. Really good score, really good atmosphere, really good like tension building and world building. And I really do want to see a third chapter like close out the story, like a 28 years later or something like that. And Cillian Murphy and Danny Boyle said they're both down to come back for a third film. I just think it's, I believe it's because of the rights issues between like now Disney, who owns Fox, and like another parent company that just aren't on speaking terms. Hence why we haven't gone to film in this franchise for like what 15 years at this point. But regardless if you never get a third film, these two films are still great on their own in my opinion. And yeah, just check them out if you haven't. Then we have 30 Days of Night, a really cool vampire movie based on the graphic novel of the same name. You got Josh Hartnett in the lead role, one of those underrated actors that I wish we saw more of him. He really popped up in Oppenheimer in a pretty decent role he was really good in. But he's really solid, basically as like this Alaskan native in this Alaskan town where essentially I think this is based in reality as in terms of like every month, like once a month every year in this Alaskan town, like the sun doesn't come out for like a month or something because of the weather, and essentially you have 30 days of night. Like there's no sun, there's no you know, light coming into the town, And because of that, vampires come out from, you know, underneath the ground and basically take over this town, and Josh Hartnett and company have to survive these vampires. And it's a really good, not comedy, but really good horror film, really good action, some good violent stuff. It's not great in my opinion, there are some issues with it, but it's still a really fun movie, and I definitely recommend you check it out. Next up, we have the 40-Year-Old Virgin, of course, one of the classic staples of the 21st century when it comes to comedies, a movie that really blew up Judd Apatow to a name where he's very recognizable today. A lot of the actors in this film really got their career started with 40-Year-Old Virgin, of course, Steve Carell, you had Seth Rogen, Paul Rudd, a bunch of comedians in this movie that really like blew up because of this film. It still was really funny. I watched it not too long ago, or rewatched it not too long ago, and it's still really funny. I don't personally think it's a great movie. There are some issues, you know, Judd Apatow's always had an issue where he just makes his comedies way too long in my opinion, but this is one of the better examples of it in my opinion. A lot of good jokes, a lot of funny humor, and just really good comedy, and yeah, it's a really fun movie in my opinion. I really enjoy it. Then we have 42. Of course, this is the first installment, I would say, of the unofficial Chadwick Boseman true story trilogy, where, you know, before he became Black Panther and T'Challa and everyone knew him for that, he did a lot of biopics based on, you know, iconic Black, people in history. You know, he plays Jackie Robinson in this. He would go on to play, James Brown and Get On Up, and he would play Thurgood Marshall in Marshall. And this is a damn good biopic. I remember wanting to see it back when it came out a decade ago, and I just didn't have the chance to. But I recently rewatched it, I watched it during COVID, I believe. Or no, I watched it right before Black Panther came out, the first one, because I wanted to catch up on Chadwick Boseman's like filmography outside of the MCU. And yeah, this is a really good movie. You know, Jackie Robinson's story. I'm not the biggest fan of biopics, to be honest with you, but this is a really captivating story. You know, Jackie Robinson, you know, the iconic Black baseball player that literally broke boundaries in the baseball industry, in the sports industry in general. Harrison Ford's really good in, you know, a side role. It's a really good movie. I enjoyed it. I would say, yeah, I would recommend it. Then we have 50/50. Really good dramedy, I would say. Essentially, you have Joseph Gordon-Levitt, where he was basically everywhere in the early 2000s, late aughts. I'm kind of sad that he hasn't really gained much traction ever since, like, I think Don Sean was like the last time I genuinely like saw him in his standout role. He's mostly just done like really like minor side roles since then. I don't know why, but he basically stars in this film as like a guy that gets cancer and he gets a 50/50 chance to live. And basically, like, you have Bryce Dallas Howard, who's his girlfriend, breaks up with him, and you have Seth Rogen trying to, like, you know, cheer him up, do all these things where they think he's going to be close to his deathbed. And it's a really good movie, some good comedy, some good drama in there. It's a really good film for a movie about cancer. You know, it's a feel-good movie about cancer, which is an odd thing. Next up, we have 50 First Dates. This is the second collaboration between Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore. Of course, the first was Wedding Singer, which we'll talk about later on, and Before Blended, which I don't own because I don't like that movie. But out of the three films, I would say this is not as good as Wedding Singer, but definitely better than Blended, hence why I own it. Essentially, you have Adam Sandler, who lives as like this Hawaiian native, and he meets this really cute girl played by Drew Barrymore, who he becomes infatuated with, and basically he comes to discover that because of a freak accident, her brain has damage to the point where like it resets every single day. So like past her accident, she can't regain like new memories past that day. And so essentially, Adam Sandler tries to get with this girl that keeps forgetting he exists every single day. And it's a very good movie. I would say some good comedy. There are some weird shit like Rob Schneider playing yet again another racial stereotype, which just isn't really funny in my opinion. And you know, it's a feel-good movie. It has a weird ending, by the way. I don't know what, the ending really didn't work for me that much. It just felt kind of odd and strange, but overall it's still a really good rom-com between these two leads that very much have good chemistry, and yeah, I really enjoy it personally. Next up, we have 127 Hours, another great film by Danny Boyle. Of course, this is the based on a true story where essentially you have like this rock climber that gets his arm stuck in between a boulder between these like two ledges, and essentially he has to survive for days with barely any water, a really cheap pocket knife, and some other supplies to basically survive this very dire situation. And it's really good. James Franco, even though he's canceled now, he's a very good actor. He's very good in the lead role here, and the entire film carries on his shoulders, and he does a good job in the performance-wise. Very well shot. A really good soundtrack too, in my opinion. And yeah, very simple story, very simple concept, but I think it's done really well, in my opinion. Next up, we have 300, of course, the film that kind of like broke Zack Snyder out into the mainstream. You know, he did the Dawn of the Dead remake before this, but this is the film that truly he became like the Zack Snyder that we all know and somewhat love today. So yeah, this is very, like I said, 127 hours, sorry, I can't speak today. 127 hours. A very simple story, but done very well in my opinion. You essentially have Gerard Butler and company, like Michael Fassbender and stuff. They're basically just like these Romans in like, you know, the ancient times, not ancient times, like the Roman Empire times, where essentially, or are these, who are these? I'm sorry, I'm really bad on my history. Let's see, Frank Miller, Saul's Blood, Let's say what they are, but like, they're not, I think they are Romans. I might be wrong. I'm gonna put something up on the screen just to make myself less stupid when this movie video comes out. But essentially you have Gerard Butler and company, like they lead these 300 soldiers that are basically unstoppable throughout their entire area. They take out all their enemy regimes and everything until they can't. Really greatly shot action, in my opinion, really good directing, good score and everything, some really good visual effects. It's based on a comic book that it doesn't really require a whole lot of depth and weight, and I think Zack Snyder does best when he's able to just visually capture everything when he needs to based on this source material, and I think he does it very well. So I think it's definitely one of his better movies, and I think it's a film that still holds up nearly 20 years later. Next up we have 500 Days of Summer, another really good rom-com from Joseph Gordon-Levitt, or I'm dumb. A really good comedy from, or rom-com from Mark Webb, who of course will go on to direct the Amazing Spider-Man trilogy, or duology I should say. Essentially you have this storyline where you have Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Zooey Deschanel. They basically become a couple, they meet up, and over the course of 500 days, they essentially, you know, go into a relationship and go through all the trials and tribulations of a relationship, and it doesn't end in a way that most rom-coms would, which I definitely respect. Great chemistry between the two leads, very good realistic setting in my opinion, and definitely a movie that teaches you a lot about relationships and, you know, how they handle it, and, you know, just how it would handle in the real world. It's not just the glitz and the glamour of a relationship, and it's not just the highlight reel that you would see on like Hallmark or something like that, which I really do appreciate. And I think Mark Webb, from a writing directing standpoint, he's just able to just really hone in on the great romantic chemistry. I think that was the best part of the Amazing Spider-Man films, was the chemistry between Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone, and this film just once again proves that in my opinion. So a damn good movie. If you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. Next up, we have 1970 by Sam Mendes, a phenomenal movie in my opinion. One of my favorite theater experiences of all time. I remember seeing this back in, was it January 2020? And seeing this for the first time in theaters. I would see it twice in theaters, but seeing it for the first time in theaters and just, it's one of those movies that visually just captivates you, and why I think the theatrical experience should be valued forever. Like, yes, streaming is really convenient, and I think it does help a lot of ways, but there are films like these that do need to be seen in a theater, because I remember seeing this in a dark room, and it just feeling like I was on another planet, and like really was captivated. Like I was on the trenches with these World War I soldiers. Like whenever we get to the scene, whenever like the main character in the movie, like he wakes up after like getting hit with a coma, or, I'm dumb. After he gets hit by like an enemy soldier and he wakes up, and just the skyline of just the destroyed rubble in the night sky, and like to see these flares up, and then just basically like lights up like the destroyed and decayed buildings around him, like they're like sets on a play. The lighting in this film is absolutely beautiful. I think Sam Mendes does a great job in the directing chair. I think the acting's really good. The one shot is like, well, definitely, it shows its camera trickery a little too much. Like you can clearly tell when they chop scenes together whenever like it passes by a tree or something like that. It still is really well done in my opinion. And once again, very simple story, but I think it's executed extremely well. And yeah, if you have not seen it yet, definitely one of the better war movies I've seen personally. Then we have the Stanley Kubrick triple feature pack of 2001: A Space Odyssey, Clockwork Orange, and The Shining. Do I really need to say anything about these three films that hasn't already been said about it? I mean, they're three of the greatest films of all time. Like, I don't need to say much about them. You know them. If you haven't seen them yet, please check them out. They're all phenomenal movies. I mean, yeah, it's Kubrick. What can you say? Oop, almost tripped it. Then we have The Accountant, starting off with the A's right here. A film that I really quite enjoyed. I saw in theaters with my dad back when it came out, I believe in 2016. And it's a film that I've always wanted to see a sequel from. I know they had like a sequel plan for years, and eventually it was going to be turned to like a TV series, and that fell through. And I bet like if we ever do get another installment, it won't be with Ben Affleck and company, but it's still a really good movie. It's definitely Ben Affleck trying to copy like his buddy Matt Damon with the Jason Bourne franchise, but I still think it's pretty done well, and I think it's better than most of the Bourne movies personally. I think the action shot very well. I think a lot of the cast is very good, and I think the concept's pretty interesting. We have like Ben Affleck, who's like this, you know, autistic, you know, mathematician, but he's also a hired assassin. Very well done, some good twists in there, really good action, and yeah, very good movie. Then we have this Ace Ventura double feature, this weird little pack I got from Australia. Well, I didn't go to Australia, but this is an Australian Blu-ray of Ace Ventura: Pet Detective and When Nature Calls. Damn good comedies, in my opinion, back when Jim Carrey was on top of the world and everything like that. And they're just really funny movies, especially Pet Detective, the first one, I quite enjoy. When Nature Calls, it's still fun, but it has a lot of more silly aspects I don't think makes it as funny, but Jim Carrey's awesome in the role, and I think it's really good personally, and it's just really funny. It definitely is a product of its time in a lot of aspects, especially like with some of the twists going in there, but I think it's really good personally. Next up, we have A Christmas Story, a movie that I don't know why I own on Blu-ray because I only watch on TBS every single Christmas. Unless I just move out and just cut cable, like that's probably the only reason why I own this, but this is a movie that I watch with my family every single year. It's certainly a tradition in our household and everything like that, and I love this movie. It's great. Sure, it might be a little too mainstream for a lot of people today, but I still love the story. I love the characters. I can quote this movie all day long. So many great aspects to this film, the acting, the comedy, the drama, the heartfelt aspects of the film, and overall, it's just a movie that I feel like is timeless in all aspects, and it's a film that I'll just never get tired of. Next up, we have Ad Astra, a very peculiar movie from James Gray. We got Brad Pitt basically starring in this film as an astronaut that basically goes into this weirdly, bizarre and very ambitious mission to find his dad, Tommy Lee Jones, on Neptune, who's been missing for like a decade, 20 years plus, I remember. And it's a very, very good movie. I saw it in theaters with my father back when it came out, and it's a really good movie. Really good directing, really good score, really good production design, very good lighting especially. I love the lighting in this film. It's absolutely stunning in my opinion. And yeah, just very good, captivating sci-fi movie that I definitely recommend. Next up, we have Adventureland, a very quirky little comedy from the late 2000s, starring Jesse Eisenberg, Kristen Stewart, Ryan Reynolds, Bill Hader, Kristen Wiig. Very good cast. A lot of names that would become a lot more huge as time would go on. And I think it's a really good movie. You essentially have Jesse Eisenberg, who basically works at this theme park for the summer with Kristen Stewart. You got Ryan Reynolds, like the boyfriend that's kind of like breaking up between their little ongoing romance. And similar to 500 Days of Summer, it ends in a way that isn't really typically Hollywood, but I respect it for that. I do love movies that take place over the course of summer. You get to see like these characters grow and change and develop over the course of a very short amount of time, which I really like. And yeah, really good comedy, some good drama in there. I think it's a really good movie. I would recommend it. Then we have A Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth. Yeah, great courtroom drama. I mean, what can you say, If you haven't heard about the film, basically you have Tom Cruise going against Jack Nicholson, who's basically like the commander at his military school. Essentially what happens is like one of his comrades dies in like a hazing incident or something like that, from what I remember. And basically Tom Cruise is trying to accuse Jack Nicholson, and basically they just go at heads and also the entire runtime. And it's very good dialogue. Who wrote this? Aaron Sorkin, I believe. Yeah, Aaron Sorkin, one of the best screenwriters of Hollywood today, in my opinion. Great dialogue, great drama, just great tension fueled, and just a movie that doesn't really have a whole lot of action or spectacle going on, but the characters are so captivating that it doesn't matter. It's so captivating and so interesting that I highly recommend it. Next up, we have the first TV series of this list that I own, and that is Agent Carter Season 1. And yes, I do keep my TV and my movies together for now, just because I don't really own any TV shows that aren't related to the MCU or DCEU for right now. I do want to own more TV shows on Blu-ray. It's just like, they're so expensive to get, and a lot of TV shows don't end the best. So to me, like, I just don't watch a whole lot of TV in general because it's very hard to get like invested in TV shows unless they end in a really good way. And also, a lot of TV shows haven't even been released on Blu-ray yet, like Psych, I would love to see on Blu-ray. So apart from the comic book stuff that I feel like I have to get because it's connected with the movies, I don't really own much TV stuff outside of the comic book stuff, so that's why I keep all my TV stuff together, because it's very little. But yeah, going to Agent Carter Season 1, the reason why I own this is because it's somewhat canon with the MCU multiverse, if you will. I'm very obsessed with collecting every single aspect of what matters in the MCU. And the reason why I own this one is because the actor who plays Jarvis in the series was James D'Arcy. He does show up in a cameo in Endgame, back when Tony and Steve goes back to the 70s to meet his dad and get the Tesseract. And yeah, it's the same actor, same character. So if you want to get that reference, you got to watch this series, at least the first season. Sadly, this was a show that got canceled after its second season, so it's not a series I have the entire setup, nor will I be interested in unless they somehow revive it or tie all the loose ends that were set up at the end of season 2. Season 1 you can watch as a like solid enough narrative, like a closed out story, and it works on its own merit in my opinion. It's still ABC, it's not very high television in my opinion, but you still have Haley Atwell, who's great in the lead of Peggy Carter, always has been, always will be. You got some great supporting characters in there, and you know, it's just a really fun little throwback spy series. I think it's fun for what it is, and I enjoy it personally. Next up we have Air Force One. Get off my plane. Yeah, a really cool little action film from the 90s. You got, you know, Harrison Ford playing the president. You know, his plane gets hijacked and by Gary Oldman, and hijinks ensue. You know, very much kind of like a Die Hard knockoff in a lot of ways, but it's still very well made, still a lot of fun in the aspects. If you like late 90s action films, this one is right up your alley in my opinion. Next up we have Akira. Yeah, wild ass movie. Who directed this, by the way? Shit. Is it Akira Kurosawa? I can't see it because of the lighting. I'm gonna sound so bad. Mizuko Sugusi? I'm dumb. I'm dumb. But Akira as a movie I think is quite good. I didn't watch it for the longest time until around, I believe, last year, the year before. Because it's one of those movies I wanted to watch and check off my list of movies that you have to watch. And this is a really good movie. I'm not the biggest of an anime or Japanese animation in general. It's not really anything personal. It's just like different shows with different folks. I've never really been an anime or these over-the-top crazy style that it brings to it. I'm just not from that area, and I think it just doesn't work for me as much. But this is still a damn good movie. Really crazy, ballsy, wild concepts of the entire runtime that I'm shocked that at one point this was meant to be turned to like a live action version. I believe Taika Waititi was meant to hold the Akira remake. I don't understand how the hell you would like make this into live action unless you would heavily cut down what happens in this film, or you would have to spend like $500 million plus to get all the visuals done, because this is a wild ass movie if you've seen it. But I would definitely recommend it. It's still a really good movie, and even if you're not a fan of anime, I think you'll find something to appreciate within this film. Next up we have the original Aladdin. That's the only version that I consider canon, that I you know, acknowledge personally. And you know, one of the classic films of the Disney Renaissance era that still one of the best eras of Disney to this very day, and one that they desperately need one back after their just crash and burn strategy over the past few years. But this is still a damn good animated film regardless. Just great voice acting. Of course, you got Robin Williams, the late great Robin Williams impersonating the genie. Just so great. Great songs, great atmosphere, great story and everything. You got great villain Jafar. Just, although I'm not the biggest fan of Disney, I've always loved a lot of their Renaissance movies, and this is one of them that I adore. I just really adore. Alright, so next up we have our first box set of this entire video, and that is the Alfred Hitchcock Collection, or the Ultimate Collection. This is basically a big box set consisting of the highlights of Alfred Hitchcock's career, of course one of the most famous filmmakers of all time, and this is a really cool set. I bought this I think around 3 years ago for my 18th birthday back, because I really wanted to get a lot of his films off my chest in terms of watching them, because up until buying this set, I only seen a couple of his movies. Like I saw Psycho, of course. I watched The Birds in class back in high school during film class, and I just didn't pay attention to it because I don't like watching movies in class, because like you watch them like 30 minutes over the course of like 5 days, you have to take notes. I just don't give a shit. And like maybe like 1 or 2 other movies, but I very much lacked any sort of knowledge in the Alfred Hitchcock filmography, so I want to, you know, kick myself in the ass and actually watch a lot of his films for the first time. And pretty good set. You get like a good like what 15 movies in this list. Really cool little booklets. And so yeah, we got Saboteur, which is a movie that I remember liking that much. I don't honestly remember a whole lot about it. We have I'll just show it. Shadow of a Doubt. I remember that being okay. Rope is a damn good movie. I really enjoyed Rope. A really good like simple stage play style drama where you got like James Stewart, who has like 2 like prodigy students of theirs. They're about to graduate, and while at a party or like a graduation ceremony for them at like their apartment, he finds that they actually like killed somebody, and he's trying to like prove that they're guilty and like have them admit to it. Really good, you know, psychological thriller. Rear Window, damn good movie. Of course, one of his jewels in his crown. Everyone knows that one. Trouble with Harry, don't really like that one. It's a comedy that I think just doesn't age very well. It's just not my style of humor back from the 50s, or was it 40? Yeah, 55. So it's just not a very funny comedy in my opinion. Didn't really like that one that much. The Man Who Knew Too Much, a decent movie with James Stewart, of course. The actor I think did the most work with Hitchcock throughout his entire career. Good movie, but like not anything super memorable in my opinion. Vertigo, great movie, everyone knows that one. North by Northwest, awesome movie in my opinion. One that I didn't expect to like as much as I did, but it's a damn good movie. Psycho, everyone knows that one, phenomenal. My favorite Hitchcock movie by far. The Birds, I don't really like it that much, to be honest with you. Watching it for the first time, truly paying attention to it, wasn't my thing. I think it's kind of dated in a lot of aspects. Marnie, I think after Psycho, a lot of movies just don't do as well in my opinion, at least to me personally. Torn Curtain, don't remember a whole lot about that one. Topaz, don't remember a whole lot about that one. Frenzy, don't remember a whole lot about that one. Family Plot, yeah, again, a lot of his later films don't do it that much for me. And you also get Alfred Hitchcock Presents, the entire series, I believe. They got 7 episodes of it, or sorry, the best of Alfred Hitchcock. So you just get like the best episodes, and also get the Alfred Hitchcock Hour as well. So yeah, damn good box set in my opinion. If you're a film buff, I definitely recommend you get this one because it's a really good, like for cinephiles, I think it's a really cool thing. And if you haven't seen a lot of his films, I definitely recommend at least his movies that most people know him for personally. Next up, we have another box set, and that is the entire Alien franchise minus the AVP movies, which I don't know because they're both shit in my opinion, especially the second one. But the Alien franchise, you know, congruent from that. It's a franchise that's very complicated in my opinion, because it's very much a franchise that peaks very early on. Alien and Aliens, 2 of the greatest films of all time. I don't need to explain why they're great. You probably know why they're so great. Everything after that is pretty... Alien 3, I like the assembly cut of it, but the fact they undo a lot of the victories torn by the end of Aliens into shreds. I don't like when sequels undercut a previous movie just to make their plot work, and Alien 3 is one of the most egregious examples of that. Alien Resurrection, it's just a weird movie. It's a movie that, like, you can tell they wanted to have more fun with it, but because of the directing and the writing, or it was just because I think it was a French director, and I think Joss Whedon wrote the script for it. It just, the balance of the tone just wasn't translated very well, and in terms of a movie that I think is just very odd and strange within this franchise. And then you get Prometheus and Alien Covenant, you know, Ridley Scott returning to the franchise after directing the original Alien back in the 70s. I like both of them, but they're just weird movies in my opinion, just because they want to be something different other than Alien, but they also, like, you can tell that Ridley Scott wanted to make a really cool sci-fi movie, but he knew that he wouldn't get the budget he had unless he tied it to Alien. And that's what these movies feel like. Prometheus especially doesn't really feel like an alien movie whatsoever. It just feels like an exploration of God and like creation and everything. And then they bring in the xenomorph at the very end just to tie it in with Alien. Beautifully shot, by the way. It's a beautifully looking movie. Michael Fassbender, he's great as David as the lead of these 2 movies. And then you get Alien Covenant, which is certainly more of an alien movie, but it feels more like a compromise by the studio versus Ridley Scott genuinely wanting to make an alien movie. And also because of the hurt factor of we're never going to see this trilogy come to light or come to completion with Alien Awakening, because that got canceled after Alien Covenant just did not do well at the box office. It just, these movies do feel like canceled, like a canceled TV show, to where it's like, why waste your time with these movies when they don't have a complete story? Which is like why I don't like movies that like intentionally don't complete the story to like later sequels that may or may not ever happen. And Alien is one of the most egregious examples of that. Regardless, I am still really looking forward to Fede Alvarez's version of Alien coming to Hulu, I believe, next year, or theaters. I don't remember, but I think it's got bumped to a theatrical release. And Ridley Scott's meant to make like an Alien TV series that might wrap up some of the elements from Alien Covenant, but we'll see. It's a good franchise, certainly one of the more prestigious ones, but I don't think it's a franchise that I think has a lot of mistakes, personally. Then we get to Alita Battle Angel, a damn good movie that I really love seeing in theaters. I'm not the biggest fan of 3D, but this is actually one of the very few movies other than like the Avatar movies that I willingly watched in 3D. And I don't regret that whatsoever. It's produced by James Cameron. He was meant to actually direct the movie at one point, but then he just became obsessed with Avatar and Pandora, so he's basically just kind of dedicated the rest of his career just to doing Avatar movies. So Robert Rodriguez picked up the slack and directed this, and although I'm not the biggest fan of Robert Rodriguez's filmography, this is definitely one of his better movies in my opinion. Really well shot, really cool atmosphere, really cool world setup, great cast overall. really good pacing. I just really love this world, and I know James Cameron's been rallying for a sequel for the longest time, and I do hope that with his power he can bring it to a fruition, because it's a damn good movie. I highly recommend it. I'm not even the biggest fan of anime, but this is one of the better examples of it, at least being translated to me personally. Then we have American Gangster, damn good movie by Ridley Scott. Like, even though I've had my issues with Prometheus and Alien Covenant, he's still one of the best directors working today, personally. Can't wait for his Napoleon movie coming out. And yeah, this is a really cool little biopic based on, you know, real partnership between, or rivalry between Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe. Not the actors themselves, but the characters that they play. You got, you know, Denzel Washington being like this crime leader, and you have Russell Crowe being this like agent that wants to take him down over the course of years. And it's a really good movie. They both are great. Denzel Washington, he's always phenomenal. He's one of those actors that just cannot turn out a bad performance, even if he just does it in his sleep. He's just phenomenal. I will always remember this movie for like the scene with Idris Elba where he just shoots in the middle of the street. He's just really good movie. Really good movie in my opinion. Then we get to this double feature of American History X and The History and Violence. Two weird movies to put in the same collection, but all right. Also, I don't like it whenever like movies call themselves collections when they're just two movies. Just call it a two-pack. I don't know, this is a minor nitpick, but personally, both great movies in my opinion. I do prefer History of Violence. I love David Cronenberg, and it's probably one of my favorite films of his, behind like Eraserhead. No, that's David Lynch, my dumbass fault. But this is definitely one of his better movies. You know, he's known for like body horror movies like The Fly and Videodrome, which we'll talk about later on. But this is like one of the few films they actually, you know, did a serious dramatic thriller. It's actually based on a comic book too, if you didn't know it, by DC, or a company that was owned by DC, Vertigo. Really good movie. I love Viggo Mortensen in the lead role. Very simple plot where basically he plays a retired assassin that basically lives in like this small town in like Kansas, I believe, or at least somewhere in the Midwest. And essentially like a robbery goes wrong. He kills a couple guys in very gruesome ways because it's David Cronenberg. And basically his past comes back to haunt him. And that's all I will say. But great acting across the board, great tension, really good movie. And then American History X, very hard to watch movie in a lot of aspects. Edward Furlong, Edward Norton, you know, bite the curb. Bite the curb, that's all I gotta say. But they're both great movies, highly recommend both. Then we get to American Hustle, David O. Russell. Very interesting director. That's certainly not one of the most liked directors in Hollywood, but he turns out a lot of good movies, a lot of great casts. Another biopic, you essentially have Amy Adams and I believe Christian Bale that basically like kind of like runs like this scam business back in like the 70s. And essentially you have, was it Bradley Cooper wanting to recruit them to do like this heist to kind of like take over the, pull one on the FBI, I believe. It's been a while since I've seen this movie, but some good comedy, a good cast overall. David O. Russell, while I do think a lot of his movies are overrated, this is still one that I do recommend, I do enjoy overall. Then we get to American Mary. This is a movie that I heard nothing about. I bought it as a blind buy a few years back and I watched it, and it's a really cool movie. You essentially have Catherine Isabel, who's kind of like a, you know, horror actress that's kind of known in the horror community. She basically plays like this med student who has like a very, like kind of like a Patrick Bateman obsession with like, you know, bodily harm and dissecting humans, and basically she turns that into a career hobby of being a serial killer. And a very good movie, some really good practical work, really cool, interesting character. It's a really cool movie. I really do recommend it personally. Ooh, there's the next franchise. So next up we have in our franchise, we have the main four American Pie movies. So American Pie, American Pie 2, American Wedding, and American Reunion. Cool franchise. You know, I didn't grow up with the American Pie movies. I was not born when these movies came out or when they were super relevant. Watching them years later, especially watching like after seeing movies like The Hangover and a lot of other comedies back in the 2010s, this series is a little tame in retrospect to me personally. I think there are still a lot of jokes that do hold it very well. I do enjoy all four of these movies, hence why I own them. But I don't think none of them are great, and especially when you get to the direct-to-video sequels, it's we're not talking about those sequels. But the first film I still think is the best, has a lot of great humor, just a great cast, great comedy, a lot of really good actors that came out of this film, really well done in my opinion. American Pie 2, not as good as personally, but I still quite enjoy it, still a lot of good humor, you know, iconic scene with like Stifler and, who's the guy's name? I forgot the guy's name. But the main character, where they're like in the college room and they have like the dildos and stuff like that. It's pretty funny. American Wedding I think is the weakest of the four personally, just because Stifler is turned up like to 11 in this film, and he's so annoying because he basically plays like the main character and he's so insufferable to the point where it's like, dude, why would you invite this guy to your wedding? But he just kind of turned around at the very end, which does make him slightly more likable. And Sean William Scott, he does do good in the role, but I personally wish he was known for more than just Stifler, and I think it's kind of like stifled his career, no pun intended. But he's still really good in the role, and it's still a decent film overall. And the American Reunion, I do think is probably the second best of the franchise personally. I think it does go back to a lot of the aspects which make the first film better, which for a comedy sequel made like 10 plus years after the previous movies, it is pretty good. It's definitely one of the better examples of like a long-awaited comedy sequel. I think it's pretty funny in my opinion. So I do enjoy all 4 of these movies, and I would recommend all of them if you do like the style of like raunchy humor. Ooh. Next up, we have American Psycho. Top 10 of all time. Absolutely adore this movie. Very cliche thing to say, but I still love this film for a reason. Christian Bale as Patrick Bateman is very much kind of like one and the same personally to me. Well, I hope not in real life, but I mean, I just see him as Patrick Bateman even more so than any other role in his career. I mean, the film basically kind of defined his career personally, at least to me. Just great cast, great soundtrack, great gore, great social commentary on capitalism and society and all that type of stuff. I love this movie. It's phenomenal. What do you gotta say? You know, you like Huey Lewis in the news? Fuck, I can't even say shit right today. Then we got American Sniper, of course, one of the more popular films directed by Clint Eastwood in the 21st century. You got Bradley Cooper as a soldier, essentially, you know, experiencing war during the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And a very captivating movie. Certainly not a film you would be rewatching a whole lot in your life, but definitely a powerful film in all aspects. Really well shot, really well directed, really well acted. Just, it's a good movie. I understood why it got a lot of awards claimed back when it came out like nearly a decade ago. Then we have An American Werewolf in London, of course, one of the most celebrated horror films, especially of the 80s and especially of all time, especially because of the practical work by Rick Baker. The transformation scene with the werewolf is one of the best of all time and still looks amazing today, which is why I love practical effects, just because it doesn't matter how great you make CGI look, if you do it right practically, it will age timelessly. It doesn't matter how much this gets upgraded, this will always look phenomenal. Outside of that, I don't really find the film great that much. I still do quite enjoy it, hence why I own it, but I've never found this film super captivating beyond the practical effects. It's primarily because like the film is meant to be a dark comedy and a lot of the British humor to it, I just don't get personally as an American from my perspective, and I do think the film is a little bleak and a little too odd. Like they try to do like a romance thing between the main character that survives his werewolf attack and like the main nurse that he becomes infatuated with, and the romance it gets kind of cut off at the very end. It has a very bleak ending. I won't give it away for those who haven't seen it, but it ends in a very odd and strange way. And the way the film is paced down, the way the story plays out, it's not the best, I would say personally. I think John Landis has a lot of issues with that personally as a director, and he has a lot of issues outside of that, but still a good movie. I would like to see a remake actually of this. I would like to see if they could do it with right practical work or to do with a better script in my opinion, but it's still a damn good movie. You can't take anything away from it. Next up, we have the Anchorman duology. We have Anchorman 1 and Anchorman 2, The Legend Continues. Yeah, really good comedies. Not much to say. I enjoy a lot of Will Ferrell's work. You got the classic crew. You got Paul Rudd, Steve Carell, Christina Applegate. It's a great cast. You know, it's funny, it's well done. A lot of great humor in this film. I enjoy both, personally. It's fun. I don't have much to say on them. Like, they're really good comedies, and I have fun with them. Next up, we have the Nightmare on Elm Street collection. This contains the main 7 original films, does not include the remake, which I do not own personally because I don't like it. The Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, one of the most well-known franchises of the horror genre of all time, just films in general, for good reason. The Nightmare on Elm Street concept of Freddy Krueger is just an amazing concept. I think Wes Craven did a phenomenal job bringing this character to life, and I think he's probably the most terrifying horror character that's ever been created and ever will be created, just because of the base concept of like a killer that can kill you in your sleep. Like, you can outrun Michael Myers, you can outrun Jason Voorhees, you can outrun the Leprechaun, or however many horror icons you can list off. But it doesn't matter how far you run, doesn't matter how much you hide, you have to sleep eventually, and when you do, Freddy can come for you. And that's always been terrifying to me, and this film series has always done a good job of just retaining that concept, just being really, really scary. The original film, one of the best films ever made personally to me. I still think it holds a very well today. Some goofy aspects here and there with some of the practical stunt work in the ending and stuff like that, but Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger, he's fucking incredible in all these movies, even the shitty ones, he's great in the lead. Part 2, I think, is actually quite really good. It has, to me, actually has the best performance of Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger. He's probably had his scariest in Part 2. But it's just a very odd film in the franchise because it has a lot of weird undertones, which I don't think is a bad thing. It's just odd for the first sequel in this franchise to go off the rails and go so odd and so strange and so off the rails. But I still quite enjoy it. Dream Warriors, damn good follow-up in my opinion, really good companion piece to the first film, really good cast, some of the best kills in the franchise, some of the best one-liners of the franchise, and probably like the best combination between Scary Freddy and Comedic Freddy, where he started like doing a lot more one-liners like, you know, welcome to prime time, bitch, and stuff like that. I think it's really well done. After that, the franchise kind of goes off the rails personally to me. Dream Master is fine, but I think it's a very watered down version of Dream Warriors. Dream Child and Freddy's are just both bad movies. I don't like either of them. And then Wes Craven's New Nightmare, pretty solid like kind of finales to the franchise. Really meta, definitely a precursor to Scream, where you had Heather Langenkamp, who played Nancy, the original Final Girl in the first film, and Dream Warriors come back as playing yourself, like in the real world, where the Nightmare movies are actually movies. And you have Wes Craven playing himself, you have Robert Englund playing himself, and you have like this weird thing where like Freddy's like this dream demon that like comes out from like the film world and tries to kill off Heather Langenkamp and her family. And it's a very strange movie. I think it still works overall, and so I don't know, give me another Nightmare on Elm Street movie, man. It still confuses me how long we waited since the remake back in 2010 for another Nightmare on Elm Street film, when every other franchise in the horror history has come back in some way, shape, or form. Like, the fact we've gotten like Candyman and Exorcist and Scream all coming back before we get Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees. At least Jason we understand because of the rights issues, but like the fact like I've never understood why the family, or at least I think the Craven family owns the rights after Wes Craven passed away, but like, man, give us a new Nightmare on Elm Street movie, man. We're supposed to get one like sometime soon. There's some development on it right now, but I hope we do get one sooner rather than later, because this franchise has a lot of potential still, even after all these movies. Then we have Annihilation, a film that I just rewatched a couple days back. Damn good movie. Alex Garland in the director's chair right here, who did Ex Machina, which we'll talk about later on. Great movie. He won to direct Men, a film that I don't like, but this is probably my favorite film from him personally. Really cerebral, very sci-fi, very odd, very strange, but it's a really cool movie. You essentially have Natalie Portman, who plays his main character, who basically is kind of like grieving the loss or the disappearance of her husband, played by Oscar Isaac, that's been disappeared for like a decade, or sorry, a year or so, because he's in the military, and he goes on his recon mission, disappears for a year, comes back, and just doesn't act like himself. And then like the secret organization comes out, headed by Jennifer Jason Leigh, and basically like acts as like Portman of her and like 3 other women to go into like this place called the Shimmer, where like this meteor crashes down, like this alien thing is starting to take over the Earth, and they basically go in like this alien fortress, or like this Shimmer, to try to figure out like if they can stop it, or they can like figure out what it is or what it wants. And it's an odd movie, very strange, very cerebral, very lucid in a lot of aspects. And if you watch this with an edible, yeah, very odd, very cool, weird, especially like the last 15 minutes. But it's a very good movie, and I highly recommend it. Oh boy, ooh, now we get our first true MCU franchise in the Ant-Man trilogy. Of course, we have Ant-Man, Ant-Man the Wasp, and Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. Really cool little trilogy of little aspect of the MCU. The first Ant-Man film I remember seeing back in theaters with my brother and my grandparents back in like 2015, I believe. And it's a really fun movie for the little, the little role these movies had to play, at least the first 2 films, of like being like a cool palate cleanser after an Avengers movie. I think works to the film's favors personally, just because I think the small aspects and the little heist aspect of this film does, well, I certainly would have preferred if Edgar Wright was behind the camera. They still do a good job being unique and still being standout, having a lot of that little wit and humor that you can definitely tell that was inspired by Edgar Wright in this first film. Paul Rudd, love him. You can't unlove him as his, in his acting career, and I think he does great in the role of Scott Lang in all aspects of the MCU that we've seen them in. The action sequences are really well done. I think that the little, the shrinking displacement of going, small in this film and then going big in like Civil War going forward, I think it's a lot of fun. It's just a really feel-good movie. Like, it's one of the most rewatchable films in the MCU to me personally. And then you get to Ant-Man and the Wasp, which again, another palate cleanser of the MCU after Infinity War came out, and it was a very cool movie watching back in theaters, just because of how everybody was wondering how this would connect to Infinity War, especially that really cool mid-credit stinger. The movie itself, looking like past it now with Endgame behind us in the rearview mirror for years at this point, it's not as good personally, just because it's a very kind of wash, rinse, repeat movie in the MCU. It doesn't really have a whole lot of story going to it. A lot of characters being thrown around, like you got like Walton Goggins, you got Lawrence Fishburne, you got Ghost You got a lot of aspects, Michelle Pfeiffer coming back, a lot of aspects, but I still think it's a really fun movie in the MCU. And then we get to Quantumania, this year's Quantumania, a very divisive film in the MCU, one of the most, let's say, less successful movies in the MCU of recent memory. And the MCU right now is kind of not in a good state for a lot of people, and myself included. It's not as good as it used to be. I don't hate it on the level that a lot of people have kind of turned towards the MCU, but it's not as good as the first three phases are. And Quantumania really does exploit a lot of the MCU's biggest issues currently. This film is built up as the start of Phase 5 and the beginning of the true introduction of Kang after his little stint in Loki. And it's not a bad movie in my opinion. I still had fun with it when I saw it in theaters, haven't seen it since then. But it's a mess in a lot of aspects. I do appreciate them trying to go big and bold and different, not just being yet another palette cleanser like the first two films were, and trying to go more ambitious. But I think the aspect that makes this film a lot of people not on this film's side, I would say, is just because it's not really an Ant-Man movie, you know? Ant-Man really isn't the focus in his own film, nor the Wasp was barely present in this movie, even though her name is in the title. Jonathan Majors, he's great in the role of Kang, and regardless how his trial goes, he's still great in this movie. I would like to see him continue the role of Kang in the MCU if he is innocent of his crimes, which we'll see. But he's great in the lead role of Kang, and but it's also a twofold thing, because Kang in this film, I don't know why they decided to introduce him in this movie in the way that he did, and especially the way this film wraps up, I think makes Kang a lot weaker as a villain, because, spoiler alert for those who haven't seen the film, Kang gets defeated by Ant-Man and the Wasp, which is such an asinine decision for me, because it's like, why would you do that of your next big bad in the MCU after Thanos? Like, you want this character to be scarier than Thanos, and you have Paul Rudd and Evangeline Lilly defeat him in the dumbest way possible. Like, you can definitely tell this movie was reshot. I believe the ending was reshot like 3 weeks before this movie came out in theaters, which is just very odd and strange, and you can definitely tell it, because it's like, this movie doesn't have any really lasting impact on the MCU right now. We know of the Council of Kangs now, but other than that, like, the events of this film don't really affect the rest of the MCU. Like, this film should have had some major consequences to it. Either you kill off Ant-Man or the Wasp, or at least like kill off like somebody like Hope or Hank, or give us some sort of like, you know, consequence to Kang's actions, and then you decide not to do that, and you also have Kang get defeated by the main characters, which makes Kang look like a worse villain. I just don't get it personally, and I don't know. I wish they went darker. I wish they had more balls to actually let things actually like have stakes, instead of just having all these like weird off side stories, which is kind of like a big aspect of the MCU, just kind of feel frustrating. Is that like, you watch all these projects and they're not really connecting to each other. Just basically like, they feel like standalone projects, but you know that they're all connected. You know they're all going to come together at some point, and I don't really, it's frustrating because the events of Quantumania don't really feel like they impact the rest of the MCU going forward, apart from like our knowledge of Kang, which is very frustrating. And also the shit with MODOK was very weird as well. And Cassie Lang, I wish they brought back Abby Ryden Forrester. I don't know why they decided to recast her, even though I think she's old enough to convincingly play like a 16 to 18 year old at this point. Catherine Newton, she's a great actress, but I just felt the writing for her character was very bratty and very snotty, and she caused a lot of the aspects that made this film, she caused a lot of the big issues of this film's plots. She's the one that got them stuck in the quantum realm, stuff like that. And also Bill Murray was very much just thrown in there for a cameo, which I don't understand. Quantumania, I'm speaking way too much about it because I've had a lot to say on it, but fine enough movie, I had fun with it, but I wish there was just more to it. But yeah, regardless of what happens with the Ant-Man and the Wasp characters going forward, I still love Paul Rudd, I still love Evangeline Lilly in those roles, and I can't wait to see him back in presumably Kang Dynasty or some other movies before that. Then we have Lars von Trier's Antichrist. You know, we go from Marvel now to, yeah, this. Certainly a movie that's not very easy on the soul or the eyes. Very simple plot, by the way. You basically have Willem Dafoe and his wife, I believe. They go to his getaway cabin for like a little trip after something happens in their lives, and shit goes wild. That's all I'll say about it. It's not extremely disturbing to me, but I can understand why those who haven't seen a whole lot of disturbing films can be very, very sensitive to it. A lot happens in this film, a lot of disturbing stuff happens in this film, a lot of fucked up shit happens in this movie, but I love it. It's great, great performances. You got Willem Dafoe, he's phenomenal, one of those actors I love, and yeah, just, it's a movie, that's all I'll say. You gotta watch it, you gotta watch it. Then we have Apocalypse Now, of course, one of the most celebrated war films of all time, and for good reason. It's a great movie. Very well done. Marlon Brando is great. Great cast, great production design, great cinematography. Just everything about this film is just beautifully looking. Was it Ford Coppola directed this? Or Eleanor Coppola? Or no, my bad. That's just documentary footage. Yeah, Francis Ford Coppola. Yeah, it's a great movie. What can you say else about it that hasn't ever been said about it? It's a phenomenal war film. Great aspect, great atmosphere, by the way. Just, I love the lighting in this film. It's so beautiful. Watch it, please. That's all I'll say. Then we have Apollo 13, of course, Ron Howard's film based on the moon landing, the aspect to get there. You got Buzz Aldrin, you got Neil Armstrong, all those different, historical figures in this film. Damn good movie. Biopics don't really do a whole lot for me, but I still quite enjoy this film. Definitely like a feel-good Oscars type film, very inspirational, and I enjoy it. I enjoy a good inspirational story, and I think this is a pretty good one. Then we have Aquaman, of course, the most successful film of the entire DCEU, the only film of this entire universe to break $1 billion, which is so weird in the movie universe that has films like Batman vs. Superman and Justice League. If someone told you that like 10 years ago that the highest grossing film of the DC universe would be the Aquaman movie, people think it'd be like smoking meth or some shit. But yeah, that's the reality we live in. I have not seen this film since theaters personally. I remember thinking it was decent. I like Jason Momoa in the role of Arthur Curry. Would I prefer somebody else in the role? Probably, but he does good in like the bro, manly version of Aquaman, trying to bring this version of the Scream in a, more realistic way, but still hold on a lot to the goofy aspects that make this character just, it's a silly character. You really can't do this character that seriously, at least in live action that we've seen so far. Going more colorful and a lot more bombastic. You got James Wan in here, who previously had experience in doing big budget movies with Furious 7. I think he does good here. I like Patrick Wilson in the role of Ocean Master. We're not talking about Amber Heard. Fuck her. But still a lot of fun stuff in this film. It's goofy as hell, but I had fun with it. The sequel is supposed to come out sometime next year, or sorry, sometime at the end of this year, despite we don't have a trailer. I don't know where the hell we're gonna get that, but probably won't do that well because DC right now is kind of in a blunder. But for this film, even if we never see this character again after the sequel comes out, I still enjoy this movie. Alright, so next up we have the Quiet Place duology. So we have Quiet Place 1 and Quiet Place Part 2. Both very good movies in my opinion, but I do think they're both kind of overrated personally. Now, I did really love the first Quiet Place back when it came out. Was it 2018, I believe? Saw it in theaters, really enjoyed it, felt it was really captivating, really great concept about living in a world where you can't make any sound or else monsters will come and kill you. Very interesting concept, great cast. John Krasinski did a good job directing as well as starring in the film, along with his wife Emily Blunt. The two kids were great. Just a really, really good movie. And when the sequel came out, I decided to rewatch the first film, and I will say, both these movies are very good in my opinion. I think they're very inventive with some of the scares. I think that all the acting is very solid, especially Cillian Murphy in Quiet Place 2 and everything like that, and the way they work back to back simultaneously I think works very well and sets up a very interesting franchise. I just feel like looking back on the movies, there are so many instances where the universe's rules are kind of broken in order to make the scares work. Like some of the most infamous scenes in the first film, like the entire scene with like Emily Blunt and her stepping on the nail on this staircase whenever she's constantly walking up and down in it, and then she steps on the nail, paying off the scare. That scene entirely makes no sense because who the hell is hammering a nail? Because the nail's literally just in the middle of this random floorboard. I'm like, who the hell randomly nailed that nail in the middle of the floorboard? That's just there just to make the scare work. Or the scene whenever the kids are playing board games and they accidentally knock over the lantern, where I'm like, you can't do that in that little cupboard space where it's meant for the baby. And there are other sequences of the film where it's just when John Krasinski shows his son the waterfall, I'm like, why don't you move your family closer to the waterfall? Why are you staying in this farmhouse? And there's just current aspects of this movie, in my opinion, that both movies I do think make them worse in retrospect, that it does take away from the experience, but they're still awesome movies in my opinion. I still really enjoy both of them. Can't wait to see whenever we do get a Quiet Place 3, looking forward to that prequel coming up next year. Lupita Nyong'o, was it Day One? So I'm looking forward to it. I think this franchise, as long as they fix the mistakes, in my opinion, and actually try to make the rules and the scares more realistic and more grounded, I think it will make for some great movies coming up. Then we have Argo, Ben Affleck's probably his most successful film directing. This is the film that got him a bunch of awards for back when it came out, 2012, I believe. And I quite enjoyed this one. I haven't rewatched this film in quite a few years, so I can't tell you a whole lot about it personally, but I do remember really enjoying it. Great cast. You got Bryan Cranston, you got John Goodman. Just, they're awesome as always. Ben Affleck's great in the lead, and yeah, very good movie in my opinion. Then we get to Arrival, Denis Villeneuve's sci-fi alien story. I saw it back when it came out, haven't seen it since then, but I do remember really enjoying it. I think Amy Adams is very good in the lead. The visual imagery of like the alien ship and all the little like diagrams it gives, like as hints to Amy Adams, explain why they are the way that they are, why they're here. Very interesting stuff, and Denis Villeneuve just one of those filmmakers that he just consistently puts out really good movies at the very least, and he's just one of those filmmakers that I'll always keep my eye on because he makes stories that are worthy of the big screen. Then we have The Artist, the little vintage movie experiment that came out back, I believe, in 2011. Harkening back to like the old-timey musicals and everything. It's shot black and white, the costume design, the production design, the acting, all of it's really well done in my opinion. Because when it comes to a lot of movies about Hollywood, I don't really get interested in them that much, just because it feels like Hollywood's sucking itself off, being like we're the best thing in the world. And The Artist doesn't really do that. This does show some darker sides to it. The actors actually act like the actors did back in the 20s. They didn't just like, shoot it like a regular movie, got some production design, like, change the filter to black and white. It generally feels authentic in that respect, in my opinion. It's really well done, some really good musical stuff like that. I enjoy it, it's really solid. Then we have Paul Feig's A Simple Favor. Saw this back in theaters. I haven't seen it since theaters, but I do remember really enjoying it. It's a different flavor from most of Paul Feig's movies, which are usually comedies with Melissa McCarthy. Really good cast. Love Anna Kendrick and Blake Lively each, and they're both great, in this kind of like friendship turned thriller-ish. Some good drama in there, some good twists and turns here and there. It's a very good movie in my opinion. I think it's a solid suburban thriller. Then we have Bradley Cooper's take on A Star Is Born with Lady Gaga. I believe his directorial debut, the movie that got him a bunch of awards and awards-winning shit for it. Lady Gaga, I believe this was her acting debut as well. They're both great leads in the movie. The amazing music as well by both of them. Like, they clearly have talent. I mean, they've had talent before this movie, but like this is one of the strongest examples of their talent. Just love the look of the movie. Some really good stuff. I haven't seen any other version of this story previously, but I really enjoyed his version, so I think it's great. And I can't wait to see whatever Bradley Cooper does next in the directing department. Then we have Wes Anderson's Asteroid City. I just bought this today as of recording this, and along with one other movie we'll be talking about later on. So yeah, this is a damn good movie. One of my favorite films of the year that's come out so far. Really enjoyed it when I saw it in theaters. Every Wes Anderson movie looks absolutely stunning. Every single shot literally just looks like it was handcrafted by God knows how many people. The set design, the acting, everything about this film, I just really enjoyed. The unique take on everything. There are some aspects of the film that I think could have been better. I feel like the film ends in a very abrupt way that I wish was wrapped up in a more satisfying way personally for me, but other than that, I quite enjoyed it. I think it's just a phenomenal cast, and just another reason why I really enjoy Wes Anderson. Even though he doesn't make movies entirely that I resonate with all the time, this is one of those examples that I quite enjoyed his, take on. Then we have Atomic Blonde by, I believe, David Leitch. Yes, so one of the co-directors of John Wick. He'll go on to direct films like Deadpool 2, Hobbs and Shaw, stuff like that. He's a very active director, and this is one of my favorite films that he's made. I saw it back in theaters with my father. Haven't seen it since theaters, which I've been saying a lot recently, but this is a damn good movie. I would love to see a sequel to it. There are aspects of the film that I do think could have been better. Like, the plot is kind of convoluted in a lot of aspects, in my opinion. But Charlize Theron's badass, she's sexy as ever. James McAvoy really good as a co-lead. Beautiful production design, set in the 80s, and like you get like that 80s neon aesthetic, kind of like Tron to it, and I really enjoyed that. The pacing was really good, the directing was really stellar from David Leitch. Just a very stylistic movie that has a lot of good elements to it that I quite enjoyed. Then we have the Austin Powers trilogy. So we have International Man Mystery, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and Goldmember. Love all three of these movies. Mike Myers, sadly one of those comedians I think he just hasn't done much that recently. After this era of his career when he did a bunch of like, goofy over the top roles, he kind of stopped doing it and mostly just does like voice work and like minor roles in other movies. And I don't know, Mike Myers, he's just one of those comedians that he always brings something to the screen. He always makes something different. Austin Powers, just one of those, jewels in his crown, and I really enjoy all of them. If they do make a fourth one, I wouldn't be that against it, because I do think Mike Myers still has it in them. I just think the products he's been picking has been the best. In my opinion, I think his agent needs to work better a little bit. But out of these 3 films I watched, I do enjoy The Spy Who Shagged Me the most. I think his chemistry with Heather Graham is really good, in my opinion. Love the stylist elements of the film, harkening back to like the 60s, groovy era, and it's just really fun. Really enjoy all 3 of these movies, and if you haven't seen them, I definitely recommend checking them out. Oh boy, next up we have Avatar and Avatar: The Way of Water. Of course, James Cameron's, well, he decided to commit the rest of his career to Pandora. I don't even know why I own these movies personally, because like the best way to view these movies and really the only way to watch these films are in theaters in 3D IMAX. Watching these, I definitely got the. I'm glad I got the chance to watch this first film in IMAX 3D back when they re-released it a year ago or so, in preparation for the sequel coming up. I did watch it before then, and it really wasn't as impactful. And The Way of Water, saw in theaters, haven't seen it since theaters. Both these movies are very frustrating to me because I do think they are both good movies, hence why I own them. But it's just like James Cameron, for how much he's dedicated his entire career for the most part, and his life to a certain aspect to making the Pandora world a reality and manifesting it. For how many great aspects that hold in these 2 movies, I just think that the character work is very shallow in my opinion. I don't hate, well, I do kind of hate the son in Avatar: Way of Water, the kid that constantly gets everyone in trouble, but other than that, I don't really hate any of the characters, but like they're all just so shallow, like Jake Sully and Neytiri and all the other characters that play these movies. There's not really much to them. Like there's so much world building as in terms of like the creature designs and like the different tribes we get, especially in the second film and everything like that. But the characters themselves aren't that investing. I don't really care about any of them, and I don't really care what happens to them or the villains or anything like that. Like the actors do the best job they possibly can with these roles, but like the characters themselves aren't captivating enough. And I'm a character guy more than anything else. When I walk into a movie, I want to love the characters. I want to get invested in them more than the plot, more than the visual effects, more than anything else. Because if you hook me with good characters, it will make me ultimately 10 times more invested in what's going on versus if you just gave me what these are basically just CGI recreations of what is meant to be humans, or are meant to be these Na'vi, and I just don't find that captivating. And so I sincerely hope with every future sequel going forward that James Cameron really hones in on the character work, and I think it will make a lot of his Avatar sequels, however many that he's going to make, a lot better as a result, in my opinion. But they're still good movies. Alright, boy, here we go. Next up we have the Avengers quadrilogy so far. So, yeah, breaking down these films one by one, we have the original Avengers, the film that got me into filmmaking. I saw this in theaters back when I was 10 years old, and I've never been the same since. Grew my love for the MCU that still holds to this very day, and grew my love to filmmaking. Before the Avengers, I liked movies, but it was very much more like just a surface level entertainment value thing, like most people do. But the Avengers gave me a sense of wonder that very few films to this very day have really given me, and really inspired me to look more into films versus just watching them, like actors and following the news and how it works behind the scenes. Now to the point where I work as a grip on several film productions, which I'm just very proud of how far I've came. And if it wasn't for seeing the Avengers, I don't know where I would be today. Then we get to Age of Ultron, definitely the worst of the 4 movies, definitely feels the most rushed and the most kind of thrown together. Phase 2 as a whole just kind of felt jumbled all over the place and didn't really have a whole lot of build up to the next Avengers film, and you can kind of definitely feel that. So many aspects of the other movies just kind of get thrown around here, like, Winter Soldier, how S.H.I.E.L.D. felt, that's kind of briefly mentioned in there, or how the other characters have been. And Ultron ultimately felt like a villain that should have been top 10 MCU or top 5 MCU villains, and he ended up just being an okay villain, mainly because of James Spader's performance. But the character itself was way more menacing in the trailers than it was in the actual film. Way too much of a Tony Stark clone, which, I don't know, there are rumors that he might come back in other movies. I would hope so, just because I think that character has a lot of potential, especially seeing what that character was meant to be in What If. But as a whole, still a good movie, still a lot of fun charisma between the actors and everything, fun action, but not great. Then we get to Infinity War, which is my favorite MCU film in general, my favorite comic book film of all time, and one of my favorite movies of all time. I adore Infinity War. I walked in not really expecting a whole lot from it, I expected to like it, but walking in knowing it was a part 1 of a part 2 story, I was expecting it to be like a lot of the other part 1 movies that have come out around that time, like Mockingjay Part 1 or Deathly Hallows Part 1 or something like that, where it was like, this is just half of a movie. But Infinity War does the best job that any Part 1 chapter film has done so far, at least in my opinion, for what I've seen, where it genuinely stands on its own as a movie. Like, in a very nihilistic way, you can view it as the ending of the MCU, and it worked completely fine in my opinion. I think the acting is really good across the board. Josh Brolin is incredible stand-in for a villain that got basically no build-up throughout the entire MCU up until that point. The fact that he basically took the reins of that film and was able to genuinely make him sympathetic and make him in a way where he's still psychotic, but in a way that you understand his morals and you understand what he's going for. And that vindication, I think, was very powerful in the way that Josh Brolin performed the character, as well as the writing too. The way that all the characters are like integrated with each other, and the fact they were like 25, 30 different characters, subs, placed throughout the entire runtime, and they were able to actually make it feel cohesive and it flowed very well in my opinion. It was very impressive, and I still think it's probably the most impressive MCU film to this very day. And then we have Endgame. I mean, what can I say about it that hasn't already been said about it? It's a phenomenal movie. I think it closed out a lot of aspects of the MCU very well, in my opinion, to the point where, like, most people would be fine if it was the end of the MCU, which I personally am against that. I feel like there were enough aspects at the end of Endgame where they were going to leave it open, like with Guardians and Thor and, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man. There was a lot of aspects I think I would have continued. That would have been frustrating had it been the end, but it's a very satisfying ending for Tony Stark and Steve Rogers especially. And I do feel like there were aspects in Endgame that I think could have been done better, mainly regarding Hulk and Thor, and me wanting to see more of the world post-blip. I feel like we didn't really get enough of how the world actually functioned beyond that, and I would love to just see a miniseries, just like an anime miniseries about like what happened during those 5 years, because there's so many questions that I have regarding like how the world functioned that I wish was explored more in Endgame. But I mean, seeing this in theaters for the first time is an experience that you'll never get again, and I was so glad to lived in an era where movies like these were able to be shown. And I don't think, despite how big Secret Wars and stuff like that will be, I don't think we'll ever recapture the same magic that we did when Infinity War and Endgame came out. But we'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. All right, now we jump to the B's with The Babadook. Damn good horror film. One of the most effective horror films that have come out in the past 10 plus years. Very powerful movie in my opinion. A very scary film in the way that you don't expect it. This film is not a movie that depends on jump scares or depends on cheap tricks that we get from most studio movies. This film is a genuine scare fest and just creeping you the hell out, unnerving you, giving you tension that in ways that very few filmmakers are able to accomplish. And I think the filmmakers that made The Babadook genuinely understood how to scare you on a level that very few filmmakers can actually do. And I felt it was very effective, very unnerving, very creepy, and a movie that you have not seen yet, please check it out. Then we get to Babel, very interesting film by Alexandru G. Inarritu, the same guy that would later direct Birdman and The Revenant. Very, good filmmaker, and this is a really good movie. I watched it as a blind buy. I think I got it in like a 4-pack of like a Brad Pitt DVD pack, and I decided to watch it, and it's a really good movie. It's essentially a film that juggles like 4 different storylines at once. It's one of those type of movies where you got like the main plot of Cate Blanchett and Brad Pitt, like they're on this trip in this third world country and their daughter goes missing. Very captivating stuff. You got one with Gael Garcia Bernal, and you got a couple other actors in there. Very well done movie, really good direction, really good writing. There are some aspects I think could have been done better, but overall I found it very captivating and I would definitely recommend it. Next up, we got Baby Driver. Edgar Wright, one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, and I pretty much really enjoy every single film he's made up until this point. Very few films I would say of his aren't great, and this is one of the films I just genuinely love. The first Edgar Wright film I got to see in theaters, and I loved it. Just the action, the craziness, I live in Atlanta, so seeing all the Atlanta scenery is really cool. I love the entire cast here. Just great stuff. Well, of course, apart from Kevin Spacey, of course, but love the rest of the cast here. Great action, phenomenal soundtrack. This is such an entertaining film, and they're supposed to make a sequel. I would be fine if we didn't get one, but we did. Wouldn't mind it because I would love to see more of this world. All right, next up we have the Back to the Future trilogy pack. This contains all 3 of the Back to the Future movies, of course. Back to the Future, one of the most celebrated films of all time, and for good reason. It's a great movie. Robert Zemeckis did a great job directing all 3 of these films. I think he wrote all the movies as well. Michael J. Fox, sadly one of those actors that never really got the career he deserved outside of it because of his own medical reasons. Christopher Lloyd Gray as Doc Brown. Just the entire cast is great. You got Biff, you got just so many key aspects of this trilogy that makes all of them really fun. Of course, the first film is the best. I actually preferred the third one growing up, but I would say the first one was still the best one. Very inventive, still one of the most iconic movies to this very day. But I don't really rewatch this film a whole lot, nor is it, I don't think it's in one of my top 100 of all time, I would say, as in terms of like my favorite films. And I think that's primarily just because when it comes to movies that are like the most celebrated of all time, when it comes to like films like Back to the Future, Indiana Jones, or Star Wars, when it's like films that are so well known to even people who aren't into movies talk about it, I don't really feel the need to rewatch them or like really think about them that much because they constantly get referenced across all media, not just movie media, that it's just like, you get to a point where you're just kind of like, do I really need to rewatch this film? Because I already know all the events of this film, even if I had never seen it because it gets referenced so much. I mean, The Flash referenced it like 55 times. You know, stuff like that. They're still great movies, but I don't really feel this personal connection to them. So, I don't know. They're still great movies regardless, but yeah, that's just my own personal view on the movies. Then we get to another trilogy. We have the Bad Boys trilogy so far. Bad Boys 1 and 2 and Bad Boys for Life. Speaking of all three of these films individually, the first Bad Boys I quite enjoy. I find it very fun, really cool, like early Michael Bay. I think this is his directorial debut, by the way. Spawned a very interesting career for him. Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, they do a great job, you know, bending between each other. You got Taya Leone in there. It's a really fun action. I quite enjoyed it. So as a fun, cheesy, like 90s action film. Bad Boys 2, although there's some really fun aspects to it, like I love like the car chase scene on the highway, and I love like the finale in like, what was it, the Dominican Republic, I believe, or Cuba, I can't remember. But like, you know, whenever the scene when you get to like Will Smith and Martin Lawrence in the mansion, you got like Will Smith pointing the guns and the camera's just like zooming in and out between the holes in the walls. Very cool directing. I just find the film very mean-struck, and I don't really find it that entertaining. It's just like so all over the place and so hyper, like... Sorry, I thought there was something. But I find the film so like hyperactive and so crazy and so jumbled and so overly edited to the point where it just kind of annoys me every single time I watch it. So I don't really like Bad Boys 2. I kind of own it just because it's part of the trilogy and I like to be a completionist for the most part. And then Bad Boys for Life. One unexpected good movie. You know, this movie, most people wouldn't expect it to be the most successful movie of 2020, but then pandemic happened. But yeah, just the whole thing about them, it being like 20 years since the last Bad Boys movie. Martin Lawrence hadn't done much other than like Big Mama's House 3 or whatever the hell. Will Smith, pretty Oscar slap. You know, he was fine, but he wasn't making movies that like were like constant box office hits like he was back in like the 2000s and the 90s. And, you know, not being Michael Bay and just a lot of red flags that signed this movie was just being made just because these actors were just like, let's just make another one for money. And this one's actually the best of the three, in my opinion. Genuinely, really well done action, really good way to continue the story. Lots of fun character moments, and I think it's overall just a very entertaining movie. It's not high art by any means, but I quite enjoyed it. And despite the fact I'm still kind of iffy on Will Smith since the Oscar slap, I am still looking forward to Bad Boys 4 coming up. Oh, man. Next up, we have Bad Moms, a movie that I didn't expect to like that much. I actually saw it in theaters with my dad back when this came out in 2016, I believe, and I actually really enjoyed it. It's not the best comedy in the world, but I find all the actors really funny. You know, I love Mila Kunis, Christian Bale's really funny, Katherine Holland's a great actress. Just a lot of really fun aspects. Christina Applegate. I find this like movie just a lot of fun. You know, it's able to appease both to women and also guys because it has a lot of raunchy humor involved. I think this is like one of the better comedies that have come out in the past like 10 years or whatever. So I would highly recommend it. Then we get to Bad Santa, one of my Christmas go-tos every single December. I have to watch this film with my father every single year because I love this movie. It's funny as hell. I love Billy Bob Thornton in the lead. I love Bernie Mac. I love you know, Lauren Graham. I love was it Tony Cox? His little sidekick. He's great. Just the raunchy, gross humor just works for me in this movie. It's funny. It's all over the place. It's zany. It's crazy. Love the relationship he has with the little kid as well. When he like, you know, takes all the chocolate candies and like forces like candy corn in them. Like so many aspects of this film that have just stuck with me, and I love it. Sequel shit though, don't watch the sequel, but I watched the first film. Watch the first film only. Then we get to Bad Times at the El Royale, an incredibly underrated film that I wish did better at the box office. I saw it in theaters with my dad opening weekend back when it came out in 2018. And I love this movie, it's great. And Drew Goddard, one of those filmmakers that I wish did more, like I don't think he's directed a single film since this came out, and probably that's because the movie didn't do that well, but it's such a good movie. I know some people call it a Tarantino knockoff, but since Tarantino is one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, I don't mind when people kind of take inspiration from him. But essentially, it kind of plays like a stage play. It's set in the 70s. You got a bunch of like wild different characters. You got like Jeff Bridges as this priest. You got Dakota Johnson as like the shitty character. You got like John Hamm. You got Louis Pullman as like the employee of this hotel, like this random hotel in the middle of like what is it, Southwest. And essentially, shit goes wild. You got like Chris Hemsworth as this crazy cult leader. And yeah, it's wild, it's crazy, it's unexpected, it goes a lot of ways that you don't see coming. It's just really, 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 really entertaining that I wish did better. Please watch this film if you can, because it's so much fun. Then we get to Bad Words, a pretty decent comedy starring Jason Bateman. He essentially plays a character that like this like 30, 40 something like low end loser or whatever, who basically like finds this loophole in the spelling bee competition where he's able to compete against these kids in modern day. And it's funny, it has some good moments in the overall. Not super memorable in my opinion, but I find it like entertaining enough to where like I feel comfortable owning it. I would recommend it. Then we get to The Bank Job, one of the more interesting films that Jason Statham has done. You know, Jason Statham is one of those actors that you can clearly tell he does a lot of films, like just playing himself, unless he's like doing something like Guy Ritchie related. But I find this film quite entertaining. You know, I like heist movies. I think it's a fun like late 2000s throwback heist movie. Some good cast members in here, some good like heist stuff in there. Like heist movies like very rarely to end up badly for me, so it's right up my alley. I enjoyed it, and if you like heist movies, I would recommend you check it out. Then we get to Basic Instinct. Yes, Paul Verhoeven's Basic Instinct, a wild-ass movie. You know, Paul Verhoeven, one of those, you know, unique filmmakers of the 90s and early 2000s and 80s as well. Most of his movies are just incredibly iconic and stand out for many different ways than one. And yeah, this is probably one of his most iconic ones. You know, Basic Instinct, the film that gave the world Sharon Stone, you know, introduced her to the world. Michael Douglas is great as a lead. Very explicitly sexual thriller. Lots of sex. But some good gore in here. Some really good murder mystery stuff in here. Greatly shot. Just bonkers, wild, crazy. All the things that Paul Verhoeven brings to the screen. Very, very present in Basic Instinct. Then we have a slew of the Batman films, the majority of the Batman films I own. There are some that I've spread across my collection for reasons we'll talk about later. But first off, we have these Batman 4-pack containing the main Batman films from the 80s and 90s. Sorry. Yeah. So first off, we have this Batman collection that contains a lot of the Batman films from the 80s and 90s. So we have Batman 89, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin. So we have these Tim Burton Schumacher Batman films. This is actually one of the first Blu-ray films that Blu-rays actually bought. I bought this, the first Fast and Furious, and Winter Soldier, I think, were the very first Blu-rays I ever bought. So a little nostalgic looking at this. Recently looked back at the Michael Keaton Batman films because of the Flash movie. And I definitely enjoy both the Burton Batman films. I used to not like Batman Returns, but I softened a lot up to it at this most recent rewatch. Batman Forever is okay, but is very, very silly, very over the top, very goofy. I would love to see the original version by Joel Schumacher, because he's one of those filmmakers that I wish was respected more, especially after his passing, because he's made so many great films that we'll talk about later on that I think define his career more than just doing these two Batman films, but that's what most people know him for, which is very much a shame in my opinion. And Batman and Robin may be one of the most laughed at movies of the world, not just in the comic book genre, but in the entire world. And looking back on it, it's fun. It's far from the worst comic film I've ever seen. It's so goofy, and also like the fact that we've gotten so many great Batman films since then. It's funny in retrospect, to the point where we can laugh at it with George Clooney in The Flash. So I enjoy these films, and I do like having them in my collection. Then we get to Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, one of the most divisive films in the now defunct DCEU. Yeah, this one was a gigantic mess. I had fun with it seeing it in theaters for the first time, you know, when I was in middle school, and I really enjoyed these characters. Looking back on it, while I definitely enjoyed the Ultimate Edition a lot better, it's the only version you should watch because it's actually the complete version. It's a gigantic mess. This should have never been the second installment of the DCEU. There should have been at least a couple more movies before we introduce so many aspects to this movie that just feel so foreign to the main concept of Batman and Superman fighting. You had introducing Ben Affleck, you had bringing in Doomsday, you had bringing in Wonder Woman, and setting the Justice League through like a USB drive with their own little logos on it. You know, Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. Just so many plot holes. It's just like, this film could have been great had it just had to focus on its own story, but because of studio incompetence, this film turns out just this giant mess that people remember more for how messy it is versus just being a cool movie where we got to see Batman and Superman on screen for the very first time. But that's the world we live in. That's the world we live in. Then we have this most recent version of the Batman, Matt Reeves and Robert Pattinson's The Batman. A phenomenal movie. What can I say else about it that has never been said about it? One of the best comic book films that have come out in the past 10, 15 years. One of the best versions of Batman out there, and I adore this movie. Phenomenal lighting, definitely the most grounded take on Batman, even more so than Christopher Nolan. And just, it's it's a great movie that genuinely just focuses on its own story and its own world. Doesn't focus on setting up like 5 different TV shows or movies or an interconnected universe. It just does its own noir detective story in the best way possible, in my opinion. Love the action, love the score of Michael Giacchino, amazing. And I can't wait to see how this universe continues with the Penguin series and Batman Part 2 and hopefully a third film. I love the series, and I'm really glad James Gunn decided to let this universe stay around despite the fact they're rebooting everything. Next up, we have bedtime stories. One of my most nostalgic movies I can think of growing up, watching this on Disney Channel multiple times growing up. I love Adam Sandler. He's one of those actors that I just would love to meet in person, just hang out with, because he just seems like a genuinely phenomenal human being who he just seems so pleasant to be around and so much fun. And this was one of those movies that I love growing up. It's not the best movie in the world. There's a lot of goofy ass aspects like Russell Brand and like the hamster with the big eyes or the guinea pig with the big eyes. It's silly, it's all over the place, but it's meant to be silly. And I don't know, I just have a special feeling about this movie that I just can't shake. I just really enjoy it. Next up, we have Tim Burton's Beetlejuice. Like I said with Tim Burton, I do enjoy a lot of his early films, like the Batman films we just talked about. I will say there are a lot of his movies I just don't really connect with that much, like Edward Scissorhands or stuff like that. But his style has always been unique, and I think it's one of his better examples with the first Beetlejuice. And Michael Keaton, great actor, love him in the lead role. The silly ass aspects, like we get the worm and all the different like fantastical aspects that made so much of his early work, at least Tim Burton wise, just so unique and captivating. Especially like the practical work in here is just really, really fun. Makes it a fun movie, and I am looking forward to the sequel coming up. So I'll check it out when it comes out next year. Hopefully, maybe the strikes will delay it, but I still really enjoyed this first film. Next up, we have the Before trilogy by Richard Linklater. So we have Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, and Before Midnight. Phenomenal trilogy, one of the best trilogies ever made in my opinion. I absolutely adore all 3 of these movies. Before Sunset might be a little weird because does just kind of feel like a random piece in the trilogy, but I still, for a trilogy just basically about, Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy just walking around various locations, just talking about life and their relationship evolving over the course of the 3 films, I love it. Very simple concept, but the way that Richard Linklater, who's one of my favorite filmmakers, is able to helm this movie and actually make it captivating and unique in a way that I think it's so beautiful, especially Before Midnight, which I think is probably the most captivating of the 3 movies. Sad to say, I don't think we'll be getting any more of these movies. They do these movies every single 9 years, and 9 years has passed since Before Midnight came out, but even with this trilogy, staying the same, I think it's a phenomenal series. If you don't like romance films, watch this regardless, because I think these movies really do show the true side of romance and love in ways that are very unlike Hollywood in the best way possible. So next up, we have Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. Awesome documentary. If you haven't heard about it, essentially set in a world where Freddy, Michael, and Jason actually exist as real beings in this universe, and essentially you have Leslie Vernon, who's documented by like a fake documentary crew, documenting his life of trying to become the next big serial killer. And so you get like really cool a bunch of callbacks. You get Robert Englund basically playing like the Dr. Loomis character. It was really fun. Some really good gore and kills in here. Just a lot of fun that if you're a horror fan, you'll get a real good kick out of, and I would highly recommend it. Next up, we have Being John Malkovich, a wild-ass movie by Spike Jonze and Charlie Kaufman writing. Just essentially, you got John Cusack and company who basically find a doorway into John Malkovich's head and his mind, and getting to see the world literally through his eyes. And he basically becomes like this public attraction. Very fun movie, really good cast, really fun aspect. Charlie Kaufman is always one of those filmmakers that just makes a stamp every single time he makes a movie, and this film is no exception to that rule. Just a lot of fun, really cool sci-fi aspects and comedy aspects, drama aspects that Charlie Kaufman is able to weave in a way that I think makes it very interesting, so I would highly recommend this. Next up, we have The Belko Experiment, a movie that most people probably don't remember. This came out back in 2017. I remember seeing it in theaters back when I was in middle school. It's actually one of the very few movies I got to sneak in the theater for because I was too young to buy a ticket at the time. So my dad bought tickets for me and my friends. We literally snuck into this AMC theater. And it's actually the first time I went to this AMC theater in my area that had like local recliners that were very new at the time. So it was really like a really cool experience, like, getting to like sit in these like recliner chairs and honestly feel like I'm in another world. The movie itself, not that very good. You basically just play, it's kind of like Battle Royale type situation where you basically get all these office workers in this one building. And essentially one day the building goes on lockdown, everyone's trapped inside, and essentially this voice comes on the intercons. It's basically like, you have to kill X amount of people in a certain amount of time, or else we will just kill random people for you. And essentially it's a battle royale situation where you basically have these people who have to fight each other until one remaining employee remains and is the victor for this social experiment. And it's a fine movie. James Gunn actually wrote this movie. He was meant to direct it, but I think because of like a family tragedy, he decided to step away from it. But has a lot of his like usual actors. I think Michael Rooker's in this. I believe Nathan Fillion is in this, if I remember correctly. If not, I may miss sense. John Gallagher Jr. does star in the movie. He was the guy that was the guy with the cast in 10 Cloverfield Lane, and he's very good in this movie. Very, some good gore, some good action, but overall it's a very surface level movie. It's just there to entertain you, get some good gore, get some good kills out there, and basically just do its job. It's good for that, but it's not super memorable because of it, so it's not your thing. I wouldn't super recommend it, but if you like James Gunn, if you like his mean-struckness that he brings to all of his writing material, then I would recommend it. Then we have Better Off Dead, a movie that actually my mom bought for me and my family to watch as like a family night type thing a few years back, and it's a pretty good movie. Kind of like a dark comedy and everything like that. You got John Cusack in the lead. Pretty solid movie, everything like that. Some good, 80s cheese in there in my opinion. I found it quite enjoyable. Not the best movie in the world, but I had fun with it. Then we get to Beverly Hills Cop, another 80s comedy that I quite enjoy. Really enjoy this movie, just the early, energy that Eddie Murphy brought to all of his roles. I just feels really unmatched and just so unique and so iconic, and just so much fun to see him just play his character Axel Foley and just interact with all these different characters like Judge Reinhold and like this dynamic, and just really fun movie. I do enjoy the second film, but it's not nearly as good, and the third film's kind of shit, and I'm not really excited for the fourth one coming up, because after Coming to America 2, I'm not really excited for it. But as far as the first film goes, I love it and I would highly recommend it. Then we get to Beavis and Butthead Do America. We got Mike Judge, one of those like really cool and creators back in the 90s, creating a lot of like iconic 90s stuff like King of the Hill and stuff like that, Beavis and Butthead. Really fun movie, really cool, unique stuff. I remember watching this with my brother back when we were like in middle school or whatever, and we just had a blast with this film. It's really fun, really, a lot of like, dry humor that comes from Beavis and Butthead, and just, it's fun. It's stupid, but I enjoy it. Then we get to Tom Hanks in Big. Robert Zemeckis' Big, or sorry, Penny Marshall. Robert Zemeckis did not make this, right? His name's not even on the packaging. My bad. I thought this was directed by somebody else. But Big, of course, one of those classic 80s comedies starring Tom Hanks, where basically he wishes he was a kid. He starts as a kid that is, that grows up in an adult's body. He basically wishes one day that he wished he was an adult, and he wakes up and he's in Tom Hanks' body. And it's a really fun movie. You get Tom Hanks and him acting goofy. You got the piano scene, of course, it's iconic, him just goofing around and everything like that. It does turn into a drama in like the last half hour or so, when he realizes the true meaning of like, getting to grow up and everything, and appreciate his youth, which I think is very good. And just one of those movies that I just wish Tom Hanks did more movies like this. I wish he stayed away from all of the Oscar stuff, but overall I found it a very enjoyable movie that I still think holds up to this very day. Then we get to Big Hero 6, of course, one of the Disney revival movies, second renaissance, you would say, of Disney. And also, Disney's only animated Marvel movie so far. Yes, this actually is based on Marvel property, if you have not known that. Even Stan Lee makes a cameo in this. Very cool movie, good world building, some good stuff in here. Good cast and everything, really well done. Emotions and Baymax and the chemistry he has with all the crew members, I think is really cool and everything like that. And I wonder like why we never got a sequel to this. I know there's like a TV series that's like on Disney Plus, I believe, but like I don't know. I wish we got a sequel to this, like a proper sequel, because I think this could have spawned a great franchise, but it kind of feels forgotten in the past like decades since it came out. Then we have The Big Lebowski, of course. The Coen brothers, one of those filmmakers that like I like, but I've never truly loved. Like, I love a couple of their movies, but never on the level that, like, a lot of people have. And The Big Lebowski, I have not seen in a very long time, I will admit to that, but despite the fact there are some really good aspects, I love Judge Bridges as the dude, I love John Goodman, he's hilarious, just bullying Steve Buscemi throughout the entire runtime. and there's some like really fun aspects. I've always found it like a little too quirky and off the cuff for my taste. I don't know. There's just something about it that like always puts me at arm's distance, but I still think it's a very good movie, hence why I own it. And if you haven't seen it yet, I would recommend you check it out. Then we have The Big Sick, one of the best comedies that have come out in the past few years. I saw this in theaters with my grandma back when it came out a few years ago, and I love this movie. You basically have based on a true story of Kumail Nanjiani's actual relationship with his wife, played by a different actress, I believe, in here. But basically how the relationship, their romance kind of like strings between the two families. You got Kumail Nanjiani, his Muslim family that very much want him to date a woman of the same race, and basically having to cope with the fact that Kumail Nanjiani wants to love somebody else. And so really exploring true romance and true love in like in a very sweet way that's also very funny. I just found this film very, very enjoyable, and I definitely recommend you check it out if you haven't yet. Then you have Big Trouble in Little China. John Carpenter's weird delve into like Japanese-inspired action, kind of like his own little kung fu movie. It's an odd movie. John Carpenter's one of those filmmakers that, like, I love some of his movies, similar to Coen Brothers, but I never truly loved a lot of his films on the level that a lot of people have. And Big Trouble in Little China, fun movie, but it's so odd. Sorry, it's my dog barking if you can't hear it. But, like, it's so off the cuff and just so wild that, like, I can enjoy it overall, but there's just something about it that's always kind of off-putting for me, but can't take away from the legendary John Carpenter and Kurt Russell and all that type of stuff. And it's certainly interesting. More than anything else, it's certainly interesting. Then we get to, the big Bill and Ted trilogy. So we have this double pack of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and Bogus Journey, and then we have the third film in Face the Music. Really good trilogy of movies in my opinion. I love the Excellent Adventure. It's definitely the best of the three. Really fun little time travel aspect of Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter going back in time. These little almost stoner characters. You got George Carlin in there. Just exploring all these different aspects of time and like different eras and doing it for the History Project. It's just a lot of fun, really goofy comedy and just a little like staple of the 80s. Bogus Journey, I do think is the weakest of the three. It's not nearly as good because I think they just go way too weird with it. I do love William Sadler as Death, especially like the entire chess scene where it's like, best 2 out of 3, best 4 out of 5. I love scenes like that, but the film gets so weird in a lot of aspects that I feel like it loses touch with what made the first film so good. And props to Face the Music. I expected this film to be kind of shit, to be honest with you, because it was just so... It's been so long since the first two movies came out, and long way comedy sequels have a track record just being absolutely terrible. And, you got Keanu Reeves, he's been active since 1990, however long Bogus Journey came out. He's in John Wick, and he's been on so many other movies, but Alex Winter hadn't acted since Bogus Journey, I believe. He quit acting soon after that. And so you got a guy who hasn't acted in a very long time. You got a movie series that has been active in a very long time. And also this film was released during COVID. It was one of those movies that was meant to be theatrical and then was just dumped on the streaming. And credit where credit is due, it's a genuinely good movie that actually closes out the story in a very satisfying way. I was fearing that this film, especially with the introduction of Samara Weaving and the other girl as Bill and Ted's daughters, that they were just going to use this movie as a prop to set up other spin-offs and other movies. But credit where credit is due. They just focused on setting up the story. I really like Bill and Ted's Daughters. I felt like they ended up the story in a very good way, and in ways that very few sequels actually do. They just focus on ending the story instead of just setting up other movies. So I enjoyed these three movies overall, and I would definitely recommend you checking them out. Then we get to Billy Madison. Oh man, one of the movies that basically broke Adam Sandler into the spotlight past SNL, and for good reason. This is an awesome comedy. Love Adam Sandler in the lead role, just him having to go back in the school system to graduate in order and like not get kicked out of his father's house, I believe, or get his estate. And just awesome movie. A lot of good comedy, a lot of great jokes. Today, Junior. Oh man, I love this movie so much. Then we get to Birdman, or The Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance. Another great film from Alexander G. Inarritu. Wild movie. Basically got this one-shot aesthetic to it. We got Michael Keaton as like this washed-up actor that's basically starring in his play coming up, and you got a huge cast. You got Emma Stone, Naomi Watts, Edward Norton. I was thinking about American History X. But awesome movie, phenomenal production design, phenomenal acting, phenomenal camera work, phenomenal directing. Just awesome fucking movie. I don't need to say anything about it. You've probably already seen it. Then we get to Birds of Prey, and the long-ass title that I refuse to read. Birds of Prey is a fun movie. I had a lot of fun with it because, funny story, back when this came out like 3.5 years ago when I was working at my the movie theater job I had at the time, this is actually the first film I got to see at early screening. Essentially, like at my movie theater job, one of the perks that we get as employees is that we would be able to screen movies like the day before they would come out. So like say a movie like this comes out Thursday evening, we would get to screen it Wednesday at midnight to do the quality check on the movie. And so Birds of Prey was my very first movie theater experience in that time. I actually snuck out my parents' house the day that we were going to do this. And so it was a fun experience, like, you know, acting like a teenager, sneaking out, going with your coworkers in the middle of the night, eating popcorn that was like left over from the popcorn machine. I have a really fun experience with this movie. I have not seen it since that theater because I don't want to ruin that experience or taint it to a certain degree. But I had a lot of fun with it. I don't think this is nearly as bad as a lot of people made it out to be. Personally, I love the R rating to it. I love the Guy Ritchie aesthetic it has to it. I love Margot Robbie in the lead role. I will say it was misleading title like Birds of Prey. I feel like that it just should have been called the Harley Quinn movie. Hell, I think it was called Harley Quinn Birds of Prey at one point. Should have stuck with that. Because the Birds of Prey stuff feels very tacked on. I do like Ewan McGregor as Black Mask, but I feel like it was very wasted at the very end of the film. That I just feel like wasn't very satisfying. But as a whole, it's a fun comic book film and one that I just feel is very underrated. Then we get to the original Black Christmas, one of the best horror films of all time that not a whole lot of people talk about. This was remade twice. One came out in 2006 and one came out in 2019. Don't watch either version, those films are shit. This film is phenomenal. It's actually directed by Bob Clark, the same guy that directed A Christmas Story a decade later, which is actually hilarious. But this is an awesome movie. I just think it's so creepy and so tension-filled. You essentially have the setup where you have all these college girls staying at this house for the Christmas season, and essentially there's this guy in the attic called Billy who decides to keep calling their phone and harassing them, being like giving them like really vague messages and like, you know, whispering on the phone, and just slowly killing off one of these girls one by one. And it's just so effective and so creepy in a lot of aspects. The sound design alone is just so disturbing. Like the phone calls he gives to these women is so just unnerving and just so like deranged that just, it just unsettles you in a level that very few horror films have, in my opinion. Just the design, the Christmas music, the Christmas aesthetic just makes it all the more creepy and all the more isolated, in my opinion, and just turns all the lovable aspects of Christmas in ways that I think are very effective from a directing and editing standpoint. Acting's great across the board. You got like a young Margot Kidder in here, and just a very good movie that I don't think should be touched, especially after the terrible remakes we've gotten. This is one of those movies that I think, despite the fact that a lot of people will credit Halloween and Psycho for starting the slasher genre, you should also credit Black Christmas too, because it gets very underseen. Then we get to Black Klansman, Spike Lee's Black Klansman. Really well done story based on a true story where you have back in the 70s where you have John David Washington. It's basically like the secret culprit agent trying to uncover the KKK organization in their area. Very well done, great acting across the board. You got like Topher Grace, you get Driver, just a very well done storyline. I think it's very, especially how it ties into recent events at the time. I think it's very cool to like hold a reflection up and seeing like how little the world has changed since then. And yeah, it's just a very well done movie in my opinion. Then we get to Black Panther and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. Next MCU franchise we'll be covering. I enjoy both these movies in my opinion. I really enjoy the first Black Panther. Ryan Coogler, very good director. Love Fruitvale Station, love Creed. We'll talk about that one later on. And I love Chadwick Boseman as T'Challa. May he rest in peace. He was just phenomenal in the role, and the fact he didn't get to do much beyond this movie was just very unfortunate for him. And not only in his role, but also in his career, because he was just such a talented actor. Love the rest of the cast. Michael B. Jordan as Killmonger, one of the best MCU villains to this very day. Love the rest of the cast in here. You know, Denai Guerrera, Letitia Wright, and Lupita Nyong'o, Winston Duke. They're all great in these roles, in my opinion. Angela Bassett, especially in Wakanda Forever, is incredible, which I actually think is better than the first film, which might be a hot take, but for some reason, I've always found this film more effective. I haven't seen it since theaters, by the way. That might be a little jaded, might be recency bias, but I just really enjoy this movie. Definitely one of the best MCU films since Endgame, in my opinion, and one of the best films in Phase 4. And just really good. I love the introduction of Namor, although I wish his backstory was explored more. I think it was a very effective villain. Love the soundtrack, love the just genuine, just raw emotion of this, not only the character but also the cast to a certain degree, really mourning the loss of Chadwick Boseman, and that being a very key role throughout the entire runtime. I would say I would have preferred had they just recasted T'Challa instead of just killing off his character off and just leaving all of his potential to be left to be desired. But I do feel ultimately like I wasn't somebody who knew Chadwick Boseman personally, so it's easier for me to say let's just recast him versus the people who actually made the movies who had a connection with Chadwick Boseman. So I understood why they decided to not recast him, but I still think it's still a great movie regardless, and I think, you know, whatever they do with the Black Panther 3, I will still be on board, because I think these two films have just shown the world of Wakanda in a way that I think is very effective, and I think it's just very good for the MCU to have this flavor of the MCU. Then we have The Black Phone, Scott Derrickson's The Black Phone. Very fun horror film, came out last summer, or saw it in theaters, had a blast with it. It's really fun, very intention-filled. Just Scott Derrickson as a director, I think he works best whenever he has little, what's it called? He has like smaller circumstances. I think his Doctor Strange film, we'll talk about that later on, I think kind of like hindered a lot of his talents. I think as a filmmaker, he just does best when he works in very small, fragmented locations like this, and Exorcism with Emily Rose, and Sinister we'll talk about later on. He's just a great horror director, and I think Ethan Hawke as the Grabber is a very good villain. The dynamic he has with the little kid he kidnaps is very good, and the little kid and the sister are also very likable characters as well. I think the film is very effective, very tension-filled, very fun as well, but overall just a great horror film. Then we get to Black Swan, Darren Aronofsky's Black Swan. Odd-ass movie. It's weird. It's crazy. I love Dance Academy movies. Movies set in Dance Academies have always like really interested me, especially the ones that are very like tension-filled, like horror films, like Suspiria, or what's the other one I'm thinking of? But movies in that vein where it's like, you know, if you're at a Dance Academy, it's very competitive, it's very like tight-knit, and so you got like, you know, Natalie Portman like trying to fight for the role of the Black Swan. You have Mila Kunis, who like they have like a secret little relationship in there. Lots of weird imagery, lots of weird shit that happens, but I found it really enjoyable. Now, Aronofsky is a filmmaker that is very divisive, but I found him very captivating, at least with this movie. Then we have Black Widow, back to the MCU. A movie that, you know, it's just a movie that, like, I can't say anything new about it. Like, of course, it's a movie that was just 5 years too late. Why Marvel decided to not make this movie during the time that she was alive in the MCU, I'll never understand. And ultimately, for a movie that was meant to send off this character in a good note, ultimately just feels like a setup for Florence Pugh's character and the other Black Widow characters for Thunderbolts. It doesn't really feel like a genuine needed installment of the MCU, which has really played off Phase 4 and Phase 5 of the MCU so far, where like they just feel like they're just making footnotes like this, just to plague out the year and plague out more content. I just don't like that, because the MCU should not have to feel like homework, and the MCU shouldn't have to feel like you have to watch it, or just feels like, okay, well, you know, to get to Daredevil, we'll have to watch the Echo series, and we'll have to watch She-Hulk, and it's like, you just make the projects that you want to make. Stop trying to make all these footnotes that will just lessen the quality of the MCU as a whole. Still a good movie overall. I do like Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow as always. I like the action, I do like the direction. It's just like, there's so many aspects of this film that I just feel like are just way too silly. Taskmaster was just a horrible villain, which is very just undercut for what the potential that character could be. This overly CGI aspect, like the floating city in the sky, keep it as a spy, keep it like Winter Soldier. You don't have to like make everything the most world-ending shit of all time. And overall, it's just a movie that I just feel like has a lot left to be desired, and won't hold up the best going forward in the MCU. My dog cannot stop barking for no goddamn reason. I apologize. Next up, we continue with Marvel with the 2 Blade films. 2 out of the 3. I don't own Blade Trinity because that film is shit and I don't like it. But speaking of the first 2 Blade films, they're both awesome movies. Blade, sadly, doesn't really get the credit that it deserves. You know, the movie that really kind of kicked off the modern superhero craze that we still are in today. This, X-Men, and Spider-Man were really the key aspects that made the comic book genre pop back into the cultural zeitgeist, and I still think Blade holds it very well. There is some goofy CGI in there, there are some cheesy one-liners, but Wesley Snipes does a great job in the lead of Blade. He generally commits to the role. The martial arts is really well done. It's all in camera, which is impressive. Love the soundtrack. Just love the story. Love the characters. It's just a very, very fun movie. And Blade 2 continues that, in my opinion. Well, I don't think it's as good as the first film, which I think is kind of, I know is a hot take, because I know a lot of people prefer this one to the first film. Del Toro, his direction is really well done, in my opinion. I still love the aspects. The continued villains I think are scarier than the first film. The what's it called, the Reapers, the vampires that can like go into sunlight and like can actually like turn to monsters and kill vampires. Really cool villains. You got Norman Reedus in here. You got a really cool villain. You got Ron Perlman in here also. Just a lot of fun aspects that I think do really solidify just how awesome Wesley Snipes as Blade. And I don't know how the hell they're going to continue on with Blade in the MCU with Mahershala Ali if that film ever gets made, because it's been like, what, 4 years since he got announced as Blade, the only thing he's done is that one little cameo in Eternals off screen. So I don't know. Regardless how if that Blade film ever gets made, these two films will still stick around and they'll be awesome in my opinion. And then we get to Blade Runner, The Final Cut, and Blade Runner 2049. Two movies I do think are great, but they don't stick with me as much. I haven't seen either of these films since 2017 when Blade Runner 2049 came out. I've been meaning to rewatch these films for the longest time, but like, I don't know, I just haven't gotten around to watching them. I do remember really enjoying both of these movies, especially 2049, which I do think I kind of prefer because I love Denis Villeneuve. But they're awesome sci-fi movies for a reason. Ridley Scott did a great job with the first film, at least this version of the movie. And 2049, yeah, they're awesome sci-fi movies, very inspirational and very iconic for a reason. They're awesome movies that I need to rewatch. Then we have Blood Diamond, awesome movie. You know, DiCaprio, I think it's come out the same year as The Departed, and he's just a phenomenal actor. What can you say about him? You know, great in the lead. Desmond Hansu, you got Jennifer Connelly. I haven't seen this film in quite a while, but I do remember really enjoying this one. So yeah, check it out. Then we have Bloodline, a very underrated film that I wish more people talked about. Sean William Scott basically stars as kind of like a Dexter clone, if you will, where essentially he plays like the school counselor, where he basically, as a hobby, goes out and basically kills any abusive parents that he hears about via the kids that come to his office and talk about their issues. And it's a very well done, he's also an expecting father along the way. Like I said when we talked about with American Pie, I wish that Sean William Scott did more, was known for more than just Stifler, because he's a great actor outside this. Like the Goon movies, if you haven't seen Goon, is a really good comedy. I enjoyed him in the first Final Destination, and this film I think is probably his best performance even outside of Stifler. Just awesome role, really good in the horror role in my opinion. Some good gore in here, a really intriguing story, and I think you should watch it personally. Then we have Blue Valentine, a really cool little noir romance. You got Ryan Gosling and Michelle Williams as like this, you know, couple in love. You get some drama involved. I haven't seen this film a whole lot. Oh, sorry, I haven't seen this film in a very long time, so I don't remember a whole lot about it. But I do remember quite enjoying it, and you know, Academy Award nominee. So I mean, you know, there's something to it. But I own it for a reason. It's a very good movie, and I definitely recommend you check it out. Blue Velvet, David Lynch, the very first David Lynch film we talk about in this video. David Lynch, yeah, filmmaker. If you know him, you know him. Very, very unique filmmaker to say the least. And Blue Velvet, certainly a film that's not one for easy eyes, to say the least. You know, Dennis Hopper saying "mommy," yeah, that's a very odd thing to see. But still very enjoyable, very good acting across the board. You got Laura Dern in here in a very young role. Some really good soundtracks, some good cinematography, some great direction from David Lynch. It's just a movie that I need to rewatch again because it's like, there's so many aspects that are just so vague and so out there and it's just so strange and surreal that you can't just take it in one viewing, which I've only seen this film once, but definitely want to check it out more in the future. Just need to find the time for it. Then we have The Blues Brothers, of course, one of those iconic comedies of the 80s with Dan Aykroyd and the late, great John Belushi. It's an awesome comedy, very wild in a lot of aspects, you know, can you see the lights? But very fun little road trip movie, a lot of weird and wild aspects that you can't do in the 80s, like the whole giant police car chase, which is really wild. But I found it really enjoyable, a lot of fun, and yeah, I recommend you watch it. Then we have Boogie Nights, Paul Thomas Anderson's epic pornographic era of the, you know, exploring the porn industry and how it changed throughout the decades, setting in the 70s, back when, like, you know, porn was just on film reels and being shown in theaters, to how it was changed with VHS and how it's distributed. And it's very well done, really well done. Great cast. You got Burt Reynolds, you got Mark Wahlberg, you got Heather Graham, you got Philip Seymour Hoffman, you got who's the guy? Who was Will Ferrell, he's in Talladega Nights and Step Brothers, John C. Reilly. Just awesome cast, great soundtrack by the way. I love Paul Thomas Anderson, one of my favorite filmmakers of all time working today, and this film was no exception. It's probably my second favorite film of his to another movie, which we'll talk about later, but awesome movie, awesome movie. Then we get to The Book of Eli, awesome movie, like I said, Denzel, awesome as always. Cool little post-apocalyptic thriller. I like when those are done right. Some great casts in here, some really cool action. Just a really fun movie that I need to rewatch again because I really enjoyed it. Then we get to Booksmart. Of course, Olivia Wilde's big directorial debut that came out back in 2019, saw it in theaters back when it came out, and it's a really good movie. It's set right after high school graduation, right before high school graduation. We basically have this main girl who's struggling with her sexuality, you know, and you have, I think, Beanie Feldstein, who's like her best friend, and basically just kind of like exploring life and trying to figure themselves out right before they're about to, you know, move on to the next phase of their lives. Really good comedy, some really good dramatic stuff in here, some really good relationship drama, good character work. I found it really enjoyable, and you know, I wish Olivia Wilde made more movies like this, especially after Don't Worry Darling. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Then we have The Boondock Saints and Boondock Saints 2 All Saints Day. Really fun action films. I love Norman Reedus and Sean Patrick family as the brothers, Boondock Saints. Some really cool aspects. Love Willem Dafoe in the first film, and here to make the third one, so I'm down to see it because I do love the action, love the little like speech they give whenever they're about to assassinate somebody. It's just some really fun aspects that I think make these films, especially the first one, a lot of fun in my opinion. So I really enjoy both of them. Alright, so next up we have the Bourne Classified Collection. This contains all 5 films. Just to clarify that for those who know, this came out back when Jason Bourne was set to release in theaters, and so this didn't contain Jason Bourne, the 5th film at the time, but it did leave a slot for it, so I have retroactively added Jason Bourne to this collection because I hate whenever I have like a box set of like an entire franchise and there's like an extra like movie, like an extra straggler. I hate that, and there's a couple selections in this video that you'll see where it's like, it's just the OCD in me. But the Bourne franchise in and of itself, I like, but I never loved. I binged all these films back in 2016 when Jason Bourne came out. I did see Jason Bourne in theaters. And since then, I really haven't gone back to watch any of them. Like, well, I did see Bourne Identity, but I fell halfway asleep through. Sorry, I fell asleep halfway through it, and I haven't gone back to it. It's just the franchise as a whole. I feel like it's good, but it's never been great to me. Paul Greengrass, especially like his direction with the Bourne Supremacy and Ultimatum, I feel it's just way too quick cut and way too handheld and way too all over the place for me to like feel like I can appreciate them on the level that I want to. Matt Damon does a good job in Jason Bourne, but I never like loved the characters, not a whole lot of memorable aspects about the franchise that really stick with me. Good franchise, but I never loved it personally. I actually prefer if Jeremy Renner continued the franchise with Bourne Legacy, but no one really cared for that one. Ugh. Sorry, Blu-rays got stuck together. Next up we have Richard Linklater's Boyhood. Like to talk about with that, the Before trilogy. I love it. His style of filmmaking being very grounded, very human, just very focused on character work, and just the ambitious nature of how this film was shot over the course of 12 years, documenting the life of this main boy, played Eller Coltrane. Just really good work overall, some great acting here, some great emotions, just showing life just evolved over the course of 12 years and just showing how many fads and how many just things were changed and how life was just changed over the course of 12 years. I think is very unique and very interesting in my opinion. So a film that I probably won't watch ever again, which is kind of weird saying why I own it on Blu-ray, but it's a great film, sincerely. Then we have Boys in the Hood. Was it Ice Cube? No, John Singleton, late great John Singleton directed this movie. Ice Cube's kind of big break into the acting industry. Of course, you got Cuba Gooding Jr. I apologize, I can't speak. You know, some great actors in here, some great stuff. Just Lawrence Fishburne as what's the character's name? Lucius Rufus. I apologize. Furious. Yeah, there we go. Some great aspects in this film, some great acting, good drama, good, you know, well, as far as like the early 90s gangster films, it's probably like the crown jewel, the, you know, golden standard when it comes to these type of movies, and for good reason, it's a great movie. Next up, we have Braveheart, of course, one of those classic, huge-scale war films of the late 90s that Mel Gibson's kind of known for that still holds up very well. Just a very well-done movie, great acting, great just cinematography, just great landscape, and just epic battle scenes that just are just so... It's a movie that's meant to be seen on the big screen, and one of those movies that was meant to be huge, and for good reason. It's a great movie, and I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it yet. Next up we have Brazil. Terry Gilliam's Brazil, a wild-ass movie. Of course, I can talk about with 12 Monkeys. He's just known for making wild, bizarre concepts into this, set in like a future where it's like, got people like in these, you know, machine homes and everything. They got Robert De Niro, who I love, in the mechanic role. He's like the handyman at the hotel that the main character lives at. And yeah, it's a very wild movie. Like this guy that fantasizes about like being like an angel and it's a whole lot more than just that. It's yeah, definitely recommend it. Sincerely, it's awesome. Just going blind. Next up, we have The Breakfast Club, of course, one of those classic films that everybody knows, even if you aren't into movies. John Hughes, one of the iconic filmmakers of the 80s, made so many classic teen films, and this is probably the best well-known out of his entire filmography. Just very simple story. So over the course of the afternoon, we got five, rambunctious teenagers that get sent to detention on a Saturday and just kind of discuss about life and just kind of get into wacky antics. Just a great film that, even though it's very 80s, still feels very timeless in a lot of aspects, and yeah, I love it. It's great. Next up, we have Paul Feig's Bridesmaids. Of course, a lot more in his filmography, more than a simple favorite like to talk about with earlier. Great cast. Of course, a lot of these people got huge because of this movie. You got Kristen Wiig, Maya Rudolph, Rose Byrne, Melissa McCarthy, just a lot of awesome stuff. And this is definitely one of his best comedies, in my opinion. Just, again, like I talked about with, I can't speak. Like I talked about with Bad Moms, the mixture of raunchy flavorness along with the humor and also some good heart in there makes it a film that I just really enjoyed it, and I think it's really fun, even if you aren't, into comedies like this. Then we have Brokeback Mountain, of course, Ang Lee's Brokeback Mountain, really good drama about these two gay cowboys that can't love each other because of the time they're in, set in like the 70s, I believe, and it's just a really good drama. Ang Lee just knows how to handle character work very well, when he's not like on a big studio set like with the Hulk movie he made, and just Heath Ledger, rest in peace, he was such a phenomenal actor, and I wish he was still here because he could have given so much more to the world than just this and The Joker. And other movies he's been great in, like 10 Things I Hate About You, but like his career is cut short in a very tragic way. Jake Gyllenhaal, he's great as always, and just the romance between these two and the way that they decide to handle it is just very powerful in ways that I think very few romance movies do, and it's great. Then we have Bruce Almighty, one of the last great Jim Carrey comedies that's been released, and it's an awesome movie. Essentially, you have Bruce Almighty that like doesn't really believe in God, or like thinks that his life is shit, so he just kind of like Morgan Freeman kind of gives him a lesson. Who plays God? He's like, okay, you can become God, you can play God for a while, and just the wacky antics he gets into are just really funny, and it's just a really good comedy. Really enjoy everything about this movie, and it's just I have a good time with it. Next up, we have Bumblebee, of course, the Transformers spin-off that surprisingly did a lot better than I expected it to be. It's probably my favorite Transformers film of the entire franchise. I'm not really a big fan of Transformers. I've seen all of them apart from the most recent one, Rise of the Beast, because I had no interest in seeing it. But I didn't grow up with Transformers, didn't really see any films until The Last Knight came out, and I really haven't been a fan of any of them, minus the first film, which we'll talk about later on. But as in terms of this film, them shying away from a lot of the aspects that made the other Transformers films so terrible. They just focus on this grand story. It's set in the 80s or early 90s. I can't remember which one. I think it's set in 1985. You got Bumblebee, of course, one of the more likable Transformers out there. Him growing his relationship with Haley Steinfeld, and just their bond being the the bedrock of the film, I think works to the film's favor in a lot of different ways. There's some good action here, some good heart. It's not a great film, but one that has a lot of heart, and I wouldn't mind seeing a sequel to this in the future. Or at least those characters. Then we have Buried, starring Ryan Reynolds, a film that people know, but not a lot of people talk about. Ryan Reynolds, while he certainly is known for comedies, and I love him as Deadpool and a lot of other movies where he has a lot of fun, he could be a great dramatic actor. Like, he was really good in the Amityville Horror remake, and a couple other films that we'll probably talk about later on, but this is probably his best performance, like, legitimately outside of Deadpool, where essentially he plays like this truck worker in like Afghanistan or some third world country in the Middle East, where basically he gets kidnapped one day and the entire film is set where he wakes up in this coffin and he's buried alive and essentially has to find his way out before the dirt gets to him, and he basically suffocates to death. And very well done, very limited movie. For a film that's just shot literally in this box essentially, and you have Ryan Reynolds just going crazy, like him on the phone with like this 911 operator, or like some sort of like affairs type person, and like the relationship that they bond over, and like just the intensity of everything is really well done. Not a very rewatchable movie, but one that I think is very powerful in ways that very few films actually do, in my opinion. Then we have Burn After Reading. Coen Brothers, once again, I don't love this movie, but I think it's very fun. A lot of fun aspects, very kooky, very all over the place. Some memorable aspects, especially how Brad Pitt's character plays to the story. But, Frances McDormand, she's great. Love George Clooney, love Tilda Swinton, love John Malkovich. Just great cast, some really fun aspects of this film, and just one that is a good time. It's a good time in the movies, which I really do enjoy. Then we have The Butterfly Effect, a very interesting little time travel concept. Ashton Kutcher, like with Ryan Reynolds, he's known for comedy, but I do think he does work in dramatic roles whenever he's allowed to. And this is probably his best example, at least in my opinion, of his career that I've seen. You essentially have him as a guy that is kind of down on his luck, and he finds his old childhood notepad of memories that he kind of lost over the years, and by reading his old notebook or his own little diary, he actually is able to go back in time and change shit. And because of that, things go off the rails really quickly. Really well done, some really good drama in here, some good thrillers, some good plot twists, and overall just a very paranoia thriller that I love it for how it handles time travel in ways that are just really, really inventive and very intriguing in my opinion. Alright, now we jump to the C's with The Cabin in the Woods. Like I talked about with Bad Times at the El Royale, I love Drew Goddard as a director, and I wish he did more movies because this is another great example of his directing. And although Joss Whedon doesn't get a whole lot of credit nowadays because of his controversies, he is great in the script in my opinion. And you essentially have this story where you have kind of Evil Dead style. You have a bunch of teenagers or college students who basically rent out this cabin, go for a weekend just to have sex and drink and everything. And they quickly realize that there are more people out there than just them, and that's all I will say. Awesome movie. If you're a horror fan, you will dig this film. If you haven't already seen it yet, lots of surprises. That's all I will say. Awesome movie. Awesome movie. Then we have Caddyshack. Of course, another iconic comedy of the 80s. I bought this at Best Buy for like $2 a couple days ago, or sorry, a couple months ago, and that's why I own it. It's a good comedy. I do like it, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do, just because I didn't grow up in the era where this came out, and I've seen a lot of other comedies, and so I'm like, my humor taste is definitely not on the level of this movie, but it's still a good comedy. Some good stuff in here. You know, Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, Rodney Dangerfield, may he rest in peace. Very good comedy for what it is at the time, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do. Then we have, the Candyman original and the requel. Helen, be my victim. Really good original film. I love this movie. Really good performance by Tony Todd as Candyman. I think he's always been one of those underrated horror icons that not a whole lot of people really recognize or talk about. And that's because like he's not really utilized that well in this franchise. Like he's very prevalent in the first film, but the sequels that I don't own, he's very, very minimal in the movie. And even in the requel, he's only in there for like one line, which is very disappointing. But the requel as is still a very good movie. You need the Casa director who's directing the Marvels coming up, and she does a really good job directing it. I do think that the storyline, how it continues off the first film, is really, really well done. The score is great, some really good kills, even though it's not really shown a whole lot. Some good tension fueled, and how Yahya Abdul-Mateen becomes the new Candyman, the new Legend of Caprini Green, I think is very inventive in ways, and I find both these films really enjoyable, and I'm kind of shocked we haven't gotten any sort of like word on whether we're gonna get a Candyman sequel or not, at least to the requel. But I enjoy both of them, and definitely as a two-pack, they do make one of the better horror icons of recent memory, in my opinion. Then we get to, the Captain America trilogy. So we have Captain America First Avenger, Winter Soldier, and Civil War. One of the best MCU franchises of the entire MCU, in my opinion, for a good reason. Chris Evans is Captain America to me, and all these movies are just so incredible. You know, he is Steve Rogers, I would say. I do like Anthony Mackie as Captain America, but you know, the First Avenger, while I don't love it, it's certainly a really cool piece, throwback to like the 40s era, the World War II era, and replicates that like good timey feel that Joe Johnston brings to like other movies like The Rocketeer very, very well. And just the origin story of how Captain America Steve Rogers become Captain America, I think is very captivating. It's just one of the best stories of the entire MCU, how it trucks from this to Endgame. Winter Soldier, probably my second favorite film of the MCU behind Infinity War. Love this movie. Was so much better than I expected it to be. So much more intense, thrilling, unique, ballsy. The twist with S.H.I.E.L.D. and everything was just so unexpected. I really enjoyed the movie, and I just still find one of the best movies to this very day. The introduction of the Russo brothers, who sadly really haven't done a whole lot outside of the MCU, really that has been really noteworthy in my opinion, but I still do love their movies in the MCU with these two Captain America films and the Infinity War Endgame, which I forgot to mention. And Civil War, just a really cool like light Avengers film, how it still is able to tie up a bunch of aspects from the previous Avengers films and stuff like that, but still make it Captain America focused, which I really liked. The tension is very good, the interaction of Spider-Man and Black Panther are both really good, and just, I don't know, I just really enjoyed all three of these films, and excited to see how Anthony Mackie takes up the Captain America role, in my opinion. Then we get to Captain Marvel, of course, one of the most divisive films in the entire MCU, one of the most, I would say, least appreciated films in the entire MCU. And I understand why, you know, I don't hate Brie Larson. I'm not one of those people that like think she should get hit by a car or something like that a lot of people would like to see on the internet. You know, she's a great actress, and we'll talk about a lot of films in her filmography on this in this video that merit her being an Oscar-winning actress and stuff like that. But her role as Carol Danvers so far in the MCU has been very shallow, to say the least. I don't think it's her fault, because even in films like Fast X, where she's barely in it, she can be very charismatic as she wants to be. As Carol Danvers, she's just very one note and very stale, and that's because the writing is just very the lack of writing, honestly, because this film does a gigantic mistake of deciding to make her like a Jason Bourne type character, where they decide to give her the amnesia treatment, and so all the interesting aspects that make her character interesting are just washed away and just give it in very brief flashbacks. And so by proxy, it makes the character all the less memorable or interesting, because you're just as confused and disillusioned as the character that we're in or following. There's some cool aspects, you know, like I love the DA's Samuel L. Jackson, love Talos and how that relationship continues into Secret Invasion and stuff like that. But I've never loved this character, and since she's only been in cameos since this movie, like with Endgame and Shang-Chi and Miss Marvel, I sincerely hope with the Marvels coming up that they just make her character likable and make her character interesting, because I want to love Captain Marvel, but with how much hype Kevin Feige and company at Marvel have been giving about how she's the most powerful character in the MCU and stuff like that, make her character something interesting. So the Marvels, I have hope that they'll do something different with her character than just her being the powerful lady, but we'll see what happens. Next up we have Captain Phillips, I Am the Captain Now. Cool little biopic. You essentially have Tom Hanks, whose ship gets overtaken by pirates, and a really cool movie. You got some really cool dynamics between the main pirate and Tom Hanks. Some cool like action sequences. Again, very set on one location, and is very tension fueled in my opinion. So I find it very good movie. Next up we have Captain Underpants, the first epic movie. Not a very noteworthy film in DreamWorks' history, or a very noteworthy animated film. I mean, most of you people probably forgot about this film as soon as it came out, like, what is it, 2017? But as someone who grew up with reading the Captain Underpants books, you know, I read basically that entire series up until, like, end of elementary school, and that series, along with, like, Diary of a Wimpy Kid and Middle School, the worst years of my life, those were book series that I generally loved growing up reading, because, you know, I never like liked reading books in school. They always felt boring to me, because like I never liked reading just text, and so the visual aspects of Captain Underpants, like the comic book aesthetic, always drew me to it. And so when I heard it was getting a full feature movie, I was like, cool, that's interesting. And so watching the film in theaters, I enjoyed it. You know, I do like Ed Helms as the role of Captain Underpants. I like the two kids. A lot of bringing like Professor Poopy Pants and like the classic villains I found were really fun, and I kind of wish we got more of these movies. It's sad to say that this franchise never really took off, because this film did pretty average in the box office, but I still enjoy it. I still have fun with it. It'll always hold a special place in my heart. Next up we have Carlito's Way. You know, remember me? I'm Benny Blanc from the Bronx. Damn good movie, really underrated. You know, Al Pacino is known for a lot of crime gangster films like The Godfather and Scarface, but this is definitely one of his most underrated films. I remember hearing about this film from a manager at my movie theater job way back when, and so I decided to watch it, and as soon as I watched it, I saw it in 4K at Best Buy for a cheap price, and I bought it, and I don't regret it, because I love this movie. Awesome gangster stuff, awesome acting, just really good story, and you know, for such a saturated genre, this film is so unique in a lot of different ways that I really enjoy it. Next up we have this Carrie 2-pack. We have the original film from 1976 and the 2013 remake with Chloe Grace Moretz. Carrie, the original film with Brian De Palma, the very first Stephen King adaptation being brought to the big screen, I really enjoy it. There are some goofy aspects to it that definitely date it, but I still find it very effective. I like Sissy Spacek in the role of Carrie, and I found it very effective in a lot of different ways. And the Chloe Grace Moretz version isn't bad. It's certainly not the worst version of Carrie like the other two movies that I don't own for good reasons, but I feel like they just used, first off, I feel like they just didn't get the casting right with Chloe Grace Moretz, because it's not like she isn't good in the movie, it's just that it's hard for her to be convincing as like this outcast when like she's very pretty. And also the fact that she just basically just turned into Jean Grey, especially regarding the prom scene where they just turned into like an X-Men movie. It's just very frustrating with how much CGI they use, and it just takes away a lot of the aspects that made the De Palma movie so effective in my opinion. It's still a decent flick, but it's not on the level of the original film in my opinion. Then we have Cars, of course. There are two types of people in this world. People that love Cars and grew up with it, or people that think it's like the worst thing on earth. And the beginning of the downfall of Pixar. And I can understand both aspects, you know. I grew up with Cars, you know. I grew up with it. I was the target audience when this film came out. And I can't take away from the fact that I do enjoy this movie. It's certainly not great. It's certainly definitely one of the weaker films back when Pixar was on their hot streak from Toy Story to Toy Story 3. But I have fun with it. I don't know, there's just something about it that I just always will feel nostalgia for, and I can't take it away from it. You know, I'm not going to argue that it's not Pixar's best work, and it definitely feels more like it was just meant to be sold for toys, or a film that was meant to sell toys versus being an original idea that was just meant to be a great movie. But I can't take away from the fact that I still really enjoy it. Then we have Casino by Martin Scorsese, good old Scorsese. His follow-up to Goodfellas, at least in terms of like his crime gangster saga, if you will. And it's an awesome movie, you know. It's nowhere near as good as Goodfellas, but I still love this movie. Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone, Joe Pesci. Whenever he gets killed, it's very, very wild. But awesome film. What can I say about it? It's epic, it's ballsy, it's all over the place, but I really enjoy it. And then we have Castaway, Wilson. Really good movie by Robert Zemeckis. Did get it right this time. I confused this with Big for some reason, but Tom Hanks, great actor as always. Really good story. It's one of those films that everyone knows about, so I don't really have much to say on it. It's a great movie. Great movie. What can you say? Then we have Central Intelligence. Saw this back in theaters in 2016, have not seen it since, but I do remember really enjoying it. You know, it's a decent comedy. The Rock and Kevin Hart, they always have good chemistry with one another. One of those duos that do really well for a good reason. They sell a lot of products for a good reason. They're really fun. You know, the little, like, kind of like the Danny DeVito, Arnold Schwarzenegger effect, where it's like they're both really different in size, they're both different comedians, and so they do really well. I don't remember a whole lot about this film other than like Aaron Paul randomly shows up in the end as like a villain, but I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was fun. Then we have this 3-pack of Kevin Smith movies, Chasing Amy, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, and the first Clerks movie. Very weird order they decided to put this Blu-ray pack in, but otherwise, yeah. So Kevin Smith, he's one of those filmmakers that before COVID, I had not seen any of his films besides, I believe, Tusk. And so during COVID, when no movies were coming out, or at least no new movies were coming out other than like Netflix schlock, I decided to like watch a bunch of movies that I wanted to get off my watch list, and I decided to binge all of Kevin Smith's movies. And so his first 5 films, in my opinion, I think are his golden era, from the first Clerks to Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Everything else after that is kind of mediocre in my opinion. But I do really enjoy these 3 movies. Chasing Amy, really good drama comedy about like exploring sexuality and relationships and stuff like that. I think is really good. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, really funny comedy. I love Jay and Silent Bob. They're great characters. They're really fun to be around. And Clerks, cool little like early, you know, off the cuff, little directing with Kevin Smith. Very low budget, very thrown together, but in ways that just make it very, very engaging and just very kind of. It just has an aspect to it that just makes it so charming that I really quite enjoy. So I recommend all 3 of these movies. They're really good. And then we have Chef, one of those feel-good films that I just love. Definitely Jon Favreau's best movie in my opinion. You essentially have Jon Favreau, who is this chef in this high-end restaurant that basically isn't fulfilled with his life. It's just his career just feels like he's stagnating. He doesn't really feel he's going anywhere. So he decides to quit his 5-star restaurant job and start a food truck business with his family, reconnect with his son, and it's just a really, really good movie. Really heartfelt, a lot of great aspects. Great cast, by the way, just a huge cast. Really fun, really good comedy in here. You got John Leguizamo, you got Sofia Vergara, you got Robert Downey Jr., Bobby Cannavale. Just a great cast. I love this movie. It's just a feel-good movie, you know? Speaking of feel-good films, let's talk about Children of Men. Psych. One of my favorite post-apocalyptic, like, you know, war-torn films. You essentially have this concept where you have this world that's set where people aren't being born, and so like for the past 18 or so years, humanity has not been able to procreate any humans. So humanity is literally dying off as a result because no new humans are being born. until Clive Owen is sent on a mission by Michael Caine to essentially send this like 16-year-old or 18-year-old girl that is pregnant, like the first pregnant woman that's been documented since like, you know, ever since people stopped procreating. And so basically he goes on this road trip with Julianne Moore to try to save this pregnant woman's life from being, you know, taken advantage of by other people. And it's a very good movie, very good drama, some good action here, some good thrills. Really, really cool movie that I really, really enjoy. Next up, we have the original Children of the Corn, the film that started one of the worst horror franchises of all time. This series sucks. I don't know why they made 12 of these fucking things, and I've seen most of them besides the most recent one that came out this year. But I do like this film, though. I do like the original Children of the Corn film on the Arrow release, one of the very few Arrow Blu-rays that I do own. I do love the roles of Isaac and Malachi. I think they work as a very good duo. Linda Hamilton is in this before she joined Sarah Connor in Terminator, and she became known for that. Some good, some cool like aspects, like the whole aspect of like children going insane is like Nebraska town and killing off all the parents because of a corn god. Interesting enough, and they do explore it decently well, but it definitely is dated in a lot of aspects, and I do think if a proper remake is required, but I think in a way that isn't shitty and isn't super low budget, which this series is known for, but this original film still has a lot of charm to it that I think makes it engaging enough to where I would recommend it. Next up we have the original Child's Play. Of course, this kicked off another horror franchise a lot better than Children of the Corn, but definitely has a lot of bad aspects. I only own this first film because I've been wanting to get some of the sequels for a while, but I've never found them on the wild. I've only found them on eBay and stuff like that, and I don't really buy a whole lot of Blu-rays off of online websites. But this first Child's Play movie, I really enjoy it. You know, Brad Dourif as Chucky is just synonymous with him. He's phenomenal in the role. I love Andy Barclay, love his mom. Chris Sarandon's in here. Just a lot of cool aspects. Bert's one of the best horror icons of all time. And sort of a franchise I think is pretty good. You know, I'm one of those people that thinks I kind of like the films up to the Bride of Chucky, and then after that, the series kind of goes off the rails to me. The only franchise part of the series I enjoy is the first season of the TV series that has come out. I have not seen the second season of the series because I haven't heard good things, and I don't really care to see the third season until it gets better. But as far as this film, I love it and will always love it, no matter how many sequels they make. Next up, we have John Carpenter's Christine, the movie that he literally took a paycheck for because The Thing didn't do well for his career, which is really interesting looking at it today that The Thing was a flop. But we'll talk about that when we get to The Thing. Christine. Awesome Stephen King adaptation, really cool aspects, really cool story. Essentially you have like this boy, Arnie Cunningham, that is this boy that becomes obsessed with like this old 50s greaser car and becomes literally a greaser as a result, like straight out The Outsiders and shit like that. Great score by John Carpenter, some really good kills, some good atmosphere and tension, and just a movie that I think is just a really cool, simple story by Stephen King that is very effective in ways that just collaboration with John Carpenter makes a really cool movie in my opinion. Then we have Christmas Vacation. Again, another go-to Christmas film I have to watch every single December. Love this movie. It's awesome, great comedy. Chevy Chase, no matter what you think of him, I think he's a great comedian, at least in this movie, as Clark Griswold. And the Fred Kitchen franchise, it really isn't that good in my opinion outside the original film and this. There's so many aspects of this film that I love, so many iconic scenes, you know, the iconic jellyfish trading card scene, or the turkey scene, or the opening scene when they go out into the woods, or the chainsaw and the neighbors. Just so many aspects of this film that I just absolutely love. The Christmas lights, I love this movie. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. Then we have Chronicle by Josh Trank. One of those filmmakers that I wish did better. Like, it really sucks that after this film, his career just kind of went nosedived. Like, he made that awful Fantastic Four film, and then he made that terrible Al Capone movie with Tom Hardy where he just shits the bed for like 90 minutes. He had really good potential with this movie. Really cool found footage movie where you essentially have Dane DeHaan, Michael B. Jordan, and another guy where essentially like they're, Michael B. Jordan and his cousin are two friends. Dane DeHaan is this kid's cousin that they aren't really close with, but they go to a party. They find like this random hole in the middle of in the woods, and they go into it, they find these crystals, and next day they wake up with superpowers, and they decide to start using them, and for good and bad reasons. And it's a very captivating, some good character work, some great stuff that happens in this film, very engaging, very tension-filled, and one of the more unique superhero films that have come out in the past decade plus or so, and definitely one of the better found footage films that I wish was spawned a franchise. Again, another film that has a sequel in the works that's been in development hell for decades, but I wish was done more because I love this movie, and I wish there was more done more of this concept, personally. Alright, so next up we have a whole ass element right here. So Citizen Kane. One of the most celebrated films of all time, of course, Orson Welles' masterpiece. A film that I've seen it once. I actually wasn't planning on getting this, but a friend of mine was selling off his Criterion stuff, and I got this for like a pretty cheap price, more than most Criterion stuff would be worth. And I got it primarily because like it's one of those movies that is celebrated. You know, like if you're a film fan, it feels like you have to watch Citizen Kane at least once in your life. It's probably like the first thing they show at film school. And it's a good movie, you know, like there's some classic stuff in there like Rosebud and like the scene whenever like they're doing like the table and the married couple and like they're splitting apart and shit like that. There's some stuff in this movie that definitely does stick out to me personally, but I've never found it to be super captivating or like one of the best films of all time. Maybe because like it gets shut off in the hills, so like the best, like most, what's it called? Like most influential films of all time. And to me, like I could definitely see that for the time, but at least to me, I just don't get much out of it compared to other movies I've seen in my life personally. So once again, a classic that I do respect more than I enjoy, at least in my opinion. Ooh, but a film that I do really enjoy, Gaspar Noé's Climax, the very first movie from his filmography that you'll see in this video, because Gaspar Noé is probably my favorite foreign filmmaker of all time. I absolutely adore his work. Every single film I've seen from him has been very much a life-changing experience for me personally. I don't say that often about films or filmmakers, but Gaspar Noé is just such a powerful, bold filmmaker, and Climax is no exception to this. It was his most recent movie up until Vortex came out last year, I believe. This is actually the very first film of his I actually watched it around 3 years ago. And yeah, it was a wild-ass experience. If you don't know what this film's about, it's set in the late 90s, and it's set in this dance academy in France, I believe. And essentially you have, Sophia Buttel's the only name actress you'll probably recognize from the cast. Her and like 20 odd people are these dancers that do this recital at this venue, and they decide to celebrate, do a party, and then they realize that someone spiked their punch with, I believe, DMT, and shit goes off the rails, and that's all I will say. This is a bold movie, crazy shit happens, very, very, if you know Gaspar Noé, you know he's very just blunt with his imagery, and it's a lot to take in if you can't handle it, but I think if you can, it's a masterpiece, so I highly recommend it. Alright. Now we got a couple of films that are a lot more easier to stomach, and that's the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs movies. We got part 1 and part 2. This is probably the oldest Blu-ray I own in this entire collection. I think I got, like, my mom got this like back when the movie came out. And then part 2 got this a couple years back. I grew up with the first Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I read the book growing up, and you know, I do really enjoy the film adaptation. Very goofy, you know, storyline. You know, this little, you know, wannabe inventor invents like this machine that can create food from the sky, and shit goes wild. You know, some classic stuff. You got Flintlock Wood and shit like that. It's a fun kids movie. And the sequel, I didn't watch for the longest time up until I believe COVID, where I wanted to catch up on all the sequels that I missed for franchises. And watch this is a pretty solid follow-up, honestly. Don't really remember a whole lot about it other than like the town that was established in the first one was now like an entire island by the machine or whatever that creates like humanoid foods. It's odd, but I still think it's a good follow-up. So I would recommend both of them if you have kids or families or anything like that. They're solid entertainments. Solid entertainments. We got another duology. We got Cloverfield and 10 Cloverfield Lane. Both damn good films for completely different reasons. The original Cloverfield, directed by Matt Reeves, Cole had a whole viral marketing campaign, which I still think is probably one of the best viral campaigns up there with like the Blair Witch Project, where it was just so cryptic and so odd that made people want to check out this film. And it's a very good found footage movie. Definitely one of the better ones out there. Not a great film in my opinion, but still a lot of merit to be had there. And then 10 Cloverfield Lane, just as cryptic, if not even more cryptic than the original Cloverfield. Of course, it's infamously known that this was originally like a script called The Bunker that was reworked and reshot in order to fit into the Cloverfield franchise somewhat. There's still a lot of plot holes that don't really make sense within the Cloverfield franchise, but as its own standalone thing, it's still a great movie. I actually think it's better than the first Cloverfield movie. I remember seeing this in theaters with my dad, and it was just a wild experience. John Goodman, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, John Gallagher Jr., they're basically the three leads in the movie set where like they're all trapped in this bunker John Goodman made because a virus breaks out and pollutes the atmosphere and shit goes crazy. and paranoia ensues. It's a wild ride, but I really enjoyed this movie, and it really does suck that the Cloverfield paradox sucked as bad as it did, because it basically killed the entire momentum for this franchise. You know, Overlord, which we'll talk about later on, was meant to be the 4th Cloverfield movie, and then that didn't happen. And I think they are currently working on an actual Cloverfield 4, but we'll see if that actually comes to fruition, or it might drop tomorrow like they did with Cloverfield Paradox. We'll see what happens. But regardless, I still enjoyed both these movies, and I highly recommend both of them. Next up, we have Pixar's Coco, one of the jewels and probably one of the standouts of the 2010s for Pixar, one of the very few original films they made in that time period when they were just making sequels left and right. And it's a very good movie. Saw it in theaters with some friends of mine, and I really enjoyed it. So good music, some really good imagery, really good story, where you got, you know, a young boy meeting up with this guy, his uncle from like the afterlife and stuff like that. Very well done in my opinion, very beautifully made, just from, it's Pixar, so you expect some really good stuff. It does have some cliches in there like the twist villain and everything, but I still really enjoy it, so I highly recommend it. Then we have Collateral, Michael Mann's Collateral, starring Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. Got us at like, what was it? Big Lots for like $5 or $3 like not too long ago. I just picked it up because it's a good movie, really cool movie. It's interesting seeing Tom Cruise play a villain. Basically revolves around Tom Cruise as this assassin. It basically the entire movie set in one night, which I love movies that are set over the course of like a very short period of time like that. And you got Jamie Foxx as like this cab driver that basically is held hostage by Tom Cruise to drive him throughout LA, and as he does all of his hits throughout the night. And it's a very good movie, really well done. Some good action in here, some good thrills. I don't love them the level that a lot of people do, but I still quite enjoy it. Now it's to own it on Blu-ray. Ooh, then we have another great duology. We have The Collector and The Collection. Both awesome movies that I had no idea about, especially being a horror fan. I was kind of shocked how little I knew about these movies, but a YouTuber that I really enjoy, Cody Leach, reviewed these movies a while back, and I decided to watch both of them because I heard really good things about it, and I enjoy both of them sincerely. The first Collector is a really cool movie. It was made in the late 2000s, around the time that Saw was super prevalent. It has a lot of the same influence and style as the Saw movies, but I think it's actually better than a lot of the Saw sequels. Probably even better than the first Saw, to be honest with you. Essentially revolves around this, this thief Arkin that needs to score some money in order to save his family from like a debt collector of sorts. And so he breaks into this rich family's house, and then he realizes that another man's there, the man on the cover with the leather mask. The collector basically is there and setting up traps for this family, and basically he has to fight off this collector in order to save this little girl that's in his house and save some life. And it's a very intense thriller, some really good kills, some really bloody action, but really intense and a lot of fun. And then The Collection picks up very soon after. They're basically like a dual feature like Halloween and Halloween 2, where you have, well, I won't say much about it because I don't want to spoil the ending of the first film, but it's a very good movie. And sadly, there was meant to be a third film called The Collective that was going to wrap up this story. And it was actually written and actually started shooting, I think, back in 2020. And then after like 8 days worth of shooting, the production was shut down due to COVID. And then the producers just stopped funding the project. And so since then, there's been no movement on the Collected, which is the third film. And we don't know if we'll ever get it, which kind of sucks because it's been over a decade since The Collection came out. And although you can still watch both these films and still have a satisfying conclusion, I would like to see at least one more film from this franchise because it's a very underrated series and not a whole lot of people talk about. And do yourself a favor and check out both these films if you're a horror fan. I'm about to drop them. Next up, we have Color Out of Space. This is a movie that I bought on Blu-ray as a blind buy from Target because I saw the cover. I was like, oh, Nicolas Cage, kind of like sci-fi horror stuff. And it took me years to actually watch this and another film of his we'll talk about later on. And I watched it not too long ago, probably like, probably like a couple years ago. And it's definitely a weird-ass movie. It's based on a H.P. Lovecraft story where essentially you have this meteor that crashes down on Nicolas Cage's family's home, and shit goes wild, that's all I'll say. But it's, yeah, very bizarre, very cerebral, very strange. But overall, if you can dig this type of stuff, if you know what I'm talking about, I would recommend it. But it's definitely a niche movie, to say the least. Then we have Coming to America. Oh my god, yeah, one of Eddie Murphy's jewels in his crown when it comes to his comedy streak in films. Just at the top of his game, hilarious, some great comedy in here, just a lot of fun aspects. I love this movie. It's so great. It sucks that the sequel was terrible, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't take away from the legacy of how great this first film is. And if you haven't seen it, pleasure yourself. It's great. Then we have Con Air, another Nicolas Cage movie, but this one's a lot more well-known and a lot more liked, I would say. Con Air, very goofy late 90s action, Nicolas Cage era, where you had like The Rock and you had Face Off and you had stuff like this, where he was just really hamming it up for the screen. You essentially have Nicolas Cage who's like wrongly convicted for a murder that happens, and so he's basically sent to prison for a handful of years, and basically he's taken he's taken to like this plane to like drive him to a different prison, and then the prison's taken over by John Malkovich and crew. And it's it's a lot of fun, very goofy, over the top. Put the bunny back in the Put the bunny back in the box. It's over the top, it's silly. Who directed this? Simon West. So yeah, it's a goofy ass experience, but I think if you dig late 90s action films, that you'll definitely get a kick out of this if you haven't already seen it. Ooh, next up we have the Conjuring Trilogy Collection. This contains all 3 of the mainline Conjuring films, none of the spin-offs, because I don't really like any of the spin-off Conjuring films besides Annabelle Creation. Nun 2 actually is recording this, is set to drop in a few days, so we'll see the ass of this streak. But as in terms of the actual Conjuring films, I really enjoy it. The first Conjuring I saw really young, at least to me. I saw around 10, 11 years old. It was probably like the first R-rated horror film I actually got to watch. That and like another film we'll talk about later on. But it's one of the very first horror films I ever got to watch. It really did stick with me, and I still really enjoy it years later. I think James Wan does a good job directing. He kind of like, a lot of the aspects that he did kind of, what's the word? A lot of the aspects that he was kind of working with in Insidious, I think is fine-tuned a lot more in Conjuring. I think the scares are really good. I really like the family aspect. I love Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga as Ed and Lorraine Warren. It is kind of weird looking because they are based on scam artists, allegedly. But the movie versions themselves are a lot more likable, a lot more, grounded, I would say. But I enjoy both of them. They're kind of the heartbeat that makes these movies so enjoyable. Conjuring 2, I think, is also a very good sequel. Not as good as the first one, but I still got a good kick out of it. And Conjuring 3, well, I do think it's the weakest of the 3. I still find it really enjoyable. I like the fact that the villain this time around is a human, which is definitely more unique than Valak or the other demon we got in the first film. I think there's still some really good scares, and especially for the director of the Curse of La Llorona. The fact he came on and made a good Conjuring film actually shocked me because I expected nothing but bad things from it. But and supposedly making the Conjuring 4, so I mean, as long as they keep Ed and Lorraine Warren the same and as long as they give us some good scares, I'd be down for it because, I don't know, these films are really enjoyable to me. Next up we have Contagion, the film that everyone was looking towards back when COVID broke out 3.5 years ago. This was directed by Steven Soderbergh, one of those filmmakers that always puts out some really good stuff every few years, whether it's like Ocean's 11, Magic Mike, Logan Lucky. We'll talk about those films later on, but he's a really good director, and this is one of his best movies in my opinion. You essentially have a story where, Gwyneth Paltrow contracts a disease from like a third world country and then travels back to the US. And then the film basically documents the lives of multiple people in this, in the country that react to this virus breaking out. So you got Matt Damon, Jude Law, Lawrence Fishburne, Marion Cotillard, Kate Winslet, just a bunch of stuff going on, and it's very intense. It covers a huge string of time, and it's very good. It's actually to the point where like it feels so realistic to the point where Steven Soderbergh was like brought on to like help out with COVID restrictions on film sets whenever COVID broke out. That's how well this film was handled, and I really do enjoy it, despite the fact it was terrifying watching it during lockdown. Ooh, next up we have Copland, a very underrated film by James Mangold. If you don't know that name, he's directed a bunch of movies, one of those like really good working class directors. He directed The Wolverine, Logan, Walk the Line, Ford v Ferrari, most recently Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. And this is one of his earlier movies. It essentially revolves around Sylvester Stallone, who gained a lot of weight for his role. He basically plays like a very schlubby, keeps his head down sheriff, who essentially like is near Boston, I believe, and essentially he lets the criminals, the mob in his town, basically kind of like run him over. You got Ray Liotta, may he rest in peace, as like his friend who's kind of like on hard times. You got De Niro, who's the cop trying to take down Harvey Keitel and his crew. You also got like Robert Patrick in here, and so essentially it's about like this drama of Stallone trying to like take back his town from these mobsters, and it's actually a really good dramatic thriller. Some great performances here. Stallone doesn't get enough credit for his dramatic work, but he can really handle it when he needs to, outside of Rocky. Great cast, some great stuff, you know. If you watch Sean Chandler, like, this movie came from that clip, "You blew it!" That line came from this movie, so if you didn't know that, I guess you do now. But yeah, damn good movie. If you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. Then we have this Laika 3-pack. So this contains Coraline, Paranorman, and the Box Trolls. Laika is one of those animation studios that I wish did more movies, but you know, since all their films are like literally handmade from the ground up, it's kind of hard to pump out movies as fast as you could, like Pixar, if you literally have not even like a quarter of the budget that Pixar films usually go for. But a lot of their films I really quite enjoy. Coraline, although I didn't grow up with any of these films, I grew appreciation for them when I watched them later in life. Coraline's great, Paranorman's really fun. Box Trolls probably their weakest film in their filmography. It's not really that memorable, but still a fun movie. But Coraline and Paranorman especially, I quite enjoy, and this won't be the last time I talk about Laika, but damn good studio. Damn good studio. Ooh, then we have The Craft. This is a film that I didn't watch for the longest time up until the sequel came out a few years ago during COVID, and I decided to educate myself and actually watch this movie that I've heard good things about for years but never gave it a chance, and I'm glad I did. It's a really cool, like, little, you know, teen witch movie where you essentially have, like, main character right here, I forgot the actress's name, but essentially you have, she's like a new girl at school, she befriends all these people. You got Neve Campbell in here, who basically are like, you know, these witches, and so you got like this drama going on where like they start using their powers for good, and then they start using their powers for their own reasons, and they start turning on each other. You know, Liza have their stiff as a board and stuff like that. Very good movie, really good movie. Some good, you know, this late teen 90s era Scream style stuff they brought to it. I really enjoyed, so I just have a good time with it. Then we have this triple feature pack of Crank, Crank 2, and Transporter 3 for some reason. I assume they just did it because they wanted to have another sequel that matched with Jason Statham in this filmography, but it's really weird. Again, I don't really like when these 3 packs just throw in random shit for no reason. But mainly talking about the first 2 Crank films, I really do enjoy the first one. I think Jason Statham, again, when he is able to actually, like, you know, have fun with his roles instead of just being like the action guy that we've known him for the longest time, he can do a lot of stuff. You know, Neville Dean Taylor, one of those filmmakers that I wish was more active. It seems like they haven't really done much since like Ghost Rider 2, but they really do a lot of fun with the first Crank film. The second Crank film, while I still enjoy it for a bit, it does get a little too over the top and a little too wacky and zany for me. I prefer just the more like high voltage action that we got from the first film. And then Transporter 3, I have not seen any of the Transporter films since the last one came out. What was it, Refueled, with Ed Skrein, the guy who played the villain in Deadpool. But I like the song that is in this movie. It's like, set it on fire, fire. That's really the only thing I remember about Transporter 3, but it's there. It's part of the collection. So yeah, we'll talk about the first 2 films when we talk about those later on. Next up, we have Crawl, Alexander Aja's Crawl. If you don't know, he's the director of the Hills Have Eyes remake, as well as High Tension, very controversial movie. So Crawl, this is a movie that I saw in theaters. I actually saw it during like a storm in my area. I watched it by myself the day before my 17th birthday, I believe, the summer of 2019 it came out. And it was a fun experience just having the whole theater to myself. And the movie itself, you got Kaya Scandalario in there. She's a working actress. She's been in like The Maze Runner and like Pirates of the Caribbean. She's been in a bunch of stuff. She basically plays this daughter who goes to help her father out, like, you know, during this tropical storm. Like, she wants to make sure he's safe. And then when she gets there, the house is flooded and alligators are swarming. And she basically has to survive not getting eaten to death by alligators. And it's a very intense thriller, you know, very much like a 90-minute like quick thriller. You got quick thrills, you got some good scares in, you got some CGI alligators running around the place. It's not great by any means, but I still have fun with it. Shit, these Blu-ray stars are getting like really intense, Jesus. Next up, we have Crazy Rich Asians, a movie that really did blow up around the time it came out 5 years ago, which is crazy that it's been 5 years since this movie came out. But damn good movie. Got John M. Chu in here. He's a really good director in my opinion. We'll talk about more of his films later on. But you got Constance Wu in here. You got Henry Golding. This movie definitely blew both of them up into, I wouldn't say superstar, but I would say they're fairly well-known actors nowadays. And this is just a really cool rom-com, you know. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of rom-coms, but I think this one's really well done, really smartly written, really witty, and just a lot of fun. It's like a really good, feel-good movie in my opinion, so I would definitely recommend it. Next up, we have Crazy Stupid Love, another great rom-com. It seems like I know I keep saying I don't like rom-coms, but I pick up the ones I really enjoy, and this is one of the better ones that's come out in the past 15 years or whatever. You essentially got Steve Carell, who's kind of down on his luck as like a romantic dude, and so he gets the help of Ryan Gosling in order to kind of like, you know, spice up his manhood, trying to give him the confidence back to actually start going back in the dating scene. And it's a really well done. You got Emma Stone in here, you got Marissa Tomei, you got Julianne Moore. Just a really good cast, and has one of the, definitely the best twist of any romantic comedy I've ever seen. It is gut-bustingly hilarious. This film is really good, and I highly recommend it. Ooh, next up, got a 3-pack right here. Next up, we have the Creed trilogy. So we have Creed, Creed 2, and Creed 3. Very nice, simple titles. I like when sequels just have simple titles instead of just going like all over the place, which we'll talk about later on. But yeah, the Creed trilogy, I used to stack these against the Rocky movies because they're, you know, very much continuations of the Rocky franchise, but I think it's gone on long enough to where I do think it stands on its own as a franchise, even though it very much is a Rocky spinoff. But I really enjoy all 3 of these films. I think that the first Creed is probably my second favorite film of the Rocky franchise, behind the original Rocky. It is a phenomenal film. Ryan Coogler did a great job directing and really kind of proving people wrong, because I remember back when this movie came out that a lot of people were just assuming this was just a cash grab, just a desperate attempt to keep the Rocky franchise going, but it genuinely had a reason to stand on its own, and I think it was a great continuation of the franchise. Creed 2, I've not seen it since theaters back in, was it Thanksgiving 2018 with my cousins, so I don't really remember a whole lot about it. I wanted to rewatch it before Creed 3 came out, but I just didn't have the time for it. But I really did enjoy Creed 2. Really cool way they brought back Ivan Drago and how they kind of fleshed him out a lot more than just a goofy ass big buff Russian guy in Rocky 4. And I thought they continued that storyline pretty well. And then Creed 3 came out earlier this year. Damn good follow-up in my opinion. I would probably say it's the weakest of the 3 Creed films, primarily because although I do like Michael B. Jordan directing in this film, I do think he does a good job. A lot of the fight sequences, I can't speak. A lot of the fight sequences in this film, I do feel are kind of like cut short because he decided to implement a lot of anime inspiration, which as someone who's not a fan of anime, like I mentioned earlier, it just feels weird, and it just kind of takes me out of the fight scenes whenever like they decide to go really artsy with it. But regardless of that, I still quite enjoy it. Also, I feel like Jonathan Majors' character, the way he jumps from this low-end boxer to all-of-a-sudden champion, I feel is kind of weird too. But what will never take away from this film is the experience I had with this movie. I got to see this film as an early screening with a huge crowd, like a few days before the movie came out. And it was a wild experience. Everybody was reacting to the actual fights in this film like they were actual pay-per-view fights happening in real time, and it was just fucking crazy. People going wild. So I have a really good experience with this film, and I can't wait to see what they do next with the Creed franchise, because they've proven me that like they can do anything, in my opinion. Then we have the Croods 1 and 2 packs. So the Croods 1 and 2. Didn't really grow up with either of these films. Well, I mean, Croods 2 came out like 3 years ago, but the first Croods, I remember seeing advertisements for it, but I never actually watched it growing up. I didn't watch it until I did a DreamWorks ranking video on this channel like 4 years ago that I privated now because I hate it, and it's the only video on my channel that's garnered like 180,000 views. It's wild. But the Croods, I really enjoyed it. It's probably one of the better DreamWorks films personally for me. I'm not the biggest fan of DreamWorks, so I don't really have the biggest standards for it. But I do quite enjoy the first Croods. And the Croods 2, you know, I saw it in theaters because there was nothing else to watch back in 2020. And it was actually a pretty good follow-up. This is a film that I thought would never actually happen. It seemed like one of those sequels that would just go into dust, but it actually did come out, and it was a pretty good follow-up. You know, again, not great films, but I think they're pretty fun movies, especially if you're babysitting or something like that. I think they're solid. Next up, we have Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, another great film from Ang Lee. Definitely probably his best movie in my opinion. Some great wire fu here. You know, I haven't seen a whole lot of kung fu or martial arts films, but I definitely want to expand my taste because whatever I have seen of them, I just respect it. Even if it's not the best, like, you know, some of the Jackie Chan stuff I've seen, like, it's still like super impressive, the fact that all these people are able to like move their bodies in a specific sort of way, and just the way they do is just so magical. Like, you know, American style action is very much just choppy and sloppy and just kind of thrown together. Where it seems like films like these, like, even if they aren't the best, they're still really good. And this is a great movie, by the way. Just beautiful story, some great characters, some great acting, some really cool stunts and everything. It's just a damn good movie. And the sequel too, by with Michelle Yeoh, is actually really solid as well. Next up, we have The Crow, of course. The starring the late great Brandon Lee, who sadly passed away on set while this movie was being filmed, and spawned a very odd franchise, to say the least. But regardless, I still do enjoy this first Crow movie. Very 90s as hell, very much of its time, but I find some good enjoyment of it. You know, a very simple story where you got Brandon Lee and his girlfriend or wife or fiance get murdered on Halloween night by some gangsters, and then a year later he rises from the grave and basically takes vengeance on the people that murdered his girlfriend or partner, whatever you want to call it. Really good action, really good stunts, some good stuff going on with this film regarding the action and the character work, and overall, like, it's a very simple story but done in a very stylistic way that I quite enjoy. Alex Proyas directed this movie, so he's done a lot of other stylistic films, and this is definitely one of his best movies in my opinion. And yeah, I really enjoy it. Really solid. Oh man, all these Blu-rays be sticking together, jeez. Next up we have The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. This is a strange film. Of course, David Fincher directed this movie, and it's a solid story. You basically got Benjamin Button, played by Brad Pitt, who's a guy that is born looking like an old man and basically ages backwards, essentially. And you got Cate Blanchett, who they fall in love very early on in their lifespan and basically kind of like develop in opposite ends of time as film goes on. And it's a good movie, a very interesting exploration of life and death, and kind of like the symmetry between the two and how life and death and young and old very much parallel each other. But it's a film that it's very, what is it? It's a movie that you kind of watch once, you never watch again. You know, I kind of only own this because I want to own every single film by David Fincher, because you're just one of those filmmakers I just love. It's still a good movie, but it's a very strange movie to watch, just to say the least. Next up we have The Cursed, a very good werewolf movie that came out last year that's not a whole lot of people talked about, but this is a damn good movie. You essentially have it's set in like the 1800s. You got Boyd Holbrook starring in this film, and essentially you got like these vampires that are slowly taking over this New England town. And it's a very good movie, very stylistically directed, some really good werewolf practical effects, as well as some good CGI. You know, werewolf movies and vampire films really haven't been that prevalent since the Twilight Saga emerged, but I think that they're starting to come back in a good way, in my opinion, with films like these. And I hope there are more films like it, because I genuinely really enjoyed this one, and I think it's a film that more people should check out, because it's a really, really good thriller and a really good horror movie. All right, moving on to the D's, we got Dallas Buyers Club. Of course, the film that was Jared Leto his Oscar, part of The Reconnaissance, of course, Matthew McConaughey, Jennifer Garner, just really good movie. It's been a while since I've seen this film, really, apart from, you know, Jared Leto playing a transgender individual. I don't remember the most about this film, to be honest with you, but I think it was about AIDS too, I believe. But yeah, it's a really solid movie in my opinion. I still do remember really enjoying it, so I don't know, I gotta give this one a rewatch personally. All right, next up we got two versions of Daredevil. So we have the Ben Affleck version of Daredevil from the 2003, I believe. And this is the director's cut, by the way, the director's cut. I gotta be completely clear when I say that, because this is a way better version of the film that was released in theaters, because the 30 minutes that was added in this version is a lot better, in my opinion. You get a lot more human elements in here, you got a lot more extended sequences that I think shows Matt Murdock's life more than just the Daredevil side of things. You got a subplot with the late great Coolio in here, which I think is really well done. And overall, just flesh out the world a lot more. There's still some stupid shit in this film, like Colin Farrell's Bullseye, which is never a good concept for a film like this. Love Michael Clarke Duncan, may he rest in peace, as Kingpin. He was really good and really menacing. I think it's a superhero casting not many people talk about, but it's really good. And I don't know, I just have some like really fun nostalgia, like looking back on this film with a lot of the effects and a lot of the things. I don't know, it's just something about this film just gives me some nostalgia. And reportedly, we're supposed to get this version of the character coming back in Deadpool 3, so I wouldn't be against it. And then we have the Netflix era of Daredevil, all 3 seasons. And I want to make it completely clear, this is not my own. I did not make this Blu-ray myself. I did not, you know, take files and make my own Blu-ray discs. This was, I bought this third party off a website, I believe it was Etsy, getting these Blu-rays from, but yeah, this is not my original creation. I just want to make sure so I don't get a cease and desist from Netflix, because they decided never to release Daredevil Season 3 on Blu-ray, which is fucking weird. But I own all 3 seasons of Daredevil on Blu-ray, and my favorite superhero TV show of all time, probably in my top 3 shows of all time. I don't watch a whole lot of TV, but I absolutely adore this version of the Daredevil series. Love Charlie Cox and Matt Murdock. So glad they brought him back in the MCU with No Way Home and She-Hulk. Can't wait to see him more so. I believe he's going to be in Echo, and of course Daredevil Born Again coming out sometime probably in like 2025, I believe. But love this version of the series. Just the stunt work is amazing, the characters are amazing, the grounded nature of the film is amazing. Love Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin, love John Berthal's Punisher. Just everything about this series I just love to death. And it's really sad this series never got to really reach its full potential, even though it's still a great series. So it never got to like finish out its run in the proper way. And I don't know, I hope that Marvel officially canonizes this, because they've been playing tippy-toe with that ever since No Way Home, which bothers the shit out of me. But regardless, I still love the series and I'll still watch it regardless because I love it. Alright, so next up we got Dark City, another great film from Alex Proyas, a very wild sci-fi film from the 1990s, very just bizarre-ass concept where you got like Kiefer Sutherland, like this guy, like this keeper for all these people that like live underground, I believe. And they basically kind of like take control of, like, they're trying to take control of the world and shit like that. It's a wild ass movie. You got some great practical stunt work, some really visually stunning imagery, very bombastic concepts that are brought to this film. I really enjoy it, and I highly recommend you check it out because it's a damn good movie. Damn good movie. Next up, we have the Dark Knight trilogy, the only Batman that I keep separate from the other Batmans because it's not called Batman, it's called The Dark Knight. At least, well, the first Batman film is called Batman Begins, but it's called Dark Knight because I got OCD. But yes, Dark Knight trilogy, prestigious franchise, one of the best comic book series of all time. Just, what can you say about The Dark Knight that hasn't already been said about it? Like, all three of these films are damn good in all different ways. I do love The Dark Knight the most, but I do really think Batman Begins is kind of underrated because not a whole lot of people give it the credit it deserves. Dark Knight Rises, I think, is the weakest of the three. It has the most issues, the most plot holes, personally, but I mean, I find some good enjoyment in it. It's fine, you know, it's solid. It's a solid, entertaining conclusion to the trilogy, but overall, this is a damn good story, and I'm really glad Christopher Nolan got hit this, explore his version of Batman, and it's really cool. I love this trilogy. What can you say? What can you say? What can you say? Next up, we have The Dark Tower. I think this film is incredibly underrated. I saw this back in theaters when it came out 6 years ago, I believe, and I never really got the hate for this movie. I understand people who are fans of the book series by Stephen King don't really like the adaptation and how they kind of like short-sighted a lot of it. I wish it was longer. It was only an hour and a half, and I wish they explored more of the world. That's probably my biggest issue with the movie. But I've always enjoyed Idris Elba as the gunslinger, and Matthew McConaughey has the Man in Black, and the relationship that Idris Elba has with like the kid that they go on this journey with, I've always enjoyed, and I find the action to be really well shot. I find the world to be intriguing. I've always been sad we never got the sequel to this because it bombed so horribly, but I still enjoy it. I still think it's a good movie, even though I have never read the books. But as a standalone property, I enjoy it. Then we have Dark Waters. This is a biopic that came out back in 2019, I want to say. Stars Mark Ruffalo, based on a true story where essentially he plays like this low income lawyer or attorney, I believe, who basically finds this like very disturbing allegation where essentially like this, it's based on a true story where like this Michigan town or whatever, like this chemical company was spilling their chemicals accidentally or dumping their waste in like this Michigan town where it got into the water supply, and so all the people in the town were suffering because of it. Like their teeth were rotting out, their cattle were dying, and so basically Mark Ruffalo, of course, like decades, basically tries to prove that this massive organization is behind the deaths and the illnesses of all these people, and it just shows like how tough and how just corrupt the system, the justice system can be in a lot of ways with how much power a company can have against this one-man army. And it's just a really well done movie. Great performances all around, really well done, and yeah, it's just a really, really good movie, really captivating. And then we have Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead remake, also written by James Gunn, by the way, which is really wild how they're opposite ends of the earth nowadays. But yes, the Dawn of the Dead remake, the directorial debut of Zack Snyder, which I still think is probably one of his best movies personally. I do really enjoy the original Dawn of the Dead. I just don't own it because it's so obscure to own it on Blu-ray because the original version is still pretty expensive to own. And you have to get like other foreign versions out for like other, it's a complicated thing to get the original Dawn of the Dead, but I think this is actually the better version personally for me. Respect the hell of George Romero, may he rest in peace, but this is just kind of more my style personally. I really enjoy the aspects that were upgraded from the original Dawn of the Dead. You got a huge cast here. You got like, was it Mekhi Phifer, Ving Rhames, you got Ty Burrell from Modern Family, Pretty good set cast. They're all trapped in a small where the zombie apocalypse is going on. So really well shot action, some really good gore in here. Really fun characters, and like they're all zany all over the place. I don't know. I've always enjoyed this series and this movie, and I don't know. I will continue to enjoy it because I really enjoy it. Probably my favorite Romero remake of his zombie series. Then we have Daybreakers, an awesome vampire movie that I watched not too long ago, and I really enjoy it. You essentially have, it's set in a world where vampires have taken over the earth and they're now the dominant species, but sadly because of the humanity dwindling, these vampires are running out of blood supply, so they're starting to die off as a result of lack of supply. And so you have Ethan Hawke as like this hunter who basically has to go out and get blood for these vampires, and secretly wants to like get rid of this cure, or get this cure out so these vampires can stop being vampires, I guess. You got Willem Dafoe in here, you got Sam Neill, like the head vampire. Really well done stuff. Some good gore, some really good world buildings, directed by the Spirig brothers, who go on to direct, I believe, Predestination, which is a really good time travel movie, and Jigsaw, the 2017 version. Not a very good movie, but still damn good directors, really good scripts, some really good captivating ideas in my opinion, and yeah, I've always enjoyed this movie, so if you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. Then we got Days of Thunder. Bought this as a blind buy at like Walmart for $5 like a year or two ago. Watched it. Fine movie, cool little racing movie. I always enjoy a really good racing movie when it's really done. I recently watched Gran Turismo at an early screening, and that was pretty fun. And yeah, don't really have a whole lot to say about it other than it's a good racing movie. So yeah. Then we have Dazed and Confused. Richard Linklater strikes again, another phenomenal film of his, one of my favorites of all time. Basically, it's set in the 70s and set over the course of like a day or a night, if you will, where essentially school gets out for summer and a bunch of teens do a bunch of teen shit. Go around, do drugs, have sex, get into trouble, and it doesn't seem very interesting from the plot synopsis, but it's very well done. The cast here is just incredible for like how early on. You got Matthew McConaughey in a very early role, you got Ben Affleck, you got Mila Jovovich, just Parker Posey. Awesome cast, a great soundtrack, great directing, great character writing. Love this movie, just adore it. Phenomenal movie. Then we have my dad's favorite film of all time, Dead Poets Society. It was actually shot at the school he went to growing up, his college. It was either his high school or his college that he went to. But yeah, Dead Poets Society, a great little drama in here. You got the late great Robin Williams as like this teacher in this private school, essentially trying to like, teach these kids how to, do poetry, right, and like inspire them to become more than they believe they're worth. And it's just a really good movie. Robin Williams, he just always is able to be so inspiring. It's really sad how he tragically passed away because he just meant so much to this world, and this film is one of the many examples of what he brought so much to his talent and everything like that. You guys really good cast members here. You got like a young Ethan Hawke in here and stuff like that. It's just a really, really, really good movie, and I highly recommend it. Then we have the two Deadpool films so far. So yes, Deadpool 1 and Deadpool 2. Deadpool I remember being extremely hyped for back when it came out. I was in middle school, and I'm so glad my dad got to take me to the theater seeing this. Great comic film, some of my favorites of all time. Just absolutely love it. The trek of how this film got to be is so inspiring, of how Ryan Reynolds wanted to make this character a reality, and then after X-Men Origins really shit the bed with the character. We didn't really get to see much of him, and the development of the film really kind of came to a standstill until like a leak came out during like a few years back, was like 2013, 2014, and it inspired Fox to finally let them do a Deadpool movie, and it paid off. He's phenomenal in the role. Really good love story, which was unexpected for a Deadpool movie. Has a lot of heart to it, some great action, some great gore, hilarious comedy. Love this movie. And then Deadpool 2, well, not as good as the first one. I still think there's a lot of fun elements to it. Still a lot of good gore and good comedy. Love the Team X sequence, it's hilarious. Or X-Force, if you should say. Just everything about that team is just fucking hysterical. You got Josh Brolin as Cable. You got Zazie Beetz as Domino. The storyline with the kid Fire Fist, I've never found that interesting or that likable, but I still think it was still a good enough story. You still got a lot of side characters coming back from the first film, like Blind Owl and Dopinder, and all those characters I'm really excited to see in Deadpool 3, and just seeing how this character has just grown massively in pop culture, and just seeing how these characters get into the MCU is going to be a really fun one. So I can't wait to see Deadpool 3 whenever it comes out, hopefully sometime next year, but we'll see. But as far as these first two films go, still awesome films back to back. Alright, so next up we have Deepwater Horizon. This is the second installment in what I like to call the unofficial Peter Berg, Mark Wahlberg true story trilogy. They collaborated on Lone Survivor back in 2014, which we'll talk about later on. Then they did this in 2016, and then they did Patriots Day in 2017, which we'll also talk about later on. Damn good movie. Speaking of just this movie, saw it in theaters with my dad back when it came out, and this is a really good movie based on a true story of the oil spill back in 2010, I believe. And what was it? It's not New Mexico, but it's in the Gulf of Mexico. And you essentially have, it's basically set on this rig, and so you have Mark Wahlberg, who is like the lead of like this braking team, and just, a rig goes wrong, something, if a giant oil explosion happens. Essentially the rest of the film is basically this survival movie where you have all these different characters. You got like Kurt Russell, you got Dylan O'Brien, you got Gina Rodriguez, John Malkovich, all these people just trying to survive this ginormous disaster. And it's a very captivating movie, very well done, and very respectful in my opinion. I really enjoyed this one. Then we have The Deer Hunter, a movie that I heard non-stop praise about, and so because of that I decided to buy it blind and watch it at home. And for a movie of this scale, I will say it's a good movie, but I do find it very overrated. Everything that this movie does get right, I think it is great. It's just so long-winded in my opinion. This is a 3-hour movie, and I do like 3-hour films whenever they do merit their runtime, like The Batman. But with a film like this, it essentially revolves around Robert De Niro and Christopher Walken's friend group, who are very much like young preppy boys who get drafted into the Vietnam War, and the experiences that they experience there changes them forever. And so with a film like that, you expect a lot of good character work and everything like that. But to me, the most interesting stuff is the Vietnam section, which is only about like an hour stretch of the entire movie. The book-ending acts of the film, I think, are very, very slow. And not just because, there's no action. It's just because like it essentially just consists of characters kind of just fucking around. For lack of a better term, like you have like the first hour where it's just like Robert De Niro and company just going around their local town. Like most of them getting married, they're going to a bachelor party, they're drinking, they're having a good time. And there's not really much character development. It's just consists of them just messing around with each other. And then when we actually get to the Vietnam stuff, it's very captivating, very well done, really intense stuff. And then we get to the third act, it's basically very slow. Just all these characters just kind of like suffer from PTSD of what's going on, what happened. And really, with the exception of the Russian roulette sequence at the very end with Christopher Walken, I never really felt the film was really engaging, at least to me personally. It's very well acted, very well shot, very well directed. It's just a film that I don't love and love that a lot of people have, but I would still recommend it though. Then we have the Defenders miniseries, another series that sadly Netflix did not release officially on Blu-ray, so I got an unofficial version off of Etsy, I believe. Yeah, I have not seen the series back when, I have not watched this since 2017, back when it came out, and that's weird, it's been 6 years since this series came out. But it's a very good conclusion or a culmination of the entire Netflix saga up to this point with Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist. Really well done action sequences, some good character work, a lot of balancing characters, which I think are done somewhat well, but also there's a lot of other characters, like the side characters like from the other shows, like Colin Wing, Misty Knight, Karen and Foggy. They kind of get thrown all over the place and does kind of feel disjointed in some aspects. And also I do feel like they really did waste Sigourney Weaver in the lead villain role. But still, overall, I enjoyed the series. I enjoyed the dynamic of the 4 main leads. I actually feel like the series kind of improved a lot of the aspects that made Iron Fist so shitty. Like, I do enjoy Finn Jones in the role a lot more in the series than in his own series, personally. But there is a lot left to be desired, in my opinion. And that's just what I think. But it's still a good series. And I wish we got more from this era of the Netflix saga. Then we have Demolition Man, a really fun, like, early 90s Stallone action film. You got, Stallone and Wesley Snipes, who are basically, cop and a criminal who basically, like, because of the situation, they both end up getting trapped and sent in the future decades later, where technology is completely different. You got Sandra Bullock, who has to explain to Stallone what's going on, and you got Snipes, who just wants to cause more chaos, and so they have to fight. Goofy ass action, but I still quite enjoy it. It's 90s as hell, but if you can get the tone behind it, I find it very enjoyable. Then we have The Departed. Of course, one of Scorsese's most well-known and respected films of his career, I would say in general, but especially of the 21st century. Damn great movie. I mean, what can you say about The Departed? Hasn't already been said about it. It's a great movie, great acting, wild ass sequences, some really good twists I didn't see coming, and yeah, it's a really good crime thriller. Scorsese's bread and butter, but if it ain't work, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Fucked up that line, goddamn. So this is when you fucking speak for hours on end, you go crazy. Next up, we have the very first Despicable Me. Illumination for me, I've never really loved Illumination personally, with the exception of like a couple other films like these. I've never really found them that interesting. Granted, I'm not the target demographic, you know. Although I did grow up when their films started to drop left and right, I've never found them that captivating. I've always found them way more pandering than any other studio out there that's delved in animation, and so that's why I really don't own a lot of their films. Besides a couple other films we'll talk about later on. And this is one of them. To me, this is still the best film of their filmography. Personally, I really enjoy Steve Carell in the role of Gru, really enjoy the relationship he grows with the three girls and the minions, and I don't know, before they really became like this gigantic franchise, the aspects of this film that really do work for me is just, it's a goofy fun time. It's a goofy fun kids movie that I have a lot of nostalgia for when it came out back in theaters, and yeah, I enjoy it. Don't really care much for the franchise beyond that, but that's just my opinion. Ooh, next up we have Detroit. This is a very powerful film, very hard to watch, very brutal, but very necessary in my opinion. Sad to say, this movie didn't really gain a whole lot of traction back when it came out in 2017. Watched it with my dad in theaters, and completely captivating. This is by Kevin Bigelow, who directed Zero Dark 30, Hurt Locker, The Original Point Break, Near Dark. She's a great director. Huge filmography history, and this is one of her most recent films, and I really do enjoy this movie. Basically, it's based on a true story back in the 1960s during these Detroit riots, where essentially you got John Boyega and his friend group who is sent. Oh, sorry, it's you got like a group of like friends who essentially mess around with the cops, decide to like fire a flare gun in their house, and essentially a police militia comes at their house, and they end up being in a stalemate where they want to kill all these people inside, thinking they actually have weapons. And it's very well done. You got John Boyega, who's on the force in like rookie cop role, basically doesn't want to offend any of the officers because he's like the only black officer on the job. Will Poulter is terrifying in this movie. For other people that only know him for William Millers and Adam Warlock, please watch this film because he is absolutely terrifying, and he should be given way more roles like this because he is fucking horrifying in this film. He is so manipulative, he is so good. Like, there's a sequence where him and Anthony Mackie's in the movie, who's one of the people inside. He basically just talks down to him. It's basically like, you run out this house and you don't tell anybody what you did, or I'm gonna come for you. He also like a sequence where he talks to one of the cops who's not really on his side, kind of manipulates him into thinking that these people inside the house are bad people. And he's such a manipulative, evil cop that makes him so terrifying. And it sucks that this film didn't really get any awards recognition back when they came out, but please rectify that and just watch this film and give it a chance because I think it's a great movie. Next up we have The Devil Wears Prada. Yeah, we just jump between different genres. Devil Wears Prada, watched it I believe during COVID because I just wanted to get it off my watch list, and pretty cool little drama comedy. Essentially got Anne Hathaway, who's like this upcoming little ditzy fashionista, if you will say, gets into the company ran by Meryl Streep. You got Emily Blunt in the assistant role, who's hilarious. Stanley Tucci's in this movie. Just a very well done movie. It's not necessarily my thing, but I can have fun with it personally. I think it's really well made. Has a good snark enough to it that I found enjoyment in it, so that's why I own it. Next up we have The Devil's Rejects by Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie is a filmmaker I have some mixed feelings on. I do love his music. I think he's a great musician, and I think when he does some good film work, I think it does turn out pretty solid. To me, this is probably my favorite film from Rob Zombie, and the second chapter of the Firefly trilogy, although I don't own either of the other movies in the franchise, just because House of a Thousand Corpses, I do like in aspects, but I think it's way too messy to really enjoy it, and I think 3 from Hell is terrible, especially with how much it rectifies the events of Devil's Rejects. This works better as a standalone movie for me personally than it being the middle chapter of a trilogy. But essentially, if you don't know, you know, after the events of the House of a Thousand Corpses, you have the Firefly family, you got Sid Haig, you got Sherry Zombie, Rob Zombie's wife, you got Bill Moseley. The surviving members of this family get raided on by the cops, or basically go on the run because they're murderers, they're psychopaths. And so over the course of their you know, cross country on the road trip, they cause mass carnage, mass murder, and just absolute carnage. And if you enjoy stuff like that, if you enjoy that grindhouse style stuff to it, I think this is the best version of that, at least from his filmography. I think it's very well done. Has a lot of good, memorable stand-up moments, some really good directing and shot composition from Rob Zombie, and just overall very well done movie that I think should have been the ending of the story. Ooh, okay. Next up, we have the Diary of a Wimpy Kid trilogy. So we have the OG movie, we have Roderick Rules, and we have Dog Days. Love all three of these movies. Like I said with Captain Underpants, I grew up with reading a lot of the books in this series by Jeff Kinney, and I love the Diary of a Wimpy Kid series, and I love these movies. I saw all three of them in theaters growing up, and I just think these movies are iconic for me personally. They really did define a generation, my generation personally, and just I enjoyed this entire cast. From, you know, you got Devin Bostic as Roderick. So glad he got cast in Oppenheimer. I hope this guy gets more credit because I loved him in the big role. What was his name? Zachary Gordon as Greg Heffley. He's great in the lead. You got Rowley in here. You got the parents. I love the dad in these movies. He's so goddamn funny. Just so many aspects of all three of these films I just quite enjoy. I do think the second film is the best personally, Roderick Rules. I think the dynamic between Greg and Roderick is the best in the film, and the best in the entire trilogy, but I do love all three of these films, and that I think that they should have stopped making films after this series, or after Dog Days, because it proved to me with Long Haul and that it just, you can't recapture the same magic with a completely different cast. And with the animated series, I haven't even watched it once on Disney Plus because I just don't care, but it doesn't matter because I still will always hold this trilogy a special place in my heart because I love this series. Ooh, okay. Another big franchise. So we got the Die Hard series. So Die Hard, I have the original film on its own release because at one point Die Hard was my favorite film of all time. I wouldn't say that anymore. I would probably say it's my second or third favorite film of all time, but I would say it's still my favorite action film of all time. I absolutely love this film. It is a Christmas movie, by the way. Don't bullshit me, I still think that is. And I still adore this movie. It's still a phenomenal film. Bruce Willis as John McClane. I mean, one of the best action characters of all time. He's not super jacked. He's not like on steroids. He's not like the biggest, buffest dude in the room, but he's the smartest guy in the room when it comes to survival instincts. And he's so goddamn just inspirational and so funny and so witty and so badass that I just love him. The everyday man kind of like stepping up to the task and being able to take down Hans Gruber, played by the late great Alan Rickman. Just their dynamic on screen, even though that most of the time they're just speaking to each other on walkies, it's just so captivating. Great action, great suspense, great soundtrack, great pacing. Even like the relationships that between Reginald Val Johnson and Bruce Willis is great as well. I just love this movie. It's phenomenal. And speaking on the rest of the franchise, I have the pack of all 5 movies, or 4 films and a fan film that I don't even like to acknowledge. Good Day to Die Hard. But the franchise in itself, I love the majority of the films. Like I said, I love the original film. Die Hard 2, well, it definitely is a carbon copy of the first film. I love the first film so much that I don't really mind the fact that the second film's a carbon copy. Die Hard with a Vengeance, I genuinely do love. It's a great sequel. Jeremy Irons is awesome as Simon Gruber. Love the cat and mouse aspect that is brought to the film and actually being set in New York City, and Samuel L. Jackson being brought into the mix. I love that. Live Free or Die Hard, really enjoyed that one too, bringing John McClane to the digital age with Timothy Olyphant and Justin Long. Really enjoyed that one as well. We don't really want to discuss with Good Day to Die Hard. That film is just shit, and it sucks to me that's the last film that Bruce Willis that played John McClane, because he should have been given at least one more movie to cap off that series, but alas, that's the reality we live in. Then we have Dirty Dancing. You know, one of those classic 80s films everyone knows, everyone talks about, and I watched it for the first time a couple years back. Good movie, good movie. You got the late great Patrick Swayze, you got Jennifer Grey as like, you know, these 2 dancers that fall in love in like this summer camp, I believe. It's been a while since I've seen it, but really good choreography, some good acting in here, some good drama, some good, you know, teen adult romance. Solid movie, but not one of my favorites. Oh hi Mark. The Disaster Artist. Pretty good biopic based on Tom Wiseau and his creation of the most infamously bad film of all time, The Room. Solid movie, you know, really good movie. Some good actors. Got a huge cast in here: Seth Rogen, Dave Franco, just a lot of people in this movie. And it's really well shot. I do like movies being made around making, like, you know, low budget, small movies. There's always that charm to it to me personally. Some, you know, really well done and everything. It does suck that James Franco got canceled not long after this movie came out, because it does have this certain stink around it, but I still enjoy it regardless. Oh man. Next up we have District 9 by Neil Blomkamp. His directorial debut, I believe, that really did launch him into the spotlight, and many people would say this is still his best movie, and I would probably say that as well. Solid performances in here. You got some really good, amazing VFX for the time being, and with how low budget this movie was, being able to blend real world stuff and practical work, which I think CGI works best in that environment personally. You got, what was it, Sharlto Copley in the lead. He's really good. And yeah, really would like to see a sequel to this. Neil Blomkamp, you know, he really came out with Gran Turismo. Very odd movie from his filmography, considering how he mostly does sci-fi stuff, but if they ever do make a sequel to this eventually, I would be down for it, because I do really enjoy his first film. Ooh, next up we have Disturbia, a really fun remake of, what's it called, La Femme Nikita, I believe. That's the original title. But essentially it revolves around, I keep saying a lot, but it revolves around Shia LaBeouf, who basically is this kid who's under house arrest for some petty crime, whatever. And essentially, while on house arrest, he spots his neighbor doing some very suspicious acts. And essentially, over the course of the runtime, it's kind of like a modern-day version of Rear Window, where you have Shia LaBeouf trying to investigate his neighbor being a murderer from across the street, and shit goes wild. Really fun, like, cool throwback mid-2000s thriller, some good action, some good suspense, some good thrills. It's just a really fun movie. Really fun movie. And then we got Django Unchained, from the great Quentin Tarantino. Probably my third favorite film of his career, behind a couple other films we'll talk about later on, but I love this movie. It is so entertaining. Love Jamie Foxx in the lead. Love DiCaprio as, was it Colonel Candy? Love Samuel L. Jackson as, like, his main slave butler. It's so funny. You know, some great action, some great gore, some just great exploitation stuff. Christoph Waltz as, like, his sidekick is awesome. It's so entertaining. The dialogue is so rich and so just fast-paced and so just juicy that it just makes this film such an enjoyable watch, in my opinion. So I love this movie. Then we have Dr. Sleep, an awesome sequel that I did not expect anything from personally. I remember back when this movie came out and I had no faith in it. I didn't really care about any of the trailers. And really the only thing that brought me to this movie seeing it in theaters was Mike Flanagan, because I really do like a lot of his movies. Like Ouija Origin of Evil, which was a movie that I didn't expect to be good as well, being a prequel to a terrible movie in the Ouija, and it actually ended up being good. So I'm like, okay, you could do something with the Shining sequel, and it's a damn good follow-up. For a movie that was meant to follow up the Stanley Kubrick Shining film, which Stephen King infamously hates, and based on a book that is not based on the movie events, and combine both of those into a cohesive narrative is hard enough. And they somehow managed to make it not only good, but great, in my opinion. This is such an underrated film that not a whole lot of people talk about. Ewan McGregor is great as the older version of Danny Torrance. Really enjoy Rebecca Ferguson as Rose the Hat, a great villain. Just really captivating storyline. The relationship he has with the main girl that gets The Shining is really well done as well. Beautifully directed, some great action, and really just cap off the story of The Shining very well done, while also standing on its own in a very unique way. So this is how to handle a horror sequel, especially one that is following up such a prestigious horror film as The Shining. It's a great movie. Please watch it, in my opinion. Alright, so next up we have another MCU franchise. We got Doctor Strange and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I enjoyed both these movies quite equally, I would say. The first Doctor Strange, I would say, is probably the weaker of the two movies, which I might think is a hot take, but I will say it's still a really good movie. I still quite enjoy it. Scott Derrickson does a good job directing for a big budget superhero movie, and definitely some horror aspects that I think he brings to his directing that is quite unique. But in my personal opinion, this is probably like the most templated out of any of the MCU origin stories, where you basically have this very mystical concept of Doctor Strange and the world of mystic arts, and it very much, It feels like an Iron Man clone to me personally. I think that Benedict Cumberbatch is good in the role of Stephen Strange, but I've never found this version of Stephen Strange to be incredibly interesting. I actually find the version from What If, the Supreme Strange, to be way more interesting than the version we've gotten in the MCU so far. Some good action, some good elements to this movie. Really enjoyed the Dormammu sequence towards the very end, but never loved this movie in my opinion. Then we get Multiverse of Madness, what I do think is a slight step up from the first film, but still not a great movie. I think that there was still a lot to be desired. I do enjoy Sam Raimi's direction, and I'm glad that he got to do a big budget movie once again, especially in the superhero genre after the Spider-Man trilogy. But I still found it weird. Like, there's some aspects of this film that feel very messy. Like, you can definitely tell the movie was reworked in post-production, where some elements just feel very much cut out and rushed to have like a shorter run time, or to cut out elements that were contradicting from other projects coming up or before. I feel like Wanda's arc from being redeemed in WandaVision to all of a sudden just being a huge bad guy in Multiverse of Madness just didn't really feel right to me. And the fact is how Multiverse of Madness, despite the fact that we visit very few worlds over the course of the runtime, and I'm not mad that we didn't get like 1,500 cameos like people expected. It was like, even if you had no cameos, like if you call Multiverse of Madness, do more than just show like 3 universes. It's so odd to me, but still I find enjoyment in it, and I am still down to see a Doctor Strange 3 if they do focus more on the Doctor Strange character and they just promise what it's in the title. That's all I'll say. Then we have Doctor Strangelove, or How I Later Stopped Worrying and Love the Bomb. Of course, this is Kubrick. What can you say about it? It hasn't already been said about it. Phenomenal movie that's very terrifyingly still holds up to this very day, and I think it ages like wine personally. Of course, a satire of the Cold War at the time with the Soviets and the Americans, and it's really well done. Great commentary, great acting across the board. George C. Scott's really great in the movie. And yeah, it's a masterpiece for a reason. What can I say about it that hasn't already been said about it? Then we have Dodgeball. Oh my god, bold strategy, Cotton. See how it pays off. Really funny comedy. Love Vince Vaughn, love Ben Stiller, love the entire cast in this film. Very simple comedy, but done really well in my opinion. You can tell these people were just having the time of their lives making a film like this, and it's just fun. It's a fun movie. Like, I mean, I love it. They're apparently making a sequel to this, which I wouldn't mind. Again, long way comedy sequels. I hope this is more of a Zombieland 2 situation, not a Zoolander 2 situation. You know what I'm saying? So, enjoy this film. I had fun with it. Yeah. Then we got Dog. Oh shit, my chair's moving all over the place. Let me say that. Yeah, so we got Dog. Fun little movie that came out last year starring Channing Tatum, where essentially like a war buddy of his dies, and so essentially, and for his funeral, he decides to take his dog across country to go to his buddy's funeral, and basically they grow a buddy relationship across the way. It's a fun movie, very simple story, like I said earlier. Good acting from Channing Tatum, very likable lead, and the relationship he grows with his animal is very well done, and it's like a feel-good movie. It's a feel-good movie, very simple what it does, and I can't really complain much about it. It's a good movie. Then we have Kevin Smith's Dogma, yet again a fan-made Blu-ray, because the original version of this release is extremely out of print because of goddamn Harvey Weinstein refusing to give up the rights, and so you can't find this movie anywhere unless you want to get something like this or pirate the movie, which I totally do not stand by. But Dogma as a movie, I've always loved it. I actually got to screen this movie at my movie theater job one time, because another perk of my movie theater job is that you got to screen movies that you wanted to show for if you planned it in advance, and I chose to show Dogma one day, and although not a whole lot of people showed up, I still loved watching it in the theater. And I think it's probably my second or third favorite Kevin Smith movie. It's so ambitious and so crazy and so off the cuff that I just have a great time with it. You essentially have Matt Damon and Ben Affleck who basically play fallen angels from heaven, who essentially want to get back into heaven, and so by doing this they want to go with like this certain church in New Jersey, but if they do, they cause hell on earth. And so you essentially have this woman who becomes enlightened and basically has to go on this journey with several other angels to help stop Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. And it's just a fun movie, great religious commentary, some really good humor and jokes in here. It's such a damn good movie. I had so much fun with it. I really do wish that they Harvey Weinstein just gives up the rights and just lets the movie actually see the light of day. Please let people watch this film because it's great. Another great comedy is Don John, written and directed by Joseph Gordon-Levitt along with starring him. Awesome comedy. You essentially have Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who's basically like this porn addict who essentially gets into this really messy relationship with Scarlett Johansson, and it's just really funny. The acting's great, the comedic timing is great, the social commentary is really well done. It's a really well done movie. And I wish more stuff was written and directed by Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I wish he was more active in the film industry. Like, did he get canceled or something? Because he's just been absent for like the past decade. Ooh, next up we have Donnie Darko in this Arrow release. Donnie Darko, I love time travel stories like I talked about earlier with like Butterfly Effect, and it's one of the best ones. I never even watched this film because I have not seen this film in such a long time. You got Jake Gyllenhaal in here. You got, of course, Frank the Bunny in the main lead. You got Drew Barrymore, the late great Patrick Swayze. Huge cast. And it's just a really interesting, wild, bizarre time travel story that it's hard to describe, but I just really love it. It's one of my favorites of all time. Ooh, really good one. Next up we have Do the Right Thing, of course Spike Lee's joint based on, well, it's not really based on anything, it's just a damn good movie, but essentially you have, it's basically set in this like New York strip where you have a bunch of different people from different races and different backgrounds who, there's racial tensions involved because of where they come from, and this film's a gigantic statement on racism and stuff like that, even in our own neighborhood and stuff like that, which I think is just very powerful. Great soundtrack, great cast, great acting, great dialogue. Very much sticks with you in a lot of ways, and I think it's still sad that holds up to this day, and even more so in my opinion, but I definitely recommend you check it out if you haven't seen it yet. Ooh, next up we have Don't Breathe by Fede Alvarez. And this is a really good movie. Don't know about it. It basically revolves around 3 people who try to rob a blind veteran's house, and when they realize that he is way more capable than they realize, shit goes south very quickly. And it's just a really good movie. You know, it is kind of weird to watch this film like this where you have characters that aren't really good on either side. You got Jane Levy in the main role. You got Dylan Minnette in one of the robbers, who's kind of like the innocent guy that doesn't really want to be involved, but kind of just gets involved because he has a crush on Jane Levy. You also got Stephen Lang, and as the blind man, and he's very intense, and you think he's innocent at first, well, shit goes haywire. But I will say, despite that the character work isn't really well done, the actual events of the film that transpire are really engaging, really intense. The directing especially is really well done. Lots of tense sequences, like whenever like Dylan Minnette crashes on like this glass roof, and it slowly crashes every single time he moves and stuff like that. Like really intense sequences in the film. At the turkey baster sequence, that's all I will say. Very well done. It's just I wish the characters were more likable than being these kind of pieces of shit human beings. And especially with how Don't Breathe 2 turned out, it was just so weird seeing the blind man being a good guy. With that, it feels like it has no connection to the first film, and hence why I don't own it, but I still really enjoyed this first film. Then we have Dope by Rick Famuyiwa. Really cool like coming of age movie. We got Shameik Moore, you got Tony Revolori, really well done in their acting roles and everything like that. You know, goofy, you know, teens living in LA and, you know, stuff like that, or sorry, Beverly Hills, I believe. And you know, classic little teen comedy. You got some, you know, raunch in there. You got Zoe Kravitz, who's absolutely stunning in this movie. It's a really good teen comedy in my opinion. I really enjoyed it, so I recommend it. Sorry for being a little like quick with a lot of these movies. It's just like my brain's going on miles a minute. I'm trying to get all these movies together. Let me move some of this stuff. Oh, okay. Next up, we have Sam Raimi's Drag Me to Hell, a damn good movie, where essentially you have this woman who's like this real estate agent who, because of her job, basically has to force this old woman out of her home because she can't pay her mortgage. Then she curses this woman before she dies that in like 3 days or whatever, she's gonna be dragged to hell. And so essentially, she tries the entire movie to try and escape this curse. And does she get to it? Does she not? I won't spoil it, but it's a really good movie, really well done. Sam Raimi, like I said, I wish he did more movies outside of like the occasional like one movie a decade, because he does like a really good job directing this film. I love the acting. Justin Long's in here, he's awesome, and it's a really entertaining movie. Oh man, movies, man. 10 minutes, Jesus. Oh. Next up we have Dragged Across Concrete. This is the third film the third film of Craig Z. Zoller. Sorry, S. Craig Zoller. A really good filmmaker. If you don't know who he is, he previously directed two movies called Bone Tomahawk, starring Kurt Russell, and Brawl in Cell Block 99, which I still need to get. His best film by far. Love that movie. But Dragged Across Concrete was his follow-up to that. Stars Vince Vaughn, who was also in Brawl in Cell Block 99, and Mel Gibson, who essentially played dirty cops. They get fired or put off the force because of like violent behavior or something of that nature, and essentially like go undercover to try to take out this crime organization. And it's very intense, really well done, really epic, huge, long, but it's very well worth the wait in my opinion, because it's just really good. Then we have the Dragon Tattoo trilogy from Sweden. Really well done. I've never read the books, but I really enjoyed all three of these films. I watched them back when The Girl in the Spider's Web came out because I wanted to catch up on all the previous movies. And I'm glad I did, because I enjoyed all three of these films. I do think the first film is the best, but I enjoy all three of them damn near equally. I think they're all really well done. I think they're really good. I really enjoyed Noomi Rapace in the lead role and everything like that. It's just a damn good trilogy. I really enjoyed the series. And then we have David Fincher's take on Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, starring Daniel Craig and Rooney Mara. And this is also a really good adaptation, but sadly, because this film didn't do super well at the box office, we never got to see sequels like with the original trilogy. And yeah, it's kind of sad, but I still really enjoyed this film. A wild opening title sequence, I'll definitely tell you that much. Like a Bond opening, which is, you know, fitting because Daniel Craig is in this movie. Some really weird imagery, I will definitely say. There's definitely some American elements that don't make it as good as the original film for me personally, but I still quite enjoyed this version of the film. David Fincher, can't go wrong with him. Then we have Dread, Judgment Time. Yeah, awesome movie, man. Basically, this came out, was a decade plus ago. Carl Urban plays Judge Dredd, set in a world where essentially cops can act as judge, jury, and executioner on site. And basically he storms into this building ran by, who's the chick? I am forgetting this woman's name. Come on. Lena Headey, who basically is like the woman who runs like this drug operation in this building. And kind of like the Raid, he basically, and along with his partner, Dredd and his partner have to take down all of the drug lords in this building. And it's very well done, great action, great choreography, really good story. And sadly, this film didn't do well at the box office, so we never got to see sequels, which I would love to see personally, because I think this is a phenomenal take on Dredd, way better than the Stallone version, and I highly recommend you check it out. It's just a great movie. Then we have Drive, of course, one of the films that have defined an entire generation for people, especially Ryan Gosling stans. Awesome movie, directed by Nicholas Winding Refn. And it's just a really good movie. You know, we got Ryan Gosling as the driver, very subdued performance, also very well done. Great soundtrack, great romance between him and the main lead, and just, it's really well done in my opinion. Really good movie. Then we got a two-pack of Dumb and Dumber and The Mask. Two of the greatest Jim Carrey comedies out there, you know, came out same year as Ace Ventura. Huge year for Jim Carrey, 1994. And for good reason. These are both awesome movies for completely different reasons, but also for a lot of similar reasons too. Jim Carrey's awesome in the role of both these movies. Jeff Daniels is awesome, Dumb and Dumber. My mind is just fucking fried right now. I apologize. But awesome movies, both of them. I highly recommend both of them, and they're funny comedies. Then we have Denis Villeneuve and David Lynch's Dune movies. Said them in the wrong order, but who cares? So yeah, these are both interesting films to talk about. So I am actually in the camp, at least as of this recording, where I actually prefer David Lynch's Dune to Denis Villeneuve's Dune. I know, shoot me. I will say this, speaking on both these films individually, I have not read the book series, so I'm very ignorant when it comes to knowing the source material. But I enjoyed this version of Dune just because it tells a story in one cohesive piece, in my opinion, at least from what I saw. I don't know the source material, but I really enjoyed this version of Dune. You know, David Lynch's big budget movie, his only big budget film in his career. You know, he says he regrets making it. I still quite enjoy it. I like Denis Villeneuve's Dune, but I feel like the main issue I have with this film is that I just think if you have not read the book series, you get a lot missing from it, especially in the character department, which I have a huge issue with, because regarding Denis Villeneuve's Dune, a lot of the character work in this film is very shallow and non-existent. You're essentially told what the characters are versus really you feeling what the characters stand for. You know, you're being told an exposition of what Paul is and the Messiah and all this type of stuff. He's gonna lead the Sand People, and it's like, yeah, you're telling me this, but you really have to show it. And this is one of those part one movies that very much feels like a part one, like half of a movie doesn't really feel complete. It literally just ends on a random ass note. And just like, I don't know, like I felt like it was kind of overhyped when it came out. And when Dune 2 was delayed, I wasn't really that sad because I was like, I can wait an extra 6 months for this movie to come out. I don't know. I want to love it sincerely, but I don't know. I do want to rewatch it before Dune 2 comes out because, I don't know, I guess there's just something missing from it, but I still do like both versions regardless. Then we have Dunkirk by Christopher Nolan, awesome war movie, saw it in theaters, really enjoyed it. It's set during World War II, where you essentially have like 3 different storylines going on at once, where you have soldiers on the beach, you got Kenneth Branagh and his team on ships you got like Mark Rylance and his team of like volunteers that try to save these people on Dunkirk, and you got Tom Hardy and people on the planes, you know, trying to stop these people at the beach. And so you essentially have these 3 storylines going on all at once, and it's very well done. There's not a whole lot of character work in this movie, but it does make up for some great action and some great set pieces. And for what it is an experience that I think is more worthy in the theater than it is at home, but I still think it's still a great experience regardless. Next up, we start with the E's with Easy A really fun modern telling of the Scarlet Letter, one of the more fun versions of a Shakespeare reenactment like we get with 10 Things I Hate About You or Romeo and Juliet. It's really, you can throw that into this category, but I think it's a lot better in my opinion. Just some really fun comedy. You got Emma Stone, you got a huge cast in here, really funny comedy, really well done, like little teen drama spice storyline. I've always found this film to be super entertaining, and I recommend it. It's really funny. Then we have The Edge of 17, another awesome teen comedy. Hailey Steinfeld, I believe this is the movie that kicked her into the spotlight. Basically, her and Woody Harrelson kind of like bonding over their you know, various issues in life, and you know, Hailey Steinfeld's struggle of being a teen and growing up and being an adolescent. And it's just a really good comedy, some good heart in there, some good comedy in there, really well done, good pacing, good directing, just a damn good movie. I enjoy it. Next up we have, whatever the fuck this is called, Live, Die, Repeat, All You Do Is Kill. I had to call it Edge of Tomorrow. Really fun little time loop storyline where you got Tom Cruise, who's like one soldier in like this giant army against like this alien militia, but then he wakes up and realizes that when he gets killed, his day resets, and so essentially he's like in a more actiony version of Groundhog's Day, where essentially he tries to fight this war and try to survive doing this stuff. And Emily Blunt's the only other person that has this time loop syndrome affect him. And so these two are trying to like stop this alien war before it begins, or at least try to stop it as in this one day, and trying to break the loop. And it's a very good movie, and another sequel, a movie that I want to see a sequel for immediately, but it's been development hell for a decade plus. But this is still an awesome movie in my opinion. Really enjoy it. Ooh, next up we have the El Mariachi trilogy. So we have El Mariachi, Desperado, and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. I bought this as a blind buy at Best Buy like a year or so ago because I was like, I haven't seen these movies and I wanted to watch it for a while. So I bought this, binged all 3 of them. They're fine. You know, I really enjoy El Mariachi the most. I actually prefer the original actor that played the mariachi versus Antonio Banderas, personally, to me. Desperado is the one I thought I would like the most, but I don't know. Something about Robert Rodriguez's direction for some of his movies I've always kind of been put off by. I don't know what to say. But it's a good movie, but definitely not as great. And I think Once Upon a Time in Mexico is pretty forgettable. Not bad, but just very forgettable. So this trilogy is fine, I would say overall, but not great in my opinion. Then we have Elf, of course, another go-to classic Christmas movie that I just gotta watch every single December. You know, just great stuff. You got Will Ferrell's buddy, the Elf. He's phenomenal in the lead role. James Caan's great as his dad. They have to have a budding romance with. Ed Asner is great as Santa. May he rest in peace, but he was great as Santa. You got, who is it? Zoe Deschanel's love interest. She's great. It's just a really fun movie. I find it very sweet. It's a very sweet movie that people of all ages can enjoy in some way, shape, or form. Next up we have Lars von Trier. Baz Luhrmann's Elvis. Very interesting film. And also if you're asking why this is a foreign Blu-ray, because my mom bought this off of Amazon. And Amazon does this weird thing sometimes, like I did with like the Netflix Blu-rays we'll talk about later, where like you buy them off of Amazon, but they give you like the foreign version. I mean, I can still play it just fine. It's just kind of like a odd thing. I guess they just have stock of it and they're just like, we'll just throw this out to anybody. But Elvis is a movie that I had no interest in watching back when it came out in theaters. Even though I worked in a movie theater job, and although I could have watched it for free, I skipped out on the theatrical run of this film because I had no interest in it. Baz Luhrmann is a filmmaker that I just don't have a lot of fandom for. I enjoy some of his work like Moulin Rouge, and I had fun enough with his version of Romeo and Juliet back when I watched it in high school. But I had no interest in seeing Elvis because I'm not a huge fan of biopics, and I really wasn't interested in Baz Luhrmann's take on it because he's a very flamboyant style that doesn't really work for me, very music video heavy if I would say so myself. But about a year later after this movie came out, I did watch it for my mom because she really wanted to watch it with me for Mother's Day. And so we sat down, we watched it on HBO Max, and it's a damn good movie. I was actually surprised at how much I like this film. Don't know. Basically chronicles the entire life of Elvis Presley from his perspective, so you know, birth to death, and it's a really good movie. The style for what Baz brings to Elvis's life, I think it's actually very good and actually fits the personality of the character. He can get serious when he needs to, he can get flamboyant and crazy when he needs to. Really enjoy it. Austin Butler is great in the lead role, and although I'm so glad that Brendan Fraser did win the Best Actor for The Whale, he was phenomenal in the lead role. He's just so good, and he's more than just an impersonation. He genuinely put his heart and soul into the lead role, and it was really apparent. Tom Hanks, didn't like him in this film, to be honest with you. I thought it was very goofy and over the top, but other than that, I really enjoyed it. I thought they blended the real life stuff and the more flamboyant stuff very well done, and I thought this was a very entertaining movie, so I would recommend it. It was just surprising to me. Next up we have Elysium, Neil Blomkamp's second effort in directing, or his sophomore effort for directing. I quite enjoy this one. I find this one quite underrated. A lot of people kind of shit on this movie, but I've always found it really fun. You don't know what it's about, you essentially have Matt Damon, who's set in this world where all the lower class individuals are on Earth, where it's basically a desolate wasteland like WALL-E style, and then all the rich people are all on this space station above the Earth, where essentially they get like, you know, free healthcare, advanced technology. And so essentially Matt Damon leads this revolution to try to take down the rich people and get the technology back to all the people down on Earth. And it's actually quite good. Really enjoyed the action, really enjoyed the direction, like the characters involved, and I don't know, I never understood why people didn't like this film because I always found it enjoyable. Next up we have End of Watch. Awesome found footage film by David Ayer. Probably my favorite film from him, if I could think. Yeah, probably my favorite film from him, if I can say so myself. Excuse me. Essentially, you have Jake Gyllenhaal and Michael Pena, who basically play two cops in the LA area, and essentially, you know, go around trying to stop LA gang crime, and you know, it kind of documents their lives throughout the months they work on the force together, and it's just a very engaging movie. Great characters, great casting, some really good stuff, heartfelt stuff, some very tragic stuff happens. It's a very engaging film and one that I really enjoy, and I definitely recommend you check it out. And then we got another great Jake Gyllenhaal movie, and that is Enemy by Denis Villeneuve. It's crazy how this came out the same year as Prisoners. He had a hell of a year in 2013. But this is a really cool movie. I need to rewatch this film again. I don't really remember a whole lot about it other than I really enjoyed it. And I do really love the, not the deepfaking, but the split screen technology they decided to implement with multiple Jake Gyllenhaals in the same screen, which looks better than the fucking Flash 10 years later with $300 million budget. Again, it shows that it doesn't matter how much money you throw at a project, like talent matters more than anything else, and this is how to prove it. And yeah, great movie. What can I say about it? I genuinely don't know. Then we have Enter the Dragon, the only Bruce Lee film that I've seen, personally, for me right now as of recording this. I need to watch more Bruce Lee movies because I do love Kung Fu, I do love practical stunt work, but when it comes to Kung Fu stuff, like I said earlier, I'm not very experienced in that. And Enter the Dragon I did watch because I want to at least have something under my belt when it comes to Bruce Lee, the late great Bruce Lee, and his martial arts filmography. And it's a pretty decent movie. I don't love it on the level that some people do, but I will say it's still a pretty good movie. Some great action sequences, stunt sequences in this film, especially like the final fight in like the mirror room with like the claws and everything is really well done and everything. But I don't know. There's something about this that's missing to me, and that's maybe like the characters or like just maybe like it's the time period that was in. Just something about it. It's still a good movie, that's why I own it, but I don't love the movie personally. Then we have Gaspar Noé's Enter the Void, a wild movie. Recently we watched this, may or may not be on an edible. Recently we watched this while I was on edible, and it was a wild experience. Love this movie. I think it's extremely powerful. If you don't know what it's about, I'll essentially just give you like a very brief synopsis. It essentially revolves on a drug dealer in Tokyo who basically gets killed after a drug bust goes wrong, and essentially the rest of the film is him in purgatory, him exploring his life and all the people that has affected him in his life, like his girlfriend and his other friends and stuff like that. And it's a very powerful film. The visuals are dazzling and they are just so mesmerizingly beautiful that it's just hard to comprehend how someone can come up with it. And the experience of life and death and tragedy and just the beauty and tragedy of life simultaneously is just so powerful that I can barely even describe it. It's a beautiful movie, one of my favorites of all time. Please watch this film. Please watch this film because it is so damn good. Then we have The Equalizer, the first Equalizer. As recording this, the third Equalizer film just came out in theaters. I don't really plan on watching it for some reason, which we'll talk about later on. But as far as this first film, really enjoyed this movie. Really cool little action film, kind of like throws back. I know this is based on a TV series of the same name, but it kind of feels like this throwback action formula that Antoine Fuqua brings to this movie. Denzel, awesome as always. What can I say about him that hasn't already been said about him? He's phenomenal. Really good action, really well done choreography, really good story, it's just a good classic old school action film that I really do miss whenever it's needed, and it's really well done. I did watch Equalizer 2 in theaters and I didn't really like it, hence why I don't really have much interest in seeing Equalizer 3. But regardless of the sequels, I will always enjoy this first film because it's just a damn good movie. Alright, so next up we have David Lynch's Eraserhead. This is by far my favorite film from him. I believe this was his directorial debut, and whoa, what a sturdy career out of a big ass punch. This film is one of my favorite films of all time. It is extremely macabre, extremely weird, very, very unique. You know, David Lynch, he makes a lot of films that aren't for most people, which, you know, I don't think is a bad thing. And Eraserhead is certainly one of the most, I would say, cerebral movies. You really can't describe much about the plot about this film, other than weird baby, really weird fantasies from a really strange, odd, bizarre main character, and just a lot of visual imagery that is very hard to decipher, at least watching it for the first time. I've since rewatched this film, really enjoyed it. Definitely not for everyone, but I think if you enjoy David Lynch's style, if you enjoy that really weird, you know, out there style of filmmaking, especially for the time it was made, I think it's a very inspirational movie, very good way to show how a low budget filmmaker can make something very special, and yeah, I love it. Next up we have John Carpenter's Escape from New York, of course one of his most celebrated movies of his career. I believe the first collaboration between him and Kurt Russell, which, oh no, that was also in Precinct 13, but this is their second collaboration between the two. And it's a solid movie. Like I said previously, John Carpenter, a lot of his films I don't think are as great as a lot of people say they are. Just from my own personal taste, I think they are still very well made movies. But essentially the film revolves around this, you know, post-apocalyptic world where, you know, the US is very much at odds with one another, and essentially it's, you know, the country is down so bad to the point where you have this, the entire city of New York is walled off to this giant prison, you know, basically hell on earth, if you will, where all the worst convicts are sent there in this gigantic chasm that used to be New York. And so you have the main character, Snake Plissken, played by Kurt Russell, who's sent in because the president's plane has crashed down. Sorry, the president's plane crashes down in the middle of New York, and so he basically has to go in and extract him. And it's very well done. Some good action there for the time being, some really good music from John Carpenter, of course. I think the main thing that holds us back for me is just because Snake Plissken as a character isn't very interesting. Kurt Russell definitely gives some charisma to the character, but I feel like, I don't know, there's just something missing about him. There's not really a whole lot that we know about him, not a whole lot of characteristics behind him being like the basic, you know, very rough around the edges action hero that you got a lot of back in the 80s. It's still a good movie. It's still the reason why I own it, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do. And I would be down for a remake, personally. Ooh, next up we have E.T. the Extraterrestrial, of course, one of the most celebrated films of all time, one of the most popular movies of all time, one of the best in Spielberg's filmography. Again, another film that I don't really know what to say about and new that has never been said about it. It's a great movie. I don't love it on the level a lot of people have, just because I don't have that personal connection to it. I watched it as a kid, but I never like loved it on the level that a lot of people have, but it's still a great movie. Like, you can't take anything away from it. Next up, we have The Eternals, of course, one of the most divisive films in the MCU that has come out recently, and it's a strange movie. Directed by Chloe Zhao, who directed Nomadland, and she definitely brings her own style to this movie, and it definitely stands out amongst the rest of the MCU that we've gotten recently, from a directing standpoint, from a writing standpoint. It's very ambitious, very bold, very broad at how it spans over the course of multiple millennia. You know, introduces at least 10 brand new heroes to the MCU, brings some wild concepts like the Celestials to the forefront. And for that, I think it's one of the messiest films in the MCU, just because for a concept like this, I think it was just too big for its britches, to say the least. I think that for the amount of Disney Plus shows that have been made in the MCU, this easily should have been a Disney Plus series. I don't know why the installment that brings in 10 brand new characters and spans over the course of millennia, multiple centuries and regimes and all that type of stuff is squished to a 2.5-hour runtime. I think this would have been a much better series. But getting past that, I think that a lot of the characters themselves are just so jam-packed into this runtime that you don't really get to know about them. Like, there are certain characters that die, and then you go back in flashbacks. So the film is told like very messily. Like, it's very much about a get the band back together type storytelling, where you basically are set in the present and you go back in the flashbacks and see how this team formed, how they fell apart, and all that type of stuff that I feel like was just very messy in my opinion. I just felt like there were a lot of elements that were left to be desired. I still liked the film overall. I still thought it was very visually interesting. I still thought the acting was pretty solid. There's some characters I really enjoyed, like Kumail and Johnny and his sidekick, and you know, Brian Tyree Henry is really good in the movie. Barry Keoghan's very good. It's such a mess, and another thing that hurts this movie as well as the larger MCU is the fact that it feels like this movie just feels outside continuity. Like, the events that happen in this film have been really referenced outside the MCU sense, and we don't really know when we're gonna get these characters again. Probably in like 5 years or whatever, but I feel like by the time we do get a sequel to this, that people will probably forget what these characters are. So, I don't know, we'll see what happens, but certainly interesting. Next up, we have Event Horizon by Paul W.S. Anderson. His sci-fi, cerebral Hellraiser knockoff, you would say. Despite the Hellraiser, there was a Hellraiser film that was released in space the year prior. But Event Horizon, certainly an interesting movie. It was infamously known for being cut down from his original studio cut because of test screenings. So this film that was meant to be a lot more violent and a lot more gory was cut down to be a more safe for audiences, if you will, action pleaser. And for what it is, it's a solid movie. Has some good actions, has some good gore, the little bit that remains in the theatrical cut. Some good acting. You got Sam Neill, Lawrence Fishburne, pretty solid cast overall, and everything like that. But like I said, I would like to see the original cut of the film personally. But as a whole, I enjoyed it. It's a good movie. Ooh, next up we have Everything Everywhere All at Once, the most recent Best Picture winner. And it's a damn good movie. Very visually interesting, wild-ass concept, you know, bringing in the multiverse. You have Michelle Yeoh as like this regular, you know, downtrodden laundry washer business owner who basically is tied into the multiverse because she's like the Nexus event that has to save the multiverse from his own destruction. And it's a wild movie. The director's Daniels, known for music videos, and you can definitely see that style being implemented in the film itself. A very much fast-paced, quick cut, lots of visual styles being meshed together. And despite the fact it is a little too crazy for my own taste, I still think it's a pretty solid movie overall. Love seeing Kie Kwan back, and the fact he has a new career being boosted out now, I think it's great. I think that the human elements of the film really do tie together, in my opinion. The story of mother and daughter, and rejoicing each other and appreciating life for what it is, even the smallest moments, I think is a very good thing. It keeps the craziness film overtaking the runtime, in my opinion, and being able to still be grounded as a result. So I still really enjoy this one, and I definitely recommend you check it out if you haven't yet. Alright, so next up we got the entire Evil Dead franchise. All 5 movies. Don't have the Ash vs. Evil Dead series, but all the movies in the franchise. Certainly one of the most consistent horror franchises out there, along with like Scream and Final Destination and Insidious. I don't think there's one bad installment amongst these 5 films. I enjoy all of them for various different reasons. You first got the original Evil Dead by Sam Raimi, very much a product of his time in a lot of elements, but still very inspirational for how these film studios made a movie from nothing, literally just filmed in the woods for God knows how many days or months, and pulled something together that is very inspirational, still very iconic even 40 plus years later. Evil Dead 2 Dead by Dawn, my favorite of the franchise, very much blends the horror elements of the first film, but also the comedic elements that would overtake Army of Darkness, and it blends those 2 elements very well, in my opinion, to make a really, really fun and wacky and zany movie that, again, product of its time, not for everybody, but I really enjoy it. And then we have Army of Darkness, which is my least favorite of the 5 films, just because it strips a lot of the horror elements away from Evil Dead that I appreciate in terms of basically just an entirely a comedy, which I still enjoy. It's still very fun, has a lot of iconic elements and lines, especially with Bruce Campbell's Ash, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do. But still got good close to the original Evil Dead trilogy. And then we have the Fede Alvarez Evil Dead remake, which I quite enjoy, very different from the Sam Raimi version, while still very much feeling like an Evil Dead movie. It takes a lot of elements and manages to upgrade them to modern audiences, which I think it does it very well, in my opinion. Lots of good gore, lots of good acting. You got Jane Levy in the main role, and she's really good in the lead. Just a lot of craziness that I wish was expanded upon further. I wish we got a sequel to this movie, but it's been a decade since, and there seems to be no momentum on continuing this version of the franchise. And then we have this year's Evil Dead Rise, which just came out, and I really enjoyed this movie. I didn't expect to love it as much as I did when I saw it in theaters. I felt it was like a very strange addition to the franchise, and I really didn't know what it was. Was it a sequel, a reboot, a remake, a requel? What would it be? And to be honest, that's not really a big part of the runtime, and it still remains what continuity this film lies in. But regardless of where it lies in the timeline, I still really enjoyed this movie. I really enjoyed the new element being brought to this movie, being set in a high rise and bringing in the family element, which I thought would hinder the movie because I was afraid that they wouldn't like harm any kids, which makes me sound like a sick psychopath. But what I mean by that is like, I like horror movies are able to like take off taboos, or are able just to let anyone die and anyone get hurt. There's no like safe boundaries being placed on it, and I think the way this film, like what Lee Cronin does as a director, he's able to still harness a lot of the elements that Raimi brought to his Evil Dead movies while still upgrading to modern audiences. Really love all the main characters, especially the 2 sisters in the movie. The gore was extremely out the window, but I really enjoyed it. The craziness and zaniness. Like the Evil Dead remake, I would like to see a sequel to this. We'll see if that ever comes to fruition, but as far as I'm concerned, I still really enjoy this franchise, and I would highly recommend it if you have not seen it as a horror fan. Then we have Alex Garland's Ex Machina. Damn good sci-fi movie, really well done. You got Alicia Vikander in here, you got Oscar Isaac, Donald Gleason. Basically revolves around these 2 scientists played by Donald Gleason and Oscar Isaac that basically make this AI, who's efficient, who starts to gain her own consciousness, and she starts to outsmart these 2. And it's a very interesting play on AI, which I still think holds up very well today, even more so in 2023, because how AI has advanced since this movie came out nearly a decade ago. Great visual effects, great practical work, great tension, great writing, just a damn good movie that I really do want to rewatch sometime soon because it's a really captivating thriller. Alright, next up we have another big horror franchise. I don't have all the installments, but the Exorcist franchise, which is about to get rebooted in about a month with the Exorcist Believer coming out. So we have the original Exorcist film, this little anniversary digibook that came out a few years back, and we have The Exorcist 3, also known as Legion. I love both these films. These 2 are 2 of my favorite films of all time. Despite the Exorcist franchise as a whole isn't very good in my opinion when it comes to the quality of the other movies, which is why I don't own them. These two films, I think, are the gold standard when it comes to possession movies, when it comes to exorcist films, but it just comes to horror in general, for very different reasons. The original Exorcist, of course, everyone knows as one of the greatest horror films of all time, one of the most celebrated movies of all time, a movie that I was not allowed to watch for the longest time because my parents, well, at least specifically my mom, watched it when she was super young and was super traumatized by it, so I didn't get to watch it until I was like 16, 17, whatever. And I watched it and I really enjoyed it. Sure, there are some elements I do think are a little outdated, but the late great William Friedkin did a great job directing. William Peter Blatty, who wrote the original novel, did a great job adapting his work into a screenplay. The acting is, of course, amazing. Linda Blair, Ellen Burstyn, Max von Sydow, Jason Miller, they're all great in the lead roles. Very effective, and still a film that holds up today, and why it's basically the Bible when it comes to making an exorcist or possession movie. But then we get to Exorcist III: Legion, that I think is an incredibly underrated film that nobody really talks about because people just write it off as just an Exorcist sequel just based on the name, which was a gigantic mistake by the marketing. But I love it. I actually think it is slightly better than the original Exorcist. Just in the way that it handles the tension. Will Peter Blatty, who wrote the original screenplay for The Exorcist and wrote the novel, made a sequel book called Legion and decided to direct and write his adapted work. And he does a great job directing it. It's sad to say that he didn't get to direct many movies after this because of his just bad tenure with the studio, but I really enjoy this film. I think Brad Dourif, who voices Chucky, he is phenomenal in the main villain role, the Gemini Killer. George C. Scott is great as the main detective trying to hunt down these series of murders, and how it's able to adapt the work of the original film and be able to continue it in a very different way, and feels very against the grain when it comes to making a horror sequel, but still very much feeling in the same continuity while very much having the same vibes and the same flavor, and coming to the same things that do make it a very interesting movie in my opinion. So I love both these films. Please check them out if you haven't, and we'll see how David Gordon Green makes this new trilogy and how that stacks up against these two movies. Then we have The Expendables, another franchise that's about to get a new installment. Exorcist. Expendables 4 is supposed to come out in a few weeks. I don't really plan on checking it out, to be honest with you, because, to be honest, I don't really like any of the films past this first film. It's a pretty fun little like throwback action film. You got Stallone, you got what's his name? Jet Li, Bruce Willis, Mickey Rourke, Dolph Lundgren, Terry Crews, Jason Statham. Basically all these like old action heroes and some new ones being thrown together to help out this like larger than life mission. It's a fun action film. It's good, some good gore, some good stunts, fast pace, good one-liners. It's a cheesy action film, but one that I think does it very well and easily the best of the franchise to me, at least personally. Then we get into the Fs with The Faculty, of course. This is one of the Kevin Williamson Scream surrogate successful films that came out in the late 90s after Scream was such a huge success, like I Know What You Did Last Summer. He helped write H2O, Halloween H2O, and this is one of the films that he produced and wrote after Scream was a huge success. And this is basically a modern telling version of the Invasion of the Body Snatcher storyline, where you basically get, a group of high school students that realize that their town in the Midwest is being taken over by an alien species, and they try to find a way to stop it. Very fun movie, great cast, a lot of young stars that were in there right before the prime came out. You had Josh Hartnett in the main lead role, Jordana Brewster, Elijah Wood, Usher, you got Robert Patrick, you got Jon Stewart. Huge cast in here, and it's just a lot of fun. Just a 90s flavor to it, just brings a lot of like really cool vibes to it. I really enjoy it. I love the soundtrack, I love the pacing, I love the good visual effects in here, the way that they're able to tell the storyline in a very unique way that I quite enjoy. It's just a really fun movie. I really enjoy it, and I don't know, I'd be down to see a follow-up. Since they're, bringing back all the horror franchises, why not bring back Faculty? Then we get the first Disney Plus show that I own on this list, and that is The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Once again, not my own Blu-ray, bought this off of Etsy, and it's a solid series. The MCU, their Disney Plus stuff has definitely gotten a lot more misses than hits in recent memory, and this is one, like when I talk about Eternals being a series, I think this should have been a movie. I don't know why this was stretched into a 6-episode runtime when it didn't really merit that in my opinion. And I think it hindered a lot of the runtime. This is still one of the better MCU series, probably in the top half in my opinion still. The relationship between Anthony Mackie and Sebastian Stan as Bucky and Sam Wilson is still very fun, and was built off the relationship that was built in Civil War. The rivalry still very much comes to a good conclusion in this series. Some good action. I really like the suits in here, like John Walker, like the return of Zemo and all that. But the series is still very messy in the sense that the villains are not interesting in either way. You had the Freedom Fighters, or the Flag Smashers, I think they were called. They weren't very interesting, although they could have been interesting. It was just the execution of them was very poor. Sharon Carter being a villain, I just don't care about her character at all, so I don't really care what they do with their character going forward. And ultimately, the series is too afraid to really like speak on its own political messages. Like, it really wants to say something, but because it's Disney and they don't want to like divide their audiences, they just kind of like stick to just Sam Wilson going to the senator at the end going, do better with your work. And they don't really like state much about it other than they just want to, you know, do better. But it's just, they don't really delve into the political themes of like Sam Wilson being treated differently as a black man holding Steve Rogers' shield, and how that means. And they try to touch on it, but again, like, Disney's just too afraid to like really delve into those issues. And so instead, you just get like a half-baked concept that still makes for an entertaining series, but one that I think leaves a lot left to be desired. Then we have another Marvel property with the mid-2000s Fantastic Four films. We have the original Fantastic Four from 2005, and we have Rise of the Silver Surfer. Movies that are definitely a product of their time. They're not the movies that, they don't age the best nowadays, but I have a lot of fun with them. I remember watching the first film religiously growing up, renting it from Blockbuster when that was still around, and I still have a lot of fun with it. You know, a cast here is great, by the way. I really enjoy all four of the main leads. You got Ioan Gruffudd, Jessica Alba, Chris Evans, and Michael Chiklis. They're all great in the main lead roles, and I wish they had better material to work with. Some good visual effects. Really enjoyed Silver Surfer in the sequel with Doug Jones and Lawrence Fishburne voicing the role. They were both very good in the role and everything like that. I also enjoyed Julius Mimang's version of Doctor Doom. I thought he was pretty underrated. But the writing is what ultimately kills these movies. I just feel like they were just way too flashy, way too surface level. They were just borderline, just very generic comic book films that, if they were able to tap into what made the source material so engaging for a lot of people, which what makes these characters so timeless, I think they would have been a lot more successful. We've gotten more of these characters going forward in more movies. And it's kind of sad to say that these are by far the best versions of these characters we've gotten until we hopefully get a better version by the MCU in a couple of years from now. But as for right now, I'm excited to see these characters again, hopefully in the Multiverse Saga, maybe in Deadpool 3, maybe in Secret Wars, we'll see. But I'll always have a soft spot for these movies, even if they aren't the best. Then we have Fantastic Mr. Fox, by far my favorite Wes Anderson movie. This is a phenomenal movie. The animation is stellar. I love whenever Wes Anderson goes to the stop motion style with like Isle of Dogs and stuff like that. It's just so inventive and so creative. Love the characters, love the storyline, love the soundtrack, love the directing, love the writing. Just such a heartfelt movie and just such a well-made film that I adore. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Then we have Fantastic Planet, a wild-ass movie that I had no idea existed until around my sophomore year of middle school, when a friend of mine showed me the trailer for this film when he saw it in his recommended feed on YouTube, and it was a wild trailer to watch. This is basically an animated film from the 70s, by a French animated film from the 70s, where you essentially have, it's set like this post-apocalyptic world. It's not Earth, where essentially these blue alien people have taken over, and basically the humans have now become like the bottom of the food chain. They basically become slaves and pets for these blue alien people, and it's a wild-ass movie. You watch this with an edible, yeah, I recommend it if you can handle it. It's a wild-ass movie, crazy visuals, crazy direction, crazy character work. It's a movie that you won't forget after you watch it. Then we have Fargo by the Coen brothers. Another movie of theirs that I don't think is as great as many people say it is. It's still a very good movie. I love Frances McDormand in the lead role. A lot of the kooky humor definitely does work for me. I like the setting and the unique way it decides to tell a storytelling from the direction and the writing specifically. But as a movie, I don't know. There's something about it that like I just don't really get a whole lot from when it comes to like me wanting to rewatch this movie or like recalling a lot of scenes from it. There's just something about it that's always like a blockade for me, and that comes from a lot of Coen brothers movies for me personally. I have not seen a series this film was based off of, but as a whole, I still recommend it. It's still a good movie, but I don't love it personally. Alright, next up we got another big franchise right here, and that is the Fast and Furious franchise, at least the ones that I enjoy. So this contains the very first 7 movies. So we have the original Fast and Furious film, Too Fast, Too Furious, Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious, Fast 5, Fast and Furious 6, and Furious 7. This is the golden era of the Fast and Furious franchise to me, and a series that I think should have ended a long time ago, which we'll get into that very quickly. But speaking of all the films individually, first film, very much a Point Break ripoff, but I enjoy it for what it is, and with how goofy a lot of the later installments get, this film very much feels grounded and makes it look better in retrospect for how bad a lot of the installments are of this franchise going forward. Too Fast, Too Furious, which for the longest time for me was the weakest film in the franchise until we got to past Furious 7, but like the first film, with how goofy a lot of the installments of this franchise get going forward, it makes this installment a lot better in retrospect because they actually focus on racing, they actually use real stunts. The introduction of Tyrese and Ludacris and Eva Mendes and all that is a lot of fun, and seeing Paul Walker do his thing is just always entertaining to me personally. Then we get to Tokyo Drift, which I think is by far the most underrated installment, which thankfully has gotten a lot more traction in these most recent years as people have been rediscovering this movie. It's a lot of fun, definitely the film that focuses the most on racing, which is a big thing that is shocking how much this franchise turns away from it in recent memory. But love the characters in this film, love the soundtrack, love the setting in Tokyo, love the focus on drifting and all that type of stuff. And overall, just being a song that I just really enjoy. It's just such a fun movie. And of course, that's the first film that Justin Lin that he directed. And then we have Fast and Furious 4, or just called Fast and Furious, which I think is probably the most forgettable installment in the franchise. Not the worst, but it's just like the one that I just recalled the least from. Like, apart from like the ending and the fact they kill off Letty in the first 10 minutes, other than that, it's a very forgettable movie. Like, I still enjoy it, but I always forget about what happens a bit until I rewatch it. And then we have Fast 5, by far the gold standard when it comes to the Fast and Furious franchise. The best installment by far, the one where they combined all the elements of the previous 4 films together, bringing back all these characters, bringing in The Rock as Hobbs. Great characters, starting out with some great action here. Well, it's probably like the last installment of the franchise where they are able to have over-the-top action while still making it feel grounded, like with the whole safe heist thing where the vault's being dragged throughout the streets of Rio and stuff like that. I just love this movie. It's such a fun movie. All the dynamics of the characters, the action, the real core teams of family actually do work for this film. It's just a great movie. I really enjoy it. And then we get to Fast and Furious 6, which they really start to turn up the family and a lot of the goofier aspects, which is now kind of synonymous with the franchise going forward. But I still enjoy it. It's still a good continuation of what Fast 5 set up. Still a lot of fun characters in here. There's still some goofy ass stuff that happens in this film, like the whole runway sequence where like the plane goes like a 30-mile long runway, or like the tank sequence where like Letty's able to be caught by Dom through this like bridge gap, and he's able to like suppress her momentum by crashing his body into a window, a car windshield, and he's able to be completely fine. Some dumb shit that happens in this film, but still one that I quite enjoy. And of course we get to Furious 7, which is to me the canonical ending of this franchise. Just such a really good ending to what Paul Walker, Brandon O'Connor's character goes through, and the way they are able to end his character on a great note, I think was just beautiful. For how this film was dealt with a really bad hand, I still think they were able to tie things together very well. Bringing in Jason Statham as Shaw was a very good villain, and I think is one of the better villains in the franchise when you take out the other installments, and just a really good ending to the franchise to me personally. And that's what makes this franchise so frustrating, because every installment past Fast 7, I just really haven't liked. Fate of the Furious, F9, Fast X. I just don't care about this franchise anymore. Like, a lot of people talk about burnout, franchise fatigue, if you will, when it comes to like the MCU or DC and stuff like that. To me, the Fast and Furious franchise, I'm burnt out on it personally, no pun intended, but it's just like, you can tell this franchise really was meant to end with 7, at least like when it comes to a story level, because every character in Furious 7 literally ends on a great note. There's no loose ends to be brought up, but because of greed, because the studio saw the $1.5 billion it made off of that film alone, they were like, let's just continue the franchise, because like most of these actors don't have much else to do other than doing Fast and Furious films, and so that's why this franchise has just gone on forever, and that's why it's just taken just all the wind out of the sails for me. I just don't care about this franchise anymore, and I can't see an ending for this franchise being better than Furious 7, because it just ends the series on a good note and good emotions that I just feel like have been not present in the other installments. But regardless of how bad the series gets, I will always enjoy this era of the franchise, and that's just how I proceed it. Next up, we have Fast Times at Ridgemont High, a really fun comedy from the 80s that I didn't expect to like as much as I did. I bought it as a blind buy, I believe, a few years ago during COVID, and I watched it, and it's really fun. You know, another comedy kind of like Dazed and Confused, where it's set like over the course of like one day, and so you got a bunch of teens just doing dumb shit over the course of one day. You got Sean Penn, the main character in here. You got like a young Nicolas Cage in a cameo, a bunch of like young stars in this film. Some good comedy, some good jokes. Just a very fun movie that I really enjoy. It's just so much fun. You know, like the scene of the robbery, the gas station with like Judge Reinhold and everything. That's a lot of fun. It's just a very enjoyable movie. I really enjoy it. Then we get to Faster, very average action film from the early 2000s with The Rock starring back when he did more grittier action films before he became like the brand that he is now with like Black Adam and Jungle Cruise and stuff like that. It's a fun movie. Simple little thriller where you got like, you know, Dwayne Johnson, who's like this hitman who gets sent to prison for 10 years, basically goes after all the people that wronged him and betrayed him. Very cool cast. We got Billy Bob Thornton here in the villainous role, is pretty good. Some good action here. I got this like as like a blind buy in like a little pack. My local place, Second and Charles, where they do Blu-ray and DVD selling and stuff like that. They have like this little thing where it's called like, they get like a box of like 50 mystery DVDs and Blu-rays, and they throw it in this box and you buy it for like 30 bucks and you see what you get inside. This is one of the Blu-rays that I got, and I decided to watch, and I decided to keep it because it was a fun movie. It was a good little action film from the early 2000s. I wish Dwayne Johnson did more of nowadays. Oh man. Then we get to The Favorite by Yorgos Lanthimos, a bizarre-ass movie. I mean, he's a bizarre-ass filmmaker in general, but this is only one of his more kooky installments. Stars Emma Stone, Olivia Colman. That's her. It was her big introduction to the Hollywood industry that still remains to this very day. You got Rachel Weisz. Very much a parody on like, you know, like a play on like, you know, old-fashioned you know, royalty and stuff like that, and how just the kooky humor of Yorgos Lanthimos very much creeps into like this very prestigious concept. And it's just a very fun movie. Good humor, although it's not for everyone. I saw this with my dad and he just didn't get it whatsoever. But if you enjoy Yorgos Lanthimos', sorry, I can't speak his name, Yorgos Lanthimos' style of humor, then I would definitely recommend this. Then we get to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, a wild-ass film. Who directed this? Terry Gilliam. So yeah, like I said earlier, wacky-ass concept, wacky-ass visuals, Johnny Depp being high, Tobey Maguire having Rapunzel hair, Benicio del Toro whacking off his mind. It's a wild movie, very much a drug trip from the late 90s, a product of its time, but if you can like enjoy like the very trippy visuals that Terry Gilliam brings to a lot of his movies, then I would recommend it. It's a pretty interesting movie. Alright, so next up we have Luc Besson's The Fifth Element, another wild-ass movie from the 90s, very cerebral, very strange, lots of weird imagery, lots of weird acting, lots of weird character designs, starting to say the least. But Luc Besson, he's a filmmaker that I enjoy a lot of his movies, and this is definitely one of his better movies in my opinion, was more iconic movies. Bruce Willis, again, I miss when he did a lot of interesting movies like this back in like the 90s and early 2000s. It's just a shame that like he turned his career towards just doing generic direct-to-video stuff, and then he eventually retired because of his medical issues. But for what it's worth, this is still a very fun movie, lots of weird stuff. I personally didn't grow up with it, so I don't have a lot of personal connection to it, but I still find it very enjoyable personally. Then we have Fight Club. Sorry, can't say much about it. Then we have The Fighter by David O. Russell. Right? Yeah, David O. Russell. Solid boxing film. I believe this came out the same year as Warrior, which I think is a much better movie, and so I kind of get the two confused sometimes because they're very similar in their base concept. You know, you got boxers and, you know, going through hard time, very much a drama. I do love Christian Bale in this film. I'll always remember the scene whenever he's like tweaking out on drugs and he's like sneaking out the house through the back window and stuff like that. Some good, like, you know, good comedy in there. Big cast in here as well. Excuse me. Just, it's a very fun, I won't say fun, but it's a very enjoyable, very well-made film. But David O. Russell, like I said, he makes movies that I think I appreciate more than I enjoy when it comes to a certain aspect. Ooh, next up we have the Final Destination franchise, all 5 films in this collection that was released a few years ago. And I really enjoyed this franchise, certainly one of the better, more consistent franchises when it comes to horror out there. With the exception of the 4th film, The Final Destination, I enjoy the rest of them. The first film, well, certainly not one of the better installments of the franchise, which is very weird to say for a horror franchise when the first film is one of the weaker installments. It definitely is a proof of concept, well, I will say that much. Really good cast, some really cool visuals, some really cool death sequences, and just very well done. It's just a little, there are some sequences like in the bathroom sequence that opens up the film that I think are a little too goofy, but I still quite enjoy it. Part 2 is actually my favorite of the franchise. Has the best accident sequence with the highway, terrifying, and the best kills in my opinion, the best characters, very well done sequel. Part 3 very much continues a lot of the same elements that made the second film a lot of fun, bringing Mary Elizabeth Winstead, the roller coaster sequence, some really cool kills, although they do depend a little bit more on CGI than the previous 2 installments, which I think is kind of like precursor to how bad the 4th film was with how much they used the CGI, but still very good installment. The 4th one, piece of shit movie, don't really want to talk much about it, it's just a really, really bad movie. And then the 5th film, decent way to close out the franchise and how it closes out the timeline in a very interesting way. Some good sequences, definitely the best use of CGI in the franchise with the entire bridge sequence, which is actually quite convincing for the budget they had. And it's kind of shocked that after the fifth film, we haven't yet to get an installment. There is meant to be a sixth film coming out, which I believe is meant to be revolving around first responders sometime coming out, but because of the strike, there has been no development on the script or shooting because of that. But whenever we do get another Final Destination installment, I'd be down for it because I do really enjoy this franchise. Then we have Finding Nemo and Finding Dory. Of course, one of Pixar's jewels in their crown, especially during their hot streak, was Finding Nemo. A phenomenal film. Andrew Stanton, one of the most iconic Pixar directors, he did a great job, forming this script and forming these characters together. Just a phenomenal movie, in my opinion. Just some great character work, some great comedy, great characters, just an incredibly enjoyable movie that I still think is timeless to this very day, even 20 years later. And then Finding Dory, decent follow-up to the film. Again, like a lot of these Pixar sequels that came out around this time, very pointless, didn't really need to continue the story with Dory and finding out her backstory and everything. But for what it's worth, it's certainly one of the more inoffensive Pixar sequels that have been made. Then we have Christopher Nolan's following his directorial debut, and certainly when it comes to his filmography, you can't stack it up against any of his other movies because it's just quite literally bringing a toothpick to a gunfight, because it's just like, this is like a student film that was made for like, what, $4,000 when it compares to like his $100 million movies that he makes nowadays. But it's a very inspirational movie when it comes to how to make a film and how you can literally scrape together like pennies and make something interesting out of it. Very much a precursor to his follow-up Memento, with how it uses time and how it uses like using your character's perception to kind of toy with your audience, because he's not exactly a very likable main character, but he's over a guy that is obsessed with breaking into people's houses but not stealing stuff. He just moves stuff around just to fuck with them and kind of like puts them in a sense of unease. And then it comes out that someone's actually following him, and he grows his obsession with him of why he does the things that he does. And so it creates kind of this interesting little like student thriller. And it's cool. It's a little interesting concept, a little proof of concept for what would be Memento. And it's cool. Certainly not a great movie in my opinion, but one that's certainly still very interesting. Then we have Ford v Ferrari, of course, by James Mangold. A very cool movie. Really enjoyed it as a racing film. Saw it in theaters with my dad, and I just really enjoy it. Love the dynamic between Christian Bale and Matt Damon. They're butting of heads with the entire runtime. Really good soundtrack, really good production design, good directing by James Mangold, and the writing as well. Just a really cool story. I just really enjoy it. It's really like a feel-good movie in my opinion. Very inspirational. Then we have Forgetting Sarah Marshall, of course, one of the big comedies that came out in the late 2000s, starring Jason Segel when he was on top of the world, Mila Kunis, Christian Bale, Russell Brand when they were popular and everything like that. Revolving around, Christian Bale and Jason Segel. They're a couple. Christian Bale picks up with Jason Segel, and then they both go on this vacation together where they both run into each other with different partners. And it's very interesting. Love the cast in here. You got Paul Rudd in a small role. Here's like one of the surf trainers, which is hilarious. Love the setting of the beach. Love a lot of the humor in this, especially like with the Muppets and everything like that, or the puppet show he creates, or like the scene whenever he's just a butt-ass naked crying about Sarah Marshall. Just a lot of good moments of humor in this film that I just really enjoy it. Then we have Forrest Gump. What can I say about this film hasn't already been said about it? It's a great movie. Tom Hanks, Robert Zemeckis, box of chocolates. You can't go wrong with it. Then we have Four Weddings and a Funeral. Very interesting movie that back during COVID, I used to buy DVDs from Goodwill for like $2 a piece and watch a bunch of movies that I hadn't seen before. So I bought this on DVD and watched it for the first time and really enjoyed it. And then I got this as a blind buy in that little Second Charles DVD Blu-ray mystery box I talked about earlier. And I got it and I decided to keep it because I really enjoyed this movie. Very interesting little rom-com set over the course of like a couple years, where it's quite literally documenting the relationship development of Hugh Grant and Anna McDowell, how they kind of form a relationship over the course of meeting each other through four weddings and a funeral. And it's very good, really well done, some good classic 90s humor in there, and one that I just really enjoy watching. Then we have Foxcatcher, very, very brutal movie. Steve Carell, definitely his most terrifying performance, and again, I really like whenever comedic actors are able to take more dramatic roles like Adam Sandler or Jim Carrey. And Steve Carell's definitely one of the better actors out there that I think is really underrated when it comes to his more dramatic performances. You got him, based on a true story where he trains Channing Tatum to basically be like this, this next big wrestling icon. You got Mark Ruffalo in here. Just a very, very intense, movie about, crime in the wrestling industry. A lot of, what's it called, corruption in the wrestling industry and stuff like that. It's very well done, very intense, very well made. I would highly recommend it. Ah man, then we get to Frailty, an incredible movie that I highly recommend you watch. It's very underrated. This is directed and stars the late great Bill Paxton, and basically revolves around him raising his 2 young sons in this little farmhouse. And one day he comes home basically enlightened and basically says to his kids that he was enlightened by an angel. And he basically says like, oh, this angel was sent from God, and he's now sent me on a mission to where I have to execute all these demons from Earth that are disguised as humans. And so essentially he starts bringing people to his farmhouse and watches his son as he kills random ass people just because he hears from this angel that, you know, he gives him this list and says you have to execute X, Y, and Z demons. And one son believes in the younger son, and the one older son that grows up to become Matthew McConaughey, who narrates the movie, basically is torn because he doesn't really believe his father, and that creates a lot of family drama that makes a very intense psychological thriller. Very good acting across the entire board, very good thrills, very good gore, very good storytelling, just such a great movie. And I wish Bill Paxton made more movies like this because he was really, really talented when it came to making this movie. Then we have Freddy vs. Jason, very schlocky, very dumb movie, but I enjoy it. You know, it's a proof of concept, you know, it's Freddy vs. Jason, but in a very good way. Ronnie Yu directed this movie, the same guy that did Bride of Chucky, and he brought a lot of style to this movie. Very, very dynamic, very fast-paced, very gory, it gets to the point very quickly. It gets some good fights in here, some really good action, some good gore, especially the final fight at Crystal Lake, just gory as all hell. Oh my god. What really does drag this movie down for me being like a great experience is the fact that they don't really bring back any of the characters from the previous 2 franchises. It very much feels like outside continuity, just like its own standalone thing, which isn't a bad thing for like new audiences to get invested in, but for the fans that had followed both these franchises for years at this point when this movie came out, it was like the fact that other than like Pamela Voorhees in one little scene by a recasted actress, no other actors or characters from the previous movies could show up, which I feel was a gigantic missed opportunity. And the characters we do get in supplement for the legacy characters aren't very interesting, or just very much just stock characters just to be there for Freddy and Jason to take out. And I hate the shit with the water. I hate whenever that whole little dream sequence, whenever Jason is scared of water and Freddy toys with him on that. That was dumb. But overall, still a very fun movie, and yeah, just really, really enjoyed it. Then we get to Free Guy, one of the bigger movies that came out during the early stages of theaters reopening after the pandemic, was delayed for about a year and came out, and it was a pretty solid audience pleaser. You got Ryan Reynolds in here, kind of a knock on Wreck-It Ralph in the Truman Show, where basically like he lives in the video game world, he doesn't know he's an NPC, and then he realizes through like a glitch, some like hacker that comes in, realizes that his world's a complete lie, and so he decides to discover the real world, and tries to break out of it. And his entire world comes to chaos because of it. Very fun concept, good acting, good jokes, good humor, fast pace. It's a very much an audience pleaser, but one that I think is still done very well in my opinion. Then we have The French Dispatch, one of the more recent Wes Anderson movies that have come out. The first one I actually got to see in theaters. Really enjoyed this one. Once again, every Wes Anderson film was well made, really well acted, really well shot. Production design, amazing. Just, it's a really good movie, a really enjoyable film, and if you know Wes Anderson, you know how good this movie is. Then we have Friday. You got knocked the fuck out, man. Awesome comedy from the mid 90s. You got Ice Cube, you got Chris Tucker in here in the hood, doing all the shit. You got Debo in there, may he rest in peace. Awesome character. Just, it's a wild movie, you know. Ice Cube, he's just one of those actors that just is able to translate his character so well and everything like that. The humor is amazing. I wish that Chris Tucker was more in more of these Friday movies, because the sequels after this weren't very good, but they have a great dynamic chemistry with each other. Just so many iconic moments and so many iconic imagery that comes from this film. It's just a great comedy. It's so much fun. I wish there were more movies made like this today. Ooh, man, dusty ass Blu-ray. Next up we have Friday Night Lights. Bought this at like a Big Lots not too long ago for like $3. And it's a fine, you know, little sports movie. I'm not a big fan of sports, but I do like a good sports movie. And this is a very good inspirational sports movie. You got Billy Bob Thornton in the lead role, you know, underdogs coming to take the title. Really well made, some good drama in there. I understand why this was spun off into a series I have not seen, but I know my parents watched and was very successful. And for a precursor to that, it's a solid movie, very well made. Next up, we have the Friday the 13th franchise. Got my little shirt for today's video. But yeah, we have this 8-pack of the first 8 films by Paramount, the original film to Jason Takes Manhattan, and we have the Friday the 13th remake that came out in 2009. Of course, Friday the 13th, not a very prestigious franchise, a very well-known, very popular amongst the horror community, but I wouldn't say a lot of the films are that great. The original film, certainly one of the movies that are less, I mean, it's very inspirational and very iconic for the time, especially with how it was implemented with Tom Savini's effects and how it, you know, encouraged the huge craze of the slasher genre that was boosted by Black Christmas and Halloween and stuff like that earlier on, but taking it to a next level. Not great from the side of that. Some weak characters, some very weak ambition, but some good kills, some good atmosphere. Love Pamela Voorhees, but not a great movie. Part 2, good installment, but still has a lot of the same issues as the first film. Not very good characters. Takes a little while to get to the gore, but when it does get there, it's pretty enjoyable. Part 3, pretty fun movie. It's goofy, it's in 3D. It's very much a product of its time, but still very enjoyable. Final Chapter, I legitimately think is a good movie. Part 4, some great effects in here. You got Corey Feldman coming in the role of Tommy Jarvis, one of the more iconic Friday the 13th characters. Some great gore, great Jason in here by Ted White. Really good directing too by, Joseph Zito, I think is his character's name, or sorry, director's name. Really well directed in my opinion. Part 5, it's goofy. I enjoy it, especially for some of the kills that we get, like the belt kill and stuff like that, but it's very, very off the hinge. It's such an oddball amongst the franchise where it's just like, what the hell? Jason Lives, Part 6, my favorite of the franchise, where it just is the most self-aware and the most fun it has with this concept of just Jason killing people left and right, and Tommy Jarvis, I think, is at his best in this movie. Everything after that, I just don't really like that much. Part 7, New Blood, and Part 8, I think are just way too goofy and way too out there for their own concepts. Plus, by this time, the MPAA were very against gore in slasher films, so a lot of the kills that you get to come to see in these franchises, like Friday the 13th, are very much cut away, and so what you get left outside of the gore and the kills is just very shallow characters and very weird concepts, like the whole thing with the telekinesis in Part 7 and Jason going on a boat in Manhattan. Just, you know, it's still a fun franchise, but one that I think has a lot of issues. And then, of course, the remake, which I actually quite enjoy. One of the better remakes that definitely blends the elements of the original film while also blending a lot of elements in the sequels of bringing back Jason and everything like that. Some good kills, some good well-shot gore and kills and everything like that. Not a great film by any means, but one that I do quite enjoy. And it's kind of a shame that there's yet to be an installment since this movie came out. Sure, we are getting that Crystal Lake series by A24 of all people, which is so weird, coming out, but I wish we had another classic Jason movie, but because of rights, we haven't to see that since 2009, which is kind of a shame because I really enjoyed this movie. I wish we had a sequel to it. Oh man, I've been speaking way too much. Then we have Friends with Benefits, a pretty fun little rom-com from the early 2010s. Justin Timberlake, Mila Kunis, they're friends with benefits and they start to fall in love and all the trials and tribulations that come with that. It's a fun movie. I enjoy it. Some really cool little mock shows are thrown throughout the entire movie that I will remember it for, like all the fake movies that they show. Some good comedy, some good acting. Again, it's not like meant to be like this super intense, intriguing movie. It's meant to be an audience pleaser for what it is, and it's a fun movie. Ooh, another horror franchise. Next we have the Fright Night series, at least the majority of them. Again, one of the more consistent horror franchises out there. So we have the original Fright Night from 1985, then we have Fright Night Part 2, and we have the Fright Night remake from 2011. I enjoy all three of these films, hence why I own them, and I just really enjoy all of them. Especially the first one, the original film, just also amazing cover art, by the way. I love the cover art, but incredible vampire film for the time being. You got what's his name, Charlie Brewster, who sees his new neighbor moving in across the street, and he thinks like he's like this super cool guy, but he suspects that he's a vampire, and his rumors ends up being true. Chris Sarandon in the role, Jerry Dandridge, is a really good antagonist, and I think is a really cool villain in here. Evil Ed, iconic, some really cool imagery, some great effects, soundtrack. Got Peter Vincent in here, he's awesome. Rodney Dowell, I believe is the actor's name. He was great in the lead role, or in that character's role, and it's just a really good vampire movie. And then Part 2, which I think is an incredibly underrated film, really good sequel that not a whole lot of people talk about, is really well made, some great gore, a great continuation of the story, bringing Jerry Dandridge's sister into the mix and trying to like play the events of the first film like it was a whole hoax. I really enjoy. It's a damn good sequel and a really good follow-up. And then we have the remake. One of the better horror remakes that have been made out there. For a lot of remakes that just don't do the exact same thing as the original, but a lot worse. This one does a good job at like reinventing a lot of the elements that made the original film so beloved. You got the late great Anton Yelchin in the lead role, Charlie Brewster. You got Colin Farrell in the role, Jerry Dandridge, Imogen Poots. You got McLovin as Evil Ed. You got a really different version of Peter Vincent played by David Tennant, one of my favorite actors out there. Just a really fun remake that really hypes up a lot of the elements of the original film while still keeping a lot of those elements that made the original film so good, in my opinion. Then we have Peter Jackson's The Frighteners, a really fun movie that I wish a lot more people talked about. Of course, before Peter Jackson was known for the Middle-earth franchise and Lord of the Rings and all of that, he actually was a really prominent horror director. He did a lot of horror films back in the 80s and 90s like Bad Taste or Dead Alive or Brain Dead, regardless of what region you live in. And this was his last major horror film he made before he joined Middle-earth and kind of dedicated the rest of his career to doing that type of stuff. Really cool little throwback horror film. Stars Michael J. Fox before he basically semi-retired because of his Alzheimer's, or not Alzheimer's, but Parkinson's disease. And he basically plays like this paranormal hunter who basically has been aligned because of the accident that killed his wife. He basically has the ability to see ghosts and interact with ghosts, unlike most normal humans. And because of that, he basically kind of makes this con business where he gets his friends to scare local residents in his New England town, and basically he comes in and exorcises the demons so he can get money from it. But then he starts seeing these really weird visions of like this Grim Reaper character taking out random people across the town, and then a whole plot unfolds revealing the town's past and him being roped into a situation where he has to act like the hero. It's a really cool movie, some great visuals, some great scares, some good comedy in there, like what Peter Jackson likes to do with a lot of his early horror films, with blending horror and comedy in there. Just a very well done, really fun movie that I wish Peter Jackson made more of, because this is a really good movie. Alright, so next we have From Dusk Till Dawn, an amazing vampire film, one of my favorite films, probably my favorite film from Robert Rodriguez as director. Tarantino wrote this. Really cool little storyline where you get these two brothers on the run from the cops, decide to go to Mexico just to escape the law. And so they take this family, with the father played by Harvey Keitel, hostage. And so they basically go down to this like local bar in the area called From Dusk Till Dawn, and they end up quickly realizing that this little club is actually a coven for vampires to hunt down prey. And it's a really good horror comedy. Amazing characters. I love George Clooney as Seth Gogo, by far my favorite performance from him. Really enjoyed the entire cast in here: Juliette Lewis, Harvey Keitel, Tarantino. You got Tom Savini as like Sex Machine with like this little pistol whip gun. The entire cast is so much fun. The soundtrack is awesome. Love the comedy. Love the gore. It might be a little goofy at times, and it might split some tones a little too much, where you get the first half that very much feels like a Tarantino crime thriller, and then you get this vampire stuff thrown into the mix. But I still love it regardless, and I watch this film every single Halloween because it's a great movie. Everybody be cool. You be cool. Then we have The Fugitive, a really cool little classic 90s action thriller where you got Harrison Ford, who's on the run because he's accused of murdering his wife. You got Tommy Lee Jones, who's hunting him down. And it's just a really cool thriller. Now, I wish when Harrison Ford made films like these, and like the Jack Ryan films we'll talk about later on, Air Force One. He's a really prominent guy when it comes to action films back in the 90s, and for good reason. This is a damn good thriller, really good action, really fast pace, on the edge of your seat. It's a solid movie. Oh man. Next up we have Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket. Of course, I think this is the second to last movie he made before he passed away. And this is a really good war thriller. You essentially have all these, recruits brought into this military training base, and essentially you have Arlie Ermey as a sergeant that basically just tears them down to their last breath. He's incredible in this movie. You got Vincent D'Onofrio as Private Pyle. He's great and everything like that. But this is one of those films I think the first half works a lot better than the second half. Whenever the film turns away from Private Pyle and the military academy and we get to the actual war stuff in Vietnam, it's fine, it's really well shot, but it kind of just goes to a regular war movie setting, and then it just kind of ends on a random note. Like, the film kind of just lacks a lot of plot after the military recruit section, and it just kind of devolves into just an average war movie with not a whole lot to go off of. It's still a really good movie. I still can't take anything away from it. It's still a phenomenal film for a reason, but I don't know. I don't love it on a lot of people say they do. Then we have Funny People by Judd Apatow. This is the first film that he made after the success of Knocked Up and 40-Year-Old Virgin, where he gained a lot of success and a lot of, I would say, too much freedom when it comes to how long his movies were. This movie is 2.5 hours. It did not need to be 2.5 hours. And every single film he's made since then has that issue where it's just way too long. His actors just go off the cuff and go, they just improvise way too much to the point where it just kind of takes away from the film itself. Essentially, the film revolves around Adam Sandler being like this washed up comedian, very much kind of paralleling what he did in real life around this time, where he used to be like this really ambitious, really like on the edge of your seat comedian that would just take center stage, and in a sense kind of sold his soul to basically become like a very generic, low-rent comedian just doing whatever he can for a paycheck, and then he gets diagnosed with cancer. And so he decides to go back to his roots, start doing more classic stand-up. As a result, he gets Seth Rogen as like this up-and-coming comedian to help him out with his material and rediscover his love for Leslie Mann and all that type of stuff. It's a really well-made movie. It's just way too much runtime for me, especially when the plot turns around and it goes away from his plot of having cancer, Adam Sandler's character, and it kind of just goes nowhere. Like the plot just kind of stops and it just ends up you just live through these people's lives, which can be interesting in some senses, but for how long this movie goes on, I think it was just way too much for me personally. It's still a good movie, but I don't love it, and I think it could have been better. Then we have David Ayer's Fury, a really good war movie. War movies, I think, are kind of in two places for me personally. There are ones like these that I think are really special and really well done, and there are some other ones that I think aren't the best and kind of feel generic. This one I really do enjoy because of the character work in here. You basically have, it revolves around this tank crew led by Brad Pitt. You got John Bernthal, Michael Pena, Shia LaBeouf. Really good cast around here, some really good emotions, really well shot in my opinion, some great production design, really well paced out, some great writing in here, great dialogue. Overall, just a really well done character drama that also serves as a great war movie simultaneously. I think David Ayer does great when it comes to character work, and this is one of his best movies in my opinion. Alright, so getting into the G's, we have Galaxy Quest, a pretty fun comedy from the late 90s. Don't know what the plot is about. It basically revolves around a bunch of actors, or washed up actors, who started on this like Star Trek type show back in the 70s and now set in the 90s, where they basically just do nothing but cons and stuff like that because, you know, they haven't really done anything but like anything popular since their little Star Trek show. But then like during one of their cons, they actually ends up getting involved into an alien conspiracy and then end up actually having to fight aliens acting like their characters on the TV show. It's a pretty fun little comedy, great cast, Sigourney Weaver, Tim Allen, the late great Alan Rickman, some pretty good comedy, some good stunts in here. It's a pretty fun little concept I think is done pretty well in my opinion. Next up, we have David Fincher's The Game. His successor after Seven came out, starring Michael Douglas as this like regular businessman who for his birthday gets entrapped in this really sadistic game where his life just gets messed around and toyed with for days on end. He basically has to figure out what's going on, what's the conspiracy, and how can he stop this game. It's a pretty good little thriller. I wouldn't say it's as good as a lot of his other movies, and especially with the ending, I don't feel it has as much impact as it should have. But overall, it's a pretty solid movie in my opinion. I enjoyed it. Next up, we have Game Night, a pretty fun comedy. Came out back in 2018, I believe. Stars Jason Bateman and Rachel McAdams. So, of course, a few other people like Jesse Plemons in here. Essentially, it revolves around Jason Bateman and Rachel McAdams, who are a couple who basically like do like an annual game night with their friends every week or so. And during one week, they decide to play a certain game that gets them into a huge conspiracy, and shit goes wild and off the rails. And it's a pretty fun comedy, really well directed. Who directed this? Yeah, John Francis Daley and Jonathan Goldstein. They're known around the industry and they do a lot of good movies, and this is definitely one of them. Some pretty good visual imagery, especially like with the game board they used throughout the movie. Some pretty fun little twists and turns in here. I enjoyed it. It was a pretty solid theatrical experience, and I would recommend you check it out. Next up, we have Gangs of New York. Of course, it is Scorsese, DiCaprio, Daniel Day-Lewis. Can you go wrong with it? No, it's a really well-made movie, masterfully directed, masterfully acted, masterfully crafted. Amazing film. What can I say about it? Hasn't already been said about it. It's great. Next up, we have Guy Ritchie's The Gentleman. A pretty fun little, heist comedy came out a few years ago. With Guy Ritchie going back all the way back to his roots with like Snatch and Lock, Stock, with this little heist comedy. You got a huge cast in here: McConaughey, Henry Golding, Hugh Grant, Colin Farrell, just Charlie Hunnam. A huge cast. Some pretty little kooky directing from Guy Ritchie. Some good little action in there, some good heist, some good comedy. It's just a really fun experience. I enjoyed it seeing it in theaters, and I would recommend you check it out. Ooh, next up we have Jordan Peele's Get Out, his directorial debut, and definitely put a giant staple on him as being one of the next big horror filmmakers in the industry. It still continues to this very day. Really enjoyed this movie when I saw it in theaters. I remember seeing it with a good friend of mine the second weekend it came out, and I saw it with a huge crowd like on a Saturday night. Me and my friends stuck into the theater to see this, and it was a wild experience. Still one of my favorite theatrical experiences of all time, with the crowd just going insane and really being in sync with the movie. You know, I'm not a big fan whenever people talk in movies, but whenever people are like really like into the film, like I talked about with Creed 3 earlier, when they can just get like super invested in what's going on, like add to the experience. That's why I love the theatrical experience, why I wish people treated it with more respect, and I hope it stays around forever. But yeah, this movie, I'll never forget the experience with this. And on top of it just being a great movie with some great commentary, a really inventive premise, some great acting in here, some great scares, some really iconic imagery, just a blast from the beginning. And I still think this is Jordan Peele's best movie. All right, next up we have the Ghostbusters franchise with the original Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters 2, and Ghostbusters Afterlife most recently. I don't own the 2016 version. I don't hate that version as much as most people do, but I just don't really like it enough to own it. But speaking on the main 3 Ghostbusters films I own, the original Ghostbusters, of course, a classic comedy for all the right reasons. Great cast, great special effects, great imagery, great soundtrack. It's Ghostbusters, what can I say? Ghostbusters 2, I have not seen in a very long time, but I remember being just not as good as the first one, just being a little too zany and weird, and a lot of pink ooze, a lot of like random stuff in there, the Statue of Liberty walking around, just stuff that makes it not as good. It's still enjoyable, but like, I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do, at least from what I see on the internet. And then Ghostbusters Afterlife, a pretty nice little surprise. I didn't know what to expect of this film back when it came out a couple years ago, but watching the film in theaters, I haven't seen it since theaters, but I do remember really enjoying it. I like the fact they were able to reinvent the Ghostbusters formula in some way, you know, set it in the Midwest, bring in Paul Rudd and all these new kids like Finn Wolfhard and McKenna Grace and all of them to the mix, which makes them really interesting characters. The way they are able to integrate Bill Murray and all their Ghostbusters into the mix was very sweet in my opinion. I enjoyed it. Overall, I just really enjoyed it, and I really can't wait for the sequel to this coming out sometime soon. So yeah, overall good franchise. I like it. Next up, we have Ghost in the Shell, be about the original 1995 version, and we have the 2017 version starring Scarlett Johansson. I enjoy both these films. Of course, the original film is way better. I'm not the biggest fan of anime, but I do like movies of this style, like Akira and Perfect Blue and stuff like that. And so I really enjoyed like the neo-noir punk aesthetic that this film brings to it. Of course, based on the source material of the same name. Really well done, really adult, and really violent, but really creative. And then the 2017 version, granted, I got this because I found it for $5 at Best Buy, and I do have a lot of nostalgia towards this film. I saw it in theaters back when I was in 8th grade, and I do vividly remember the marketing for this film. I love the trailers, I really enjoyed the premise. This is before I even knew the source material of Ghost in the Shell, and watching it, I enjoy it. Like, I understand it's like an American remake of a Japanese property, and with that comes a lot of translation issues, and it feeling a lot more Americanized than most people would appreciate to those who know the source material. I still enjoyed it, and honestly, part of me wish we got more movies in this series, but I'm not gonna like fight tooth and nail to say like it's like the greatest film ever made or it was better than the original. I don't think so whatsoever, but I enjoy it still. I'm not gonna lie. Next, we have another Johansson movie, and that is Ghost World, a really cool little comic book movie. Yes, this is based on a comic book, but a very grounded movie. There's no superheroes, there's not really anything action related. It's basically just a very grounded drama about these 2 high school seniors who arrive to graduating high school, basically just kind of figure out what to do with life after high school. And so you got the main chick in the movie, I forgot her name, the actress's name, but she befriends Steve Buscemi in the movie. You got Scarlett Johansson doing her own thing. And while that doesn't seem very interesting on the surface, it's a very engaging drama. The characters are very interesting. It has some really good commentary in here, a really well written dialogue. I really enjoy it, so I would recommend it if you're a fan of dramas in this style. Next up we have, what is it? Joel Edgerton's The Gift, an awesome drama, a dramatic thriller I should say, that came out a few years ago. If you don't know what the plot's about, it basically revolves around Jason Bateman and Joel Edgerton, who were not so friends in high school. You know, Jason Bateman was basically known for being a bully to Joel Edgerton's character growing up, and so years later they meet up and start becoming like good friends of theirs. You know, Jason Bateman is married to Rebecca Hall in the movie, and slowly as Joel Edgerton becomes more part of their lives, shit goes off that rails, and it's a really well done drama, a really powerful ending in my opinion, some really good thrills, some good chills, really good atmosphere, really well directing by Joel Edgerton. I wish he did more movies of this style, and yeah, damn good thriller. I would recommend it. Next up we have Gladiator. Are you entertained? Yeah, damn good movie. What can I say about it? Like, it's a really good movie. Ridley Scott did a great job. Interested to see how they're gonna follow this up with a sequel like 25 years later, but we'll see what happens to it. Yeah, it's a great production design, great epic drama, like, you know, Shakespearean style atmosphere it brings to it, very similar to like Braveheart and other films that came out around the same time. It's an epic movie. It's huge in scale. It's got great action, great drama, great story. Yeah, it's huge. Speaking of classics, we got The Godfather and The Godfather Part 2. Two movies that, of course, are two of the most celebrated crime dramas and just celebrated movies in general of all time. These are both great movies by any means necessary. They are amazing films, but I don't really have that personal connection to them. Like I said earlier, when it comes to like a lot of the greatest films of all time that everyone loves, even people that aren't even really movie fans, love and respect and talk about them all the time, I don't really have that appreciation towards them at the same level. Like, I've seen all three of them once. I don't own the third one. I just don't like it enough to own it. But they are amazingly crafted dramas. You know, Ford Coppola did a great job directing. All the acting is incredible and everything. But there's just something about it that always just keeps me at arm's distance for me, like really wanting to delve more into these movies or like talking about them or rewatching them, because everybody talks about The Godfather. Everybody knows The Godfather. So what's there to say about it, you know? So, I don't know. They're great movies, but I don't love them on the level that a lot of people do. Next up, we have Gone Baby Gone, Ben Affleck's directorial debut. Stars Casey Affleck, Morgan Freeman, just a huge cast. Basically revolves around this situation where a girl goes missing from an abusive household, and you know the rest of the film is kind of documenting like where's this little girl going, and kind of delving into like the abusive family and stuff like that. So you got Morgan Freeman being like the chief of police, and it's a really well done drama. Some really good emotions in this movie. Asks a lot of interesting questions that you can't really answer yourself by the time the movie closes. It does spark some debate, which I really like. Really well directed, really well written, really good pacing overall, and it's just a really good drama. I really do recommend this movie if you haven't seen it, because it's definitely his most underrated film in terms of Ben Affleck's filmography, in my opinion. Next up, we got another Ben Affleck movie, but he acted this time around, and that is Gone Girl. Of course, David Fincher's Gone Girl, based on the book of the same name. Wild-ass movie, incredible movie, great drama, great acting, amazing score by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, who of course are mostly known for Fincher's work on this and Social Network, which we'll talk about later on. But yeah, phenomenal drama, really good thriller. I just, watch it please, watch it please. But you know, not for the faint of heart. Not for the faint of heart, especially with the handcuff sequence. Jesus. Then we have Gone with the Wind, my mom's favorite film of all time. Of course, one of those classic films that most people know. I bet a lot of people haven't seen it because it's 4 hours long, but really epic tale of just the rise and the fall, you know, of the South during the Civil War, I believe. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it's a movie that doesn't really get a whole lot of like recognition nowadays, because it seems that because of the themes and because of the time period set in, people feel like it's celebrating slavery, or it feels like it's celebrating stuff. And I don't really feel that watching the movie. It's just set in an era where it was very divisive in America, and I feel like, I don't know, I think it does still deserve its place in film history, and I think it should still be remembered. It shouldn't just be canceled because times have changed. But I can understand why my mom loves this movie, loves the production design, the characters, just the beautiful aspects. The shot composition is just incredible. Like, it's a great film. I don't love it, but I can understand why people do love it. Next up, we have Good Boys, a comedy I watched a few years back with one of my best friends in high school. I had a lot of fun with this movie when I saw it in theaters. The whole concept of like these kids cursing and swearing can get a little old at times, but I still found it quite funny. You know, this is produced by Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg, and I like their style of humor, so something in this vein I quite enjoy. And I don't know, I just really enjoyed it. It was really fun to see, and it's one of their comedies I've seen in recent memory, so I recommend it. Next up, we have Good Old Fashioned Good Burger. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? This is a film I watched a lot growing up, especially in in elementary school, like around 5th grade. I would binge this nonstop on Netflix when it was on there, and this is just a goofy ass movie. It's so stupid, it's so wild, it's so bonkers, it's crazy, but I just have so much fun seeing Keenan and Kel just act and having just a great time together, bantering between each other, getting a bunch of goofy antics and stuff like that. The villain is dumb, but it's just like, I just have so much fun with this movie, and I am interested to see what they do with the sequel that's about to drop on Paramount Plus sometime this fall. So we'll see how they continue the story, but as far as for this first film, I really enjoy it. Then we have good old-fashioned Goodfellas, probably my favorite crime gangster film of all time, tied with another film we'll talk about later on, but certainly my favorite Scorsese movie, and certainly like just crime dramas of all time. I mean, this is such an epic story, great cast. You got De Niro, you got Blake Ray Liotta, you got Joe Pesci. You got so many awesome actors in this movie, so many iconic lines, iconic scenes. You know, it's just it's Goodfellas. You know what it is. If you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. It's an awesome movie. Next up, we have Good Will Hunting, a phenomenal movie. You know, the movie kind of kicked off Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's career in Hollywood. You know, they wrote the script for this, got Robin Williams involved, and all that type of stuff. And it's such a good movie. It's so inspirational. Some great dialogue in here. Robin Williams once again proves why he was such a phenomenal actor and why he will always be missed in the film industry. Just such a well done movie, so well crafted, so inspirational in a lot of aspects. Such a good movie. I love it. Then we have The Goonies, of course, one of the more iconic films of the 80s regarding, you know, the kids here. You got like Ke Huy Quan in here, you got Corey Feldman, just a huge cast in here. Just a classic little adventure throwback in the style of Indiana Jones, even though this wasn't directed by Spielberg, it was directed by Richard Donner, may he rest in peace. Some great aspects in here. The adventure aspect of all these kids going on this journey to find this treasure. It's just a classic story, but done in a really well done way that I still think holds up fairly well to today, so I enjoy it. Next up, we have Goosebumps, the most recent edition that was made starring Jack Black as R.L. Stine. Dylan Minette's in here. It's a solid kids movie. I remember seeing it back when it came out, and I had a lot of fun with it. You know, it's goofy, it's all over the place, but I had fun with it. You know, it's Jack Black always makes something entertaining to me because he's just one of those actors that is so lovable that you can't dislike him whatever he does. And the aspects they do for this movie I find it quite fun. It's a fun little adventure. You got Dylan Minette, who's like a new kid in their little New England town, or was New Hampshire or something, where he moves in across the street from this really cute girl who's the daughter of R.L. Stine, who basically banishes her from ever meeting Dylan Minette, and then they go inside, unleash all of R.L. Stine's classic books, all of his classic monsters like Slappy the Puppet and all that type of stuff, and causes chaos around the town around Halloween. It's a good little Halloween season movie, has some good effects, some good scares, and it's good for a family, you know. I enjoyed it, I think it was fine, and so yeah, that's why I own it. Next up, we have The Graduates. Of course, classic film from the 60s, one of the more influential movies of that time period. Huge cast and everything, Dustin Hoffman and all that type of stuff. Has one of the most infamous endings of all time. Very, I wouldn't say a bleak ending, but very ambiguous ending to say the least. And a really well done soundtrack in here as well. It's a damn good movie. Some elements that probably won't age as well, or haven't aged as well in this decade since it came out, but I still find it really enjoyable, really intriguing, and I recommend it still. Next up, we got Gran Torino. Get off my lawn. It says on the fucking cover. But yeah, Gran Torino, one of the more popular Clint Eastwood movies that he's made, as from the directing standpoint as well as an acting standpoint. You got the story of Clint Eastwood, who's like this old racist prick who basically kind of learns to accept others in his community whenever he finds rival gangs in his area. Really well done movie, good acting. Overall, really good storytelling and how Clint Eastwood bonds over these young rascals and how he's able to see other perspectives from his others than his own. And so I find it really engaging. Found it's a good little thriller, and yeah, I recommend it. Ooh, next up we have The Grand Budapest Hotel, another phenomenal Wes Anderson movie. Greatly acted, beautiful production design, just huge epic skill storytelling told over the course of many years of this hotel, and it's just such a well done movie. Huge cast, huge effects, really ambitious. It's Wes Anderson, man. It's just he always makes movies that are just so unique from one another that I don't know, it's probably one of my favorites of his career so far, honestly. I love this movie. Then we have The Grandmaster, a movie that I heard nothing about, but I got as a blind buy a little like 50 pack of DVDs and Blu-rays from Second Charles one day. Got it, and I decided to watch it out of pure curiosity because Tony Leung is in this, and I recently around this time I got this, Shang-Chi just came out, and so I really liked him as Wenwu, the Mandarin. And so I was like, oh, Tony Leung, he seems pretty cool, so I'll watch this. And it's basically like another version of Ip Man. If you've not seen that series, we'll talk about it later on with starring Donnie Yen. But it's basically another version of the Ip Man storyline where you got like, Tony Leung starring as Ip Man, who's like this guy who gets, extracted from China because of the war. I believe it was World War II, or extracted from, was it China or Japan? I believe. Yeah. Asians. So he's fled from China because of the war going on in the 30s, and so he basically learns to form his own community, learns to train others in his area in martial arts, and it's a really well done movie. Some great choreography, some great action here, really beautifully directed. While I don't love this film on the level of some other people, I do think there are some aspects I think could have been done better. I still found it a really good movie, and hence why I decided to keep it. Next up, we have Gravity by Alfonso Cuarón. A really simple thriller, but done in a really good way. The visual effects in this film are really well done. You basically got Sandra Bullock and George Clooney, who star as astronauts who are in a space station that is slowly falling apart, let's put it lightly. Really well done effects, really good acting, some good wire work as well. It's just a really well done thriller that takes a simple concept, does it, and executes it in the best way possible. So, really good movie. Then we have The Great Escape, of course, a classic film from the 60s starring Steve McQueen and like the Rat Pack, essentially based on a true story during World War II, where a bunch of these American soldiers were trapped in this internment camp, or this prisoner of war camp, POW camp, and essentially Steve McQueen and company basically try to find a way to break out, and it's a really well done movie. I owned this for the longest time and didn't watch it until a couple years back. Watching it, it's a decent movie. It's definitely of its time in my opinion. It's very long-winded. It takes a lot to get there. There's so many characters that it's very hard to keep track of if it's not like the main character like Steve McQueen. But it's still a very well done movie. A lot of practical stunt work in here, which I really like. A really epic storytelling and a good old inspirational story. So I enjoyed it overall. Then we have Green Book, the controversial Best Picture winner of 2018, a movie that I understand why some people hell flack at it, but I still find it quite enjoyable. Based on a true story, somewhat, where you got Viggo Mortensen and Mahershala Ali back in the 60s, I believe, where Mahershala Ali was very discriminated against. Well, if he wasn't there at the time, but African Americans were very much discriminated against for their race, and so they weren't allowed to do certain things that like white men could do and stuff like that, and so. Viggo Mortensen basically becomes his driver while Mahershala Ali performs across the country, and so the two of them grow a very good friendship over the course of months and even years, and it's just a really sweet little movie. I understand that people felt like it should have been darker in some aspects, but I found it quite palatable in my opinion. I thought it was well executed for what it did, and I don't know, I just really enjoyed it. Should have been Best Picture? Hell no, but I still enjoyed it. Next up, we have The Green Hornet, a pretty fun little superhero movie that I wish got more sequels. It's kind of a shame that this movie never took off in the way that it should have. Seth Rogen, like I said previously, I really enjoy his style of comedy, so I always get drawn to the movies he makes. Basically him, adapting this classic source material. You got a big cast in here. Kind of sad that Christoph Waltz plays such a generic villain in this movie because Christoph Waltz, he either plays the best characters in movies like Inglourious Basterds and Django Unchained, or he plays characters that are just so forgettable, like paycheck movies like this and like Horrible Bosses 2. I'm like, why the hell are you in this movie, man? But regardless, I still found it quite enjoyable. I liked the chemistry between Seth Rogen and Jay Chow and the way they fight crime and everything. It's a simple little superhero film, but I found it quite enjoyable. Then we have The Green Mile by Frank Darabont. Of course, technically his follow-up to Shawshank Redemption regarding like these epic prisoner Stephen King adaptations. And while it's not as good as Shawshank, it's still a very well done movie. Love Michael Clark Duncan in the role. What's his character's name? John Coffey. Really well done as like the sympathetic character John Coffey, where like he's this prisoner who's accused of murder in like the 30s, and because of his race, he automatically like is assumed to be the murderer, along with his size. And basically, Tom Hanks and all the other wardens there, or guards there, basically come to really warm up to him as they realize that he has some very special powers that no other human being has. And it's just a very well done movie. Some great emotions in here, great acting across the entire board. Like, you love characters like Michael Clark Duncan, you'll despise people like Sam Rockwell in the movie. And yeah, it's a very well done movie, really long-winded at times, but I found it quite enjoyable. Then we have Green Room, a really cool movie by, what's the director's name? Jeremy Saulnier. Same guy that directed Blue Ruin, which is a movie that I wish I owned because I really like that one. But yeah, still really enjoy Green Room. If you don't know what it's about, basically revolves around this punk band led by Anton Yelchin and Imogen Poots, who basically like all crash at this like one neo-Nazi bar for a gig. And then when they realize that it's full of neo-Nazis, they try to break out, and Patrick Stewart, who leads the neo-Nazi club, realizes that they want to escape and try to kill them at all costs. It's a very intense thriller, some good gore, some good kills in here. Not the most likable characters, they do some pretty dumb things at this entire runtime, but I still find it quite intense and quite enjoyable overall, and I recommend it. Then we have Gremlins, a pretty solid little Christmas thriller that came out back in the 80s by Joe Dante, same guy that did The Howling. Basically, I haven't seen this film in a very long time. I remember watching it a bunch when I was a kid around the Christmas holiday, but I've never really had the desire to rewatch it in the past few years. You know, I enjoy Gizmo, I enjoy the Gremlins, I enjoy the score, I enjoy like the little goofy antics that the Gremlins get into, but I've never really like found myself incredibly captivated. I will always remember this movie for like my parents skipping the scene whenever we rewatched as a family as kids, whenever like, what's her name, like Phoebe Cates or something like that, the girlfriend in the movie, where she would explain like her dad dying in like the fireplace accident, trying to be Santa Claus, saying that Santa wasn't real. And this was back when me and my brother believed in Santa Claus. And it was a whole thing where they had to skip the entire like good chunk of the movie because of that. It was pretty funny, at least to me in retrospect. But yeah, love Gizmo, love the Gremlins, the goofiness. And it's also a strange franchise that like very rarely has gotten any installments since the 80s. I think they just installed like a HBO Max movie not too long ago, but like, there hasn't been a third film in such a long time that I'm like, why? Like, this franchise is just sitting on a shelf, do something with it. But regardless, still like this film, I would still recommend it. And I also just need to rewatch it to see what my updated thoughts on it. Next up, we got Grindhouse, the entirety of Grindhouse, a big 3-hour epic feature consisting of 2 films, Planet Terror and Death Proof, both by Robert Rodriguez and Tarantino, along with all the little like mockumentary shows that are stuck in between all these little things to imitate the Grindhouse 70s aesthetic. Actually, one of them is getting turned to a movie. Was it Thanksgiving by Eli Roth? He's directing a film like that. It's supposed to come out later this year, starring Addison Rae, of all things. That's such a strange sentence to say. But yeah, Grindhouse as a whole, it's decent. I do like the homage to the classic Grindhouse era cinema back in the 70s. You can definitely tell that both Rodriguez and Tarantino have a lot of passion for that style of filmmaking, that era of filmmaking, and they bring a lot to both their movies. Sad thing is that both these movies aren't very good. Like, I don't really like Planet Terror whatsoever. And Death Proof, well, I still liked it for Kurt Russell as the writer. He's very intense, very scary as the main villain, and the gore is phenomenal. Like, I love like the first like 20-25 minutes of the film. But it's easily Tarantino's worst movie in my opinion. It very much just goes off the rails and just kind of just lacks any sort of like meaningful narrative. It just kind of like goes with a different group of women and then they defeat the writer, and not a whole lot happens in the second half of the movie. But I still think it's worth a watch, including all the trailers in between. It's still something that I think is pretty cool, and I'm glad that something like this does exist. Ah man, now up we got the 2 classics of cinema, Grown Ups and Grown Ups 2. Now listen, before you guys roast me in the comment section, these movies are dumb. I'm not going to defend these movies in any sort of way, kind of like Good Burger. I watched these a lot as a kid, and I had so much fun watching them, especially the first one. They're dumb, they're crazy, they're not really well made, but I just always love seeing Adam Sandler and company just goofing around, dicking around. Sure, would I wish it was actually like more well made and well put together? Sure, but I don't know, I just can't get enough of these movies, man. They're dumb, they're fun, and you know, they entertain me personally, so that's why I own them. You know, they're a good treat whenever you want to like watch something doing with some friends. Then we have Grudge Match, a pretty fun little like reunion, unofficial reunion of De Niro and Stallone, you know, the unofficial Rocky versus Raging Bull crossover. It's a decent little comedy. I wish it was a lot more funnier than it was, personally. I just find the humor was a little too dry for my taste, a little too like absent. I don't know, they try to treat it like a real boxing movie, but they also wanted to be a comedy, and so that tone of displacement feels weird throughout the runtime. But regardless, I still found the cast pretty enjoyable. I found that the box sequences pretty well done for their ages, for the respective actors. And yeah, it's a solid movie. I recommend it if you're a fan of Rocky and Raging Bull or just boxing films in general, but don't expect anything great in my opinion. Alright, next up we have the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise. So I got all of the main installments. We have Guardians of the Galaxy 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, and the Holiday Special, which I know came out before Volume 3, but just for symmetrical reasons, numerical reasons, I just placed it after that. But yeah, the Guardians franchise, probably tied for the most consistent franchise of the MCU behind Captain America. Primarily because James Gunn really held this franchise to his own tee. He very much had his own stamp on this franchise and didn't let it feel like any other Marvel movie, in my opinion, which I think I really do respect. Of course, I love the first Guardians. It's probably my favorite of the 3 movies still. Loved how they were able to really bring all these underdogs that nobody knew about when the movie came out and managed to bring them to the big screen in a very impactful way, in my opinion. Guardians 2, certainly the weakest of the 3 movies personally, but I still found it very enjoyable. I liked the dynamics between, like, Yondu especially was a very good emotional draw in the movie. Some pretty good action here, pretty good soundtrack. Across all of them, the soundtrack's pretty solid, but there are some issues like with the plot overall kind of feeling congested and the Sovereign and a lot of unneeded elements that I think could have been cut out. But overall, Volume 2 is a pretty solid movie. Volume 3, really good installment, really good like throwback to the good old days of the MCU when it wasn't like so messy. And probably my favorite MCU film since Endgame, even with No Way Home in the mix. Really good characters, really good way of just closing out the story, not focusing on like setting up 5 other movies, which that's a big problem with the MCU recently. Some good action, really good villain, the High Evolutionary, really emotional with the stuff with Rocket, just a really good conclusion. And the Holiday Special, it's a fun little holiday special. To me, it's probably the best thing Disney Plus has done in the MCU since it started with Phase 4, and I enjoyed it. Again, not much to expect. Drax and Mantis taking Kevin Bacon to cheer Peter up. Not really something huge or grand scale in concept, but I found it quite enjoyable. And regardless of what they do with the franchise next, I will always love what James Gunn brought to this franchise and the Marvel Universe in general. Alright, so next up we start with the H's with Hacksaw Ridge, a really good war movie that came out a few years ago. Funny little story time for take a pause for a minute. I saw this in theaters with my father back when it came out, and I remember this is the only time I've ever vomited in a movie theater experience. Just to set the stage, I got some really shitty popcorn, like the liquid butter on top of it, and because of that really shitty butter, it fucked up my system and I had to run outside into the restroom and vomit. And that's the only experience I've ever had with a movie theater experience that made me actually sick to my stomach. It wasn't even because of the violence, which is very prevalent in this movie, but it's because of the shitty popcorn. And that's why I don't put liquid butter on my stuff anytime soon. That shit is disgusting. But talking about the film itself, very well done movie, directed by Mel Gibson, very well directed in my opinion. Andrew Garfield basically stars in this film as a person who wants to help out in war but doesn't like killing people because of his religion and his faith. So he decides to become a medical professional, try to save lives instead of killing people. And it's a very well done movie. Andrew Garfield's phenomenal in the lead role. You got Vince Vaughn in the supporting role, and here is very good. Just really well done action, very gory, very in your face, but really effective for the war setting. And just a really inspirational movie too, in my opinion, really showing how one's life could change. You don't have to, convert to others in order to be a good person. So I really enjoyed this one, so I highly recommend it. All right, we got the big boy. We got the Halloween franchise, at least the majority of the films I actually do like in this franchise. So starting out with them one by one, we have the original Halloween, of course, one of the greatest films of all time, one of the greatest horror films of all time, most inspirational films of all time. Is Halloween. What can you say about that hasn't already been said about it? Halloween 2, pretty solid follow-up, a pretty cool little continuation set the same night as the first one, so it makes a pretty good double feature. Really liked a lot of the elements that were brought over from the original film, although it's not directed by John Carpenter this time around, it's still written by him. There are some aspects of this film a little silly, like the brother-sister aspect. I didn't really like that much. Laurie being contained to just being like on the hospital bed for most of the runtime, so she has to run around for like the last 15 minutes, wasn't that very good. But I will say, I do like the gore, love Dr. Loomis, love the atmosphere, love the score. It's still a really good movie, and I still thought it was a pretty good conclusion at the time for the franchise. Then we had the infamous Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, a movie that I would say I respect more than I enjoy. It's still a good movie overall, but it's definitely a little too weird for my liking. It goes so strange into the bizarre and macabre that it's a movie that I don't think ages super well, but I do respect the creatives involved are trying to do something different other than just going back to Michael Myers, and I would be infinitely fascinated had this film been successful back in the 80s if we ever got more anthology movies of this style, or they just would have gone back to Michael Myers, but we'll never know. Then we have Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, a pretty solid return to the franchise. Very simple little 80s slasher. You got Michael Myers returning 10 years later to Haddonfield and causing more terror. A real life Daniel Harris as Jamie Lord. Really love the ending of the film. I thought it set a really cool like little story arc that was wasted by Halloween 5 and 6 for no reason. And really liked Rachel in the movie as like the final girl, if you will. Didn't really like the mask of Michael Myers though, that was pretty shitty. But overall, very fun installment of the franchise. Then the next installment I have is Halloween H2O. To my opinion, my headcanon where the franchise ends personally, at least for that little timeline there, from Halloween 1 and 2 and H2O, that makes a pretty good trilogy in my opinion. But yeah, H2O, I just find it to be a really fun slasher film from the late 90s, very much inspired by Scream in all of aspects, from its atmosphere, his pacing, its kills. It's a very well done movie in my opinion. I think it's the best version of Laurie Strode. I think Jamie Lee Curtis gives her best performance in H2O of how it's a very broken character, and honestly a lot more realistic rather than how they handle it in the David Gordon Green trilogy, of how Laurie's just still really fucked up, but still very much a functional human being at the end of the day. Liked Josh Hartnett in the role of her son, liked LL Cool J, Michelle Williams. Pretty stacked cast overall, and it was just a very fun movie with a phenomenal ending that I wish was the end of the franchise. That to me, I still consider the ending. Resurrection, that's a fan film. And then lastly, I have the David Gordon Green trilogy. So we have, let me just put these down because I have too many. Shit. But yeah, Halloween trilogy. So we have Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills, and Halloween Ends. A solid trilogy overall, I would say. I think it's really well directed by David Gordon Green. Has some good writing throughout the entire trilogy. Some great characters. I will always love Jamie Lee Curtis in the role of Laurie Strode. Really enjoy Amy Manischek as Allison, the granddaughter of Laurie Strode. Loved James Jude Courtney's version of Michael Myers. I think he was easily the best Michael Myers outside Nick Castle of the entire franchise. Some great kills, especially in Halloween Kills. It was a wild movie. Some pretty good shot composition, some good cinematography and shots, like whenever Michael Myers walks out of that burning house in Halloween Kills with the Halligan and everything like that. It's a really well done movie, a series in a lot of aspects, but it's just such a mess when it comes to the storytelling. Like I said earlier, I don't really like the fact that Laurie Strode's arc in this series, like it starts out with her going paranoid after Michael Myers killed only 3 people in the original Halloween because Halloween 2 isn't canon. And then she just goes off a rocket for 40 years being obsessed when Michael Myers comes back. And then Michael Myers does come back and kills a bunch of people in Halloween Kills, only for Halloween Ends for her after her daughter is killed and after half the townsfolk is killed with Michael Myers, then she decides to start moving on with her life. It made no sense to me. And with Halloween Ends especially, the fact that it just felt so, not rushed, it just felt so rewritten to the point where it just didn't really feel cohesive in amongst the previous 2 movies, that while I still respect for trying to be something different with the Corey Cunningham storyline, it baffles me that this was meant to be the final chapter of a trilogy when it does not feel like that whatsoever. So it does kind of make me worried what David Gordon Green's going to do with his Exorcist trilogy, but we'll see if that turns out better than this series does. I still like this trilogy overall. I consider it a fine ending to the franchise with Laurie Strode, but I'm someone that prefers H2O personally. Then we have The Hangover. Oh man, The Hangover. This is actually the first R-rated film I ever watched. Watched this back in 3rd grade on TBS, the TV cuts. And yeah, it sparked a lot of stuff in my mind back then. Still today, I really enjoy it. I think it's a great comedy by Todd Phillips. I love all the actors involved. You know, Bradley Cooper, Ed Helms, Zach Galifianakis. They were all great in the lead roles where, you know, they get wasted right before their friend's wedding, and then their friend disappears and they have to run around Vegas to try to find him. Very simple concept, done really well in my opinion. A lot of great jokes, a lot of great humor. Just a real good staple of comedy in the past 15, 20 so years, and I still love it to this very day. It's a great movie. Another great comedy is Happy Gilmore. You too good for your home? That's your home! Awesome fucking comedy. Like Billy Madison, this was a movie that launched Adam Sandler into the mainstream film media outside SNL, and for good reason. This is an awesome comedy. Love everybody involved. Shooter McGavin, phenomenal villain. So many great humor, so many great punchlines. Love Ben Stiller as like the creepy nurse in the movie. Love I already said Shooter McGavin, but I love Bob Barker's sequence in the film. May he rest in peace. I think he just passed away. But it's just such a great comedy. I love this movie. It's so fun. I want to watch it right now as I'm talking about it. But yeah, it's an awesome movie. Then we have Hardcore Henry, a pretty decent little ambitious action film where it's all shot in first-person POV style, where you have this guy who's kind of like, he just wakes up in like this facility from what I remember, and he basically just goes on a rampage, just starts killing people left and right trying to find his girlfriend. And it's a really well done movie. You know, some action in here, some pretty good stuff, but it's a very surface level movie. It doesn't really offer you much beyond just the visuals, and even then I can understand why for some it's not very rewatchable if you're especially sensing the motion sickness. I don't recommend watching this film, but as a movie, as a good little concept, it's fine. It's a solid movie, hence why I own it. Next up, we have the Harry Potter franchise, all 8 of the mainline films. This does not include the Fantastic Beasts series because I don't really care to own them. But yes, the main Wizarding World saga, if you will. And this is a pretty good series. I'm not really that attached to the Harry Potter franchise, and as you'll see later on, I'm not really a big fan of fantasy in general. I've always respected it, but I've never really gotten into the lore or the terminology regarding a lot of the aspects like the houses in Hogwarts, or the terminology, or a lot of the ranks and the characters. Like to put an example, like I've been in several D&D campaigns to the point where like, even though I played like 5 different campaigns, although I never finished one because of like reasoning, I never really got a grasp of like what the hell to do, because there's so much convolution in like what means what races mean what gives you level ranks and stuff like that. And Harry Potter has like that same issue where like there's just so many different ranks and everything to get into, like the Horcruxes and like Deathly Howls and like everything regarding all the like you got Snape and you got Gary Oldman and you got, you know, Voldemort. You got so many aspects of this entire series that makes it kind of hard to catch up in my opinion. Regardless, I still do enjoy the vast majority of the films. I don't think there's one bad film amongst this saga, from Philosopher's Stone all the way up to Deathly Hallows Part 2, and I can't argue. It's a big franchise for a reason, some phenomenal acting. What really does drive this series and why I do think it's so popular is because of the main characters. Daniel Radcliffe, Rupert Grint, Emma Watson, they're all great as the main 3 leads that you follow through with for a decade. You quite literally grow up with them, like Richard Linklater in Boyhood. It's like this huge concept, really well done, and I don't think it can be repeated. I'm not trying to do a reboot, but I don't think you can capture the same investment as you did with these 8 films. So really well done series, but I don't really love it, if you can say that much. Then we have The Hateful Eight, the 8th film by Quentin Tarantino, and really well done. The very first Tarantino film I saw in theaters. Really intense movie, but watching it back in 6th grade. Lots of shit. Very much plays like a stage play where it's all set in a snowy cabin back in like, what is it, like the 30s, 40s? It's set in older times where you have all these random characters thrown to this cabin during a snowstorm, and all of them suspect one another is doing nefarious things. And shit goes off the rails very quick. Very great acting, great dialogue, great gore and splatterfest, some great surprises. It's Tarantino, so I mean, if you know what to expect for a Tarantino movie, and I think it's a very well done movie. It's awesome in a lot of aspects, and I really enjoy it. Next up, we have Hawkeye, the first season, or maybe the only season. I don't know. It's still undetermined with all these Disney Plus shows. It's certainly one of the better installments of the MCU Disney Plus era, if you will. It's cool that we finally got Clint Barton having his own series. I really like the dynamic he has with Kate Bishop. I really like Haley Steinfeld in the role. Enjoyed seeing Florence Pugh come back. I enjoyed the Christmas setting in here. I wish we got more Kingpin. I wish he was in there more than just the last episode. But other than that, I wish there was more stuff with Echo, especially since now she has a series coming up. I wish there was more development on her because she felt very sidelined. So I was confused when they launched her own series. Is odd, and I feel like a lot of these Disney Plus shows, it could have been stronger as a movie. Personally, I don't understand why they stretched it up to a 6-episode runtime, other than they were just like, well, we want to give something to Hawkeye, but we don't trust it with the actual film, so we'll just throw this little Disney Plus bone for him. But as a whole, still a good series. I would recommend it, and I really am excited to see where these characters go in the future. Next up, we have Michael Mann's Heat. Of course, one of the most celebrated heist films of all time, and for very good reason. It's an awesome film. Very epic, very bold, all over the place, wild concept. Just Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, Val Kilmer. How can you go wrong with that? It's an awesome film, and I really do quite enjoy it. I like it. I like it a lot. Then we have Paul Feig's The Heat, starring Sandra Bullock and Melissa McCarthy. This is not a remake of the Michael Mann movie, if you are not confused. But this is still a pretty funny movie. Like I said, I like a lot of Paul Feig's comedies. I think this is where Melissa McCarthy shines the most in her career when it comes to his comedies. Certainly a better director than her husband, in my personal opinion. But pretty fun little comedy. Again, it's not for everybody. It's certainly for a specific niche of crowd, but I found it enjoyable enough to where I feel comfortable owning it. I cannot speak today. I apologize. Next up, we have Hellboy, and Hellboy 2: The Golden Army. Forgot I own both these movies. But a pretty solo duology of comic book films by Guillermo del Toro, of course, one of those filmmakers that I'm trying to get every single film he has in his career because I think he's one of the best directors working today and probably of all time. But Hellboy, I really enjoyed the first one. I think it sets the world very well. I love Ron Perlman in the title role, love Doug Jones and everything like that. Just love the world building, love the setup. Could have been better in some aspects, like with the main character, like the FBI agent or whoever is involved. But overall, still a very fun movie. Hellboy 2, it's a solid sequel, but it has a frustrating issue of like it clearly sets up more for a third film that we've yet to get. And so by the time this movie ends, it kind of leaves you with blue balls to the point where it's like, the only reason why I really own this is because it's Del Toro, but other than that, it's like watching a canceled TV series where like even if it's really good, we're not really going to get a follow-up, so like what's the point, you know, getting invested in this? So I don't know, I wish they did more. I wish they did do a third film instead of that doing a really terrible remake with David Harbour. But regardless, I still think these are both good movies. I especially would recommend the first one, if nothing else. Next up, we have Hell or High Water, a really good crime thriller from 2016, I believe. Watched it when it came out. Haven't seen it since then, but again, like I said, I like a good heist movie. It's really this one's really grounded, really dramatic filled. Great cast: Jeff Bridges, Chris Pine, Ben Foster. Good old-fashioned country fried heist thriller, and I really enjoy it. Who directed this? David Mackenzie. Oh, and this is written by Taylor Sheridan, the same guy that I believe wrote the Yellowstone series. And so, if you like Yellowstone and stuff in that flavor, then I would definitely recommend Hell or High Water. Oh man. Next up, we have Hellraiser and Hellraiser 2: Hellbound on the Arrow Video releases. Hellraiser is a franchise that most people know as one of those franchises that was just stretched out way too much throughout the early 2000s and into the 2010s. This has like 12, 13 installments. And recently, up until the most recent Hulu remake with Jamie Lloyd as Pinhead, directed by David Bruckner, there really hasn't been a really good installment I would say ever since Hellraiser Bloodline, when the series was officially meant to end. After it went to direct-to-video and made all those like terrible direct-to-video sequels, I feel like this franchise has always gone off the rails, but seemingly with that new Hulu remake, we're gonna get more films of the vein of these early movies, because these films are awesome. Clive Barker, one of those filmmakers that I wish did more nowadays, but he's since retired, I believe. But with these first two films, I love both of them for equal reasons, especially the first one, personally. Love Doug Bradley as Pinhead, even though for some reason the franchise never really centered around the Cenobites up until the Hulu remake came out, which is so strange, but at least their role in the first film made sense to me. Hellbound and Hellraiser 2, well, there's certainly a lot of weird aspects to it. I still found it very odd and crazy and felt right at home with the Hellraiser franchise. Some great gore, some great one-liners, some great over-the-top scores and everything, some great characters like Kirsty and everything like that. Just, I don't know, I really enjoyed both these films, along with the following two sequels and the Hulu remake. Everything after that, you can kind of take or leave, but definitely, I recommend you both watch both these films. We'll tear your soul apart. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Next up, we have Hereditary by Ari Aster. This film is by far the scariest film I've ever seen to this very day. This is the horror film that really startled me the most. I saw this in theaters back when I was 15 years old. Snuck into the theater to watch this, and I've never been the same since. This is a film that I've been a horror fan since I was a very young kid. I've never really been that scared of horror movies because I've always been able to draw the line between realism and fiction, and so very few films genuinely get to me. Hereditary, oh man, Hereditary is such a fucked up movie, man. It basically revolves around this family that after their grandma passes away, this weird series of events unfold around them to where they start getting drawn in by this supernatural force, and shit goes off the rails really quickly. This is a terrifying movie in my opinion. And it's a film that I'm honestly scared to rewatch. I have not seen it since theaters, but I very much recall a lot of scenes of this film. I recall the majority of the film because it's stuck with me in my head, burned into my skull because it is so goddamn terrifying. Toni Collette in the lead role, I am so pissed. I am still so pissed the fact that this film never got any sort of Oscar recognition back when it came out, and that kind of led me to like disrespecting the Oscars and kind of like never really trusting them ever again because of how much this movie was just shooed away, especially her, because she is phenomenal in the lead role. Alex Wolff is really well done as a son. Gabriel Byrne, Millie Shapiro, they're all great as the family members. The scares are genuinely terrifying, not because they're just intense and off the rocker and just so unexpected, it's because they're genuinely realistic. what makes this film so scary is that it just lets you reel in the scares. It's not just a cheap horror film where you just get a bunch of jump scares thrown around every single 5 seconds with a loud boom like Insidious. You get some genuine scares where just Ari Aster and his crew just let the camera just sit and let you revel in the scares and let you anticipate the scares and let you just reel in the drama. Like the scene whenever like Alex Wolff is just sitting in his bed after something horrible happens with a certain telephone pole, which I won't give away, and he just sits in his bed and he just sits there. And then Tony Collette's reaction to what happens is just infinitely more terrifying than had we just seen a quick jump scare. And the score by Colin Stetson is amazing, terrifying as well. Production design is off the rocker. It's amazing, well done. And it's just such a great movie. And it kind of sucks for me because ever since then, I haven't really enjoyed Ari Aster as a filmmaker. I didn't really like Midsommar or Beau's Afraid. But regardless of how many movies he makes, I will always cherish Hereditary for being this film that has still scared me the most to this very day. Next up, we continue the horror train with the Hills Have Eyes duology. This is the Hills Have Eyes remake and Hills Have Eyes Part 2. Hills Have Eyes, directed by Alexander Aja. Pretty solid little horror film, I would say. Remake of the classic Wes Craven movie, and I think it's a lot better than the Wes Craven Hills Have Eyes movies just because I think the whole hillbilly killer concept works a lot better in modern age than they did back in the 70s, considering the fact they have a lot more budgets and they could be a lot more intense with the kills and the violence and everything like that. They're not like high art cinema or anything, but I do think both of them are pretty solid, especially the first one. I think it's really well done. And yeah, I think they're pretty solid movies overall. Next up, we have the Hobbit trilogy. So this contains all 3 of the mainline films of the theatrical editions: Unexpected Journey, Desolation of Smaug, and The Battle of the Five Armies. I saw the first Hobbit film in theaters with my grandpa back when it came out, having not seen any of the Lord of the Rings movies and not really understanding what the hell was going on. Rewatching that one, finishing up the trilogy after watching all the Lord of the Rings films for the first time a few years back. It's a solid trilogy, but like I said with Harry Potter, I've never really got invested that much into fantasy stuff, so this just feels like a lesser version of Lord of the Rings, and Lord of the Rings I'm not the biggest fan of regardless. So I like this series of movies, but I've never felt the need to go back to it after watching all 3 of these films, especially when it feels like they really did stretch out this story just to make it a trilogy, because it's only based on one book, and you can feel it. Like literally the Battle of the Five Armies is just set. It's basically like they each feel like the third act of one giant movie, and not in a great way in my opinion. Like the third film is literally just like a film that's just set in a mansion, or set in like a hot castle, just waiting for this battle to happen. They don't really feel like movies, in my opinion, if that makes sense. But it's still a solid trilogy, hence why I own it, but it's more completionism more than appreciation, if I could be honest with you. Then we have Hobo with a Shotgun, a pretty fun little splatterfest film that came out back in, I believe, 2011. You got Rutger Hauer, he's a hobo with a shotgun, enact vengeance with his shotgun. It's a fun movie. I've not seen it in a very long time, but I remember enjoying it, being enough of a schlock fest where when I came across it, I was like, oh, I'll pick it up, I'll own it, and I don't really regret it. I do feel like rewatching it because it's been like years since I've seen it, but yeah, it's a pretty fun little like action romp. Then we have Hocus Pocus. The witches are back. Pretty fun little Disney movie from the 90s. I actually didn't watch this growing up. I didn't watch it until, I believe, right before the sequel came out, which I've yet to watch on Disney+. But in preparation for that, I decided to watch this first film around Halloween a couple years back, and I remember really enjoying it. Pretty fun little cast in here. You got Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker, Kathy Najimy as the Sanderson sisters. You know, these old witches that get brought back hundreds of years later who want to eat kids around the Halloween time. And it's a pretty fun little movie. It's classic Disney, pretty fun little song numbers, some good old-fashioned 90s Disney humor in there. Just very nostalgic in a lot of ways, and I really enjoy it personally. Speaking of 90s nostalgia, we got Home Alone and Home Alone 2 Lost in New York, starring our boy Donald Trump. But both these films are really well done. Love Kevin McAllister. Macaulay Culkin did a great job in the lead role in both these movies. Love Daniel Stern and Joe Pesci as the Wet Bandits. These are films I got, at least the first one I have to watch every single Christmas because I just adore John Hughes' style of writing. Love the traps, love the family elements in here, the hearts. And these are just both really fun movies in a franchise where I just don't think you can recapture the magic ever since Macaulay Culkin and these characters left the franchise. No other sequel has done any good sense in my opinion, especially the direct-to-TV ones. I enjoy Home Alone 3 for what it is, but it's still a dumb movie. these are the only two films in the franchise where I say I legitimately would recommend them. I legitimately do think they are good movies. Next up, we got Horrible Bosses, a pretty fun little comedy from the early 2010s. You got Jason Bateman, Charlie Day, Jason Sudeikis, who hate all their bosses and try to get some antics where they try to, fuck with them. And it's a pretty fun little comedy. Really good cast in here, huge cast, by the way. Some good comedy, some good scares. It's a studio comedy, so I mean, like, it's not breaking any new ground, but it's enjoyable for what it is, in my opinion. Next up, we got this a little horror 4-pack consisting of the first 2 Hostel films and Hollow Man 1 and 2. So the Hostel films, at least the first 2, I enjoy enough. This came out around the same time as Saw, and so it very much feels like a Saw knockoff. And it's fine. I don't really love these movies on the level that a lot of people do. Eli Roth is a filmmaker that I'm very mixed on. Like, there are some films I do like of his, like The Sacrament, but there's a lot of films of his that I just don't really resonate with. Hostel, the first one, I don't really like that much because the main characters are very unlikable, and the plot isn't really there that much. It's basically just an excuse for gore. And there are some pretty good sequences, like whenever like the guy wakes up and his Achilles heels are cut off. It's pretty effective, but I honestly prefer the second one because the characters are more likable, the gores ramped up significantly more, there's more memorable sequences, like the soccer, the girls playing with the chick's head at the very end and stuff like that. It's pretty effective. Third film's pretty shit, that's why I don't own it, but it's not a franchise that I would miss, so we never saw another installment ever again. But the main reason why I got this one is because of Hollow Man, the first one. Paul Verhoeven's last big American movie before he essentially retired and basically just did Dutch movies going forward. But it's a pretty fun little Invisible Man storyline I know a whole lot of people talk about. It stars Kevin Bacon and Elizabeth Shue and Josh Brolin. Basically, they're like all these scientists underground that are experimenting with this invisible translucent technology. And one day, Kevin Bacon decides to test the technology on himself, and he goes a little bit crazy when he can't turn back and realizes that all the power that he has. And it's a very good movie. Paul Verhoeven got some good gore in here, lots of sex, lots of craziness, but it's a damn good movie. Hollow Man 2, piece of shit movie. I only own it because it's part of this 4-pack. If I would change it, I would not own a Hollow Man 2 because it's a piece of shit sequel that no one should ever talk about or ever should acknowledge. So, yeah. Watch the first Hollow Man, though. Awesome movie. Next up, we have Hot Tub Time Machine. They're a really good comedy from the early 2010s. Simple concept where you got John Cusack, Craig Robinson, Clark Duke, and company, where they basically go back in time to the 80s via this hot tub time machine by Chevy Chase, and antics ensue. Pretty fun little comedy. Not the best comedy in the world, but still a lot of fun antics, some good comedy, some good banter between the main cast and everything. It jumped on the early train in the 80s nostalgia back before it really blew up like Stranger Things and stuff like that, so I respect it for that. And yeah, pretty fun movie. I recommend it. Then we have the very first Hotel Transylvania. I like the series overall, but I only own the first one so far. Like I said, I really enjoy Adam Sandler, and I think this is definitely one of his better choices in his career in the past decade plus or so. This is directed by Gore Verbinski, I believe? No? Jenny Tarakovsky. I apologize. I thought it was Gore Verbinski. But really like the direction of the film, very being animated and over the top and crazy and zany, and having its own unique style to it, to where it doesn't just feel like another animated kids film with a big cast. You can definitely tell that a lot of effort was put into the screenplay and the acting and the animation. It's just a really fun comedy. I really enjoy it all around. It's just a really fun movie. I do enjoy the sequels as well. I have not seen the one that Adam Sandler didn't return to do the voice of Dracula for, but I enjoyed the first 3 films at least. Another trilogy that I do quite enjoy, though, is the How to Train Your Dragon franchise. This is the main 3 films, the first one all the way to The Hidden World, and this is a series I sadly didn't really grow up with. I didn't really grow up with a whole lot of DreamWorks movies, and so by proxy, I never actually watched any of these films until the 3rd one came out when I was in high school. And binging all these films for the first time, I really enjoyed all of them, especially How to Train Your Dragon 3. I found that one really enjoyable, and like the Toy Story thing of like growing up with these characters and like, the main characters growing up, every single installment really makes you feel invested with these characters in this world. It doesn't feel like they can just do like an endless barrage of sequels. They feel like they actually have a cohesive story and come to a very cohesive conclusion. And so I really enjoy all 3 of these films. I really enjoy all the main characters and everything like that, and some really good emotions too, especially in the 2nd film in my opinion. So I love all 3 of these films. I would highly recommend them. They're awesome. Next up, we have Steve McQueen's Hunger. Very powerful movie, very dark, very brooding, but one that I think is very necessary to watch at least once in your life. If you don't know what it's about, it's based on a true story where you have Michael Fassbender playing a prisoner in Northern Ireland in the 80s were essentially for, because of how poorly he was treated, especially regarding the inmates and the staff and everything like that, he basically decides to go on strike by not eating any of the prison food and basically starve himself to death. And it's a very dark movie, very powerful, very much shows a message and kind of like holds a reflection and showing how brutal prisons can be. And despite the fact that prisoners should be arrested for their crimes, they should be treated like animals in my opinion. And this film is very much a prevalent of that. Steve McQueen, he's always been a very provocative and very bold filmmaker, and just, this is such a good movie in my opinion, so I highly recommend it. Next up, we have the entire Hunger Games franchise so far. This is the main 4 films in this little collection. So we have the first film, Catching Fire, Mockingjay Part 1, and Part 2. I was in the right age when this movie series came out because it was huge. It really did launch the YA craze after the Harry Potter franchise went to retirement after Deathly Hallows Part 2. And this is a pretty solid series, I will say. I have not seen any of these films since theaters, so I might rewatch this series before the prequel comes out later this year. So we'll see what happens with that. But really enjoyed Jennifer Lawrence as Katniss Everdeen. Enjoyed Josh Hutcherson in the side role, or the co-lead role, I should say. Really glad he's coming back into filmmaking or his career with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie coming out. That's off topic though. The central concept, although it's very much a Battle Royale ripoff, it's still pretty solid overall. I really like the action sequences, especially in Catching Fire. Was it Francis Lawrence when he directed the majority of the franchise? I think he does a really good job directing. Ultimately, though, I think the franchise had a very weird ending with how they rushed a lot of the elements and stretched out Mockingjay Part 1 and Part 2 to be 2 separate films, where I think they should have worked better as one, especially when the second film quite literally cuts out all the battle sequences that Part 1 is setting up. It feels very weird in my opinion, but I still find it a very consistent, very enjoyable series, and interested to see how the prequel series continues this franchise, but we'll see what happens. Alright, so next up we have The Hurt Locker by the great Kathryn Bigelow. We already talked about her with Detroit earlier. This is probably the most popular film of her career so far. And this is a damn good war movie. You know, this was made during the Iraq-Afghanistan war. And this is a really good movie. You know, really good cast, Jeremy Renner, Anthony Mackie, all that. Very well done. It's like I believe this is based on the bomb squad, I believe. Just trying to, you know, survive war and hell in a third world country. And very powerful movie, very good cinematography, direction, writing. Character work, it's not the strongest, but with a film like this, you're not really meant to be super invested in the characters. You're more or less just meant to experience war as is. And so for a film like that, I think it is very effective and I would recommend it. It's very good. Next up, we have I Am Legend, getting to the eyes right here. Damn good apocalypse movie that I quite enjoy. I didn't like it the most when I first saw it a few years back, but I have recently rewatched it with the original ending intact, which I think is a lot better in retrospect, and it's a damn good movie. And I would like to see a sequel to this. Unfortunately, a sequel was announced with Michael B. Jordan starring along Will Smith and also producing the movie, but then the Oscar slap incident happened, I think, like 2 weeks after it was announced, and so the project has been on ice ever since, which is kind of sad to me. But the film itself, I think, is very interesting. I've seen like Will Smith trek this world of monsters and realizing that he himself is also a monster in the process. Very powerful movie, really good VFX, and I do recommend you watch it with the original ending intact, most importantly. Next up, we have If Beale Street Could Talk, really good drama that came out a few years ago. Bought this as a blind buy, and I don't regret that. It's a damn good drama. It's centered around this couple that the dad gets accused of a crime and is sent to prison, and the girlfriend gets pregnant, and so she basically has to raise this kid alone where her dad's in prison, and her husband's in prison. And it's a very powerful romance, very good drama. Regina King, I think she won the Best Supporting Actress nomination for this movie, and she definitely deserves it because she's phenomenal in the movie. And it's just a very good film in my opinion, really well done, and I highly recommend it. Really good movie. Next up, we have I Know What You Did Last Summer, of course, a big success for Kevin Williamson after Scream was a huge hit. And I think they're in the process of actually making like a requel or legacy sequel to this movie, which is so strange to me. But the film itself, I quite enjoy. A little good throwback murder mystery. You got Jennifer Love Hewitt, you got Freddie Prinze Jr., Sarah Michelle Gellar, Ryan Phillippe. Pretty cool, like, little late 90s cast. The fisherman, not the strongest hero, and the twist itself isn't really that powerful in my opinion. But for like a late 90s slasher film, it does the job pretty well, and I would recommend it overall. Next up, we have The Imitation Game. Pretty good biopic set during World War II. Benedict Cumberbatch, Keira Knightley. Just a very good movie, really well done production design, really good writing, and just showing this like the conflict of the main character, especially regarding his sexual orientation at a time where he wasn't very accepted. Really good performances overall, really well done movie, and a movie that deserved all of the nominations and awards that it got because it's a really good movie. Next up, we have Christopher Nolan's Inception, a damn good blockbuster. Didn't get to see it in theaters when it came out, but I did watch it in theaters whenever it got re-released right before Tenet came out during COVID, and I really enjoyed this movie. It's definitely one of Christopher Nolan's best, probably say second or third best behind like The Dark Knight and maybe like one or two others, but this is a really good action sci-fi movie where you got like Leonardo DiCaprio and crew who gets try to insert themselves into the mind of Cillian Murphy, I believe, to try to insert a idea into his head to make stop a huge event from happening. Really well done VFX, I still hold to this very day. Phenomenal score by Hans Zimmer, really good action, really tense narrative. Just everything about this film is just fires on all cylinders and honestly just shows the greatness that is Christopher Nolan in the best way possible. Then we have Louis Leterrier's The Incredible Hulk, the second installment of the MCU, an installment that most people forget that's even canon, mainly because of the recasting of Edward Norton to Mark Ruffalo in later installments as the Hulk. And thankfully, because of other installments recently in the MCU like She-Hulk and upcoming with Captain America Brave New World, that this film will finally get the recognition it deserves. Well, I don't think it's far from one of the better MCU installments. It definitely has a lot of aspects that I think makes the early MCU have some elements that I think it's in the best. Like, it does feel a little sloppy and a little all over the place. Like, the direction of this film, the tone definitely doesn't feel at home with all the other MCU installments, so it does feel kind of foreign in that aspect. But I still really quite enjoyed this movie, enjoyed the direction, enjoyed Edward Norton's take on Bruce Banner, enjoyed the action scene, enjoyed Tim Roth as the Abomination, and enjoyed like the little road trip aspect we get this with Bruce Banner traveling across the world to try and get to Betty Ross and all that type of stuff. It's a good movie, I enjoy it, so I don't know. I think if you always wrote this off as like a bad MCU film just because of the Edward Norton drama, I recommend giving it a second watch because I think it's actually a pretty solid movie. Next up, we have The Incredibles 1 and Incredibles 2 in this little two-movie collection, if you will. Again, I just call it a two-pack. But The Incredibles, the first one, is one of my favorite animated films, which is one of my favorite films of all time. Absolutely adore this film, watched it growing up. Just, it's a phenomenal movie, so smartly written by Brad Bird. I love the voice acting, love the dynamics, love the score by Michael Giacchino. The best Fantastic Four film unofficially, I would say that much. And just so many iconic moments with like Frozone and his wife, or Syndrome, just so many elements that makes this film just such a damn entertaining movie, and still one of the better superhero films I've ever seen personally. And then Incredibles 2, decent follow-up, but for a movie that we waited 14 years for a follow-up for, and I think it's honestly one of the few Pixar films that deserved a sequel. It literally ended off in the giant cliffhanger with the Underminer and all that. To get a sequel that basically kind of just feels like they could have rushed it in 3 years after the first film came out was very disappointing to me. I was expecting like the Toy Story 3 effect where they were to age up these characters 14 years and we were to get like a new dynamic and kind of unofficially or unintentionally trying to like comment on the superhero craze that really was manifesting around the time this movie was coming out. Back when the first Incredibles came out, we only had just started the superhero boom that we are still in today. And the fact they just kind of made a generic sequel, it's not bad by any means, it just feels very forgettable in the long run, to the point where I haven't even seen this film since theaters. I have no desire to rewatch it. The villain's very forgettable. The side characters, some of the new ones are pretty fun, but overall, like, it's just more Incredible shit, and that's not a bad thing, but for me, again, I waited 14 years for this, and I just wanted a lot more from the story that ended up just being very subpar in my opinion, just very average. And so, I don't know, if we do get an Incredibles 3, I sincerely hope they have a reason for them to come back versus just, we want to print money, like what they're doing with Toy Story. So, I don't know, regardless, I will still always love The Incredibles, and I don't know, that's just my opinion. Next up, we have Independence Day, of course, classic blockbuster from the 90s with Will Smith back when he was really blowing up. This and the first Bad Boys really kind of launched into superstardom along with like the first Men in Black. A huge cast here. You got like Bill Pullman, Jeff Goldblum, the whole crew coming together, Randy Quaid. Pretty cool little like ensemble piece where you got aliens trying to take over Earth and people wanting to fight back against it. Roland Emmerich, he makes a lot of movies of this style, very much disaster, apocalyptic type films, and it's fun for what it is. I never loved this movie. I've never had the desire to rewatch it since I saw it a few years back, but I understand why people like it and why people consider rewatching it every single 4th of July, because it is a fun movie, really good. And Bill Pullman's speech, iconic. Next up, we have the Indiana Jones 4-movie collection consisting of the first 4 Indiana Jones films from Raiders of the Lost Ark all the way to Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, long-ass titles. But the Indiana Jones franchise, like I said earlier, I'm not super invested in the franchise. I will say I do really enjoy the first 3 films, especially The Last Crusade being my favorite personally. Those are all great films. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is not the best movie in the world, but I don't hate it on the level a lot of people have. And I need to rewatch these films because I've only seen all of them once back in, I believe, 2015 when I wanted to binge all these films for the first time, and I've really had the desire to rewatch them since. I want to watch all of them for Dial of Destiny that was coming out back in the summer, but I had no interest in seeing Dial of Destiny. I still haven't seen it since it came out, and so by proxy, I just haven't really gotten the chance to watch all these films again. And I kind of want to because I do love at least the first and the third one. But like I said, these movies get referenced so much and they're so important in pop culture to the point where like I don't really feel the need to rewatch them because they get referenced so much in pop culture. So I don't know. I like the series overall, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do personally. Ooh, next up we have Infinity Pool. One of the wildest movies that have come out this year, and one of my favorite films that have come out this year so far in 2023. Just a bizarre concept. This is directed by Brandon Cronenberg, David Cronenberg's son, and very much following his father's footsteps, doing like really wacky sci-fi, cerebral, body horror type concepts brought to film. If you don't know what this film's about, I'll give you a brief synopsis, but I won't spoil much. Essentially, it revolves around Alexander Skarsgård. He's like a rich writer who's kind of like, you know, very, very supplementary when it comes to his materialism, and he decides to go on a trip with his wife to this fictional third world country, and he meets up with a bunch of other rich snobs like Mia Goth and her husband and a bunch of other people, and they quickly realize that in this third world country, whenever they commit crimes, they usually, like, the usual sentence is death, but the twist is that this third world country has the ability to clone people straight up, and so they're like, we'll pay you a bunch of money to watch you. We'll pay you a bunch of money to watch yourself, watch your clone get killed right in front of you as punishment. And so they get cloned, their clone gets murdered in the process, and they don't have to do anything about it. And so because of that, the moral compass gets skewed a little bit, especially as Alexander Skarsgård's, where he just kind of does whatever he wants and he can just let his clones die. And it gets crazier and crazier from there. This is a wild movie. Mia Goth, thankfully she's getting the career that she deserves after, you know, her Maxine role in X and Pearl and other roles I've seen her over the years. She's a phenomenal actress. I'm glad that she's finally getting that recognition brought to this big screen. She is fucking wild in this movie. She is buck wild and it's so entertaining. Love the body horror, love the imagery, love the visuals and the messages the film brings up about morality and if you had no rules, would you still act the same? And it's just such a unique and powerful film that I highly recommend you check it out because it's a great movie. Next up, we have Inglourious Basterds, of course, another great film by Quentin Tarantino, a movie that most of you will probably recognize and even quote from. Has some of the best sequences of any Tarantino film, from the opening sequence of the cottage house is iconic. Christoph Waltz as the main villain, he's incredible. I really enjoy Brad Pitt and Eli Roth and all the other members of the Inglourious Basterds. The theater sequence towards the end is, of course, iconic. Very brutal, very bold with its statements, but also very entertaining beyond that. It's really fun, and it's just a great movie in my opinion. Oh my god. Next up, we have the Inhumans miniseries. Like I said before, I'm obsessed with connecting everything about the MCU and owning it. Well, because Black Bolt appears in Multiverse of Madness, even though it's a different version, it's the same actor. If you want to get that reference, you gotta watch this series, or at least be aware of it. I watched this series actually back in theaters when it came out, or that little weird thing they did back in, 2017, when they released the first 2 episodes of the series in IMAX theaters. And I watched it, and I was like, what the hell is this? And to try to finish it, I still haven't finished the series, honestly. It's a piece of shit series. It is so bad. From what I've seen the ABC Marvel shows, I don't really like many of them. Like, I liked Agent Carter enough, but they aren't that much quality, and this series doesn't do any favors to the Inhumans. Probably the reason why we have yet to get any Inhumans in the MCU. And the only one we've gotten is Black Bolt, and he got killed off within like 5 seconds. And them changing Miss Marvel to a mutant from an Inhuman. I don't know. This infamously, if you guys know, this was meant to be an MCU movie, but it was actually canceled and turned into an ABC series by another head of Marvel, and you can tell the quality is not the same. Like, sure, like I've had issues with the MCU recently with Phases 4 and 5, but they have not gone as bad as this series has. And I hate owning it, but because it's connected in some way because of Anson Mount, I own it, so yeah. Yeah, don't watch it. Don't watch it. Next up, we have Inside Man, awesome film by Spike Lee, really cool little heist film where you got Clive Owen and company robbing this bank, and Denzel Washington's basically being like the main officer on the scene trying to negotiate with Clive Owen, and it's a really good thriller. Again, I love heist movies, so this one's really well done. Very uniquely directed by Spike Lee. I'll never forget the sequence whenever like somebody's accidentally killed inside the bank, and you get Denzel Washington's reaction, and he's just standing there, and the camera like moves with him while he's on a dolly, and he's just standing there as he's like moving, but he's also not moving his legs. Awesome shot in my opinion. Love the acting, love the directing, really like the writing. It's just an awesome film that I highly recommend. It's a really damn good heist movie. Next up, we have Inside Out. One of the more popular films that have come out of Pixar's catalog for the past decade or so, one of the very few original films that have been successful from their career, and it's a really good movie. Basically, you got the emotions living inside the head of a child as she grows up and is dealing with her own issues of moving to a new town and everything, and the emotions of joy and sadness get stuck in their own little realm, and the other emotions have to deal with it, and she ends up like, her mental health doesn't end up the best as a result, and so joy and sadness try to get back, and also learn the fact that emotions aren't just black and white. You can have multiple emotions of the same thing, and things can change over time. It's a very complex movie, really well directed and written by Pete Docter, but also still being a lot of fun and very easable for kids. The shit with Bing Bong is so fucking depressing, but also a very powerful film overall. I think it's really well done, and they got a sequel coming out next summer, so we'll see how that turns out. But as far as this first film goes, I quite enjoy it. Oh man, my voice is dying right now. Alright, so next up we have the majority of the Insidious movies. So this is the first 4 films in the franchise: Insidious 1, Insidious Chapter 2, Insidious Chapter 3, and Insidious The Last Key. Speaking of this franchise, although I was speaking a little bit poorly about it previously regarding The Conjuring and the jump scares, especially prevalent in the first 2 films, I enjoyed the series overall. I think it's one of the more consistent franchises. Even with The Red Door that came out this year, I watched it, I liked it, and I will get it whenever it comes out on Blu-ray, completing the set. But speaking on all the films individually, the first Insidious I do think is quite creative for the time being. I really enjoy James Wan's direction, although I do think the jump scares are a little too much for the time being. I think they were perfected with The Conjuring. They're still pretty solid in this movie. I really enjoy the cast: Ty Simpkins, Patrick Wilson, Rose Byrne, Lynn Shay as Elise, who basically became the head of the franchise even though she was cut off in the end of the first film. Some really that kind of imagery with like the lipstick demon, tiny tulips and everything. Really well done in my opinion, really good movie. Insidious Chapter 2 is probably my least favorite of the franchise so far. This or the 4th film, I don't really remember. But the second film definitely stepped down from the first film. I think that the story could have ended better had the first film ended in a standalone story. The second chapter, really all it does is just try to like undo some events of the first film and try to explain everything away, which I think makes the concept of the demons less interesting. The Black Bride is pretty interesting in some aspects, but I don't need to have her backstory be explained. I think it just makes the character weak as a result. And there's some dumb shit that happens in this movie that I think are quite weird, but overall still a solid sequel enough, and does end up Lambert's story in a good way until we got to The Red Door. And then we had Insidious Chapter 3, which is actually the very first horror film I ever got to see in theaters. I remember seeing this right after I graduated 6th grade, and so me and my friend got to sneak into the theater to watch this, and I had a really good experience seeing this film in theaters, even though the crowd was quite rowdy to the point where they had to bring in security. But I really enjoyed this one. It's probably my favorite sequel, even though this is a prequel, but my favorite follow-up in the franchise beyond the first film. Really enjoy the main chick in the movie. She played chick on Ant Farm. I forgot her name, but what's her name? Stephanie Scott? Yeah, she was really good in the lead. I got Dermot Mulroney as the dad. He's pretty solid. You got Lynn Shay coming back because this is set before the first film. You got Lee Winnell and the other guy who are like the investigators that help her. Really good effects, some really good creepy imagery. The directorial debut of Lee Winnell, who would go on to direct Upgrade and Invisible Man. And he does a really great job in the director's chair, in my opinion. And just did a job for a sequel that was a lot better than I expected it to be. So I really enjoyed this one. And then Insidious The Last Key, I haven't seen it since theaters. I remember just thinking it was fine enough. Some good imagery with like the key monster you see on the cover. But overall, just very forgettable characters, very forgettable storyline. Elise is there, but to be honest with you, this is the point where this franchise seemed to run out of steam. And The Red Door was fine enough, but also I just feel like this franchise belongs back in the 2010s. I don't really think you need to update it every single 5 years, but still solid franchise overall, so I enjoy it. Next up, we have Christopher Nolan's Insomnia. Of course, is a remake of a, I believe, Swedish movie of the same name. Stars Christopher Nolan. Stars Al Pacino, Hilary Swank, and the late great Robin Williams. Essentially, it's set in this Alaskan town where Al Pacino is trying to investigate a murder. He's a detective. And along the way, he's not the best cop in the world. He has some dirty secrets. And while trying to hunt down this killer played by Robin Williams, he accidentally shoots his partner and kills him in the process. But because his partner also had dirt on him, was going to expose him, it also puts him in a weird spot to where it looks like he killed him for his own gain. And so Robin Williams finds out about this, and the two kind of have this really bizarre cat and mouse game where basically Robin Williams knows Al Pacino's hunting him, but he also knows that he has dirt on him too, so he doesn't want to be, Al Pacino doesn't want to get exposed, but also catch this killer. And Robin Williams is so terrifying in this movie. He is so good at being playing different characters. He can play like Mrs. Doubtfire and all these sweet characters, but he can also be very terrifying at the same time. The tension is very good. I really like the main characters and everything like that. Very interesting concept that's brought to life in my opinion, and it's a really good movie in my opinion, so I highly recommend it. And then we got another Nolan movie back to back, Interstellar. Probably his most emotional movie of his career so far. Basically revolves around Matthew McConaughey, who's this farmhouse dad, but also a scientist, who gets the mission of a lifetime to basically save Earth from its own desolation, because it's set in a world where Earth is nearing, their resources are losing and they're about to perish for good. And so he's basically sent on this mission to try and save Earth, and try to find a habitable planet that will store all the humans. And in the process, goes across many planets, but it takes many years. There's a sequence whenever they land on a planet and fuck up, and 10 minutes on this planet is 10 years on Earth. And so throughout this entire runtime, Matthew McConaughey is basically losing time with his family as he's trying to race to save their lives. Very emotional movie, really good effects. Love the score by Hans Zimmer, beautiful visuals, especially the planet, the waves and everything. I love that sequence, and very emotional too regarding the daughter and everything. It does get a little weird towards the end with the bookcase shit and everything, which I think was a little too much for me personally, but still very good sci-fi thriller, and I highly recommend it. Next up, we have The Interview, of course, a movie that almost caused war between North Korea and America, funny enough. But it's a still pretty funny comedy. Really enjoy Seth Rogen, and it's sad to say that him and James Franco no longer work anymore because James Franco got canceled, but they had a pretty good dynamic on screen, and this film was no exception to that rule. I really enjoyed Randall Park's take on Kim Jong-un. Some pretty good social humor throughout the mix, and although it's very political in a lot of aspects, it's still very fun. It allows itself to have poke fun at itself in America as well as North Korea, and I don't know, I enjoy this movie. I still have fun with it. Next up, we have Interview with the Vampire, The Vampire Chronicles. I think this just recently turned to a TV series. This is based on the book of the same name, I believe, and I really enjoy vampire films when they are done well, and this one was no exception to that. You got Tom Cruise in the lead role, you got Christian Slater, you got, what's her name from the Spider-Man movies? She plays Kristen Stewart. No, that's Twilight. Shit. The chick who plays Mary Jane in the Spider-Man movies, Kirsten Dunst. My bad. You got Kirsten Dunst, and I believe this was her her acting debut as this little young girl who gets bitten by one of the vampires, and she can't age, and although she's in an adult body for years. Very interesting role, but again, I like vampire films that are set over the course of many millennia, and just seeing these people just live throughout different time periods in their own aesthetic. Very unique style in my opinion, very well done, and the little wraparound story with Christian Slater in The Interview is actually quite interesting as well, so I enjoy it. Really good. As well as Brad Pitt, he's really good in the movie too. Then we have In the Heights, a very sad casualty of the HBO Max Warner Brothers 2021 merger thing, where Warner Brothers decided to drop all their movies on HBO Max day and date as the same in theaters, and many films lost so much money because they were just dumped on streaming, so no one went out to see them in theaters. This was sadly one of the movies that just didn't do well at the box office when they came out because of that reason, and it's sad because I really enjoyed this movie. John M. Chu directed it, the same guy who did Crazy Rich Asians. Really did a good job directing. Love the soundtrack and the score by, the songs by Lin-Manuel Miranda, because he made this is based on a play of his with the same name. Really good casting. You got Anthony Ramos, you got Melissa Barilla in here, who of course you guys mostly know her for Sam Carpenter in Scream 5 and 6, Corey Hawkins, Leslie Grace, the Well, it used to be Batgirl, but now it got canceled. But really good cast all around, really good music, a really fun little story, and just showing like this little side of New York that is able to like blossom and like just show like all these different aspects of New York that I think are very interesting. And I just found this film really pleasant to watch, and I'm really sad that not a whole lot of people watch it. So please watch it if you're a fan of musicals. And I'm not even a big fan of musicals, and I still enjoyed it. Then we have Leigh Whannell's The Invisible Man. Similar to what I said about Insidious Chapter 3, I think his directing style is really well done for this movie. The scares are genuinely prevalent and very effective in my opinion. Elizabeth Moss, amazing actress. I've not seen The Handmaid's Tale, but I've seen a lot of other movies and such like that, and she's great. Saw this right before COVID happened, and for the longest time it was my favorite film of the year until another film we'll talk about later on. But really enjoyed the scares of this movie. Really back to basics approach for a universal monster after the whole Tom Cruise mummy situation. Just the scares are really good directing, really fast paced, some very unexpected sequences like the restaurant sequence. That will always stick with me. Just a damn good movie, and I don't know if we're ever gonna get more movies in this universe or if we're gonna get more, like even a sequel to this, but if we do, I'm down for it because it's just an awesome movie, and more people should take note of it. Alright, so next up we have Ip Man, the entire collection, at least the main 4 films. So this contains all the main 4 films starring Donnie Yen. Getting to all the movies individually, I really enjoyed the first Ip Man, really enjoyed that one. I really enjoy pretty much all these movies to some extent just because I love Donnie Yen. I like the action, the fact that it's based on a real person, I think it's kind of cool, and like bringing back like the historical aspect to it, I think is really unique. Personally, my favorite out of the 4 is probably Ip Man 3. I love the fight scene between Mike Tyson and Donnie Yen, really well done. Probably has the best story of the 3. I also really enjoy Ip Man 2. Ip Man 4, I think, is pretty solid, but also has a little too much, like, at least from an American standpoint, it has a little too much anti-American stuff in it. Like, when you get Scott Adkins in here, and he's, like, meant to be, like, a very aggressive, like, stereotypical bad American. I mean, granted, do we do that all the time as Americans? Yes. I'm not offended by it personally, but it's always like a little weird to me personally. But I enjoy all 4 of these movies. They're pretty solid overall. And if you're a fan of martial arts or kung fu or anything like that, you haven't seen these films yet, I highly recommend them. They're really good. Next up, we have Martin Scorsese's The Irishman. Very well done movie. Very long, very huge in scale, but very much Scorsese's bread and butter when it comes to like long-winded, huge scale crime thrillers. He got his original, his typical, suspects: De Niro, Pacino, Pesci, all that type of stuff. Really well done, huge in scale, and I just really enjoy it. It was really cool seeing this in theaters, and I don't regret that. It's really good. Then we get to I, Robot. Interesting enough sci-fi thriller. I believe Alex Proyas directed this as well. Yeah, so he's always known for doing sci-fi stuff, and this is no different. Will Smith, pretty solid in the lead role and everything like that. Some interesting concepts. I do think this would be suited for a good remake, in my opinion. I think so, there are some undeveloped ideas I think would have been explored more, and some CGI that I think isn't the best when looking at it from today's standpoint, but it's still a pretty solid sci-fi thriller, and I quite enjoy it. Then we get to Iron Fist Season 1, a pretty bad season of TV, probably like the worst of all the Marvel Netflix seasons in my opinion. Iron Fist was never a very well done character, at least from this adaptation. What's the character's, who's played by him? Finn Jones, I believe is the actor's name. He wasn't terrible in the role of Iron Fist. I think it was just the writing that was just very shitty. He made him like a really spoiled rich brat in the first season, where he was just very full of himself. He wasn't really that likable. The storytelling of like the main villain was very weak. Didn't really care for any of the plot elements, a lot of that. Apart from Colin Wing, she's probably like the standout of the series, both seasons, in my opinion. But the character does get a lot better in The Defenders, and I do think the second season is a lot better. I just don't own it because I really only own all the Marvel Netflix stuff up to Defenders, and then anything after that I don't really consider that important because they all got canceled. They especially like Jessica Jones, I think. So it's like, there's no really point owning any of the Marvel Netflix stuff or watching it past Defenders, but I do think it's important to understand it whenever these Marvel Netflix characters pop up in other shows and movies like Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio, to understand their history. And so if you have to watch Defenders, you gotta watch this to get to canon. That's why I own it. Even though I like to have a quality control on my collection, this is one of the few spots where I'm like, yeah, this is just a shitty product. I don't really care for this, but it's here regardless if you want to binge it. Then we have The Iron Giant, a phenomenal film by the great Brad Bird. Again, the majority of films I really enjoy from him, and this is no exception. Beautiful story. Really sad that it bombed in theaters when they came out because I think this is a really touching story. Vin Diesel, probably one of his best roles, especially voice acting wise, as the Iron Giant himself. Love the relationship he has with the boy, and of course the ending with Superman. Just very, very emotional movie, and one that I highly recommend if you have not checked it out yet. Very good movie. Alright, next up we have the Iron Man trilogy. Of course, the OG to start off the entire MCU. We got the original Iron Man right here. Of course, the first film that kicked off the MCU. Still one of the best films to this very day in the universe. So iconic, so inspirational, so well done just for how many hoops it had to jump through just to get made and released. And the way that it turned out was just such a miracle that I just can't believe like it went through so much hell just to turn out so good in my opinion. Still a very touching movie, very well done. Classic civil origin story of Tony Stark becoming, you know, the rags to riches thing. And just, I love this first film, it's so good. Iron Man 2, fine enough, but definitely one of the weaker MCU installments. Not as bad as a lot of the other stuff we got in Phase 4 and 5, but when it comes to the Infinity Saga, definitely like bottom 2 or 3 for me personally. It was infamously known for being rushed in development because they wanted to catch up to the Avengers release date, and because of that, the film really doesn't focus on its own story versus just setting up other elements for the Avengers. And in retrospect, it doesn't make the film that rewatchable because it just feels like a setup movie and a stepping stone film for other projects, which those are my least favorite MCU projects whenever they just feel like setups for other projects versus just telling its own story. It's still good regardless because I love Robert Downey Jr. in the role of Tony Stark. His charisma is pretty solid. Enjoy the action from Jon Favreau. Enjoy Sam Rockwell as Justin Hammer. Can't wait to see him back in the MCU someday. It's a good movie, but it's really hindered because of outside studio influence. And then Iron Man 3, I really enjoyed this one. I saw it in theaters back when it came out. I remember being so hyped for it when it was coming out 10 years ago, I think, which is so crazy to think of. But very different movie in the MCU, directed by Shane Black, who Downey Jr. has worked with on Kiss Kiss Bang Bang and some other projects. Very brings his own unique style to it, which very few directors in the MCU can do. Has an interesting twist with the Mandarin, which I know a lot of people don't like, and retrospect has kind of been undone because of Shang-Chi, but I enjoyed it when I saw it because I wasn't a huge fan of the Mandarin from the comics or what I knew of him. And personally, it was just like, I enjoyed it. It was a really fun little romp, little good Christmas adventure with Tony Stark. And although the elements of this film do feel a little waned in retrospect because like the whole Tony Stark saying goodbye to the Iron Man thing was immediately rectified in Age of Ultron, I still enjoyed the story and it was a good little conclusion to Tony's arc in this trilogy itself. Ah man. Next up, we got Gaspar Noé's Irreversible, one of the hardest films to watch this entire collection. It's a brutal movie. Basically, if you don't know what it's about, it's essentially a rape revenge film told in reverse order. Like, the scenes are actually played out in reverse order, where it starts out with the guy who sexually assaulted this woman in this tunnel, getting killed off in the opening scene. It basically just plays out backwards. And it's a very, very bold movie, not very easy to watch. Don't watch this while eating dinner or anything. Don't watch it with the family for family night. It's not that type of experience. But if you can handle it, I think it's a very powerful film in a lot of ways, and I do highly recommend it because it's a damn good movie, even though it's very hard to watch. Speaking of hard to watch films, we also have I Saw the Devil, a very brutal film from, I believe, from South Korea, if I'm not mistaken. If you don't know what the plot is about, it essentially revolves around this guy who sees his, I think his girlfriend or wife is either, his girlfriend gets killed by this sadistic psychopath, and so rather than hunt down this guy and just kill him, he decides to sadistically torture the serial killer throughout the entire runtime in various different ways, attack him, mess with his life, and just do things in ways that most other people wouldn't do. And it's a very well done action movie from the brutal violent action sequences, the really good tense psychological sequences. It's a very layered movie that I really did enjoy. And again, if you can handle everything like that, I really do recommend it because it's a damn good movie. Next up, we have the It 2-pack of the 2017 It and It Chapter 2, both directed by Andy Muschietti, and makes a pretty solid double feature, I would say. The first chapter is definitely a lot better than the second chapter just because I feel like they did drop the ball a lot of the adult element of the storytelling, which has always been prevalent in this story when you're talking about the book or the miniseries or this adaptation. But for the first film, I did quite enjoy it. I remember the hype around it back when it came out in 2017. The hype for this film was absolutely crazy. It became like the highest grossing horror film of all time. For a good reason. Love Bill Skarsgård on the role of Pennywise. Really enjoyed the kids, the main kids that we were following in Derry, trying to hunt down Pennywise and all that type of stuff. And I did quite enjoy the cast in It Chapter 2. It was just that the storytelling was just really repetitive. For 3 hours, you had to watch all these characters grow up and just go through all their fears that we already saw in 2017's It, and then end in a really weird way with Pennywise turning into a baby. I don't understand that, but regardless, I do like these movies, and I am excited to see what they do with that Welcome to Derry series on HBO Max. I know it's just called Max now, but I don't care. Next up, we have It Comes at Night by Trey Edward Schultz. A damn good movie that sadly was given a lot of shit when it came out because of the mismarketing, if you don't remember when this movie came out. Essentially, this film was marketed as like a monster movie in the apocalypse because of the title and the trailers were leading you to believe that there's some sort of monster out there. When in reality, this film is way more of just a psychological family drama about paranoia and letting strangers in, and these two families just going head to head over like who will contract this like zombie virus and whatever. And for what it is, I think it's really well done if you go in with that mindset. Don't expect a monster movie. You got Joel Edgerton, you got the great Kelvin Harrison Jr., Riley Keough, just a really good cast overall. Very good thrillers. Very good thrills in my opinion, some really good atmosphere and a really good score. Trey Edward Schultz is one of my favorite filmmakers of today, in my opinion. We'll talk about another one of his films later on, but he is a phenomenal filmmaker that I think people should keep their eye on more because he's so good with his movies. And this film is, although it's probably my least favorite of the three he's made so far, it's still a damn good movie, and I definitely do recommend it, especially with the hype and the controversy around it being so far behind us. Next up, we have It Follows, of course, a very iconic horror film of the past decade or so that gained a lot of attention from David Robert Mitchell and the cast and crew. Essentially, if you don't remember this movie, it essentially revolves around something where, like this virus demon, where essentially the main character, played by, Micah Monroe, where essentially she has sex with this guy who's actually the bully from the Fred movies, which makes me laugh when I'm thinking about it. But basically, she has sex with this one guy, and this monster will track you down every single time someone contracts this. It kind of be like a metaphor for STIs, where you got like this monster that will just slowly walk towards you until it kills you. And so the only way to pass it, get rid of the curse, is just to pass it on to the next person. And so it's this really cool little thriller where you got Michael Monroe just trying to run for her life as this monster just slowly walking towards her. And the visual imagery, like the monster constantly changing form to different people that she doesn't even recognize, is very terrifying. I love the score by this, a very 80s synth score, really well shot, really well directed. Just a damn good movie that I really enjoyed, and I think you should watch it if you haven't seen it yet. Next up, we got I, Tonya, a pretty cool little biopic starring Margot Robbie as Tonya Harding, the infamous ice skater that lost her career due to a whole scandal going on where she assaulted somebody. And just a really well done movie. You got a huge cast in here. Margot Robbie's phenomenal in the lead role. Allison Janney's great. I think she won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress, if I recall correctly. Sebastian Stan's really good. Paul Walter Hauser, the guy who played what's this guy's name? Stingray in Cobra Kai. He's really good in here. Just a really fun, like, out-of-the-box little zany movie that I really enjoy. I like whenever like actresses like Margot Robbie are able to tap into way more raunchy actresses or based on real-life people, but she's able to like delve into like a lot of those like countrified aspects and make her just so, you don't like her, but you also just can't, like, you also want to see more of her. So it's a really good movie. I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Next up, getting to the J's, we have Jacob's Ladder, the original version of Jacob's Ladder. A really good movie starring Tim Robbins essentially as a guy that, goes crazy. Basically, he gets haunted by memories of war after his son dies, and it's a wild movie. Some really weird visual imagery, like the moving heads going really fast and everything. Just a very, very bold psychological thriller. And I still think it holds up very well today. It's a really effective movie, some really cool visuals, and I quite enjoy it. Next up, we have Jack Reacher, the Tom Cruise version, directed by Christopher McQuarrie, their first collaboration before they teamed up for the rest of the Mission Impossible franchise. Really solid action movie. Haven't seen it since, I believe the sequel came out, Never Go Back, which I didn't really like that much, hence why I don't own it. But really enjoyed this first one. Some pretty cool little grounded action stuff. Yeah, it's PG-13, but it's still pretty grounded, pretty gritty for Tom Cruise standards. Just a lot of good action, pretty good story, and I enjoyed it. I've yet to see the TV series on Amazon Prime starring Alan Ritchson, but I've heard good things about it, and I like action films like these, and they're quite enjoyable. Speaking of another action star, we have the Jack Ryan franchise. So we have this box set containing the first 4 Jack Ryan movies: Hunt for Red October, Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger, and The Sum of All Fears. And then we got the 5th film, Jack Ryan's Shadow Recruit, which I hate the fact that I have this box set and then I also have like one extra movie that like, it bothers me when I cycle like this because it makes it feel like, I don't know, just incomplete. I guess you could say it feels weird. But speaking of all 5 films individually for a brief moment, Jack Ryan was certainly not one of my favorite action franchises. Like, I didn't watch this series until, I believe, COVID, when I want to catch up on the franchises I've missed over the years. And they're all pretty solid in some way, shape, or form. I do recommend all of them, especially Hunt for Red October. That's my favorite. It's a great really thriller with Sean Connery, may he rest in peace, as this Russian submarine, or the head of this Russian submarine is like at odds with Alec Baldwin, who does play Jack Ryan in the movie. Enjoy the 2 Harrison Ford Jack Ryan movies. I do enjoy Some of All Fears too. I think Ben Affleck's a pretty underrated Jack Ryan, and even the Shadow Recruit movie with Kenneth Branagh directing. It's definitely the weakest of the 5 movies, in my opinion, but still a pretty solid movie. And I definitely want to check out that TV series that just wrapped up with John Krasinski as Jack Ryan. But as a whole, not the most memorable series in the world, but I do enjoy all of them to some extent. That's why I own them. Then we have Jackie Brown, the 3rd film from Tarantino, his junior effort as director and writer. And it's a pretty solid movie. Really enjoy Pam Grier as a title character. Definitely has a different flavor to it because it's based off of the previous source material, which Tarantino very rarely does. He usually writes his own material just straight up. So it definitely has a different flavor to it. Definitely has a lot of like different tones to it. You got a huge cast in here: Samuel L. Jackson, Michael Keaton, Robert Forster, may he rest in peace, Pam Grier, Bridget Fonda, De Niro. Huge cast, some good stuff in it. It's not the most memorable film in the world to me personally. I think there should have been some elements I think could have been done better, but overall, I enjoyed this one. It's pretty solid. Oh man, got the big boy right here. So next up we have the entire James Bond collection. This does contain all 25 movies. This set originally came with 24, but I did add No Time to Die in here in retrospect because, like I said with Jack Ryan, I don't like whenever I have like big box sets like these and I have like one extra straggler installment just sticking right next to it. So for consistency, this is all the mainline James Bond films, all the official ones. This does not contain the unofficial movies like Never Say Never Again or that really shitty Casino Royale parody from Woody Allen. So speaking of all the movies themselves, I didn't really grow up with a lot of James Bond stuff. Skyfall I watched in theaters, and that was one of the films that got me into filmmaking, and I did go back and watch a lot of the Daniel Craig films growing up. But other than that, I'm not really tied to the James Bond franchise. It's never, like, spy stuff is very hit or miss for me when it comes to certain things. The espionage, it can be very interesting, but also very convoluted in my opinion when it comes to certain films and franchises. And James Bond, I want to educate myself and binge all the movies before No Time to Die came out back when it was scheduled to come out in 2020. And so I got this for Christmas back in 2019, tried binging all of them, and even when COVID delayed everything, I still binged all of them up till the Pierce Brosnan movies. And so having seen all of the Bond films in retrospect, I will say it's just a franchise I'm not that into. I do appreciate pretty much all of them. I would say there's very rarely like a bad James Bond film, like Die Another Day is probably like the only official one that I just don't like. But when it comes to like the majority of the ones, I would give most of them like a 7 out of 10. They're not really that noteworthy in my opinion. Even some of the most like fan favorite ones like GoldenEye or Golden Figure or From Russia with Love, they are good movies, but I don't like love them on the level that a lot of people do. The only ones I would give above like a 7 out of 10 are License to Kill, because I really enjoy the Miami setting. I really enjoy the revenge aspect to James Bond being more grittier version. I think what's the guy's name? Who's the fourth James Bond? Timothy Dalton. Very underrated James Bond. I wish he had more movies in his tenure as that character. But really the only films I love outside of that are Casino Royale, the Daniel Craig one, and Skyfall. I think those are great movies. The rest of them are just pretty okay. I don't know, even No Time to Die I think was just kind of okay. I don't know, it's just this franchise, just the antics it gets into, I've just never like really resonated that much with me personally for my taste of movies. So while I do appreciate them and I will continue to watch James Bond films as they come out with a new actor past Daniel Craig, I've just never really gravitated them towards them that much. So that's just my opinion on the franchise. Next up, we have Jaws, the classic film from Steven Spielberg, the first true blockbuster of American cinema, and a film that still very much holds up nowadays. It is a phenomenal movie. It's a classic that I never get tired of, that I understand why it gets the praise that it does. It's still a thriller that it shocks me how good it is, sincerely. It is so well crafted, so tense, so crazy. Another film that like, it had so many issues and could have turned out just a terrible movie, but Spielberg's direction and just his pure passion for telling this story to life, the original novel to life, I think it's really well done. Love all the main actors in the lead, like Roy Scheider and Richard Dreyfuss and all that type of stuff. Really enjoy their characters. Quinn is an amazing character. The shark being shown for very little of the runtime I think was very effective and actually worked in retrospect. Just, it's Jaws. watch it if you haven't yet. It's a masterpiece. Oh man. I'm getting there's a lot of I have all my Blu-rays stacked over here, so it's tough to like get some stuff over here. I'll place it. Pause for a second, folks. All right, next up we have Jessica Jones Season 1. Pretty solid series in my opinion, probably the second best of the Marvel Netflix shows behind Daredevil, and the only Marvel Netflix show that actually got to have a complete ending. Like, it had a whole 3-season arc versus every other show getting canceled last minute. So if you want to watch this series entirely, you can. I only own the first one because it's really the only one I need to watch in order to watch The Defenders, and after anything after that I just don't really care about. But Jessica Jones entirely, I enjoy. I really like Kristen Ritter as the title character. Really enjoyed David Tennant in this first season as the main villain. I believe his name was the Purple Man. Enjoyed a more gritty aesthetic to it. I really enjoyed just the gritty aspect that makes Jessica Jones such an interesting character as a PI and everything like that. Just a really fun series. I would say fun, but a really intriguing series that kept me engaged throughout its entire run, and I would definitely recommend it if you're not a big superhero fan. I think this would be something up your alley. Next up, we have this John Hughes collection consisting of 5 of his movies. We have Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, She's Having a Baby, Pretty in Pink, and Some Kind of Wonderful. I do love Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. That's one of my favorite films of all time, a film that I have to watch every single Thanksgiving because it's a masterpiece. I love that film so much. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, pretty solid movie. I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do because I've only seen it like once in my life, but I do really enjoy it, and I do understand why it has the significance in pop culture that it does. Everything after that is pretty okay, pretty forgettable in my opinion. Like She's Having a Baby, Pretty in Pink, and Some Kind of Wonderful. They're all fine, but I've never like gravitated to them as much as some people have. But they're all good movies, and I do recommend all of them to some extent. Oh man. Next up, we have the entire John Wick franchise so far. So yes, John Wick Chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Awesome series. I mean, do I really need to say much about John Wick that you haven't already heard? Like, it's an awesome fucking series. I've seen the majority of them in theaters. I'm glad to see it. The first John Wick, really enjoyed this one. Definitely seems a lot smaller in retrospect for how big the franchise gets going forward, but it's really simple thriller, action thriller where you get, John Wick, his dog gets killed after his wife dies, and he just goes on a fucking rampage. And Keanu Reeves, really the role that brought him back from this actor obscurity thing that was happening to him before John Wick, where he was just kind of like just doing roles and was very kind of being passive. But this film and this role really kicked him back into high gear and the pop culture significance. I'm really glad for that because he just seems like an awesome person, and this role is just synonymous with him at this point. John Wick Chapter 2 might be my favorite of the franchise. It turns up the action significantly more. You got elements like Common in here where they're constantly trying to kill each other, which I really like. It has some really great action sequences. Ends on a really dark note, which I really respect, and really anticipated me for a final chapter, at least I thought I would, with Chapter 3 Parabellum, which I remember being advertised as the final chapter of the franchise, and when I watched it, I was like, wait, why the hell is this ending in with him getting pushed off a roof? But still great action, some of the best action of the entire franchise. I mean, all of them have like top 10 moments. I mean, this series is awesome when it comes to action sequences, but John Wick 3, probably my least favorite of the 4 just because it ends on a really weird note, and I think, especially with John Wick Chapter 4, it kind of makes John Wick Chapter 3 kind of pointless in retrospect because it kind of just undoes a bunch of stuff or redoes a bunch of stuff that John Wick Chapter 3 did, but still, very great movie. And then this year's John Wick Chapter 4, amazing so far ending to the franchise. I think it has some of the best action sequences in the entire series, expands the lore a lot more, and just is a really great finale for what is set to go. Love Donnie Yen in the role, love Bill Skarsgård, just amazing movie, one of my favorite films that have come out in the year so far. And despite that, it is kind of silly how many assassins there are in this world, where it seems like every single person on the street is trying to kill John Wick. It never gets old for me personally. So if they want to make a John Wick 5, I'm down for it. I might check out that Continental series on Peacock sometime soon, but as far for these 4 films, they're great. Check them out if you want to. Next up, we have Jojo Rabbit by the great Taika Waititi. His most recent film that isn't related to the MCU and the one that got him all the Oscar recognition, and for good reason. It's a pretty solid little thriller. Well, still thriller, really good, like a dramedy about this little boy set in World War II, where essentially his best friend is this imaginary version of Hitler, played by Taika Waititi. And you wouldn't expect it to be as funny as it is, but it's actually quite funny and actually quite heartfelt. A lot of great humor in this, really well done emotion when it needs to be, and just overall a very well done movie that I really enjoy. I really do need to rewatch this film because I haven't seen it since theaters. Next up, we got The Joker, baby! So yeah, Joaquin Phoenix and Joker by Todd Phillips. A complete smash when it came out, which no one expected to make as much money as it did, over $1 billion in the box office, and how much cultural significance it has even to this very day. Very good movie, very unique idea brought to life, which I had no interest in when it was being announced, because I was like, why the hell are you making a Joker movie that isn't, when you already have Jared Leto's Joker in the DC universe? It was really weird when it was being brought up in concept. But watching the film itself, it's a damn good, unique comic book movie, which very rarely acts like one. Very much a psychological thriller of Arthur Fleck turning to the dark side because of society. And although it's kind of turned to a meme at this point, I think the film itself is still really powerful, a lot of good elements to it. Does it rip off Scorsese's Taxi Driver and King of Comedy? Yes, I mean, you even get De Niro in this movie. I mean, they know they wear their references on their sleeve, but it's still a very good movie, and I am looking forward to the sequel when it comes out next year. So yeah, good movie. Oh man, next up we have Judas and the Black Messiah. Very underrated film that came out last year, another victim of the HBO Max theatrical streaming revenue plan that failed by Warner Brothers. Really good movie, came out early 2021, I believe, and basically it's a story of Lakeith Stanfield, who basically plays like this plant to try and like infiltrate the ever-growing rise of Daniel Kaluuya's character, what's his name? Fred Hampton of the Black Panther Party in the 70s, and it's a very well done political thriller, some really great acting, some really good emotional tensions, really powerful messages at the very end, just a really great biopic that I highly recommend if you have not checked it out yet. This is a damn good movie. Next up, we got Juice, one of the more well-known like mid to late 90s gangster films that came out that really like started with Boys in the Hood and all type of stuff like Menace to Society. Really good movie. Of course, stars the late great Tupac Shakur. You got Omar Epps in here. A really cool little like hood thriller, crime drama. Really well done. Great acting across the entire board. Really well shot. Really well directed. Really well written. Just a damn good movie that I do highly recommend. Then we have Jon Favreau's The Jungle Book. Definitely the best of the Disney live-action remakes that have come out in the past decade plus since they've started this whole trend, because it does the best job and the best formula with adapting a animated film to the big screen. It adapts the material in a movie which, although was predated by Disney, before Disney, their animated version of the Jungle Book story wasn't very well received or isn't very loved by most people. Like, it's not like Cinderella or Snow White or something that's like super iconic and well known. And so you take a story and a film that has improvements and you decide to do an entirely different version of that, update with new technology, new songs, and do something different with it. And I think Jon Favreau did a great job helming this version of the film, and actually makes it stand out beyond just being a very low-rank cash grab version of the animated film from years prior. It's very well done, really well executed. I understand why he was chosen for the Lion King remake, which sadly sucked ass, but at least for this film, I really enjoyed it, and I definitely recommend it. Even if you aren't a fan of Disney, I think this is still a really good movie. Next up, we have Juno, of course, one of those classic films from the mid-2000s, back when, well, Ellen, now Elliot Page, was huge because of the X-Men films, other stuff like that. Michael Cera was huge because of Superbad and other comedies like it. Classic little, like, comedy by Jason Reitman, basically where, like, Elliot Page gets pregnant and Michael Cera has to deal with they have to deal with the consequences of that. And it's just a simple little dramedy, which I think is done pretty well. It's effective in its elements. I think it's very sweet in a lot of aspects, and it's just well done in my opinion. Oh man. And then we have Jurassic Park, the original classic Jurassic Park. A phenomenal movie, a really great film that I wish spawned a better franchise. This is the only Jurassic Park film that I own, by the way, because sadly, no sequel has ever matched any quality of the original film, in my opinion, especially Dominion. Like, Dominion really pissed me off, man. That movie, bro, like, let's take what we saw in Fallen Kingdom, let's focus on Locust, but this is not about Dominion. The greatest in the original Jurassic Park is incredible, in my opinion. You can't take anything away from it. It's one of the best blockbusters of all time. Iconic score by John Williams, iconic directed from Steven Spielberg. The fact he came out with this in Schindler's List the same year is just wild to me. A great cast: Sam Neill, Laura Dern, Jeff Goldblum, the entire cast, Roger Attenborough, may he rest in peace. Just amazing cast, great visuals that still very much hold up nowadays, in my opinion, for the most part. Really wonderful set design and action, and just tells a tale of wonder and horror in a way that just blends the tone so well into a movie that has remained unmatched in this franchise, and also just blockbusters in general. It's a great film and stands the test of time for a reason. It's a great movie. Alright, so next up we have the true version of Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League. Very well done movie. You know, for how many issues I do have with Zack Snyder's films, I will say I am ultimately glad this film got to see a live day in this form, and actually got to have it on physical media. For a film that was just so shrouded in mystery for years and honestly seemed like it would never come out because of the studio meddling drama, the fact this film got to come out, I think is a great victory. You know, we make fun of the Snyder fanboys all the time, but the fact they were able to pull something like this together ultimately was really cool in my opinion. And a really cool conclusion to Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy. Of course, he had more planned, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But, you know, for the storyline he was telling, and ultimately was able to come to a satisfying enough conclusion where I can leave this franchise on a good note. I really love just a really good atmospheric movie. Love the tone, love the direction, love how it ties everything from Man of Steel and BVS together in a really good way. Love the character work done on all these characters, especially Cyborg, who's basically like non-existent in the theatrical cut of this movie. Was able to get a really good plot point and a good arc in this movie. You know, Aquaman is really good. I enjoyed The Flash. Loved how they brought back Superman and Wonder Woman and Batman. They're all just really well done in this movie, and they're able to be consistent from the characters that they were in BVS and Man of Steel, and actually make them into fully fledged characters that actually are quite interesting. Love Steppenwolf in this a lot better than the theatrical version, and just a really entertaining film. For a 4-hour movie, I felt it was going by at a very fast pace, and I really enjoyed it, and this is a really good movie. There are aspects that I do think could have been done better. I don't really like the whole 4:3 aspect ratio they brought to this movie. I felt it was just too artsy for my liking. I just felt like this wasn't the right film for how big it was to crop it in that sort of way. And although the 4-hour issue, the runtime wasn't a big issue for me, I do understand why people think that it would have been better. Like, if this was a 3-hour experience, it probably would have been better as a result. Ultimately, my biggest issue with the film is the fact that Zack Snyder decided to include all the post-credit bullshit that in his little epilogue that I felt like just degraded from the experience, because it was setting up stuff that we know is never going to come in the future. And especially when he went back to reshoot sequences for the post-credit scenes that we obviously know they're never going to be coming. So I felt like it would have been better how you just cut all that teases out there and just focus on just being a conclusion to his story as is. But still, in its final form, I quite enjoyed it, and if you are a fan of comic book films, I would recommend it. Next up, we have the Karate Kid franchise, at least the main 4 films. I don't own the remake. It's not bad or anything, I just haven't found it in the wild yet on Blu-ray. But the main 4 original movies, we have the original Karate Kid Part 2, and then this double pack of Karate Kid 3 and the next Karate Kid. I enjoy mainly the first 2 films a lot. I think that, especially the original Karate Kid, one of the best films ever made, an 80s classic that still very much holds up today. And especially because all these films I think are done better in retrospect because of Cobra Kai. I really enjoy that series. I've been lucky enough to work with people on set that were stunt doubles on Cobra Kai, which is really cool. And it makes every single installment so far in this franchise better as a result because of how they use the characters. Even films like Karate Kid 3, which I don't really like a whole lot, it makes characters like Terry Silver a lot better in my opinion. And honestly, I do hope they bring back Hilary Swank for the finale of Cobra Kai. So we'll see what happens. I do enjoy all 4 of these movies. I think they're pretty fun in all their own different retrospects, and yeah, really cool franchise. Then we have Kick-Ass, really good comic book film that's, you know, it seems like it's underseen nowadays. Like it came out so long ago, at least according to, you know, film time, and it's a series that I wish was given more recognition because I really enjoyed this first film. Matthew Vaughn directed it, who's a phenomenal director when it comes to comic book movies. Directed Kingsman, which we'll talk about in just a second. X-Men First Class. He did Layer Cake. He's done a lot of great movies, and this is probably my favorite film. No, I would say Kingsman is, but we'll talk about that later. But this is definitely one of my favorite films from him. Love the cast here. Aaron Taylor Johnson is still my favorite role from him as Kick-Ass. Love Nicolas Cage's Big Daddy. Love McLovin as Red Mist. And of course, Chloe Grace Moretz is awesome as Hit Girl. Enjoyed Mark Strong as the villain. Just a really good cast, really good production design, really great editing, and like the comic book aesthetic makes the film so much more fun, and just a really fun movie. I wish this franchise turned out better. The sequel's fine, but I never loved it as much, hence why I don't own it. It's fine, but it's not really that special in my opinion, and that sadly bombed the box office, so we never got a 3rd film going forward, which I wish we could have gotten a reunion movie. Like these actors are still working. Give us a Kick-Ass 3. Finish the story, please. But this first film I still love to this very day. I enjoy it, and if you haven't seen it, please watch it because it's a kick-ass movie, pun intended. Next up, we have Kill Bill Volume 1 and Volume 2, and by the record, I do consider these two separate films, despite what Tarantino says. If they release two separate movies, I consider them to be two separate movies, end of discussion. But I really do enjoy both these movies quite a bit. I do prefer the Volume 1 to Volume 2, just because Volume 1 has a lot more stuff going on, and I think it was kind of a mistake to split this up into two movies, just because Part 1 has all the action, and Part 2 has a lot of drawing out to do. Like, the first film is called all about killing off like the main four people who are, supporting Bill, like the main four assassins. You get like the awesome scene with Vivica A. Fox, and you get like the crazy scene with the crazy 88s at the end of the movie. And then Part 2, while it's still good, I really do like how the film wraps up. There's just a lot of like dead space where it just doesn't need to be like a lot of cheesy flashbacks with how Uma Thurman was trained, Beatrix Kiddo, and like I think the pacing drags a lot in the second half of the story, but I still enjoy both of them. I still think they're pretty kick-ass movies, and I would recommend both of them. Next up, we have The Killing of a Sacred Deer, another from my Yorgos Lanthimos, my favorite film from him so far. This is a wild-ass movie, if you don't know what this film is about. It essentially revolves around Colin Farrell, who's a very successful doctor, has a family with Nicole Kidman being his wife and a couple of kids. And essentially, Barry Keoghan comes into the mix as a patient one day and becomes close to the family. And one day, he basically explains to Colin Farrell, basically being like, listen, all four of you are going to get the sickness, and essentially, if you don't kill one of your family members, you're all going to die. And so the entire plot devolves from that, and it's a very, very strange movie. My first true introduction to Barry Keoghan, I saw him in Dunkirk technically, but this is the film that really made me go, that's a damn good actor. And he is so creepy in this movie, really well done. I love Colin Farrell and Nicole Kidman, and just a really kooky humor he brings, Yorgos Lanthimos, to this movie is strangely fitting for what goes on, despite the fact it's a very much like a dark scenario, very much similar to like what M. Night Shyamalan did with Knock at the Cabin earlier this year. But it's a very odd movie, but it just works for me. It's just such a strange experience, but I strangely love it. It's so odd. Then we have The King of Comedy, of course, just talked about Joker being a big inspiration for this movie. Joker taking a lot of inspiration from this movie. You got Robert De Niro as Rupert Pupkin, a very socially awkward guy who really wants to become the next huge celebrity talk show host. You got Jerry Lewis in here, who he infatuates over, and shit goes wild, just to say the least. Really, really good movie from Scorsese. Very good tension building. Very creepy main lead that he's always like. Rupert Pupkin, despite he's a very creepy character, he's always very interesting. That's because of De Niro's performance, and just a very good movie. Very good movie. Still holds up even 40 years later. Then we got The King of Staten Island, the most recent film, no, not the most recent film, but one of the more recent films from Judd Apatow. This came out in 2020 when it was just dumped on streaming and video because theaters were closed. And it's a really good movie, strangely more than I expected it to be. Stars Pete Davidson, of course, everyone knows him because he's everywhere nowadays. And you got Bill Burr and Marissa Tomei and a bunch of other actors in this movie. Essentially, you got Pete Davidson, who's kind of like this like low-end, kind of like loser who lives at his mom's house in his like late 20s, early 30s. And essentially, you got Marissa Tomei meets up with Bill Burr. They start dating, and Pete Davidson's not really happy about that, and drama ensues. Like I said with Funny People, Judd Apatow, he just goes way too long with his comedies. This is 2.5 hours. It does not need to be 2.5 hours. If this was like an hour 45, I think it would have been a lot better because it just doesn't use his time wisely, especially when it sets up characters and storylines that just kind of get dropped off. Like, a lot of characters in this film just kind of disappear and never come back, like with Pete Davidson's friends or Marissa Tomei's storyline. They just kind of end in a weird spot to where they just don't really feel like they're ending. And so there's other aspects in this film that I don't think aren't that great, but what really does keep the film from being bad, in my opinion, is the relationship that Pete Davidson does grow with Bill Burr eventually, and how they develop and as their friendship develops over the course of the runtime is really well done in my opinion. So I enjoy this film overall. It's definitely Judd Apatow's best since Knocked Up, and I would recommend it. Next up, we have Kingpin, a movie that I bought as a blind buy at Big Lots for like $3 a few years ago. Watched it. It's a pretty fun little comedy by the Farrelly brothers, same guys that did Green Book that I talked about earlier. Essentially, we got Woody Harrelson, who finds this bowling, like the secret bowling champion in Randy Quaid, who's Amish, and they go on a road trip with Vanessa Angel to try and like beat Bill Murray at this bowling competition, and it's a very good movie. It doesn't end in the best way possible, which just kind of holds it back for me, but I still quite enjoy it. Funny little like early 90s comedy is enjoyable in my opinion. Then we get to Kingsman: The Secret Service. Like I talked about with Kick-Ass, I love Matthew Vaughn as a director, especially when it comes to comic book movies, and this one was no exception to that rule. It's probably my favorite film from his career. Love the action he brings to it, love the style, love the just overall flavor and the energetic direction that Matthew Vaughn brings to it. I love the cast in here. Colin Firth, Taron Egerton, Samuel Jackson as Valentine, he's a phenomenal villain. Sofia Boutella with like the prosthetic legs is great. So many great action sequences like the finale or the iconic church sequence. Just such a good movie that's so much fun that it's kind of sad this franchise hasn't really done that much good since. I did not like Kingsman Golden Circle whatsoever. I felt like it was just a bad sequel. And the Kingsman prequel that came out, it was fine but very forgettable in my opinion. And so there is a third film currently in the works right now, meant to wrap up the story. And so Matthew Vaughn, for how much I do love him, I feel like this franchise kind of soured his creative tastes. And so I am glad he's making a different movie. I think Argyle is the next movie he's making, a spy movie that comes out early next year, which I'm very much looking forward to. So hopefully taking a break from Kingsman will make his creative juices rejuvenated and make a great Kingsman film to cap off this trilogy. But even if it doesn't, I will always love this first film. Next up, we have The King's Speech, also this little foreign Blu-ray. I got it because it was cheaper than the American one I found at this one Blu-ray store one time. It's also sealed, so I was like, who cares? I can play either way. But The King's Speech, another great performance from Colin Firth. Based on a true story, basically you have Colin Firth, who has an issue speaking. He's this guy that just can't speak correctly, has like a speech impediment, and basically he meets up with Jeffrey Rush as his teacher to try to help him speak correctly and try to like work on his speech, which I need that because I can't speak very well. But really good movie, really good dramatic biopic, a movie that I wouldn't think I would like as much as I did, but it's a really captivating thriller, so I really do recommend this one. Next up, we have Knives Out. Awesome mystery from Rian Johnson. Came out in 2019 after everyone hated him for The Last Jedi. Came out with an absolute banger with this movie. And Glass Onion too. I need to get that, but I don't even think it's on Blu-ray right now. Do it right now, Netflix, please. But it kicked off this really cool little series of Benoit Blanc. Benoit Blanc? My dumbass American accent, can't pronounce it correctly. But Daniel Craig is the main detective going after this really rich, privileged family after Christopher Plummer, may he rest in peace, passes away in the movie. And he basically integrates everybody in the family. You got a huge cast in here: Chris Evans, Arne de Armas, Lakeith Stanfield, Michael Shannon, Jamie Lee Curtis, Don Johnson, Toni Collette. Awesome cast members across the entire board. You got Jane Martell in here. And just really kooky, really witty with the dialogue, really entertaining in how the plot changes itself throughout the entire runtime. It's just a really fun movie, and I just can't wait for more of these films because this is a really fun franchise. Next up, we have Knocked Up. Of course, the other big hit for Judd Apatow that kind of kicked him into the spotlight. A pretty fun comedy, not as good as 40-Year-Old Virgin in my opinion. I still do like Seth Rogen. You got a situation where he knocks up Katherine Heigl and basically has to deal with the consequences. Very simple plot, but still done very well. Not as long as some of his other movies that I think is a lot better in retrospect. Like the comedy in here, you got Paul Rudd and Jonah Hill, a bunch of other actors in this. Just a lot of fun little comedy from the mid-2000s. I still think very much holds up today, and it's a good movie. Next up, we have Kubo and the Two Strings, another great film from Leica Studios. I believe their most recent movie, if I can't recall. Oh, no, that was that Hugh Jackman one, Missing Link. But one of their more recent films, and one of the best movies in my opinion. A really epic storyline. You got some great voice acting in here, beautiful visuals in my opinion. Really inventive, really creative, and sadly a film that didn't really do that well when it came out. But if you have not checked it out yet, please do, because it's an awesome movie. Another great animated series, we have the Kung Fu Panda collection. We got the main 3 films, 1, 2, and 3. One of DreamWorks' best franchises in my opinion, along with How to Train Your Dragon and Shrek. Just an awesome film. What can I say about this franchise? They're all great movies. A series that I didn't expect to be as good as it was, given the title and everything. You'd think it would just be some schlocky, cheesy bait for kids, but it's strangely really beautiful. Like the imagery, especially with like Master Oogway in the first one, and so much of the visual imagery and the action sequences are so well done. Jack Black is amazing as Poe, the main character. Love the Furious 5. Overall, just such a great series of movies that I enjoy every single one of these movies, and I'm looking forward to the 4th one coming out next year because it's a really good movie, or a series, I should say. Oh man, these fucking Blu-rays be sticking to everything. Fuck you, Barnes & Noble, for doing that. But we got La La Land, of course, the follow-up from Whiplash by Damien Chazelle, his sophomore effort, and an awesome musical. I'm not the biggest fan of musicals, but when they are done right, I think they are done exceptionally well, and this film is no exception to that. Awesome choreography by everyone involved. Amazing acting from Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone as leads, really well done. Amazing soundtrack, amazing music, great direction, great choreography, really well done story, which doesn't end the way that you expect, but I think it's also very powerful. Just a really, really good movie, in my opinion. Then we get to Lady Bird, the film that really kind of broke Greta Gerwig into the spotlight, who's now the director of the highest grossing film of the year in Barbie. Really well done movie, really great high school drama movie that I watched at the right time. Watched this back in high school, I believe it was my freshman year when this came out, and it was a really good movie. This was also the film that introduced me to Dave Matthews, so thank you for that. Saoirse Ronan is great as a main character. I think Beanie Feldstein also was introduced to me in here. She's really good. Just a really good drama, basically exploring high school and again, a senior who's experiencing what to do with life after she finishes high school. It's just a really good drama and one that I highly recommend. Then we have this double feature of Last Action Hero and Cliffhanger by Schwarzenegger and Stallone. Two completely different action films that I do quite enjoy. Last Action Hero, pretty fun little romp on action movies at the time with Stallone's career and everything. I thought it was a pretty fun little romp of an action comedy. And Cliffhanger, very simple thriller, but also really well done. Just crazy stunts, crazy effects, and very simple concepts, but I think they're done pretty well. Then we have The Last Duel, a movie that sadly bombed at the box office just because it came out at the absolute worst time. It came out a couple years ago. Ridley Scott directed this movie. Stars a huge cast: Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Adam Driver. Just a huge cast in here. A very epic tale. We got Jodie Comer, who basically kind of documents the events of, like a very classic story of, mystery, murder, infidelity, all that type of stuff. Really well done, greatly shot action sequences, a beautiful production design, really well paced, and just another awesome film of Ridley Scott that I wish more people checked out because it's a damn good movie. Then we get to Last Night in Soho, the most recent film from Edgar Wright, one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, and another film that sadly just came out at the worst time back in October of 2021, did horribly at the box office. Shame on you that did not support this film back in theaters. It's an awesome movie. It was my most anticipated film that came out, that was coming out the year it did come out, and ended up being my favorite film that wasn't a superhero movie that came out in 2021. Awesome little concept where you got Thomasin McKenzie, who basically moves upwards to England to this beauty school, and what she does, she basically moves into this little cottage, and what she does, she starts getting these really lucid dreams of Anya Taylor-Joy in the 60s, and tries to figure out this murder mystery going on where she's transported back to the 60s and falls in love with this guy played by Matt Smith, and she realizes that things aren't as good as they seem, and they start affecting her life, and these demons start affecting her life. A really unique horror film that really is unique from Edgar Wright's style, where he mostly does comedies, and it's really well done, beautiful production design, love the soundtrack, love the twists that are involved. It's just a damn good movie. I really recommend it. Then we have The Last Duel, stars Tom Cruise. A storyline very classic where he, is an American soldier, gets sent to Japan, because of a refugee there, and basically kind of learns to take, take charge against the people that he was once comrades with, and realizes that there are more, ideologies out there than just what his team believes in, and tries to fight for the good people. There are some aspects that does make it like a white savior movie that I know people have issues with, but I still think it's very well done, beautifully directed, some amazing huge action sequences, just a very well done movie in my opinion. Yeah, it's great in my opinion. Oops. Then we have Lawless, another really cool little throwback period piece directed by John Hillcoat. Huge cast in here. You got Tom Hardy, Shia LaBeouf, Jessica Chastain, Gary Oldman, Guy Pearce. Awesome cast in here. Some great drama in here. It's a crime thriller. I believe set during the Prohibition era, if I can recall. Some really good action sequences. I remember a sequence on the bridge being very intense and stuff like that. I need to rewatch this film. I haven't seen it in a very long time, but I remember really enjoying it. Then we have Layer Cake, the movie that got Daniel Craig the role of James Bond, directed by Matthew Vaughn. I believe this is his directorial debut, and it's a pretty good action film. Another one that I have not seen in a very long time, so I can't really recall a lot about it, but I remember really enjoying it and definitely rewatch it. Then we have Legends of the Fall, the only film of this entire list I have not seen. I usually have this little rule that I only own movies I watch on Blu-ray. I don't like getting movies I don't own and just never watching them. My mom got this for me for Christmas not too long ago, and I still have yet to watch it, so I have nothing to say about this movie other than I need to watch it. Then we have the Lego Movie, and we have the Lego Batman movie. Of course, the first two installments in the now defunct Lego universe by Warner Brothers. Sad to say, because I really did love this universe, and I think it has so much more potential had it not just been sold off to Universal. But as far as these two films go, I love both of them for pretty much the same reasons. Very great animation, great comedy, great fast-paced humor that it brings to both of these movies. Just love the style it brings to it. It's just a lot of fun, really inventive, and just shows that, like, a lot like Barbie, it's like even though something that's like the Lego movie that seems so simple on the concept and the premise can be something so creative and so much more fun, to the point where people were mad when this wasn't nominated for Oscars. So yeah, both awesome animated films. I highly recommend them. Next up, we have the Lethal Weapon collection, consisting of the main 4 films, Lethal Weapon 1 through 4. This is a series that I do enjoy, but I do think it does get worse as it gets along. I really enjoyed the first one. I think it's a great movie, great balance of action, drama, and comedy between Danny Glover and Mel Gibson. Second one film I do quite enjoy, but I feel like it's a lot worse. I feel like Joe Pesci's humor, while I do love it for the most part in his career, this one I just don't really like his character that much, and I feel like it just kind of like wanes a little bit, although I do love sequences like whenever Danny Glover has the bomb in the toilet. That's pretty funny. And then 3 and 4 I just don't really like that much, to be honest with you. So it's a franchise that I like more than I love personally, and I hear they're still trying to make a 5th one even though Richard Donner passed away. I don't see how the hell you do that nowadays, but we'll see what happens with that. Even though I would say overall this is a good franchise, but not a great one in my opinion. Then we have Little Women, another great film from Greta Gerwig, based on a play or teleplay or a novel. I can't recall exactly what this is based off, but it's based off something. Saw it during COVID, didn't see it when it came out in theaters, I just didn't have the time to see it back then. Watched it, really good little biopic drama, or I was saying biopic, but historical piece drama. We got all these sisters, and you know, there's like all these romantic relationships that are involved in, a lot of family drama involved in the mix. Really well done. I love the entire cast here, love the pacing, love the production design, very beautiful looking movie, and just great direction with Greta Gerwig. Really good movie. Then we have Liar Liar, awesome comedy from Jim Carrey, one of his last great comedies out there. Love this movie. It is so goddamn funny. A lawyer that, because his kid wishes his dad would always tell the truth, he can't lie. And he's a lawyer, so he has to make up these really weird excuses for why he can't lie. And it's so funny. Like the whole pen thing where it's like, this pen is it's so funny, man. I love Jim Carrey when he's on top, and this is one of those movies that he's just on top throughout the entire runtime. It's an awesome movie. Then we have Life, the movie that everyone thought was a prequel to Venom when it came out, and including me. And watching it, it was just another sci-fi action film. I still quite enjoy it. It was interesting seeing this film, especially with Ryan Reynolds and how his character plays out. But overall, well directed enough, some good action, but still feels like an Alien ripoff overall. And not the most memorable film in the world, but still enjoyable nonetheless. Then we have Life of Pi, damn good film for Ang Lee once again. Really simple story about this boy and this tiger learning to live and survive to each other while they're stranded on this boat. Really well done, beautiful visual effects. Sad to say that when the company that made this closed down right after getting Oscars for this film. But overall, great visuals, great acting, great storytelling from Ang Lee, and just a damn good movie. Simple story, but proven very, very well in my opinion. Alright, so next up we have Robert Eggers' The Lighthouse, another movie that is one of the reasons why I love the theatrical experience. I saw this in theaters opening weekend back when it came out a few years ago, and the experience of seeing this movie in a dark room with a crowd full of strangers was just a very surreal experience for me. I remember just sitting there and feeling like I was just transported to another world with how strange and bizarre this film is. This is the second effort by Robert Eggers. We'll talk about his other 2 movies that he's directed later on, because I own both, but This movie, probably my favorite film from him so far. It's very much a love or hate it experience. Some people will love this film, some people just think it's absolute trash. And I love this movie. It is bizarre, it is weird, it is macabre in very, very direct ways. You know, mermaid body parts and all, but I find it very engaging, very weird, very strange, but I don't know, it just resonates with me in some sort of way because that experience of seeing in theaters was just so powerful for me. But I love it. It's weird in the best ways possible, and I love it. Fortnite. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Next up, we have Lighthouse by David F. Sandberg, who is based on the short film that he directed that gave him the notoriety in order to direct this film, and of course, would kick off his career with Annabelle Creation and the 2 Shazam movies. And this is a pretty solid movie, you know, pretty average for what it is when it came out. I like Teresa Palmer, I enjoy Maria Bello. Pretty simple story that's executed pretty well. I will say the short film is infinitely more terrifying. I think the short film that this film is based off of is probably the scariest short film I've ever seen. Genuinely creative and just gets to the point very well. This short film, this feature film is a lot more direct, a lot more diluted. I would say just because it's on the feature film format, and it's just not as scary as the short film is, but for what it is, I think it's pretty solid. It's an entertaining enough movie, and I recommend it if you're a fan of, you know, more mainstream horror. Next up, we have this Lilo & Stitch 2 movie collection. I really only own it for the first film. Part 2 is just kind of like a freebie, if you will. But speaking really the first film, I really enjoy it. It's definitely one of the better Disney animated films that have come out in the past century or so. I remember not really liking this film growing up, but since, you know, growing up and appreciating it more, I really enjoy it. I enjoy the island setting, enjoy the characters, the relationship that Lilo and Stitch bond throughout the runtime. I got Agent Bubbles in here, voiced by the great Ving Rhames, and everything like that, the Hawaiian, I really enjoy the first Lilo and Stitch. All the other direct-to-video sequels, you just take it or leave them, they're very direct, it's Disney direct-to-video sequels, they're just very forgettable. But for the first Lilo and Stitch, very bizarre that they're remaking it. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter how bad the remake is, I will always appreciate this original film. Next up, we have Limitless, a very cool little concept brought to life in this era of like really cool little sci-fi like grounded concept thrillers that came out in like the 2010s, like this and like In Time, and I even threw like Tron Legacy in there. Very cool little concept where you have Bradley Cooper is very down on his like guy, very schlubby writer, doesn't really get his life together until his cousin like gets him involved with like this drug operation that's gone wrong, and he's killed, or like the cousin is killed, and Bradley Cooper takes these pills that basically just are like Adderall times 10 to basically make him like the most proficient man on earth. He's able to do everything he wants to in a very short amount of time, give him success very quickly with these pills, and things just kind of go from there. It's a very cool thriller, has a great score, great acting across the board, very cool concept brought to life in a very good way, and it just has this like really cool style that the early 2010s had that I kind of miss nowadays. But yeah, it's a really cool movie, and I highly recommend it. Next up, we have The Lincoln Lawyer, pretty cool little movie based off of the book series of the same name. Matthew McConaughey as this, you know, kind of lawyer, you know, sorry, I can't speak right now, but it's really cool, like, you know, down on his luck lawyer, you know, gets into more shady tactics and the way he has to, you know, get around certain clients of his. I have not seen this in quite a long time, so I can't recall a whole lot about it, but I remember really liking it. And I know there's like a Netflix series on it right now that's based on the same name, but I enjoyed it when I saw it, and I really do want to rewatch it because I love McConaughey. Next up, we have the original Lion King, of course, one of the best films in the Disney Renaissance era, a film that I consider to be the only true version of the Lion King. Don't talk about the remake near me. But this film is amazing, truly incredible. Sure, it is a little bit reminiscent of Hamlet and other stories like it, but I still think it's incredible. Incredible music, incredible visuals, great characters, great storytelling, just classic Disney at its best. And I really do wish that Disney gets back to the golden days, like with the movies like these, original storytelling brought to the forefront, instead of just trying to cash in on what made Disney so great in the first place. But that's kind of what they're doing now, which is just really sad in my opinion. Oh, man. Next up, we have Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I believe this is Guy Ritchie's directorial debut. Debut with a lot of these cool actors in here. Jason Statham, you got, what's the actor's name? Shit. Vinnie Jones, sorry, apologize. But a bunch of like, you know, Guy Ritchie was it? Guy Ritchie's Usual Suspects always come to his movies and such like that. Really cool little heist thriller. You got a bunch of like kooky bandits in here that have to try to like steal money and shit like that, and it's wild. It's a goofy time. Really enjoyed the comedy. Really enjoyed the heist aspect, and just a really fun movie. I really enjoyed it. Next up we have Logan, the supposed final film, or once was meant to be the final film of Hugh Jackman's tenure as Wolverine, and the third film in his little unofficial Wolverine trilogy, directed by the great James Mangold. And it's just a phenomenal movie. I remember being so hyped for this movie back when it came out because it was like could be the first R-rated film with Wolverine in it, and just being this really gory, you know, old-style Western thriller where it would be set in this post-apocalyptic world where only Wolverine, Professor X, and a few other mutants were left on Earth after like some unexplained events happened that killed all mutants off. And it's a damn great movie. It's one of the best comic book films I've ever seen personally. It's beautiful, it's tragic, it's emotional, it's gory as all hell, and it's just a very good movie. I wish the villains were better personally. Those were really the only weak aspect of the film. But other than that, it's a phenomenal movie, and I know some people will say like this movie is going to be diminished when Deadpool 3 comes out because Hugh Jackman is coming back in Wolverine in a different role. But to me, no matter how many movies that come back with Wolverine, I assume he's only going to come back for Secret Wars and Deadpool 3. But even if, I feel like Marvel will have some sort of way they're going to rewrite history and just still make Logan canonically the last appearance of Wolverine in some way, shape, or form, because this is too good of a finale just to end off. And you know, his relationship with X-23 Daphne Keane is so good in this movie that it's like you can't discount it, in my opinion. So they'll find some way to like tie it into everything, but regardless, it's still a great film, even if it's not the last time we'll see Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Next up we have Logan Lucky. Came out the same year as Logan, directed by the great Steven Soderbergh. Another really cool heist movie, a little kooky thriller. We got Daniel Craig, Riley Keough, Channing Tatum, Adam Driver. You know, a bunch of Southerners just trying to steal some good old money. Really fun movie, really great dialogue. I have not seen it since theater, so I don't remember a whole lot about it, but I really enjoyed it when I saw it in theaters, and it's a really cool little heist thriller, and I think it's kind of underrated because not a whole lot of people talked about it. And it's a damn good movie. Next up we have the first season of Loki. Of course, probably most people say their favorite Disney Plus Marvel show so far. I would disagree. I would probably say it's my second favorite behind another show we'll talk about later on. But I can't argue, it's certainly one of the better ones so far. Really good storytelling with how you get Loki into the mix of this time variance authority and them trying to figure out who's behind this organization and figuring out the truth, and eventually coming across a version of Kang the Conqueror and everything like that, setting up the MCU multiverse saga, if you will. A lot of really bold aspects I do think really tie a lot of elements together from the previous movies that make it really stand out. A lot of great visual effects, a great score by Natalie Holt, and just overall just a really well done story in my opinion that makes it really enjoyable. The big thing that really keeps the show from being great, in my opinion, is just the base concept of getting Loki from a different timeline from the Infinity Saga, and you know, taking it from the 2012 Avengers movie and placing him in a brand new role. And they really just speedrun his development to make him exactly like the Loki that died in Infinity War. I feel like it was a giant mistake. I felt like it would have been more interesting had, especially from an acting standpoint from Tom Hiddleston, if he was able to act a lot more like the villainous Loki from the first Avengers film, which I think that's his peak Loki, when he's a villain. And so the fact they decided to basically speedrun his development to basically act like Loki never died, essentially, like if you didn't really pay attention to the MCU and if you watched the series and you only had seen Thor Ragnarok previously, you'd be like, oh cool, Loki's in like this time heist now. Like it really just take away from the fact that Loki died in Infinity War to only give a version of Loki that basically acts like the exact same with no development, in my opinion, which is very frustrating. You know, Marvel has had this frustrating trend where they decide to undo basically every single death from Infinity War, but technically having the character still die, or you had Gamora who died in Infinity War, but they'd be brought back an alternate version to have in Guardians 3 from Endgame. And then we also had Vision, who died in Infinity War, but then we brought him back in WandaVision, but technically not because Wanda created him and then his body or soul was transported into White Vision, who flew off. And with Loki, it's like, yeah, where's the point for a different timeline and just speedrun his development and making you watch memories for 10 minutes? No, he's the good guy again. And it's like, I just wish that the Loki in the series acted more like a different version of Loki that wasn't exactly like the one we saw in Ragnarok and Infinity War. I wish it was more like that. But regardless, I'm still very excited for the second season coming up in about a month as we're recording this video, and seeing what they're going to do with this character in the future regardless. Next up, we have Lone Survivor, the first installment of the unofficial Mark Wahlberg, Peter Berg true story trilogy. A damn good movie. You essentially have a group of Navy SEALs that are stranded in the woods after a sting operation goes wrong, and essentially Mark Wahlberg basically has to survive himself versus an onslaught of enemies. And it's a very good thriller. Some good action, some really gritty action, gritty direction, good cinematography, beautifully shot in the woods also. I forgot where it's set in. It should say on the back here. Al-Qaeda, Afghanistan. So yeah, it's really well done, really well directed, and just overall a really good movie that I enjoyed. Next up, we have Long Shot, a really good comedy that came out a few years ago starring Charlize Theron and Seth Rogen, where you have Seth Rogen re-meets up with Charlize Theron, who was his babysitter growing up, who is now trying to head spear this political campaign, I believe being the president, and essentially the two kind of fall in love as he becomes her manager. And it's just a really sweet little comedy, really great actors in lead roles, really starting out their comedic legs, but also dramatic legs as well. And again, a really good rom-com. I'd say I'm not a big fan of rom-coms, but when they're done well, they're done really well, like movies like these. And I wish we got more comedies like these because they're just really funny. Next up, we have Looper by Rian Johnson, a really cool little time travel story where you essentially have Bruce Willis going back in time to kill off his younger version played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Really cool, convincing makeup, make himself look more like Bruce Willis from the past. It also got Emily Blunt in here. Really cool little time travel story. Really enjoyed it. Interesting little sci-fi concepts brought into the mix, and I just find it really engaging. A lot of people give Rian Johnson shit for the Star Wars Last Jedi, but anything after that, I think it's pretty solid. Brick, this, Knives Out, Glass Onion. He's a damn good director outside of that, so I quite enjoyed Looper. If you dig time travel stuff, I recommend it. Next up, we have the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the theatrical versions collection of all three of the main films. And like I said with The Hobbit, I'm not the biggest fan of fantasy stuff. It just gets really convoluted and I don't really get that engaged with it. These are all great movies, by the way. I'm not going to discount the greatness, especially of Return of the King. But I've never, after binging all the Middle-earth movies a few years back, I've never felt the desire to rewatch them. Never felt the desire to delve more into the franchise. And so I kind of feel like I kind of own these movies just because I kind of have to, because it's a big franchise, versus me, like, I genuinely am infatuated with the characters and the arcs. Like, apart from like the big scenes that everyone knows from these movies, I don't really like recall a lot of things that stick with my mind personally. And so these films, despite the fact they are great, I just don't really get a whole lot out of them personally. So I respect them more than I enjoy them, if I had to be honest with you. Next up, we have The Lost Boys, one of my favorite films of all time, my favorite vampire film of all time, and probably my favorite horror film of all time, or at least horror comedy. I love this film. Another reason why I love Joel Schumacher as a director, may he rest in peace, and why a lot of people should give him more credit than just being the guy who directed Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, because he is such a phenomenal director outside of that, and this is my favorite film from him. Basically set in the 80s, well, it was made in the 80s, where you got a family of two kids and a single mom that moved to this Santa Carla, California, and essentially the older brother comes across a girl he very much likes and gets involved with Keith Sutherland and his crew that basically end up being vampires, and he basically gets turned into a half vampire, and the entire film is Corey Haim, who's his younger brother, has a kind of try to get Michael his older brother, to come to the light side and not become a full vampire with the help of like the Frog Brothers, played by Corey Feldman, and another guy, I forgot his name, but eventually have them come to the light side essentially and try to fight the vampires and try to kill all of them. And so it's a really well done comedy when it comes to aspects. A really cool, a lot of 80s cheats, but also a lot of great horror in there, a phenomenal soundtrack, great directing, great writing, phenomenal characters, such an engaging narrative that I love. I love the summer setting in Santa Carla and everything like that. Some iconic lines in here. I love the ending scene with the grandpa sitting at the fridge, and he's like, the one thing about Santa Carla I never could tell you, all the damn vampires. I just love this movie to death. It's one of my favorite films of all time. Gotta watch this every single October for Halloween. It's a great movie. Please check it out if you haven't. Next up, we have Lost Highway by David Lynch, a film that I need to rewatch again. Like I said previously, David Lynch, he either really does films that I resonate with or films that I respect more than I enjoy, and this is one of them. Very odd film, very out of the box, very strange and kooky in ways that you only know it's David Lynch directing behind the camera. I watched this during COVID. I was like, okay, yeah, that's a movie, interesting. And so, I don't know, there's other films of his that I own that I also need to rewatch again because I've only seen them once. And I don't know, it's a movie that I do like. Overall, I would recommend it, but it's not a film that I get a whole lot out of, if I can be honest with you. Next up, we have Lost in Translation, a film that I very much do resonate with. This is by Sofia Coppola, stars Bill Murray and Scarlett Johansson, who are essentially like in Tokyo, and the film's basically essentially takes place, of course, I believe, over one night, where these two just basically meet and interact. And essentially, that's what the film's about, is these two kind of coming together and kind of just meeting each other and living about life while they're in Tokyo. They're complete outsiders in this country. And it's very interesting, you know, movies are all dialogue, like I said with Richard Linklater. I really enjoy it when they're done really well, and this film does it really well. One of the better performances from Bill Murray, really enjoyed Scarlett Johansson as the two leads, and they're just really well done in my opinion, really well good in their roles, and really well directed and written too. So it's a great movie, and I highly recommend it. Next up, we have Luke Cage Season 1. Really good season of TV. I say it's better than the second season that came out, which is why I don't own it. But really cool performance from Mike Coulter as Luke Cage. You know, for all the Marvel Netflix heroes that are coming back in the same actors' roles, like Charlie Cox, Vincent D'Onofrio, John Bernthal, reportedly Kristen Ritter will come back as Jessica Jones. I would like to see Mike Coulter as come back as Luke Cage, because he was really awesome in the lead role. Some really good action in here, really cool story in Harlem, and really getting that aspect of the Marvel Universe we don't really see a whole lot outside of stuff like Black Panther somewhat. And so, a really good story. Love Alfre Woodard as a villain. Really enjoyed Mahershala Ali as Cottonmouth. A very unexpected end for that character. Just the setting, the lighting, the overall just atmosphere of Harlem, I thought really added to the atmosphere of the series. And overall, just a series I wish continued, wasn't canceled. But even for this first season, building up to the Defenders, I enjoy it overall. Okay. Next up, we have the Mad Max franchise. So yeah, Mad Max, Road Warrior, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and Mad Max Fury Road. All good movies in my opinion, really good franchise overall. A series I have not watched in a very long time. I don't think I've seen any of these films since Fury Road came out in 2015, so yeah, it's been nearly a decade. So from what I remember, I do enjoy the first Mad Max quite a bit. It is definitely a lot of that 70s cheese, low budget flavor to it, to where it's like, you had to be in a certain mindset to enjoy it and, you know, appreciate the aspects that they literally tied together all these different things together and did real car stunts. And for being a post-apocalyptic movie, it doesn't really seem like it. You know, very much shot in the Australian wilderness, and you can tell they were just working with very little, but it was still very effective for the time being. Road Warrior definitely achieves a lot of the aspects that the first Mad Max tried to do and did it a lot better in my opinion. The action's infinitely more exciting, the production design's a lot more post-apocalyptic, the villains are a lot more menacing in my opinion. Just a really good movie. And then we had Beyond Thunderdome, which I think is probably the weakest of the four, that tries to go a lot more fantasy sci-fi with this concept. You got the great Tina Turner in here, may she rest in peace, with a great original song. And the whole like Battle Royale Thunderdome aspect they bring to it is pretty interesting, but overall I feel like the atmosphere of the series, being the only one not directed by George Miller, it feels like the stepchild of the franchise, but still a good movie regardless. And then Mad Max Fury Road, a phenomenal reboot of the franchise, bringing in Tom Hardy, Charlize Theron, a great villain, beautiful cinematography. This film looks absolutely gorgeous, even on Blu-ray, and I assume even better on 4K and going up. It looks absolutely stunning. Amazing score by Junkie XL, phenomenal action sequences, all done practically, which is so impressive. This is a beautiful movie, one of my favorite films of all time, personally. It's such a good movie, and I can't wait to see Furiosa coming out next year. I wish we had a proper Fury Road sequel, but listen, anything that involves George Miller and the Mad Max franchise, I'm down to see. Next up, we have Magic Mike. Yeah, don't laugh at me. Steven Soderbergh directed this film. I really enjoy it. You know, I really enjoyed the entire cast here. Channing Tatum, Matthew McConaughey, Joe Manganiello, guy who played Flash Thompson, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, and Deathstroke for a brief bit in Zack Snyder's world. But really enjoyed this movie. It's a lot more grounded than you expect. At the surface, it just seems like there's really like just basic movie about male strippers, but they actually do a really good job of developing all the characters and like their interests and them wanting to break out of the male stripper industry and do more with their lives. And it's just a really well done movie along with the sequel. And I have not seen the third film yet, but I'm actually planning on watching it sometime soon before the year ends, so I can do my little ranking video. So overall, solid movie and a lot better than I expected it to be. Next up, we have the Magnificent Seven, the Antoine Fuqua version that came out, you know, based on the Steve McQueen Rat Pack film from the 50s, along with Seven Samurai. Pretty solid version of the events that play out in this movie. I saw this back in theaters with my dad in middle school and I really loved it. I have since dwindled on it slightly, but I still quite enjoy it. I do really enjoy the over-the-top Western action they bring to it. I really enjoy the entire cast here. Denzel, Gray as always, Chris Pratt, Ethan Hawke, Vincent D'Onofrio. The entire cast here is pretty solid. I do get to enjoy a lot of these characters. The film's pretty forgettable, played by Peter Skarsgård, but other than that, I enjoy the action. Very simple Western, but done in a really good way. And yeah, I really enjoy it. It's a pretty solid Western. If you haven't seen it yet, I recommend you check it out. Next up, we have *Malignant*, the most recent film from James Wan that came out a year or so ago, no, 2 years ago. It was another victim of the 2021 HBO Max merger thing, which made this movie just bomb at the box office, plus being an original concept that not a whole lot of people knew what it was, and the reviews for this film weren't very good when it came out because it was just such a strange movie that it bombed horribly. And that sucks because this movie is actually quite entertaining if you understand what it's going for. It's a very campy film trying to go back to like the 80s style of like body horror, where you got Annabelle Wallis in here, basically who gets haunted by a demonic presence, and that's all I will say, because it's a very strange film, very unexpected, very violent, and very unlike a lot of James Wan movies. It's very over the top and crazy, but I think it works in the film's favors, and I don't know, I dug it. I thought it was pretty solid, and I think it's quite underrated, so check it out please, if you can. Next up we have Mallrats, the sophomore effort from Kevin Smith, follow-up to Clerks. Pretty fun movie. Like I said, I binged all of his movies during COVID, and so I watched this next in my little marathon. I thought it was pretty solid. You know, set over the course of like a few days at this mall where you got all these different characters. You got like Jason Miller, you got Michael Rooker in here as like the main head of security who's trying to hunt down all these like these rascals and everything. You got Jane Silent Bob in the mix. Just a very fun movie. Some good emotion in there. You got a little Stan Lee cameo in here. This is pretty fun. And it's just overall just a very enjoyable movie. You can just tell everyone here was just having a blast of filming it, and it makes the film a more fun watch as a result. Next up we have both versions of Maniac. We have the original film from 1980 by William Lustig, and we have the 2012 version starring Elijah Wood. Both films are phenomenal for different reasons. The original Maniac is a pretty solid exploration of this killer played by Joseph Zito and how his mental state just deteriorated. So phenomenal effects by Tom Savini, who's really blown up around this time with Friday the 13th and other films like it, like Dawn of the Dead. Really cool exploration of this serial killer and how he motivates and operates. And just overall a very good movie. And then when it comes to the 2012 version, it's a completely different take on the storyline, but still very much feels like its own thing. Where you have Elijah Wood. It's also shot in POV, by the way, where you got Elijah Wood, who's also like a serial killer who just is off his hinge, and you just kind of see a deterioration of his mental state throughout the entire runtime. Both these films are awesome, and I recommend both of them because they're really good movies. Next up, we have Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, the kickoff to the now defunct DCEU. I enjoyed this movie quite a bit. I saw it in theaters back when it came out, along with every other DCEU movie, and I still have nostalgia for it, personally. You know, I can understand some of the criticisms held of this movie. I don't like the whole Jesus metaphor stuff that's forced down your throat. I do wish there was less shaky cam and digital handheld stuff that was directed by Zack Snyder. And the stupid stuff like that with the tornado sequence with the dad and everything. There are some really dumb visuals, but overall I found it quite enjoyable. As a result, I really love Henry Cavill as Superman, and I wish that he had an actual tenure of his character versus being thrown around by DC and then just being canceled left and right and then being brought back, only to be dropped by James Gunn like 2 weeks later. It was just a very frustrating time to be a DC fan, especially a Superman fan, but I thought this film was still pretty solid overall. I think it did the character justice in a lot of ways and was very unique. And I didn't really mind the whole destruction of Metropolis at the very end, because I'm like, what do you expect from two gods who are literally trying to kill each other? I don't know. I don't really understand the huge criticism, but overall, good movie, and I don't know, a start to a really solid trilogy from Zack Snyder in the DCEU. Next up, we have the Man with No Name trilogy. So we have Fistful of Dollars for a Few Dollars More and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Once again, binged this during COVID because I had never seen any of these movies before, so I was like, I want to cross at least The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly out of my list. And watching all three of these films, I will say The first two are pretty solid. They're all good movies, but I also will say The Good, the Bad, the Ugly is the only one I would call great. That was one I really enjoyed, with the entire setup of, like, you know, the man with no name being tied in like this whole situation between these two other men, and they're just quite literally like at stalemate with one another, trying to see if they can kill each other for this I believe it was gold they found or something like that. But great movie, and I do enjoy the first two films as well, but the storylines and the characters really aren't that interesting to me. So I would say it's a good trilogy, but not great in my opinion as an overall piece, but I would recommend all three of them regardless. Next up, we have Mandy, starring Nicolas Cage. I talked about this with Color Out of Space earlier, but I bought that and I bought this, a blind buy, and I didn't watch it for years until a couple years back when I finally decided to watch it and pop it in. And it's a pretty solid movie. Very cerebral, very strange, very psychedelic, but I would say it's a pretty solid movie. I would say it's better than Color Out of Space, personally. Just a wild-ass story. We got Nicolas Cage, who's trying to avenge the murder of his girlfriend, I believe, if I remember correctly. And so it's very gory, very all over the place. You got Nicolas Cage getting drunk and like just going to town. It's a wild movie. You got this really cool axe that he uses. It's just a really good movie, and if you dig more psychedelic movies like this, I would recommend it. Then we have Marriage Story. The latest from Noah Baumbach, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but one of his more recent films came on Netflix a few years back in 2019. Stars Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver as like a divorced couple, or a couple that's in the process of getting a divorce. And it's just a really good movie, just showing how the divorce process can really destroy a relationship, even though it's fading apart, and make it infinitely worse, just because of the court system and how tedious it is just to get a divorce. And it's a really good and grounded movie. Noah Baumbach always does a good job, at least to me, of telling stories that are very interesting and very human and very grounded. I really enjoy the Myra stories, another film that I wish was on Blu-ray, but Netflix is just weird with physical releases. Like, they'll release stuff like this on Criterion and leave other films to just not be released. But regardless, I still quite enjoy this. Some really great acting from both the leads in here. Good emotions, good messaging and everything. And I think it's a very important film to watch, even if you aren't married or getting a divorce. I still think it's a good movie, and I would recommend it. Next up, we have The Martian by Ridley Scott, starring Matt Damon as this guy that gets stuck on Mars and basically has to live life and adapt to life on a planet that he has no idea what the hell to do in. A pretty solid movie based on the book of the same name. Pretty good effects work, good acting for the main lead in the movie. I enjoy when sci-fi films are able to like strip it down to just the human elements and able to like show somebody who's able to beat the odds. And it's just a really good movie, really good drama, really good sci-fi over here, and really good cast as well, so I recommend it. Pretty solid. Then we have The Mask of Zorro, a pretty fun little action film from the 90s by Martin Campbell, some guy that did GoldenEye and Casino Royale and stuff like that, starring Antonio Banderas and Anthony Hopkins. Pretty solid little action film, really good effects, work all mostly practical, which is pretty cool. I love Antonio Banderas in the role of Zorro. So pretty cool effects and everything, just a really off-the-cuff, crazy 90s action film that I found quite enjoyable, so I would recommend it. Pretty solid. Alright, so next up we have The Matrix, of course one of the most influential action sci-fi films of the modern times. What can I say about it? Hasn't already been said about it. It's a great movie, some great visuals, a great acting, great concept, just really good direction from the Wachowskis, just very influential. It's really a good reason why just so much of action, especially the decade after this movie came out, was inspired by The Matrix. Very revolutionary in a lot of ways, and sadly spawned a franchise that really wasn't worthy of this first film. All the sequels I think are pretty bad across the board, so I don't know. I wish this franchise had more good legacy behind it, but regardless of how bad its sequels are, it won't take away from the greatness of how good this first film is. Excuse me. Next up, we have the Maze Runner trilogy. Certainly one of the better YA novels adapted into a franchise that I've seen personally. I didn't grow up with this series. I didn't read the book back when it came out or saw any of the films until the last one, Death Cure, came out in 2018. That's when I binged all of them for the first time, and I said I would quite enjoy the trilogy overall. I really enjoyed the first Maze Runner the most. Really enjoyed Dylan O'Brien in the lead. I enjoyed Kai Scandalario. Just overall really good cast in here. Scorch Trials, I think it's pretty forgettable, to be honest with you. It's not bad, it's just very meandering. And then Death Cure, I think, does solve off the series pretty well, and I think it's a pretty solid series. I believe Wes Ball's currently doing a new Planet of the Apes movie, so I would say he did a good job directing all 3 of these films, so I recommend all 3 of them if you like the book series or you like YA material. Next up, we have Mean Girls, of course, one of the most popular comedies of the 21st century so far, and for good reason. It's a really funny movie, written very well by Tina Fey, Lindsay Lohan when she was on top of the world, of course, the great Rachel McAdams as Regina George, the role that really did define her career. Really funny, really smarty, really witty. One of those films that even though it's a chick flick, guys can dig it too. Just very fun, very a parody of high schoolers and everything like that. It's just a really fun movie. So yeah, I'd say it's great. Next up, we have Megamind. Oh man, just such a fun movie, man. Just a great concept. You got like a villain who ends up kind of playing the hero and everything like that. I love Will Ferrell in the lead of Megamind. Enjoyed the villain Jonah Hill and everything like that. Just such a fun movie. You got the boy, who's the guy that voices the fish? Doesn't say on here. What the hell? David Cross, I believe, is his name. He's really funny. Just a really fun little story time being told, and the story time being told. I can't speak today. Really fun story being told, really good visuals, really fun fast pacing, good jokes and everything like that. It's just a really fun movie, and I'm surprised we never got a sequel to this. Next up, we have Memento. Christopher Nolan's sophomore effort, his true, all the elements that were brought to following I thought were better utilized in Memento. Really cool little story where you got Guy Pearce as what's his name, Leonard, where essentially you have this guy who essentially he has, because of an accident involving his wife or something like that, or he has an accident where I think he got to a car accident whenever he loses the ability to gain new memories essentially. So every like day or something, or every like few minutes, his brain resets. So everything prior to the accident he remembers, but he can't form new memories. And so his wife gets murdered, and so he basically like does everything he can to like remember, like your name is this, your wife was murdered. He gets like tattoos on his body. He writes notes every single minute. And so he tries to solve his murder mystery while also losing his mind in the process. And it's a very good movie, great cast. Guy Pearce is great. Carrie-Anne Moss is great. Joel Pantoliano is great. Just a very good mystery that has a very good twist and turn that I think is really well done. Flashing back to the past and present, Nolan has always done well with time, even up to Oppenheimer, and this film is kind of like the precursor to all of that in my opinion. So great movie in my opinion. If you haven't seen it yet, please check it out. Next, we have the Men in Black trilogy, consisting of all 3 of the Men in Black films, not the most recent one with Chris Hemsworth and Tessa Thompson, but the first 3 Men in Black films. Pretty solid trilogy overall, I would say. I do really enjoy the first film and the third film. I don't really like the second film whatsoever. I don't know. It's always felt like a weird movie to me, so it's one of those trilogies where I don't love everything about it, but I would say I do quite enjoy the first film and the third film on equal amounts. I would say the first film is slightly better because I do love Vincent D'Onofrio as the main villain and everything. But still, really cool elements in the third film with Josh Brolin being brought in as a younger version of K. Always enjoyed Will Smith in the lead role of Jay and everything like that. It's just a really fun series that I think brings a lot of it. I really enjoyed Barry Sonnenfeld's direction in all 3 films. And yeah, pretty cool little sci-fi series. Next up, we have Menace to Society, of course, one of the classic gangster crime films of the early 90s. And this is another really good movie. Really well done, great cast. Overall, a lot of like young names that became huge stars later on, like Jacob Pinkett Smith and such. Really good crime stuff involved, a good story, good characters, captivating story and everything like that. It's just a really good movie. Like, watch it if you haven't. Next up, we have The Menu, a very shocking surprise that came out last year. I saw this twice in theaters, which I didn't expect, and it's just a really cool like satire on the food industry and just higher class entertainment and stuff like that, which I found quite refreshing. We don't know what this film is about. It essentially revolves around Anya Taylor-Joy and Nicholas Hoult, who basically go out onto like a little reservation to this private restaurant held by Ralph Fiennes as the head chef, and basically him and his crew kind of go off the rails and basically perform actions that the guests did not see coming. Very well done very well done story, great characters. A really tense narrative that the film constantly like keeps winding up the tension, like waiting for it to snap throughout the entire runtime. Good commentary overall, and just a really fun movie with some really good dark comedy in the mix as well. So I would recommend it. Next up we have Misery, of course, the film that introduced us to the great Kathy Bates in the lead role, or sorry, the villainous role of, what's her character's name? Annie Wilkes, my apologies. But yeah, she was phenomenal in the lead role. I think she got the Oscar for this role, which is very well deserved. Yeah, James Caan is a writer who gets stranded in a snowstorm. He is taken into care by Annie Wilkes, played by Kathy Bates. And essentially, she really wants him to write a sequel to one of his books that she didn't really like the ending of, and he refuses, and she goes off the rails. Very great story, some amazing sequences that are brought to life here. Very cringeworthy sequences like the whole knee sequence with the sledgehammer and everything like that, but very well done, tension-filled horror film, and I really enjoyed it quite a bit. Next up we have, the entire Mission Impossible franchise. I forgot. Yeah, sometimes my Blu-ray stacks kind of split up my franchises, but yes, the entire Mission Impossible franchise, at least until Fallout. Dead Reckoning Part 1 isn't on Blu-ray yet. I will get that once it does hit Blu-ray shelves. But yeah, the entire Mission Impossible franchise right here. So getting out to all these movies individually, we got the first Mission Impossible film, of course, based on the TV series, which is certainly one of the weaker installments in retrospect just because it's so small scale compared to what comes further, but it's still a really good little thriller head by De Palma, I believe, yeah. And unique how every director, up until McQuarrie, switched teams every single movie, so every director has a unique style, so I really enjoyed De Palma's direction in this first film. Mission Impossible 2, probably the weakest of the all 7 films so far, but still interesting enough. I don't think there's any bad installments in this franchise. John Woo, while his style definitely ages this film a little bit like milk, I still enjoy it. Some crazy stunts in here, some fun action regardless, because it's still Tom Cruise doing his thing. You also have Mission Impossible 3, directed by J.J. Abrams. I believe this is his directorial debut. Love Philip Seymour Hoffman. This film is probably my favorite villain of the Mission Impossible franchise. He's just phenomenal in this movie. Love the direction as well. Also introduces Simon Pegg in this franchise, pretty solid as well. We also have Ghost Protocol, directed by Brad Bird. Really cool action sequences, especially regarding the Dubai climbing sequence, which is incredible. Enjoyed the crew in here with, what is it? What's her name? Sarah Paulson? No, not Sarah Paulson. Paula Patton, I apologize. With Paula Patton, Paula Patton, Jeremy Renner, who I wish came back to the franchise, and Simon Pegg. Really good team in that movie. Just a really good, stacked, action-packed movie. And then you also have Ghost Protocol, the first film in the franchise, directed by Christopher McQuarrie. Got Rebecca Ferguson in the cast in here. Great action sequences, really well done. And again, one of those franchises where I think the sequels get better and better with each installment, which is really strange for a franchise. And then Fallout, my favorite film in the franchise so far, including Dead Reckoning Part 1. Another great villain, Henry Cavill. Great action sequences, great team overall. Really well done story, in my opinion. Just a really great action film, just overall. And it's one of those franchises where I don't mind Tom Cruise saying he's going to make him forever till he turns 80 or whatever. I think it's going to be it's a great series because, again, he's one of the last few movie stars that genuinely just gives a shit about action and gives a shit about making movies for the audience pleasure. And, even though Dead Reckoning Part 1 didn't do a whole lot because of Barbenheimer stomping over it, I still think that there is potential to continue this franchise going forward. So I really enjoyed that series overall, and I just, can't praise it enough. Next up, we have The Mitchells vs. the Machines, a pretty fun little animated film that I didn't really hear much about until it dropped on Netflix around a couple years ago. I know it was a movie that was meant to come to theaters and was under a different name, but because of the pandemic, it was just dropped on the streaming because of monetary reasons, and this is a damn good movie that not a whole lot of people talked about. Essentially, it revolves around this film student who's about to go to college, but in the midst, a robot invasion happens, so her and her family has to fight this alien invasion off. Really well done animation, very unique, very much in the style of Spider-Verse in a lot of aspects. Very fast-paced, very heartfelt, very well done, very witty if you're a film fan. I just found this film very pleasant to watch, very surprising, so I really enjoyed it and I would recommend it. Then we have Moana, another film that's currently being remade by Disney for no reason, I don't know why, but in animated form, it's a very good movie, one of the more enjoyable Disney revival era films. Really enjoy the beach setting. I love movies that are set on the beach, by the way, so that only automatically adds like the really cool atmosphere. Really enjoyed Dwayne Johnson as Maui, and everything like that. Really enjoyed the songs, really enjoyed all the characters, very pleasant experience. It's a fun movie that I enjoy watching. Then we have Monster House, a very nostalgic movie for me. I grew up watching it constantly on Cartoon Network and stuff like that. I just found it really fun, in my opinion. A really cool little Halloween atmosphere type storyline where you got these kids who basically try to investigate this house that they think is alive after their neighbor, Mr. Nippercracker, played by the great Steve Buscemi, goes to the hospital, presumed dead. And he, basically the house awakens in his absence and shit goes haywire. It's a very good movie, very intense for a young kid to watch at the time, but if you can handle it, well, I mean, as an adult, I assume you can, but, very intense for a kid. Really great atmosphere. Really enjoyed the direction by Gil Keenan, the guy that's currently directing the upcoming Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel, which is pretty cool. He also wrote Ghostbusters Afterlife with Jason Reitman. Really cool mode capture work, which I think works a lot better than Polar Express, even though I don't mind Polar Express's mocap work. But very nostalgic. It was for my time, so I get used to it more than most people. But love the visuals, love the fact it isn't scared to get scary and intense for young kids. Love the third act of this film at the construction site and everything like that. And just overall, just a really cool little Halloween film that I watch every single Halloween because it's just a really fun movie. Then we have Monsters, Inc. Of course, one of my favorite animated films of all time, one of Pixar's best films, probably my second favorite film of their filmography next to the original Toy Story. Just a great movie, great concept. Pete Docter, I think this is his directorial debut, kicked it off with a bang. Some amazing characters in Mike and Sully, and you got Steve Buscemi also is a great villain in here, and Rascal and everything like that, Mr. Waternoose, everything like that. It's just such a fun little movie, their little relationship with Boo and how it develops and makes them learn their humanity and everything like that, realizing they don't have to scare everyone to make them happy. Just a really well done movie, phenomenal concept, and just, again, the Pixar that I just missed where they got to make these wild concepts and bring it to life in a very unique way. And yeah, Monsters, Inc. just does that for me. Next up, we have Moon by Duncan Jones, starring Sam Rockwell and I believe Kevin Spacey as the voice in Sam Rockwell's little space station when he's alone by himself. And it's a movie that I need to rewatch again. It's been a while since I've seen it, so I can't tell you a whole lot about it, but I do remember really enjoying it. And yeah, I like cool sci-fi films. Like I said with The Martian, I enjoy when movies are able to isolate and just focus on one character when they're done well, and this film does it pretty well. Next up, we have Moon Knight Season 1, and it's a series that I think is one of the better Marvel MCU Disney Plus shows out there, but certainly one of the more frustrating ones for how it could have been so much better than it actually is. And that's primarily because so many elements of the series I do get right. I love Oscar Isaac in the roles of Mark Spector and Stephen Grant. I think he does a very good job of like convincingly being able to play two different characters even in the same scene, which is very impressive. I love the Moon Knight costume, love a lot of the action involved in here. I enjoy Ethan Hawke as the role of Arthur Harrow, the main villain, and everything like that. A lot of the relationship that they have with Khonshu, the main Egyptian god that controls the Moon Knight powers and everything like that. It's a very interesting series, and I do think it starts off pretty interesting, but like most Disney Plus shows, it kind of just goes off the rails when it just turns itself into a giant kaiju battle in the last 5 minutes because it's a Disney Plus show. And it's just like, I don't know, this could have been a lot better had they just focused on the DID storyline, just focused on just being more grounded instead of forcing it into it being a superhero property like every other Marvel Disney Plus show out there. And like I said previously in the MCU, it's just so messy to the point where like, how the hell is this character going to fit in a later MCU saga? Like, is he going to fight Kang in the Kang Dynasty? I have no idea. It makes no sense to me. But we'll see when that happens and when the time comes. But regardless, I am still looking forward to a season 2 whenever it drops, and even though I still enjoy this character, I do want to see them more in the future. Oh man. Next up, we have Moonlight by Barry Jenkins, the film that I believe won the Best Picture winner over La La Land last minute, literally. But really enjoyable drama. Mahershala Ali, I think he's got his big break in this movie. He's really great in the first third of this movie, split over the course of 3 eras of this guy's life, where essentially he's a kid, adult, and kid, teen, and adult, where he basically tries to like live his life and tries to understand his own sexual orientation and just kind of grow up in the hood and understand what that concept is. And it's just a really great drama, really well done, beautifully shot, by the way. It's absolutely stunning to look at, and it's just a movie that I understand why it got the award recognition that it deserved. Sorry if you can hear like mowing in the background. Oh man, next up we have Moonrise Kingdom, another great film from Wes Anderson, a really fun little movie set at a summer camp and all the antics that go around then. Again, phenomenal cast, of course you got all the Wes Anderson suspects in here and everything like that. Really good direction, really good cinematography, production design, set design, acting, it's all amazing. What can I say? Wes Anderson, again, he's a dog when it comes to movie making. Oh man, best film of all time, Morbius. I only own this because it's connected to the MCU multiverse because Sony forced Marvel to incorporate their non-Spider-Man Spider-Man movies into their little universe because fuck it. If you want Tom Holland back, you gotta include Morbius, so we might see him in Secret Wars for like a split second before he gets destroyed. Morbius, it's just a bad movie. Like, I can't say anything about it. It's more funny to dog on it than actually watching it. Like, watching the film itself, it's just so generic and so throwaway that, like, really apart from the terrible post-credit scenes with the Vulture, there's really nothing about this film that's actually laughable or actually stand out. It's just so generic and throwaway and feels like a movie that was vaulted 3. Now, I would say, like, 15 years ago, back when, like, Sony was making shit like the Ghost Rider movies, where it's like, what the hell are you making, man? So I have no idea how the hell this character is going to fit in the future of the Sony Spider-Man-less Spider-Man universe. We'll see what happens whenever we get Kraven the Hunter or Madam Web or Venom 3 or whatever the fuck. But I don't expect the Morbius 2 anytime soon, despite the fact that everyone wants it. Next up, we have the 2021 edition of Mortal Kombat. Probably the better version of the story, in my opinion. No, I enjoyed the 90s version by Paul W.S. Anderson, but certainly a movie that is dated in a lot of aspects, and I hated Annihilation. But when it comes to this modern version of Mortal Kombat, it does the job pretty well. Yes, it's not based around a tournament, which is probably the biggest issue, also with the fact that it just feels very small scale when it comes to making a Mortal Kombat movie. But it's still a pretty fun movie regardless, in my opinion. There's a lot of dumb shit in this movie, but I enjoy it. I really enjoyed Joe Tasman's version of Sub-Zero. Definitely the best version of the film. Cole Young as the main character, very generic main character, but I don't hate him. I love a lot of people do. I enjoyed Kano, who's pretty fun. Some of the other characters like Sonya was pretty solid as well, in my opinion. It was just a good movie. I enjoyed it, good video game adaptation, but it does leave a lot to be desired, and I am looking forward to the sequel if it improves a lot of the aspects that didn't work with this first film. Next up, we have this double feature of Mr. Deeds and Big Daddy, another two-pack of great Adam Sandler comedies from his heyday. I love both these films, especially Big Daddy. I love the relationship he has with Colin Dylan Sprouse as the main kid, and how he learns to become a father in some way, shape, or form. Some great aspects of some that I love, like Scuba Steve and all that type of shit. Just very funny, very lighthearted. Mr. Deeds is also pretty funny as well, where he gets like all this fancy shit by being a regular ass dude. And just the relationship and the dynamic he has between all the different people and the higher-ups, I think, is pretty funny as well. I just love Adam Sandler comedies when they're done right, and these two I really do enjoy. Next up, we have Mrs. Doubtfire, another great film by Robin Williams in the lead role, where basically he plays an animator that's in the middle of the divorce. And essentially, in order to see his kids more, he just has to dress up like a nanny and go undercover. And it's a very fun little movie. I really enjoy it. Again, Robin Williams, he's just such a great actor that, like, he just can make any role seem pleasant and entertaining, also terrifying with Insomnia. But still, really good comedy in here, really good heartfelt stuff in here. It's just such a pleasant movie, and again, the reason why Robin Williams will forever be missed in the world. Oh, why is everyone making noises if you can hear my dog upstairs? Jeez. Next up, we have the Miss Marvel series. Miss Marvel Season 1, I presume. Probably gonna get a Season 2. But this is actually my favorite of the Disney Plus Marvel shows so far, which might be a hot take, but I really enjoyed this series. Really enjoyed Iman Vellani in the lead role of Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan. Really cool little backstory how she was a Marvel fan and actually got the role of Miss Marvel by dressing up as the character, and Marvel seeing her and being like, we want you as the title character. Really cool little backstory, very inspirational. And she held her own for actors who had no acting experience previously, as far as I know. Did a pretty good job at, like, embodying the character and making it very convincing. And she's really the anchor that makes the series really rewatchable and really fun. Villains aren't the best in my opinion. They could have been developed a lot better. I wish there were some messy elements regarding, like, the storytelling and such like that. Again, the 6-episode format I just don't think works for Marvel whatsoever. But this handles it the best in my opinion. It's the most consistent of the Marvel shows, and I found it really enjoyable. And she's honestly the main reason why I'm excited for the Marvels, is to see more of Iman Vellani in Kamala Khan. So I would say I recommend it. If you didn't like this film or didn't give it the chance, I would recommend it personally. I think it's a pretty solid series if you scared away all the Marvel bullshit. Next up, we got Mud, Middle of the Reconnaissance. Of course, Matthew McConaughey is amazing in this film. You got Reese Witherspoon, Ty Sheridan, Sam Shepard. Really cool cast. Oh man, sorry, there's something in my throat. We have set in the Deep South and everything. Pretty cool little thriller, like, Matthew McConaughey buds with these two boys in the South, and shit goes haywire. but really cool little drama thriller. Just some good atmosphere in here, some good directing by Jeff Nichols, who's directing the Quiet Place prequel coming up, and overall, it's a very good movie. Really, really well done, in my opinion. And then we got Mulan in 4K. I'll make a man out of you. Really cool little Disney Renaissance film that I didn't watch growing up, actually. I didn't watch this film until COVID, right before the remake came out, which is a lot worse than this movie is. Great animation, great action, really shows how to do a strong female character right without it feeling pandering, just showing a great warrior in Mulan, who's a very struggling character who wants to prove herself and proves that she can be a fighter and not just be on the sidelines, and just be a really well done character. Really enjoyed Eddie Murphy as Mushu, and just being a really enjoyable movie. Some great animation here, great songs, great atmosphere and everything like that. Just a great movie that, again, I wish Disney made more films like these. Next up we have Mulholland Drive, a movie that, like Lost Highway, I need to rewatch this again because it's just such a odd movie. I just don't really know what to think about it personally. Like, the acting's great, the direction's phenomenal, it's very memorable in a lot of aspects, but it's just like, I don't really know what to think about it, you know what I'm saying? It's a movie that I respect more than I enjoy for right now, but like I said, I want to rewatch this film again so I can like really manifest my thoughts on why I think about this film the way that I do, personally. Oh man. Next up we have Stephen Sommers' The Mummy, starring Brendan Fraser. Really fun movie. Another movie that I didn't grow up watching, but I did watch it recently for the first time, and it's just a really fun movie. Really cool little late 90s summer blockbuster. Cool little visual effects, a really great blend of horror and action. Some really fun characters, some great set design. Just a really good movie in my opinion. Just a good old flashing classic summer blockbuster that I think is done the best way possible. Oh man. And then we have the two Hercule Poirot Kenneth Branagh movies. So we have Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile so far. And as of recording, we're about to get the third film, A Haunting in Venice, so I'm excited for that. We'll see if it's good or not. But as far as these two films go, I enjoy both of them. I enjoy a really good murder mystery when it's done right, and I think Kenneth Branagh helms both these films pretty solid in the acting department as well as the directing department. He's just a great director, and I just really enjoy both these films for equally different reasons. I will say the first film's slightly better than the second one, but I enjoy both of them for just pretty much the same reasons. Really good acting, really good storytelling. Granted, they are based on books, so it takes a lot from the source material, but still adapted pretty well in my opinion. So I would recommend both of them, and I'm looking forward to seeing this third film coming up very soon in my opinion. Oh man, why do they keep mowing, bro? It's so loud. Next up, we have My Neighbor Totoro, the very first, I believe, Studio Ghibli film that I be talking about in this list or video. I keep saying list because I'm doing a fucking ranking video. But My Neighbor Totoro, this is the first time watching me. I believe I watched it last year because I had seen no Studio Ghibli movies up until that point. I was like, I gotta like watch them so to get, you know, some good, good visualization of like what Studio Ghibli is and has opinions on their work. And so watch this film. This is the second film I believe I watched from their filmography, and it's just a really heartfelt, sweet movie. Such a well done film from the animation style, really cute animation, really heartfelt little story and everything like that. It's just such a well crafted movie. I mean, just, you know, Miyazaki just does a great job when it just comes to animated works and him just being able to tell really wacky stories, really wacky characters, but also make it feel grounded as well. So I really enjoy this one, and I would recommend if you haven't seen it yet. Then we have Napoleon Dynamite getting to the ends right here. Really classic comedy from the early 2000s. You got Jon Heder in the lead role. Really kooky, little fun high school comedy of him being a social nerd and just trying to live through society and all that type of stuff. With his older brother, you got his boy Pedro and everything like that. He's trying to get class president for and everything like that. Just a very fun movie. It's a sweet movie, fun comedy in here. Who directed this? Jared Hess, the same guy that directed Nacho Libre, which I don't own, but I wish I did. But just a really fun movie, really well heartfelt, and I would recommend it. Next up, we got Neighbors and Neighbors 2. Like I said, I really enjoy Seth Rogen comedies, and so this is two of my favorites of his career personally. And Zac Efron, very underrated when it comes to comedies in my opinion, just really well done. He just has some great comedic timing to him, and I just think these two films are his better examples of how he can just be a really funny actor when he needs to be. I do enjoy the first one a little bit more than the second one, but I think they're both really funny in equally different aspects, and I wouldn't be against seeing a third Neighbors movie, but I don't think it will be happening anytime soon. But as far as these two films go, I quite enjoy them. Next up, we got New Jack City, a really cool little crime thriller gangster film from the early 90s. Wesley Snipes is awesome as the main lead villain in here. You got a great cast here. Ice-T, Marvin Peoples, Judd Nelson, Chris Rock in a very tragic role in this movie, if you've seen the film. But it's still really well done, like the rise and the fall of Wesley Snipes' character, and just just how brutal and how unforgiving he is. From the opening scene to the ending scene, he is just so maniacally evil, and it's really fun to see him just play out this role, and I wish he did more roles like this personally. Great directing from Mario Van Peebles and everything like that. It's just a really well done movie in my opinion, and I do highly recommend it. Oh man, why is this so loud? Next up, we have The New Mutants, the last dying breath of the Fox X-Men universe that came out after being delayed for like 3 years straight or whatever the hell. A movie that's, you know, it's kind of like the laughingstock of the comic book genre, but for what it is, it's actually not that bad in my opinion. I saw it in theaters back when there were no movies coming out because of COVID, one of the very few films that dropped in theaters, and I was like, this is a pretty fun little movie. I like the direction from Josh Boone, who directed The Fault in Our Stars. Really cool little cast here, Anya Taylor-Joy, Charlie Hunnam, and the like. Very well done in my opinion. I enjoyed the little action scenes we get in here. I enjoyed the character work and everything like that. The main character could have used a lot more work on her personally. I didn't feel like she was the most interesting main character. But as a whole, for like a standalone little like mutant film in the spin-off in the X-Men universe, I thought it was fine. I thought it was a little underrated. I wouldn't mind seeing these characters again, like Secret Wars or whatever the hell. And then we got The Nice Guys, a very underrated film that I'm sad to say that it bombed in the box office. Like I have no idea why it bombed. Probably just because of so much competition around the time it came out, but I really enjoyed it. Directed by Shane Black, who did Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, Iron Man 3, a bunch of movies and stuff like that. Very cool director, and I really enjoy his work, especially in this movie where you got Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling as two detectives who just come at odds with each other. So funny, so dynamic, so hilarious, so entertaining, and I wish there were just more films like this out there, but sadly we won't get more of them because this film just didn't do well at the box office. But still, awesome film anyways. Next up, we got Nightcrawler, a very good thriller by, who directed this movie? Dan Gilroy, starring Jake Gyllenhaal going off his rocker, who basically plays like a very socially inept guy who really wants to film accidents as they happen. He has police radios trying to film accidents so he can get to the news station so he can make money, become like a, involved in the TV industry and everything like that. Very well done. You guys, cameraman in here, and he's also very well done. Who's the guy? I think it's the guy who plays, Riz Ahmed. He's really good in the movie, and just very intense, very well done. Jake Gyllenhaal is amazing in this film, and he's just a very good guy. Well, I wouldn't say he's a good guy in the movie, but he's a very good protagonist and antagonist because he's always super interesting and never bores me throughout the entire runtime. And yeah, just a great movie in my opinion. Alright, so next up we have The Night House by the great David Bruckner, the same guy that would later go on to direct the Hellraiser remake for Hulu. He also directed the best segment of the first VHS movie with the chick's face being split open, if you haven't seen that movie. Really well done. And this film, I remember seeing a lot of the trailers for this film, basically every single movie that I saw over the course of summer, I believe 2021 when this came out. And because I used to work in a movie theater, and the guy who ran the production is like would place his movie in front of every single trailer, or every single movie, doesn't matter if it's a family film or a horror film, he just threw this trailer in front of every single movie. But when I watched this film, I believe August, around 2 years ago, this film was actually a really good comfort film for me because, to get a little personal here, sadly I had to a couple days before I saw this film, I had to put one of my childhood cats down, and this film deals with a lot of trauma and grievance over losing family members. Granted, in this movie it basically revolves around Rebecca Hall losing her husband to suicide, I believe, and essentially like in the aftermath of his death, she starts to see weird apparitions and stuff starts going odd around her house, and it's kind of like a paranoia thriller, if you will. And with how it deals with a woman grieving with her loss of her family member and everything like that, and how it really resonated with me at the time because I was like so grieving over the loss of my cat and everything. And I don't know, there's something about this film's always stuck with me, so I've always really appreciated it for what it did. The scare's really good, very effective dramatic elements in here, and I just really enjoy it, so I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it yet. Next up we have Nightmare Alley by the great Guillermo del Toro, a film that sadly just had no legs to stand on the box office back when this came out. Disney had no faith in it. They literally dropped this the same weekend as Spider-Man No Way Home, and it had no legs at the box office. Maybe, I think it's made like $10 million or some shit. Like, it was so pathetic. And it sucks because this movie is really awesome. Basically, it revolves around Bradley Cooper. It's like a period piece set in like the early 20th century, I believe, where essentially he gets like this circus gang, these magicians and everything like that. And it's kind of like a rise and fall story of how Bradley Cooper kind of uses these people to his advantage and how it turns out really badly for him. But great production design, phenomenal cast across the board, great pacing, just phenomenal acting across the board. And I don't know, I love this movie. It's really well written, really well directed. And I know that Del Toro says he just want to make animated films from here on out with Pinocchio and all that type of stuff, but I don't know. I wish he made more movies like these because this is a great movie, but people don't support them, so I understand why. Next up, we have the original Night of the Living Dead by the great George A. Romero. May he rest in peace. Really solid movie. I bought this as a blind buy. No, not as a blind buy. I bought this from a friend of mine, the same guy who I got Citizen Kane from, because it was just very cheap, and I was like, I'll get it for him. And I really enjoyed this movie. You know, for an old-timey, old-school zombie movie, the first of its kind, I believe, and with how revolutionary it was for having a black lead at a time during the Civil Rights Movement and everything, very well done, great acting, great direction, great iconic dialogue. You know, they're coming to get you, Barbara. Just really well lit too. The black and white aesthetic just helps the atmosphere of the film. It doesn't just feel like for aesthetic reason, it genuinely feels like it has a purpose. And overall, definitely the best of the original Romero trilogy in my opinion. Very effective, very well done, and I still think it holds up fairly well today, even 50, 60 years later, so I highly recommend it still. Next up, we have Nobody, a really fun little action romp, Bob Odenkirk's version of John Wick that came out like 2.5 years ago. I remember being really hyped for this film back when it came out because I just seen Saul Goodman kick some ass. I thought it was really cool to see on screen. And watching the film in theaters, I enjoyed it. It was a solid movie. You know, again, I love Bob Odenkirk, and he's definitely the best part about the movie. If it wasn't for Shang-Chi that came out the same year, I'd say it probably had the best bus fight scene because it's really good. And some other fun action set pieces around there. You get Christopher Lloyd as Bob Odenkirk's dad, and some other elements that make the movie overall fun. But I think the movie peaks very early on, and then the rest of the film, I think each action sequence gets less and less interesting just because it gets crazy. You can definitely tell when the stunt doubles are being used in Bob Odenkirk's place. And then when we get to like the final fight at the warehouse, and you get Christopher Lloyd like having like machine guns and shit like that, it just reminds me of like the Red movies with Bruce Willis, where it's just like, okay, it's just goofy and it's like zany at this point. But I still very much enjoyed it, and I hear they're still trying to make a sequel to this, so if Bob Odenkirk could handle it, because I know he has some health issues, but if he's able to pull the stunts off, I'd be down to see a sequel to this, because this was still a fun movie. Next up, we have No Country for Old Men. Despite the fact I'm kind of mixed on the Coen brothers, this is probably my favorite film from them. This is a phenomenal movie. Can't take anything away from it. Phenomenal villain from Javier Bardem, and just the overall atmosphere of this movie, the great murder mystery angle it has to it, of just, you know, Josh Brolin hunting down this sick psychopath, and just the imagery, the beautiful cinematography, the dialogue especially, just so gritty and just so effective in my opinion. Although the ending isn't the best in my opinion, I still really enjoy this movie and I highly recommend it. Next up, we have Nomadland, the Best Picture winner of 2020, directed by Chloe Zhao, who we talked about with Eternals previously. A pretty solid little, what's it called? Nomad movie with Frances McDormand just living life, traveling across the country, you know, just kind of like documenting like a year of this woman's life, you know, through Frances McDormand. And it's a good movie, solid little movie. I don't think it deserved to be Best Picture, but again, not much came out in 2020, so I understand it's kind of like, you know, picking the best out of a bad bunch. But still a solid film, some good acting, some good dialogue, but it's a film that you kind of watch once, you never watch again. I mean, I really only own this because it was like $5 sealed. So I was like, I'll get it, it's a good movie. I appreciate it, but I don't like love it on the level that some people do. Next up, we got Jordan Peele's Nope, his most recent venture in filmmaking. Saw this in theaters early on at a midnight screening at my old movie theater job, and I had a really fun experience seeing this film for the first time. Haven't seen it since theaters since it came out a little over a year ago, but I had a real fun time with it. I'd say it's slightly better than Us, but not as good as Get Out, if I had to be honest with you. The alien aspect I think is quite interesting in the way that the film unfolds its twists and turns. I think is quite interesting. It is a little too metaphorical for my taste. I wish there was some more realism, some more like grounded questions the film was asking. And there are some plot holes in my opinion, but still a really good movie. Great cast: Daniel Kaluuya, Keke Palmer, Stephen Yeun's really good in the movie. I enjoyed the tech, the Best Buy employees that come by, like the Geek Squad employee that comes by. He's really fun. And some really good imagery, especially with the alien, just really well done. There is some weird stuff, like there's a random Akira reference at the very end, which I feel was kind of silly, and some other elements I wish were handled better. But overall, I enjoyed it overall, and I would recommend it if you haven't seen it yet. Next up, we have Robert Eggers' The Northman, a damn good movie that came out early last year. His take on like a Lion King, Black Panther, King takes his kingdom storyline where you got Alexander Skarsgård is this guy out for vengeance after his brother betrays his uncle. What's his name? I forgot the actor's name, but Ethan Hawke's brother betrays him, kills him, and basically takes over the kingdom with Nicole Kidman. Grows up and basically is this badass barbarian type killer where he just goes out for blood to try and take out his uncle to try to reclaim his kingdom. And it's a really good movie, really well shot, some great acting in here, some great bloody action, really well shot, beautiful cinematography, lighting is phenomenal, just a really well done movie that I just had a blast watching. Next up, we got the Now You See Me duology with Now You See Me and Now You See Me 2. Both really fun little heist movies. A great cast across both of them. You got like Jesse Eisenberg, you got Michael Caine, Morgan Freeman, Woody Harrelson, Dave Franco, you got Lizzie Kaplan in the second movie. Just a really fun cast, Mark Ruffalo, just really fun little magician heist films that I just think are really enjoyable. Like there's so many sequences in both these movies that like the magicians play one over or the detectives or the cops. And like even that little sequence in the second film, whenever like they're passing the little card across each other while they're being searched, is like really fun and everything. Just both a blast to watch. And I know there's a third film supposed to be in the works, but it's been in development hell for years. But I would be down to see a third film with these characters because it's just really fun in my opinion. Next up, we have the Ocean's 11 trilogy. Like I said, I love heist movies, so I have a really good time with most of these movies. I really love the first Ocean's 11 by Steven Soderbergh, who handled the entire trilogy. Really fun, modern version of the 60s film of the same name. A great cast across the board: George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, Andy Garcia, Julia Roberts, Don Cheadle. Just a great cast overall. Bernie Mac, may he rest in peace, he was great in those movies. Ocean's 12, I don't really like that much. I feel like it was a little bit too drab and a little too dry for my taste. Really, the only sequence I love in Ocean's 12 is the laser dance sequence. Other than that, I felt the film was just pretty to me. Definitely the weak spot of the three movies. And then Ocean's 13, definitely a good back-to-basics formula heist film, more similar to the first film, that I quite enjoy, where you got Andy Garcia trying to get revenge on Al Pacino for portraying him having to get with the crew that, you know, he was sabotaged by in the first film and screwed over in the second movie. Overall, I enjoyed I would say I enjoyed mainly the first film and the third film. I enjoyed Ocean's 8 as well, but I've just never really had the desire to own it. But yeah, pretty solid trilogy overall in my opinion. Ooh. Next up, we have Office Space, of course, a great comedy from Mike Judge. Just really iconic comedy of the late 90s, a great cast in here. Very much like a typical, well, not typical, but just a lot of fun, just poking fun at the 9-to-5 job workplace. There's the iconic scene where like Ron Livingston and his crew like destroyed a printer in the middle of the desert, or sorry, middle of the grass field. You got, you know, where's my stapler? Where's my stapler? That guy is pretty funny. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember really enjoying it. And oh yeah, you got Milton with the stapler. Forgot his name for a second, but I really enjoyed this movie. Had a blast with it, and Mike Judge just a great creative in my opinion. Ooh, I forgot this is a trilogy. So next up we have the Olympus Has Fallen Mike Banning trilogy. So we have Ocean's 11. Ocean's 11. We have Olympus Has Fallen, London Has Fallen, and Angel Has Fallen. I enjoy all three of these films, hence why I own them. Gerard Butler is one of those action stars, which he does a lot of schlocky movies, but whenever he does put something out decent-wise, I enjoy it because of his personality. Really enjoyed the first one, Olympus Has Fallen by Antoine Fuqua. Also, just a side note, this cover art with Gerard Butler, he never looks like Gerard Butler in this version. Like, he looks like Channing Tatum, which is kind of funny because White House Down came the exact same year, and they looked so similar to each other, but that's just a nitpick. But I really do enjoy this one where you got these terrorists take over the White House, and Gerard Butler's a security guard there basically has to take over and save the day. Really fun, simple storyline that I quite enjoy. London Has Fallen, pretty solid follow-up. You got, you know, them in London as they're being under attack by terrorists. It's a very simple plot, but really well executed in my opinion. And then Angel Has Fallen, probably my least favorite of the three, mainly because Aaron Eckhart is no longer the president in this one, which I kind of miss. But pretty cool little feature storyline where Mike Bannon gets accused of like assassinating the president, I believe, and he goes on the run, or being like a double agent or something like that. It's been a while since I've seen these movies, but I remember enjoying all three of them. If they make another one, I believe there was one point saying they're going to make another trilogy of movies. As long as they're good, as long as they have good actions, are entertaining, then I don't mind it. You can make as many as you want. And then we have Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Tarantino's most recent venture in filmmaking, and a film that I quite enjoyed when I saw in theaters. Really long-winded in a lot of aspects. Again, a movie where it kind of like makes Hollywood to seem like the best thing ever, and I don't really like when Hollywood makes movies about sucking themselves off. I've always found those kind of off-putting. But Tarantino handles it in a very fun way. You got Cliff Booth, Brad Pitt, he's amazing. Margot Robbie, for the little showtime she does have, I mean, when she doesn't show her feet, she's pretty good in the movie. Really stacked cast beyond that. Love the third act regarding the Manson murders and everything, the twist on that. That was pretty interesting and pretty fun to see in the theater. And overall, just a really solid experience. I just wish it was a little bit like more plot driven than just kind of dialogue driven, which I know Tarantino's known for his dialogue, but like this film kind of like, it kind of like forgets where it's going for a good hour or so, but still a pretty great movie overall, and just see what Tarantino does for his final movie. So we'll see what happens. Then we have Only the Brave, directed by Joseph Kosinski. Pretty underrated filmmaker, not a whole lot of people talk about, but he's done a lot of big movies. He did Tron Legacy, Top Gun Maverick, Oblivion. So he's a really good established filmmaker, and I really enjoyed this one. It was pretty underrated when it came out, didn't really do a whole lot at the box office. Based on a true story where you have these firefighters during the California wildfires who basically sacrificed their lives in order to save hundreds of, if not like hundreds of thousands of people. And it's a really good story about brave men who are willing to sacrifice themselves. Great cast overall: Josh Brolin, Miles Teller, Jennifer Connelly, Jeff Bridges, Taylor Kitsch. A really good cast overall, really good direction, really inspiring story, and yeah, just an awesome movie that I highly recommend. Next up, we have Pixar's Onward, a film that sadly didn't really get much of a theatrical release. Came out 2 weeks before lockdowns in America, and just had no legs to stand on, and then was just dumped on Disney+. And I'm really sad because it's like their first adventure in the 2020s, their first original film after they did all their sequels, like with Toy Story 4 and Incredibles 2 and all that type of stuff. And I thought it was a pretty good movie. Saw it in theaters, and I thought it was a pretty heartfelt storyline. We got Chris Pratt and Tom Holland playing brothers. Their dad that passes away, they have like this magical stick whenever like the younger brother played by Tom Holland turns like 18 or 16 or whatever. And his father, they have this magical stick where they can visit their father and talk to him for one day. The spell goes wrong, only half of his dad, his legs appear, and so basically these two go on a mission to try and like fix this spell to see their dad one last time. And it's a very emotional movie, especially if you have like father issues and stuff like that. I think this film really does hit hard, and yeah, I really enjoyed this one. Highly recommend it. Next up, we have The Outsiders, of course, classic film from the 80s based on a novel of the same name. Huge cast filled with tons of stars right before they were about to blow up. Tom Cruise, Matt Dillon, Patrick Swayze, Emilio Estevez, Ralph Macchio. Just a huge cast, man. Some great classic lines brought to life, greasers and everything like that. That rivalry between those two gangs is really well done. Great acting, great directing. Just, it's a really good classic from the 80s that I still think holds up today because it's, not in the 80s, it's based on a cool little time period in the 50s, and I don't know, has a certain charm to it that I think will always make it timeless. Oh man, these more Blu-rays be sticking to each other. Again, Barnes & Noble, bro, they put stickers all over their Blu-ray covers, and it's just so annoying whenever I have to stack these movies next to each other. Okay, rant over. Next up, we have Overlord, the film that was meant to be Cloverfield 4, but because Cloverfield Paradox sucks so much, they were like, nah, we'll just make it its own standalone thing, which I'm kind of glad for in retrospect. I don't think it needed to be tied to Cloverfield. But another film that I saw in theaters that didn't really do that well at the box office because it came out like in November and it was a horror film, which I don't know I don't get why studios release horror films that aren't like Christmas related in November, like Dr. Sleep or stuff like that. I think Blade with Mahershala Ali was meant to come out in November. I'm like, why release horror movies when everyone's just obsessed with Christmas? But regardless, pretty fun little Nazi zombie thriller where you got like, these soldiers that get sent on a mission and they realize that there's like this virus out there that these Nazis are trying to create to kind of take over the world and stuff like that. Very simple storyline, but pretty well executed. I enjoyed the overall, pretty fun action, pretty good gore, and pretty good practical effects work. It's a pretty solid movie overall, and I enjoyed it. Next up to the P's, we got Pacific Rim, the first one by Del Toro. Pretty fun little kaiju monster robot movie. Huge people in mech suits fighting other people in mech suits. It's fun to see. I like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I enjoy what they brought to it. Pretty good cast overall. You get the usual suspects from Del Toro like Ron Perlman and such. And yeah, it's just a really fun movie. I didn't grow up with it. I didn't watch this film until the sequel came out, which I do not own for good reasons. But as far as this first film goes, pretty fun movie. I enjoyed it, and I would recommend it. Oh man. Next up we have Paddington and Paddington 2, two of the best kids movies that have come out in the past God knows how many, probably two of the best kids films of all time. I love both these films. I had no idea how great these films were until I watched them. Everyone said before I watched them saying that they're two of the greatest kids films of all time. They were so good, they were so sweet and heartfelt, and I really didn't take them that seriously. But actually watching these both back to back, they're so good. Paul King did such a good job directing both these movies. Paddington's just a sweet, lovable character. Some great cast across both movies. His adventures he gets on are just so much fun to watch, and how his antics play out. He's just such a sweet and heartfelt character that I just really, you can't help but love him, man. And I'm really excited to see the third film, sadly, but Paul King, I'm excited to see the third film coming up, but sadly Paul King is not directing it. I know because he's too busy directing the Wonka prequel with Timothée Chalamet coming out later this year, which that's really the main reason why I'm hyped for that movie, because I'm not really a big fan of Willy Wonka. You won't see any of his movies on my collection, but that's really the only reason why I'm hyped for that film, because of how good Paul King directed these two movies. He's such a magical filmmaker, man. And so I highly recommend both of them if you have not seen them. Please give them the benefit of the doubt, because they are so good. Next up, we have another Del Toro movie in Pan's Labyrinth. Pretty fun movie. Saw it way too late in life. Watched it around COVID times when I wanted to watch every single Del Toro movie that I hadn't seen before. And it's a damn good, fantasy film, fantasy horror film, almost like a fairy tale, like a dark fairy tale brought to life, which I think Del Toro does best in those aspects. Phenomenal creature design, especially the one with the eyeballs played by Doug Jones and the hands. That shit is wild. Great production design, great acting across the board, phenomenal cinematography, great pacing, just a damn good movie, and shows why Del Toro is just one of the best filmmakers working today. He's so imaginative, so creative that he just makes movies like these that nobody else can make but him. Alright, next up we have the Paranormal Activity franchise, or at least the majority of them, the ones I actually like watching, the first 5 films. So getting into each of these films individually, we have the very first Paranormal Activity, which is a pretty good movie for what it's worth. It was made for basically peanuts, and was a huge success. Went to the festival market for a couple years, had a couple reshot endings by Spielberg and his company at DreamWorks. Pretty solid chapter. Pretty solid found footage film. Definitely not one of my favorites by a long shot, but I understand why it was such a phenomenon back when it came out 15, 16 years ago. So I say it's a pretty solid installment. Part 2 is actually my favorite though, Paranormal Activity 2. It's a pretty solid step up from the first film, and actually adds a lot of elements that I really like that the first film didn't have, such as the added cameras. You bring an added family into the mix, you bring a dog in like you see on the cover, and a baby into the mix as well. Very effective, and the way it plays into timeline, I think, is also very effective as well. So I really enjoy that one. Then we got the third film, which I think is a pretty good movie, but I would say it's on the level like the first one. It's set in the 80s, where you got Katie, the woman from the first 2 movies, and her sister in back in the 80s, where they meet with the demon that haunts her up until she gets possessed in the end of the first one. Solid little 80s throwback, but a little unrealistic. This is where the series starts to get a little off the rails. And then the fourth film, it's pretty dumb in my opinion. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but this was arguably the first horror film I ever got to watch. I got to watch this back when I was 10 years old, on Netflix. And so, despite the fact this movie is pretty dumb, I still have a lot of nostalgia towards it, because it was one of the first films I got to watch that was R-rated in a horror movie. And it still has pretty effective elements. I like Catherine Newton in the main lead role. There's some pretty effective jump scares whenever Katie snaps one of the kids' necks, the boyfriend, the main character, and stuff like that. That's still pretty effective. But I wouldn't argue against it if people think this is a bad movie. What is a bad movie though is Paranormal Activity, the marked ones. You might ask why I own it though if I think it's a bad movie. This film is so bad that it's good in my opinion. This film is so goddamn stupid. It's so ridiculous that I can't help but laugh at it, man. It's such a goofy setup where you got it's basically a spin-off where you have, these people set in, it's set in Los Angeles or something around that. It's set in the hood, where you got these Hispanic family who gets in contact with the Paranormal Activity demons, I remember, and this possession stuff goes on. Their best friend, one of their best friends gets possessed, the guy's holding the camera, and they try to investigate what's going on with him, and then they get involved in like this demonic possession subplot where you have gangs who literally shoot out the demons in the final act of the movie. There's time travel involved. It's so ridiculous how the plot goes with this movie that's so unexpected that I can't help but have a good time while watching this. It's so dumb, but I have fun with it. And that's the last one that I actually do enjoy. I don't care about the other two movies that are in this franchise. I've seen both of them. I don't really care to watch them ever again, but I do enjoy those first 5 movies. Then we have Parasites. Oh man, Parasite. What a wild movie. A movie that I did not see coming. Watched it right before the Oscars came out, but won this one Best Picture. And it is just a great film by Bong Joon-ho. A very dense plot that I won't get into just because I don't want to spoil it for those who haven't seen it yet. But really great directing, great action, phenomenal twist, really good stay on society and, you know, the gaps in between people and everything, and how money changes people and everything like that. It's just a really well done movie in my opinion, and just one that I understand why it got so much acclaim that it did back when it came out. Still gets today. Next up, we have The Patriot. Once again, stars Mel Gibson, directed by him as well, I believe. No, Roland Emmerich. So yeah, pretty solid movie. Very much has like a lot of the vibes of like Braveheart and stuff like that flavor. Very epic scale historical war movie where you got, you know, Mel Gibson. I think it's set around the time of the Revolutionary War, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, set around the Revolutionary War. Some great imagery in here, really epic in scale. Definitely probably Roland Emmerich's best movie in my opinion, because it's really emotional, really well done, keeps it grounded for the most part, and overall just a damn good movie in my opinion, so I recommend it. Then we have Patriots Day, the final chapter of the Mark Wahlberg, Peter Berg true story trilogy, as I like to call it. And this is a really good movie. It's basically a biopic based on the Boston Marathon bombings that came out, or happened a decade ago now, where essentially you have the film's entirely set over the course of a couple of days, where you have basically the manhunt for the 2 bombers who blew up the bombs on the Boston Marathon, running, race and everything like that. And so we got a bunch of different people. We got Mark Wahlberg who's a cop. We got J.K. Simmons involved as like the chief of police, I believe, and a bunch of other actors that basically are just trying to hunt down these 2 bombers. And it's very effective, very well done, very intense, very gripping, and very emotional, all of aspects. So I highly recommend this one as well. Very well done. Oh man, next up we got these 2 masterpieces of cinema, Paul Blart and Paul Blart Mall Cop 2. These movies are dumb as hell. I'm not gonna sugarcoat them. So much what I said about grown-ups. These movies are not cinema. I'm not gonna argue for those who do not care about these movies whatsoever and think they're just absolute trash. But I grew up with both of these movies, especially the first one I watched on Blockbuster constantly growing up. I still own my copy from Blockbuster back when it came out. So I've always loved this first film just for how much I enjoyed it growing up. And then Paul Blart Mall Cop 2, I actually did see this in theaters. I vividly remember whenever the movie ended, people were actually still been cheered like it was a Marvel movie. It was hilarious. This movie is so dumb as well. It's just, I enjoyed them. It's so dumb. And honestly, a part of me wants to see Paul Blart 3 just for Kevin James to complete the trilogy, at least in my opinion. It's just, I don't know. Paul Blart for life. That's all I'll say. Then we have Peacemaker Season 1, the only TV show of the DCEU, or possibly the first show of the DCU. We'll see how the continuity shapes out. But yeah, James Gunn's first TV show in the DCEU, really well done, spin-off of the Suicide Squad, which I think is the best installment of the DCEU. We haven't talked about that yet because, you know, alphabetically we haven't gone to S yet. But damn good series in my opinion, at least for this first season anyways. For a character that I liked in Suicide Squad, but especially after what he did with Rick Flag and everything, I was like, how am I supposed to root for this character in his own show? And James Gunn, to his credit, wrote a character that is unlikable on the surface, but then you understand his morals and you understand his backstory and you go, damn, he's actually pretty cool. Love Vigilante as a sidekick. Huge cast overall. I think with Chigwoody Iwuji, the guy who played a High Evolutionary in Volume 3 of Guardians, he actually spearheads his story, which I think is a better version of the Secret Invasion storyline than what Marvel did personally. Really good cast overall, really funny comedy, has the best intro of any TV show I've ever seen before. And regardless of how long it takes, I am down to see Season 2 of this series because I just really enjoyed it. Then we have the Peanut Butter Falcon, a pretty underrated film that came out a couple years ago. Watched it on a Godzilla Blind Buy at Target. Watched it, and it was pretty good. So revolves around Shia LaBeouf, who basically goes on this little journey with Zach Gosagan, who has Down syndrome. And essentially these two, along with Dakota Johnson as like his caretaker, go on this little journey trying to meet Thomas Haden Church, who's like this weathered wrestler that he loves growing up. And so it's a really sweet little movie. Some good comedy in there, some good drama, just a sweet little indie film that I had a great time with, and you should check it out if you haven't yet. Alright. Next up, we have the Penguins of Madagascar movie. I'm not the biggest fan of Madagascar, hence why I don't own the movies on Blu-ray, at least yet. I enjoyed the first two especially, but I don't love them the love that a lot of people do, at least when it comes to my generation. But the Penguins, man, I love the Penguins of Madagascar. They are so much fun. When it comes to those animal characters that become the face of the franchise, like the minions of Despicable Me and stuff like that, or Alvin and the Chipmunks, Penguins are my dudes when it comes to those animal mascots. I love the Penguins. They are so fun. The dynamic between all four of the main characters like Skipper and Kowalski and all that, it's just so much fun. And it's just, I have fun with this. I grew up watching this movie and stuff like that, I have fun with it, man. It's fun. The Penguins that get into it, especially how this movie created the meme of, Mrs. Obama, get down, and shit like that. This movie, it's not great cinema or anything, but it's a comfort movie for me. That's why I own it. And then we have The Perks of Being a Wallflower, a pretty good little dramedy that came out a decade ago plus. You got Logan Lerman, Emma Watson, Ezra Miller. Basically revolves around Logan Lerman as a freshman in high school who has some past drama that he's still trying to deal with. Comes into contact with Ezra Miller and Emma Watson, who are, I believe, brother and sister in the movie. And essentially they kind of cheer up Logan Lerman. They try to get him more active in their high school society and just try to make him enjoy life a little bit more, make him live a little bit. And it's just a really good drama, great acting between all three of the main leads and everything like that. Really well done writing and directing and everything. Just a very sweet movie that I highly recommend. So next up we have the original Phantasm. Boy, awesome cerebral horror film from the late 70s by the great Don Coscarelli. Very strange film. It's hard to explain what it is. You basically got a boy and his brother and one of his friends, probably Reggie Bannister, who get in contact with these magical spheres, and they see this tall man in their dreams and realize that he's some otherworldly human being that has his army of spheres and plans to take over people using these spheres. And it's a wild ass movie, man. Started a huge franchise that I really like, only the first two installments. Everything after that is kind of a little kooky and too zany for me, but I really do appreciate a lot of elements of this original Phantasm film, and I do recommend it. If you are into more cerebral horror films, this is probably right up your alley. Ooh. Next up we have Phantom Thread, one of the more recent films by Paul Thomas Anderson. He's done a lot of biopics and historical dramas recently, and this is a good version of that. I do miss back when he did more films like Boogie Nights and Punch Drunk Love and stuff like that, but I still enjoy a movie like this. Daniel Day-Lewis, I believe this is a film his last film before he retired from acting. Good film to end off of. Beautiful music and production design and acting and directing. Just a very well-made film that I understand why I got the acclaim that I did back when it came out. Then we have Phone Booth, another great film from Joel Schumacher. Where we basically got this little contained thriller where you got Colin Farrell, who's stuck in this phone booth, who has to deal with, I believe, a terrorist issue. A sniper that plans to take out Colin Farrell, and he basically has to stay in this phone booth. And you got Forrest Whitaker, who's the main head of police, who basically has to help him out through this situation. Very well done thrillers and great good, I can't even speak. But some great thrills in here, some great tension and dialogue. Just a very quick but very effective thriller in my opinion that I quite enjoyed. Then we have Pig, very interesting film that came out a couple years ago starring Nicolas Cage. He's done a lot of interesting indie movies recently in his later stages of his career that I quite enjoy, where he plays this old man that lives in the middle of the woods. He's basically a hermit, and he only interacts with this pig that he owns. Basically, it's the only connection to anything that isn't himself. And then his pig goes missing one day, and basically has to find his pig. And so he goes after people like Alex Wolff, who helps him in a job sense, trying to find this pig and everything. It's a very good drama to where it seems silly on the surface, but the more you watch the film, it gets way more investing, and then there are certain twists and turns that will absolutely break you. So very interesting film that I definitely recommend if you haven't checked it out yet. Then we have Pineapple Express, and of course another classic from the mid 2000s, late 2000s, where you got, you know, the classic pairing of Seth Rogen and James Franco. Just a classic stoner comedy. David Gordon Green directed it. Pretty fun cast, pretty zany antics. Danny McBride's pretty hilarious in this movie as well. Just a really well done, funny comedy that, again, the classic era of Seth Rogen that I miss. Then we have the entire Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, from The Curse of the Black Pearl to Dead Men Tell No Tales. Now, a little side note, you might ask, why is this a foreign Blu-ray box set? I bought this from my local Walmart that somehow just imported this for some reason. Like, again, I live in America, and this is a Region B Blu-ray. Again, I don't really mind them much because I own an Xbox and a PS4, which are both region free, so I don't really care. But it's like, why? It's like the only one that was in its stock, by the way, and it was just like, cool. It's to the point where like the 5th movie is called Salazar's Revenge in different territories, which I think is pretty interesting. But overall, I haven't seen these films in quite a while. Actually, apart from Curse of the Black Pearl, I did recently rewatch with a friend, and that's easily the best one for me. I pretty much enjoy all these films besides On Stranger Tides. That's the only one I don't like. But the other movies, even Dead Men Tell No Tales, I quite enjoy. I don't know, the atmosphere, just the sense of adventure, the production design, I don't know. I've always enjoyed the swashbuckling adventures of Jack Sparrow and crew. I do think the first 3 films by Gore Verbinski are the best of the franchise, and they do get a little long-winded after the first film, but I don't know, I've always enjoyed these movies, and after Johnny Depp won that trial, I hope that he's able to come back and play the character at least one more time in the future. But regardless, I still enjoy this franchise as a whole, and it's definitely the best series based on a Disney ride. Then we have The Place Beyond the Pines, a very interesting thriller, very underrated, that not a whole lot of people talk about. You got Ryan Gosling, Bradley Cooper, Eva Mendes in this movie. I won't spoil much about it. I walked in blind, I think you should too, but it's very effective, very dramatic, very well executed in elements in my opinion, and just a very captivating movie that more people need to talk about, need to watch. Then we have the Planet of the Apes trilogy, at least the modern one, starring Caesar, Rise, Dawn, and War of the Planet of the Apes. All 3 are awesome films, especially Dawn of the Planet of the Apes by Matt Reeves, one of my favorite sequels of all time, just a phenomenal movie, and so are the other 2 films that surround it. Just an awesome storyline with Caesar, his rise and his fall and everything like that. Just a very well executed trilogy, great characters, great action, great villain, especially Koba in Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, played by the great Toby Kebbell. Just a very well executed story that I think was just really well done, and just to see how Wes Ball continues the storyline with Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, but we'll see what happens. But regardless, I love this trilogy, and definitely one of the better trilogies that have come out in the recent memory. And Andy Serkis, top tier. Next up, we have Platoon, one of the best war movies out there. I believe my mom's favorite war movie of all time, if I can recall. But this was a film that I had to watch because my grandfather and my mom's side was in Vietnam, and so films like these always kind of like hit me on a different level, just because I know people who were in that war. And so you got Oliver Stone's take on this war movie. You got Willem Dafoe in the main lead and everything like that. Just a very effective movie, some great imagery, very unsettling in a lot of aspects, and just a very grounded, gritty, tension-filled war film that you will not forget as soon as you finish watching it. Next up, we have the original Point Break by Catherine Bigelow, starring Keanu Reeves and the late great Patrick Swayze. It's a good movie. I like it. Again, I always enjoy a good heist movie. You got Keanu Reeves, who basically plays an undercover cop who goes with these bank robbers, who are also surfers, by the way, led by Patrick Swayze, and basically kind of becomes entrenched in their lifestyle. Really solid action, some good dialogue, some good acting, some good directing, but I don't know, I've never loved this film in the way that a lot of people have. Like, there's just something missing about it for me, that missing elements that I've always kind of kept my arms at distance from it. So I think it's a pretty solid movie, but I never loved it or called it great, in my opinion. It's still a good installment, but I don't know, there's just something about it that's missing for me. Then we have The Polar Express, a movie that you either love or you either hate, and I love this movie. I grew up with this film ever since I was in kindergarten. Like, I would sit on like my little blankie during nap time, and my teacher would like put on like the big box TV and play this in the VHS player growing up. I love this movie. I understand the mocap can't work for some people. I know my mom hates this movie and how it looks, but I will always find it some way. It ages worse every single year, but I will always find it some way, shape, or form like nostalgic for me. Love the score of this movie, love the imagery of the train. So there are a little too many Fast and Furious sequences in this film, like the train going at high speeds and crashing and the shit, that makes it a little bit laughable, especially how subtle and how, you know, not dense the original book is. And so they had to add a bunch of different shit in there to make it a feature length, like the hobo on top of the train or the puppets. It's definitely obscure, definitely a little wacky in a lot of aspects, but I enjoy it for what it is. And it's a movie that I have to watch every single Christmas because I adore it. Then we have the original Poltergeist, and this really weird cover art that I don't understand what it's trying to exemplify. I don't get what they're trying to do with this. This cover art doesn't mean anything to me. But awesome film by Tobe Hooper or Steven Spielberg, regardless of who you, what source you think. But really well done paranormal movie that has a lot of family elements that makes that brings a lot of elements to like Spielberg, but also has a lot of horror elements that brings that Tobe Hooper, may he rest in peace, brings a lot to his horror films. And so it is a very cool movie that I still think holds up very well today. The late Heather O'Rourke, may she rest in peace, is great as Caroline, the main kid, and some great visual imagery, some great one-liners that are iconic in film culture. Great scares in here, some a lot of practical stunt work like with the clown and everything, and just a lot of cool moments that I think just make this film really worthwhile and something that I still think stands out even 40 years later. Then we have Ponyo by Studio Ghibli, another great film by Hayao Miyazaki, great Studio Ghibli movie, just a very sweet and cute movie. Like, he just makes movies that are just so heartfelt and so sweet, man. Like, I love this movie. It's just so cute and adorable and just, oh man. Just, it makes my heart warmer every single time I watch this film. It's so good, so good. Next up we have Pop Star, Never Stop, Never Stopping. Really underrated comedy by, shit, what's her name? Not the Island Boys, that's Lonely Island, thank you. To myself, I don't know why I said that. But Lonely Island, pretty solid comedy group. They made a bunch of good comedies, like shorts and skits and everything. I believe this was their feature debut as a dynamic creative team. And this is a really fun comedy. Sadly, it didn't do well when it came out because it was just in the middle of a jam-packed summer back in 2016, I believe, so it didn't make any money. But it's very much that mockumentary on the lifestyle of a fake, rap star played by Andy Samberg, and it's just really funny documenting his like lifestyle and everything. Really funny, very much satirizes the music industry in a lot of funny ways. Some great original music from the Lonely Island, and a really fun romp that I quite enjoy. Next up, we have the 2017 Power Rangers reboot, all at Krispy Kreme, if you know the movie. But a pretty solid reboot. You know, I didn't really grow up with Power Rangers and stuff in that vein. I was just never into it. So when I saw this in theaters back in 2017, I really had no anticipation of what to expect from it, and got a lot more Krispy Kreme than I expected. But as a whole, I really enjoyed the main cast we got in here. You got some actors like Naomi Scott in here. Was it Dacre Montgomery, the guy that's in Stranger Things? Pretty solid cast overall. Doing a good way of like being able to ground the Power Rangers somewhat, making them human characters, but also having a lot of the fantastical elements that make Power Rangers the Power Rangers. And sadly, this film didn't do that well at the box office. We never got to see a sequel, which I'm kind of disappointed by because I really wanted to see the sequel with like the Green Ranger and everything. But alas, you know, reality we live in. But I still like the movie. Then we have the Predator franchise, at least the majority of them. The first 4 films, Predator, Predator 2, Predators, and The Predator. Once again, don't include AVP because I don't really care. And Prey has yet to come out on Blu-ray, but I will buy it once it comes out in a month. But the main Predator franchise, again, a franchise that I think peaks a lot early on, but you know, Prey thankfully picks it back up. The original Predator, I never loved the original Predator on the level that a lot of people do. Like, I've always enjoyed it, but I never loved it on the level of calling it great. I've always found it to be a pretty fun movie with Arnie, you know, being the second fiddle to the Predator himself. Some pretty cool production design and like some good sound design too, with like the look of the Predator. Of course, the iconic laugh at the very end before the Predator explodes. But I don't know, there's something missing for me that I don't like love it. Predator 2, okay enough. I enjoy Danny Glover, I enjoy Gary Busey, but it's a very weird movie. In my opinion, just feels very strange. Predators, decent concepts, but I think the thing that ruins this movie for me is just Adrian Brody trying to do his Christian Bale Batman accent that just feels very out of place for the actor. And then The Predator, very disappointing movie because honestly, with Shane Black directing it and him being involved in the first one from a writing standpoint and also acting in the film, you'd think that he would do a good job adapting the Predator storytelling. and he just doesn't. Either it's the studio meddling or it was just his bad writing or something like that, but maybe a mixture of the two. But it turns this film into a very poor movie. It's just such a mess, and I just don't know who to blame, but it was just a very messy movie. But luckily, I really enjoyed Prey, and that seems to be the new direction of the franchise that's going towards, which I really respect. So it seems like the Predator franchise is going to be doing better than ever, which I really, really am happy for. Ooh, then we have Christopher Nolan's The Prestige, an awesome film from his filmography that nobody talks about. This is just a damn good movie, man. I love this movie. Essentially, this revolves around Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale, who basically play two magicians back in like the 1850s, I believe, where the two are basically at odds with each other. They're very competitive. They want to see who can perform the better magic tricks, who can perform the more elaborate tricks. But each of them misses specific elements. You have Hugh Jackman, who's very much more the performer, the better performer of the two, but he can't perform the magic, or he can't invent the magic tricks that Christian Bale can. But Christian Bale's so introverted and weird that he can't like have that stage presence that Hugh Jackman has. And so essentially you have these two who are going head to head across the entire runtime, just trying to see who can be the best magician, and across their lives, they both destroy themselves in the process. You got Scarlett Johansson, you got, Rebecca Hall, you got David Bowie, and may he rest in peace, who's in a small role. Andy Serkis, I believe, is in the movie, Michael Caine. And yeah, it's a very good exploration of how humanity can destroy themselves, how these people are so obsessed with being the top dog that they'll be willing to do anything to get that fame and that fortune, that glory. And the twists in this film are absolutely insane. I will just say that much. But great movie, really underseen in Nolan's filmography, and I think it shouldn't be because it's an awesome movie. Please watch it. Next up, we have The Princess Bride. An awesome comedy from the 80s. Great storytelling, great little spin on the, typical love romance storyline that we get from a lot of Disney movies and everything. Just a lot of awesome one-liners and dialogue and, everything like that. You killed my father, prepare to die. Just great acting across the board, great comedy, great storytelling, great characters. This is such a pleasant movie to watch, and I love this movie. Then we have Princess Mononoke, another great film from Studio Ghibli and Miyazaki. Just such a really well done movie, great acting across the board, beautiful animation, if I didn't say that already enough, but every Studio Ghibli movie looks like a goddamn painting on the wall, especially apart from that 3D anime one they did. But other than that, beautiful 2D animation, great story, great characters, just beautiful designs and everything. Oh man, I'm so glad I've exposed myself to a lot of Studio Ghibli stuff. And I've only seen a handful of their films so far, but I plan to watch more because of films like these. Then we have Prisoners, another awesome film by Denis Villeneuve. This came out the same year as Enemy, which is wild to me. But Prisoners, probably my favorite film from Denis Villeneuve so far. Love this movie so much. It's so intense. You got Gyllenhaal and Hugh Jackman going head to head. You essentially have Hugh Jackman, whose daughter is kidnapped along with Terrence Howard's daughter, who's kidnapped by a random person, and they believe is Paul Dano. And they essentially kidnap him and torture him on end to try to find their daughters. While you have Jake Gyllenhaal, so there's the main detective who's trying to find these murders and trying to find the kidnapper and trying to calm Hugh Jackman down and stop him from this enactment of vengeance. And it's such a well done movie, so well acted, especially Hugh Jackman, who's incredible in the movie as well, along with everybody else. Great acting, great drama, great thrills, great twists and everything. Very much powerful and talks about the state of human mind whenever it's in stressful situations like these. And it's just such a great movie. Please watch it if you haven't yet. Then we have Project Almanac, a pretty fun little time travel story. Not a phenomenal movie, but a cool little teen time travel story where you got these kids who find this backpack, or they find this time machine technology in one of these kids' basements. The main character who's on the cover, and they basically decide to go back in time and try to figure out if they can change time and everything. And things eventually kind of go awry, but for what it is, it's a pretty fun little movie. It's well done, well acted, shot very well, interesting little twists here and there. Again, I am a sucker for time travel stories, so I dig movies like these and I recommend them. It's pretty fun. Next up, we have Project X, the Ultimate Party movie. Pretty fun little storyline where you got the main kid, his name is Thomas Mann or whatever his name is. He was in Halloween Kills and a couple other movies, but you essentially have these three kids who are basically losers. They aren't really popular in school, and for the main character's 18th birthday, they decide to throw away this little house party, invite a bunch of people, and it goes way out of hand. Pretty fun little movie, simple concept, executed pretty well. A pretty cool little found footage movie. I enjoyed it for what it is. If you enjoy party movies and crazy stuff like that, then this is right up your alley, if you haven't already seen it yet. Then we have Promising Young Woman. A little tangent here. This has probably the worst cover art I've ever seen from a Blu-ray release. What the hell is this cover art, by the way? It's literally just Carey Mulligan just sitting in a corner, and there's so much dead space right here. What the fuck? How is this meant to be appealing to the random customer? Like, I don't get it. The people who chose this cover art is just stupid. But Promising Young Woman, pretty fun little, good, like, dramatic satire thriller by Emerald Fennell. Pronounced that right, hopefully. And she basically, because of her best friend being S8 in college and basically not being given any sort of voice because of the powers of the system, she basically goes out and tries to lure creepy men into their own homes and tries to, like, you know, catch them in the act, essentially, and try to do it. And essentially, over the course of the runtime, she kind of understands the consequences for that and comes head-to-head with a bunch of people, including Bo Burnham, who aren't as great as they seem. Very good satire, and the plays on gender roles I think is very inventive, very well acted, beautifully shot, by the way, looks absolutely gorgeous, and overall just a very good movie. So despite the terrible cover art, I recommend you watch it. Next up we have Pulp Fiction, my second favorite film of all time. I absolutely adore this movie, my favorite film from Tarantino, favorite crime drama of all time. Just a phenomenal storytelling, just the way this film is just constructed, I just can't even imagine somebody like Tarantino just sitting down. For all his faults as a person, a filmmaker, you gotta acknowledge the fact that this dude just put together all this stuff by himself, reportedly, and just crafted such a unique and twisting and unique storytelling from all these different actors, all these different characters. Every single scene in this film is just iconic from any different aspect you look at it. You either got the Ezekiel 25:17 speech from Samuel L. Jackson, you have everything with Bruce Willis, John Travolta, the opening scene of the diner with Tim Roth, or, you know, Christopher Walken talking about how he hid a watch up his ass to give it to his best friend's son. Just so many iconic things in this film that are just so great that, like, I just can't imagine just being able to come with something like that. It's just such a phenomenal movie. I can't say anything else about it that hasn't already been said about it. It's a great movie, just phenomenal. But my favorite film of all time is actually right next to it, and that is Paul Thomas Anderson's Punch Drunk Love. I adore this movie in words that I can't even describe. It's just such a beautiful movie, such a bizarre experience in my opinion. Just, I love this movie. Adam Sandler, again, like I said, one of my favorite actors of all time. He's so phenomenal in the role of Barry Egan. So timid, so shy, but also very angry and very ferocious when he needs to be. And his relationship with Lena Headey, Emily Watson's character, is very great. Philip Seymour Hoffman is great in this movie as one of the bad guys. His shouting sequence with Adam Sandler is just phenomenal. Love the score by John Bryan. Beautiful. Love the cinematography, the direction by Paul Thomas Anderson, and the writing as well. Love the romance. Love the just weird atmosphere and the strangeness it has to it, like the weird atmosphere that you can't really tell what it's about. And I don't know, there's something about this film that always draws me to it. I love this movie to death. I watch it at least once a year. It's a film that I love. This is the reason why I love movies, sincerely. Adore this fucking movie. Please watch it if you haven't yet. Then we have Thomas Jane's The Punisher that came out in the early 2000s, starring John Travolta and, you know, Thomas Jane. Very fun little throwback early 2000s comic book movie. Well, I do love John Bernthal. My favorite theatrical Punisher when it comes to movies is easily Thomas Jane. I think as not only the movies but also him as an actor. Very well done. You know, it tells the story of Frank Castle losing his family, although it's a little twisted this time around from the comics. And just the way he decides to take out John Travolta and his gang members and his, you know, gang empire is very entertaining. I always love the scene with the Russian bodyguard where he just crashes into his apartment and they just start duking it out. Very well done. While it's certainly a little too goofy in some aspects, especially like the neighbors and everything, I still find enjoyment in it and I still think it's pretty fun. And they do decide to bring Thomas Jane back for Secret Wars. I wouldn't be mad about it because I do like this movie quite a bit. Then we had the first four Purge films. Jesus Christ. We have the first main Purge films in this little 4-movie collection. We got the original Purge. I gotta be specific because there's a film called The First Purge, like this prequel, which annoys the shit out of me. But yeah, the original Purge, Purge Anarchy, Purge Election Year, and The First Purge. I don't own Forever Purge because this was released before the Forever Purge came out, and I don't really care enough to own the Forever Purge because it's a shit movie. But speaking on the main Purge films that I do own, the original Purge, one of the few horror franchises where this first one was actually probably the worst of the franchise to me because it's a movie that's not really even a proof of concept. Like, it advertises itself as like this really cool concept of like, what if America was completely, had removed all boundaries of 24 hours, where you can do whatever you want for a day, and it decides to, instead of going outside and like exploring America unleashed, they're like, now let's just go do a home invasion movie and have that as a backdrop. That was just so weird to me, and so I never really cared that much for the first film. Anarchy and Election Year definitely execute the concept very well. You got Frank Grillo coming here, is basically a knockoff version of Frank Castle, who I think is a lot of fun, definitely the best character in the franchise. I really enjoy both those films, especially Election Year. And then The First Purge, which I hate the title, by the way, because I can't call the First Purge The First Purge because you got confused it with the prequel. That's fucking stupid. But, excuse me. The prequel itself, it's fine. It's very forgettable in my opinion. I saw it in theaters on July 4th weekend, and I can't really tell you much about it since then. There's some cool imagery here and there, but it doesn't really explore Purge in a way that I felt was interesting, or told us about stuff that we didn't already know in the previous movie. So I don't know, I felt like a cheap excuse to cash more money on this franchise, and they're making more of them. They're making at least one more, despite the fact that the Forever Purge was meant to be the final one, and Election Year seemed like the final one. But you know, money prints shit, so we'll get more. Then we have this Puss in Boots double feature pack. We have The First Purge and The First Purge, Jesus Christ. We got Puss in Boots and we have Puss in Boots The Last Wish. Both awesome films, especially Puss in Boots The Last Wish. It was a film which I heard non-stop great things about, and I didn't watch it for months until I finally decided to buy this Blu-ray and watch The Last Wish. And damn, what a good movie. It is so entertaining, so much fun. Like, I thought I was gonna write this up as like a sequel that was just made to keep the rights to Shrek and Puss in Boots, and I was like, damn. It's actually a good movie. Really great animation, really good, great characters, really good score, good voice acting. Just, it's a really fun romp, and honestly kind of rejuvenates my hype for the Shrek franchise, to where like Shrek 5, I'm down for it now, because Puss in Boots, if we get this style of animation back, I'm down for it, man. It's a really good movie. Along with the first one, I really enjoyed the first Puss in Boots as well. But overall, for a spin-off of the Shrek franchise, way better than it should be, in my opinion. Then we have the only film in my collection that starts the queue, and that is Queen and Slim, a little modern take on Bonnie and Clyde, where you got Dennis Kaluuya and Jodie Turner-Smith, where they go on a date, cop pulls them over, a stalemate happens, the cop gets killed, and they go on the run. A very well done movie, really good acting, some good visual imagery. I love like the homemade style it brings to the cinematography, like the low lighting and everything. Just a really well done storytelling. Yeah, that's what I gotta say. It's a really fun movie. A really entertaining film in my opinion. It's very engaging. Then we have Race, the Jesse Owens biopic that came out a few years ago with Jason Sudeikis and Jeremy Irons and all that. A very well done biopic, basically revolving around the story of Jesse Owens and how he came to be in the Olympics during the in Nazi Germany during World War II. Very well done. I like Stephen James in the role of Jesse Owens. I like the supporting cast here. Again, biopics, while I don't really engage with them a whole lot, I do like when the ones are done right, especially sports movies. Whenever sports films are really engaging, they're very easy to win my heart because they're just very inspirational. And so, just, it's a really good biopic, and if you haven't seen it yet, I definitely recommend you check it out. Then we have Raging Bull. Just a classic from Scorsese filmography. Of course, Robert De Niro, one of his best roles as Jack. Was it Jack the Jack the Box? What's his name? Shit, I can't see it on the was it Jack Mola? The Bronx Bull. LaMotta, Jack LaMotta. I'm sorry. Really good performance as Jack LaMotta, real life boxer and everything like that. They use a black and white. I think it's one of the best uses of black and white any film in my opinion. Really effective boxing sequences, really great direction, really good time span of LaMotta's life over the course of decades, and just a very good movie in my opinion. Really well done. Then we have the Raid Collection, or just a 2-pack of the first 2 Raid movies. You can't see on the cover, but the Raid movies, 2 of my favorite action films of all time. Probably besides Die Hard, these are my 2 favorite action films of all time. Definitely the best choreography in any action film, by the way. Love both these films. Gareth Evans did such a great job with both these films, in my opinion. Phenomenal choreography. It's just so good, so well done. Iko Uwais as the main character, Rama, top tier character, in my opinion. Really great action, really engaging storytelling, especially in the second one. How they are able to continue the storyline, in my opinion, was really well done. Just really well crafted from top to bottom, front to back, side to side. Both these films are just incredible action films, and we're supposed to get like a remake on Netflix by Michael Bay. I don't know how you can top it, but it's a really well done series of movies. I know we're probably not going to get a third film anytime soon, and I think it works better that way with how the second film ends. But yeah, if you have not seen these films yet, please check them out because they are awesome, amazing, incredible action films in my opinion. Alright, so next up we have Raising Arizona, probably my second favorite Coen Brothers movie behind No Country for Old Men, to be honest with you. A pretty fun little comedy in the early 90s, Nicolas Cage, Holly Hunter, Wild Redneck family and their little antics and everything going on around them. It's just such a fun movie in my opinion, really enjoy everything going on in the movie and just very enjoyable in my opinion, so I really do recommend this one if you are a fan of the Coen Brothers style of humor. Then we have the entire Rambo franchise, all 5 films so far. I think there might be another one coming in, even though Last Blow is literally meant to be the last one, but Stallone said differently. But all 5 of the Rambo movies, speaking of all of them individually, First Blood, really enjoy it, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do. I don't know. The Rambo franchise to me, although it's Stallone's like his second most popular franchise behind Rocky, I've never loved it on the level that a lot of people have. So First Blood, I think is a pretty solid movie, but I don't love it. First Blood Part 2 and Rambo 3, I think are both pretty cheesy action movies, which, I mean, are fine for the time of the 80s. I still enjoy them overall, but it's not really the Rambo I prefer. I prefer more gritty Rambo in the vein of the first film and of Rambo 4 and 5, which I think are a lot better movies as a result. Especially Rambo 4, which I think is probably my favorite sequel of the franchise. Last Blood feels a little out of steam, where it's just like, let's just do another Rambo movie because why the hell not? But it does get a little fun with like the gory Home Alone traps that Rambo sets in his house in the very end of the movie and such like that. It's a good franchise overall. I'm glad to own it, but I don't love this franchise personally. I don't really have a whole lot of ties to it. Then we have Rango. Recently rewatched this film earlier this year, and it's such a good movie. I love Gore Verbinski as a director, and his style of animation to this film is just so well done. Love the action, love the characters, just such a crazy zaniness of how this film works out. It's very unlike a lot of anime films that you see back then and even to today. And I don't know, outside this film didn't really do that well at the box office because I would have loved to see more films from this style in my opinion. Another great animated film, we have Ratatouille, of course, another phenomenal film from Brad Bird. Classical story of how a rat learns to control a chef in a French restaurant and becomes a cook. Very well done story, love the characters of Remy and Linguini and all that type of stuff. Great atmosphere, phenomenal score and soundtrack as well. Love the atmosphere of this being set in France and everything. Just a really good movie that, again, makes me long for the days that Pixar was respected on the level that it was back then. Then we have Ready or Not, made by Radio Silence, who would go on to direct Scream 5 and Scream 6. Pretty cool little precursor to this. You got Samara Weaving, who gets married to this rich man and his family, and then they realize that, she quickly realizes that they play a deadly game. Basically, they try to sacrifice her so they can remain immortal and rich and all that type of stuff. Very cool little concept brought to life. Really well done by the performances, directing, action, gore. Just a really well done movie. Some plot holes, some plot elements I wish there was a little bit more sense between Samara Weaving's character and some more action, but overall, quite a good movie in my opinion. Then we have Ready Player One, Steven Spielberg's AI version of like Avengers or Space Jam, where you get a bunch of like IP characters in this little VR world, headed by Ty Sheridan, based on the book of the same name. I've never read the book, so I don't really know how it compares to the original source material, but it's a solid movie. I haven't seen it since theater, so I don't really recall a whole lot about it other than like a bunch of characters show up at the very end, like Iron Giant and like I believe like the DeLorean and other shit like it, King Kong. I remember being a fun movie, hence why I own it, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do. Or I would say it's far from Spielberg's best blockbuster in my opinion. Ooh. Next up, we have the first 2 Rec films in the Rec series, or Record if you want to call it that. Love both these first 2 films. They work very much congruent with each other, kind of like Halloween 1 and 2, where they're both set on the same night. You got Rec, probably one of my favorite found footage films of all time. It was remade into Quarantine a few years later, but the original version of the story, you got a reporter in Spain, or Mexico, I believe, where she's doing like a late night report on like firefighters, and then they get this distress call to this apartment complex where it's infested by a zombie virus, and essentially they're all quarantined inside, and this zombie virus starts to break out in very horrific ways. Very effective, very scary, some genuinely good jump scares, which very few found footage films, at least in my opinion, do correctly, and just a great horror film, great thrills, and just very enjoyable. And then we have Rec 2, very much follows up the same pace of the first films at the same night, where you got more first responders that arrive on the scene of this apartment complex, and shit goes even more wild. Very well done from both the directors who handled both these movies. Great characters, great action, great scares. Overall, just a very enjoyable duology. The following sequels I don't like as much, hence why I don't own them, nor the remakes. But for these first two films are pretty awesome, and I highly recommend them, especially if you're a fan of found footage horror films. Then we have Real Steel, pretty fun little throwback film from the early 2010s that a lot of people forget that was made. You got Hugh Jackman basically set in like this futuristic world where robots are boxers. You can get like low rent robots to box for you. Kind of like a real huge version of Rock'em Sock'em Robots. And it's just a really fun like little like scientific sci-fi sports movie. And I don't know, it's really enjoyable. I heard they're making like a TV series on Disney Plus based on this property. I would prefer a sequel personally with the Xbox 720, but as a movie, it's pretty solid and I enjoy it. Next, we have Remember the Titans, of course, one of the best sports movies out there, one of the most inspirational ones out there. Set in Georgia, you got Denzel Washington as like the head of the sports team back in like the 60s, I believe, where, you know, it was like the first major like racially mixed sports team in their area between African Americans and whites, and how that dynamic is headed by Denzel Washington as the main coach. Very inspirational, very powerful, really well directed, and just a damn good movie. I've seen this like 10 times in my life throughout school. Then we have Requiem for a Dream, not a very inspirational movie, very depressing by Darren Aronofsky. Shows why you should not do drugs, at least not in a bad state of mind. Very depressing, very powerful, very emotional, very hard to watch, but a film that you should watch at least once in your life, in my opinion. Then we have Reservoir Dogs, my second favorite Tarantino movie, and in my top 10 of all time. I love this movie. Set like a stage play where you got all these members of this heist that goes wrong in this jewelry store, and you don't actually see the heist, but it's actually set all in like the aftermath of this like abandoned building where all of them reside, and they all turn on each other. There's some traitors, some reveals that are given throughout the entire runtime, some very sadistic things that happen with like a certain ear being cut off. Very great movie in my opinion, really bold stand for Tarantino's debut. Some great action, some great gore, some great dialogue as always for Tarantino. Great pacing, just a blast of a film that I still love to this very day. Then we have The Return of the Living Dead, Brains. Really cool little mid-80s like zombie resurgence film where you got like the guy that played, Tom Matthews, the guy who played Tommy Jarvis in Friday the 13th Part 6 and all that type of stuff, where him and another older gentleman are like the employees of this like cemetery or morgue, and essentially one night this zombie virus causes the dead to rise from the grave and cause a lot of chaos, and they want to party hard. A lot of 80s cheese, lots of fun comedy in here, just a really fun zombie romp, and I really quite enjoy it. Then we have The Revenant, a very brutal movie by Exonergy Inarritu. Saw this in theaters, and for some reason the people who ran the theater at the time really wanted to fuck with me and turned up the AC when this movie was dead cold in the middle of winter. And this movie is set where like you see Leonardo DiCaprio like literally crawling through rivers and shit like that while it's snowing and just below sub-zero temperatures, where you're just like, ugh, I hated the experience. But great movie, phenomenal acting from both DiCaprio and Tom Hardy, beautiful direction, beautifully looking too, with all the natural lighting and everything. Just, this is such a good looking movie. Very powerful, very brutal, but a very good watch in my opinion. Then we have Rachel Jewell by Clint Eastwood. Probably, I think it's the most recent film if I'm not mistaken, but revolves around the true story of Rachel Jewell, who was actually a security guard that found a bag full of bombs in the 1996 Olympics, basically saved a bunch of people from a disaster from occurring, a huge attack. But because of these circumstances, he's actually framed as the bomber who planted the bombs at the Olympics. And so basically the entire story basically revolves around him just trying to prove his innocence. And it's very well done, great cast as always. Clint Eastwood movies, he always brings a lot of great actors. Love Paul Walter Hauser in the title character role. Just a really good biopic telling a story that I honestly didn't know about until this movie came out. So very good movie in my opinion. Then we have the Riddick trilogy so far. So we have the main three films, Pitch Black, Chronicles of Riddick, and Riddick. I enjoy all three of these films. I think it's the best thing Vin Diesel has done outside of Fast and Furious, and I think it's probably the best thing he's done post Furious 7 in his career. I enjoy all three films, especially Chronicles of Riddick, which I think a lot of people say is their worst or their least liked film of the three, but I don't know. I enjoyed when Riddick went to like this more epic sci-fi aspect. I do enjoy the more grounded aspects that he does in Pitch Black and Riddick, but I don't know, there's something about it that I've always really enjoyed. And they've been talking about doing a Riddick 4 for the longest time. I hope they do it because I really enjoyed the series. Then we have Risky Business, a pretty fun little like early 80s Tom Cruise movie. Of course, everyone knows like the dance sequence in the hallway, but it's also quite a dark movie if you really look at it. Where you got like Tom Cruise who gets involved with like a really like shady woman who's like twice his age, and he gets involved in like this risky scheme while his parents are away. And it's interesting, I'll say the least. It's a good movie. It doesn't hold up the best in some aspects, but it's certainly interesting, to say the least. Then we have Paul Verhoeven's original RoboCop and this little Arrow release here. Awesome film. I love Paul Verhoeven. Love the original RoboCop. One of my favorite films of all time. Probably like top 50 if I could guess. Just great satire on consumerism and the police force and everything, which I think is really well done. Great score, great acting from everybody involved. Phenomenal directing, great gore, and even though some of the animations are a little wonky with like the SB209s and everything like that, it's still a very great movie, and I just enjoy it to this very day. It's just an awesome film that remains unmatched in the RoboCop franchise. Then another great franchise, and that is the Rocky franchise, the main 6 films starring Sylvester Stallone as Rocky Balboa himself. Awesome series. I mean, what can you say about them? I think even Rocky 5, which a lot of people kind of shit on, I think is better in retrospect with how it handles, with how tight the continuity is up till Creed 3. It makes each of these movies better as a result. But I mean, talking about the highlights, I love the first Rocky film, one of my favorite films of all time. Rocky 2, a pretty solid follow-up. Rocky 3 and Farewell, similar to Rambo 2 and 3, I don't really find them that, they don't age the best because they're just so filled with 80s cheese. They're still very enjoyable. Rocky 5, I used to hate it a lot, but because it's far from the last Rocky movie, it actually makes it better in retrospect with how it's handled in Rocky Balboa, which is a great movie in my opinion, great return to form for the franchise. And Creed is only exemplified how great this franchise is. And even, it doesn't matter how many sequels they make, it will always remain probably Stallone's best role and his most emotional role, especially how he was able to get the role in the first place after like literally fighting on the streets to get this movie made with him in the lead role. It's such an inspirational character, one of the most greatest, probably one of the greatest franchises of all time, and certainly the best sports franchise of all time in my opinion when it comes to movie making. Then we have the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Interesting movie in my opinion, didn't watch it until a couple years ago, and it's certainly an interesting musical. I would like to watch it again because there's a lot that I didn't really take in the first time. Tim Curry, certainly a phenomenal actor, and he's probably his best performance of his entire long-jaded career in this movie. Some really good music in here. Certainly bold for the time being in the mid-70s, but I don't know. There's something about it that like I don't really connect with, and I would like to watch it again, see if it continues on a second watch. Then we have Roma by Alfonso Cuarón, another great film that won a bunch of Oscars when it came out. Beautiful movie. Again, the black and white aesthetic I think really does help the film out. It doesn't just feel like a surface level choice. The setting in Mexico and all the great actresses, and including the main one that was not even an actress before she started this movie, ended up winning the Best Picture, or sorry, the Best Actress Oscar, was just incredible in my opinion. Beautifully looking movie, beautiful cinematography, beautiful story with its family elements and everything like that. It's just a great movie. Watch it if you haven't yet. Then we have Room, a great film. Who directed this? Lenny Abrahamson. I'm not familiar with the name, but great movie in general, in my opinion. Again, one of the movies that it proves to me why Brie Larson is a great actress. A lot of people give her shit for Captain Marvel and everything like that and being part of the woke movement, but she's a great actress if you look outside the Captain Marvel drama, and this is probably her best performance outside of that. I believe this got her the Oscar for Best Actress, if I'm not mistaken, but really cool little story wherever you get, well, very tragic story whenever you get Brie Larson, who basically is kidnapped by her next door neighbor, and essentially is locked in his room for like a decade plus as she raises this kid played by Jacob Tremblay, her son, and the aftermath of that. And it's very interesting. Great drama, great dialogue, great acting across the board. Just a very well done movie that I highly recommend. Then we have Rounders, a pretty cool little late 90s gambling thriller. You got a huge cast in here. Edward Norton, Matt Damon, John Malkovich, Matt Lundell, Famke Jensen, John Turturro. Just an awesome movie. Again, I like whenever you get like gambling movies like this where you got like people who have to pay debts or like, you know, end up like, you know, playing the game too much and they end up like playing themselves. Really good movie, really good acting, really good directing and writing and everything like that. Just a very entertaining movie that I really enjoy. Then we have Rudderless by William H. Macy. Incredible movie. Please, for the love of God, watch this movie. It is so fucking good. If you don't know what this film's about, I won't tell you much about it without giving anything away, but essentially you have Billy Crudup starring in this film as like a dad who was once a successful businessman whose son is sadly killed in a college shooting, and a couple years later, it's time jumps to him where he basically, his life has fallen apart. He basically just lives as a hermit on a boat, and he really has nothing left to live for. And then his ex-wife gives him a bunch of his son's old belongings, including his old music that he unreleased. He wasn't able to release before he passed away. And so through his son's music, he's able to kind of like let himself live life, or give his son a second life through playing his music through his local town, his local bar, headed by William H. Macy, who actually directed the movie, who wrote some of the music and actually starred in the film, or sorry, came in the film as like a bartender. And basically he starts playing at this local bar and ends up being this huge success in this local town area with Anton Yelchin, may he rest in peace, basically kind of growing to his music and basically being like, hey, can we form a band? And so they start like building this little music career between each other and start getting some major success. And then shit hits the fan. That's all I will say. But phenomenal drama, great acting across the board, beautiful soundtrack, great direction from William H. Macy, who I wish did more movies like this. Huge stacked cast, by the way. You got Lawrence Fishburne, Selena Gomez, Anton Yelchin, Billy Crudup. Just a huge cast in my opinion. And it's a movie that I think more people need to talk about because it's so underrated. And it sucks that not many people talk about it, but it's such a good movie. Please watch it if you haven't yet. I implore you. It's such a powerful movie. Next up we have The Ruins, a pretty cool little simple isolated thriller where you got these teens who go to like either Mayan or Aztec temple in Mexico on like a little foreign trip, and shit goes wild. They're basically trapped on this one Mayan temple and shit goes haywire. Very simple thriller, really good thrills, some good kills in here. Just a simple little 90-minute thriller that, you know, doesn't reach for the stars, but it's really well executed in its direction, its writing, and its acting, in my opinion. Next up we have Rushmore, Wes Anderson's sophomore effort after Bottle Rocket, which I don't own yet. But Rushmore, pretty simple comedic thriller, but a little dramedy and set in high school and everything like that. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember really enjoying it. I think it's a lot of fun, and just, it's Wes Anderson. What can you say about him that hasn't already been said? It's a great storyteller, just a really good movie of his. Then we get to The Essence with Safety Not Guaranteed, a pretty fun little time travel film from Colin Trevorrow, the guy who would go on to direct Jurassic World 1 and Dominion. Pretty cool little story where you get Mark Duplass, who basically wants to invent his own time machine, tries to recruit the help of several people like Aubrey Plaza, Jake Johnson, the guy who plays Dopender in Deadpool 1 and 2. And essentially, the three of them kind of embark on this journey with Mark Duplass trying to figure out how to work this time machine and kind of grow up with each other along the way. And it's just a really cool little like comedy that I really enjoy. So I recommend it if you haven't seen it yet. And then we have The Sandlot, pretty classic film from the 90s, you know, huge cast of kids and everything like that, playing baseball and everything. You're Killing Me, Smalls. Very well done movie. I didn't grow up with it in life, didn't watch it until very later after my childhood, so I don't have like a lot of nostalgia for this movie, but I really enjoyed it. I think it's still a pretty fun movie, and I understand why it's got a lot of nostalgia from the 90s and everything like that. It's really well made, really sweet little movie. Next, a movie that I do have a lot of nostalgia for the absolute wrong reasons. Sausage Party. Saw it in theaters with my good friends from middle school like 7 years ago when it came out, and I remember being so hyped for this movie because of the raunchy nature of it. Like this little animated movie that was being completely raunchy and R-rated by the cast of Seth Rogen and their entire crew and everything like that. Again, like I said, I love Seth Rogen. I like comedy and prospects like this. So I remember seeing this. I was the perfect age when I saw this in theaters with my best friends, and I will always remember the experience. This is one of my favorite movie theater experiences of my entire life. It was just so much fun watching this movie, especially the third act and the ending scene of this film. Man. And even like watching it years later, back when I turned 18 a few years back, me and my same friend group rewatched it, and it was just such a blast. Like, I still love this movie. It's goofy, it's zany, it's wild. I understand why certain people don't like it. It's very on the surface level when it comes to its humor and everything like that, and the behind-the-scenes drama definitely does taint a little bit in retrospect, but I still do love this movie for how much joy it gave me as a middle schooler watching it, and I still like it to this very day. Next up, we have Saving Private Ryan by the great Steven Spielberg. This is probably I would say his last great film in my opinion to this very day. Everything after this kind of just feels like Oscar bait or just kind of weird like Ready Player One, but I genuinely do love this movie. Again, war movies are very select for me, but I do love this story of, you know, Tom Hanks' crew trying to save Matt Damon to basically tell his mom to bring him home because he's like the last living sibling of his family that didn't die in war. And it's just a very good movie, some great visual imagery. I will always remember that scene whenever Tom Hanks like shoots the tank when he thinks about he's about to die and stuff like that. Just very powerful, very beautifully made, just a great film in general that I just really do adore. It's awesome. Next up, we have the entire Saw franchise so far. So we have this May 8 collection of all 8 Saw movies from Saw 1 all the way to 2017's Jigsaw, and Spiral from the Book of Saw that came out a couple years back. Right before we get Saw X at the end of this month, at the time recording this. The Saw franchise as a whole, it's a good franchise to me personally, but I don't love it on the level that some people do. I really love the first 3 films when Jigsaw was actually alive. Everything after that is pretty schlocky besides Saw 6. That's like the only Saw film post Saw 3 that I actually quite enjoy. I would give a recommend to. But this series just gets so messy and muddled and confusing and convoluted to where Jigsaw plans out like 10 years beyond his death that makes absolutely no sense. The characters get a lot more shallow, the traps get a lot more crazy and over the top, and the gore isn't as good past Saw 3. It's just a series I think was just too prolonged and too goofy. And Spiral could have been interesting in my opinion, but like, it just feels way too much like it tries to be like an early Saw film without any of the elements that makes it unique in my opinion, which I think it could have been done. And especially with how Chris Rock pitched the idea himself and got this movie made, you expected there to be a lot more different flavor to it, but it's really iconic for just being the Saw movie with Chris Rock in it and the one that doesn't have Tobin Bell in it. That's about it. Saw X, I'm looking forward to it enough because it just looks like a classic Saw movie, so I'll have some fun enjoyment for it just for the surface level value of it. But the Saw franchise, I like it, but I don't love it. I wouldn't call it one of my favorite horror franchises of all time, but I own all the movies, so I guess I'm a fan. Then we have Brian De Palma's Scarface. What can I say? One of the best gangster films of all time, iconic for the performance of Tony Montana by Al Pacino. Just great stuff, great dialogue, great acting, great storytelling, epic storytelling, the rise and fall of Tony Montana. Great cast in here. Just, it's Scarface, man. What can you say about it? It's Scarface. It's awesome. It's iconic for a reason, and it's one of those classics I don't think will ever be outdated or stand or not stand the test of time. It's iconic for a reason. It's a great movie, and yeah, that's Scarface for you. So next up, we have this Scary Movie trilogy pack, or at least the first 3 films of the Scary Movie franchise. I enjoyed this series back when parody movies were actually pretty decent and they weren't so stale and out of date. I really enjoyed the first one the most out of this franchise. It's hilarious, some great moments, some great spoofs on a lot of popular horror films at the time, like Blair Witch and Sixth Sense and Scream and everything. Just so many classic moments in this film that I always like quote and everything. I just love the first one. Scary Movie 2 and 3, I think they're pretty solid sequels, but I don't think they're nearly as good as the first one. And everything after Scary Movie 3 I think is pretty shit. So that's why I only own these first 3 films. But if you do like parody films from like the early 2000s, I would recommend all 3 of them because they're pretty funny. Next up, we got Steven Spielberg's Schindler's List. Yeah, not a very fun film to watch. Huge in scale, very dramatic, very epic. Just really well done, beautiful movie to look at. It's not a very rewatchable film, but one that I think is very powerful, and I think one of those classics I still think holds up to this very day, and it's just, yeah, I can't really speak much about it that hasn't already been said about it. It's a phenomenal movie. Next up, we have School of Rock by the great Richard Linklater. This is just a great movie in my opinion. Again, his comedic timing is just so well done from Linklater's perspective. Jack Black, leading all these this class is just high school, middle school, I think it's like when the elementary school misfits. Just really well done. Great humor, great comedy, great casting. You got like a young Miranda Cosgrove in here and all that type of stuff. I just really enjoy this movie, and it's just, again, another reason why I love Richard Linklater as a filmmaker. Next up, we have Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. Of course, Edgar Wright's probably his most popular movie of all time. Really well done, just from even just a filmmaking perspective, just really great. The style of the film is just so prevalent on the screen, very energetic, very fast paced. Great acting for everybody from the main two characters, you know, Scott Pilgrim, Ramona Flowers, and all the evil exes. Just great comedy, great action, great humor, great soundtrack as well. Just a great movie. Again, another classic of the 21st century that I can't really speak much on that hasn't already been said about it. Alright. Next up, we have the entire Scream franchise. So, starting off, we have this Canadian Blu-ray of the first 4 films, this little 4-pack. I got this right before Scream 5 came out, so I can binge all of them before the movie came out. The original Scream is one of my favorite horror films of all time, just one of my favorite movies of all time. The film that really brought back horror from the dead in the 90s. Wes Craven, Kevin Williamson, the entire cast. You can't get wrong with the original Scream. I just love everything about this movie. The atmosphere, the soundtrack, the directing, the writing, the smart humor, just everything from, you know, introducing us to the great Sidney Prescott, probably the best final girl of all time. Love the killers in Billy and Stu. Love Matthew Lillard and Skeet Ulrich in those roles. Love Randy, my favorite character of the entire Scream franchise. Just everything about this movie I love. And Scream 2 is pretty good as a follow-up. I do think there are some issues with it. I think the cast is not nearly as engaging as the first film, but you still got a lot of good people in here. You got Timothy Olyphant in here. You got, what's this guy? The guy that was from Stand By Me that really, like, got jacked. What was his name? Jerry Lewis or something like that. The boyfriend of Sidney Prescott, he's pretty good in the movie. Like the killer reveals. Enjoy Sidney doing Gale's, you know, report and everything. Very sad they killed off Randy, but, you know, I understand they have stakes, especially after Scream 6. I'm glad they actually killed off some prevalent characters. But a pretty solid follow-up. Scream 3, definitely the weakest of the 6 films in my opinion. Although, I would argue Scream's probably the most consistent horror franchise out there, to where it's like, I don't think any of these films are bad at all. I think because how tight the continuity is, it makes each installment better with how good the other installments are. But Scream 3, decent conclusions to the at the time trilogy. Once again, I love Sidney, love Dewey, love Gale, and everything like that. But I feel like the killer reveal we get this time around with like the half-sibling angle, I just feel is way too goofy and way too out of left field for this franchise. The characters are basically non-existent in this one, very bland. You can definitely tell that Kevin Williamson didn't write this movie. And really, with the exception of Parker Posey, I didn't really care about any of the characters in Scream 3. And it was fine, but definitely the weakest of the 6 films so far. Scream 4, good return to form for the franchise, a little anniversary film where you get, you know, Sidney, Dewey, and Gale reuniting back in Woodsboro, and, you know, more killers get revealed. I think this probably has the scariest ghost face out of all of them, and Emma Roberts, she's definitely a really convincing ghost face, and I wish the film stuck with her winning at the very end, just because I think it would have been an interesting way to end. Like, I would love to see a ghost face win in a Scream movie, but we might not ever get that. But Scream 4, definitely a solid installment, but I think does have some issues. Again, I don't think any of the Scream sequels like are great in my opinion. I don't think that any of them like come even close to the original film. But Scream 4 definitely one of my favorites when it comes to the characters and the atmosphere and the storytelling. And then we get to Scream 5, my introduction to JENNA Ortega, which if you guys see the channel, you guys know, very prevalent, but very well done requel, 10 years after Scream 4. Pretty solid installment overall. I enjoy some of the new characters, even though I feel like they kind of clash against the main trio that return in this movie, and I feel like it tried to be a passing of the torch movie, but it felt very messy in my opinion. And I do really like the killer reveals about toxic fandom and everything, which I think is very effective. Decent kills enough, but I think the Scream franchise really isn't known for its kills. It's mainly just stabs and not much else, or it's that stupid garage door kill from the first Scream movie. But still, really well done in my opinion, a lot of fun. But to be honest with you, Scream 6 this year is probably my favorite Scream sequel that's come out so far. That might be recency bias, but I genuinely really enjoy Scream 6. I saw this movie 3 times in theaters, and no, it wasn't just for JENNA Ortega. Great characters. I think this one, despite the fact it wasn't intentional from the beginning, the fact that this was the first Scream film without Sidney Prescott, and of course Dewey died in Scream 5, and Gale's barely present in the movie. This is the first Scream film where you don't really get the core trio, and so it's basically dependent on building up these core 4 characters of Sam, Tara, Mindy, and Chad. And this one does a great job of standing on its own and really showing that these characters can carry the Scream franchise and you don't have to constantly go back to the well and bring back old characters. Even though I do love seeing Hayden Panettiere return as Kirby and everything like that, I really enjoy the fact that these characters are able to blossom and become actual, like, stand out on their own and actually make them unique. Love the New York setting, very well done. Some really good kills in this one, and enjoyed a lot of the atmosphere, and it has some of the scariest moments in any Scream film, like the entire ladder chase sequence in the apartment building, or the bodega sequence. Really enjoyed the third act, even though it does get a little stupid with the ghost face reveals in my opinion. And I think the biggest issue with this film is that so many characters walk away unscathed, especially like characters that get stabbed by multiple ghost faces at the exact same time, looking at you, Chad, and are able to walk away with a pulse. I don't get that. it is a little frustrating. I do hope Scream 7, when it does come out, that they are actually able to, take out some major characters and actually have some stakes. But regardless, I still think this film is a very fun movie, great installment in the franchise, and I can't wait to see what comes next for this franchise, because I really enjoy it. Next up, we have Searching and Missing, this little duology of desktop thrillers, mystery thrillers, where you can basically have the first film, Searching, where you have John Cho, his daughter goes missing, and he basically uses her MacBook to try to find where she is. And Missing, kind of a similar concept, but the roles are reversed, where Storm Reed's mom goes missing, played by Nia Long, and basically she tries to track where she is. And both of these are just really fun movies, really well done mystery thrillers, keeps you guessing where's it gonna go, and has some pretty solid twists and turns in there throughout the entire runtime for both films. I do prefer Searching. I think Missing, while it's a pretty solid movie, I think it does get a little stupid with some of the plot twists involved. But overall, pretty fun movies, and if they make another one, I would be down to see it, because I really like this formula that they decided to use. Next up, we have Marvel's Secret Invasion. Of course, the most recent MCU TV series to be completed, and the first MCU show of Phase 5. And a very messy TV series, to be honest with you. I was really looking forward to this series when it was coming out, because I like the vibes it was giving off in the trailers, being very reminiscent of The Winter Soldier, and just going back to the basics, being more adult, being more grounded, focusing on Nick Fury in his main role for the very first time in the MCU, a character that's been there since the first Iron Man. And just the interesting concept of the Secret Invasion, Skrulls taking over, how would Marvel handle that? I wasn't expecting this to be on scale as the same as the comics. I mean, listen, you can downscale a storyline so make it be effective. I mean, look at Civil War. But watching the series was just incredibly frustrating, because it starts out very strong in my opinion, but eventually devolves into just being a giant mess. Just because it instead of just making its own narrative and trying to build out this giant story, which honestly could have been its own saga in the MCU if you wanted to do it correctly, it ends up just being the stepping stone for other MCU movies to be set up. This series literally just kind of meanders for a lot, and really doesn't do a whole lot throughout its entire 6-episode run. It just feels shortened, it feels rushed. All the twists and turns don't really feel effective, like with Rhodey being a Skrull. Everyone told that from the beginning, and the way they're implying it only just makes the character worse as a result. I really did enjoy Nick Fury and his dialogue. I think the character work is what saves the series from being bad, in my opinion. I love Nick Fury, and I think the extra elements they give and don't take away from his character, but they are able to make him more human. Like, his romance with his wife and his relationship with Talos, I think are some of the best moments in the entire series. But then it just evolves in some stupid CGI battle at the very end with a Super Skrull and Emilia Clarke becoming the most powerful character in the MCU. It legitimately looks probably the worst looking MCU Final Five I've ever seen in the entire MCU, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. It's just a very frustrating series that I just wish was just given more time and effort. It wasn't just a setup for other MCU movies like the Marvels and Captain America 4 and Armor Wars, and even especially when the final 5 minutes of the series literally teases something better, and honestly could have been its own series in and of itself, where you had the president declaring war on aliens and people going paranoid and killing people that they think are Skrulls, some right, some wrong. That could have been the entire series. Why are you bringing out all these interesting elements in the last 5 minutes of the final episode of the series? I don't know. I still liked it overall. I have this MCU attachment to where it's I can criticize the MCU, but I can't I've yet to really dislike the true MCU installment yet. But I can't deny and say this is an incredibly disappointing series, and it might be picked up better with other MCU movies that pick up this storylines and everything like that. But just very frustrating because it could have been so much better. Next up, we have Selma, a pretty good little biopic by Ava DuVernay, based around MLK and the civil rights movement. Very well done, classic biopic formula, but it's really well done. Was it David Oyelowo? Sorry, I can't pronounce his name right, but really good in the role of MLK. Very effective, very classic story told in a great way, in my opinion, and just a very good movie, in my opinion, just really well done. Next up, we have Serenity, not the Joss Whedon Firefly movie, but the 2019 gigantic mess starring Matthew McConaughey and Anne Hathaway. This film is terrible, but it is so goddamn funny that I have to own it. This is one of those films that you have to watch with friends while intoxicated, in my opinion, just to get the most out of this film, because it is so insane, so crazy, so bonkers and off the wall. I had no idea what I was walking into when I watched this film for the first time, and it is batshit insane. It is so bad that it is hilarious, in my opinion. I won't give away anything just walk in blind, please, because it is fucking hysterical. Please check this movie out with some friends, because it is so goddamn funny. Next up, we have David Fincher's Seven, of course, the true start of his career. I mean, he would probably say after Alien 3, but a great, phenomenal murder mystery where you got Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman who are trying to chase down this John Doe killer that's basically replicating the 7 deadly sins from the Bible, and just a very effective thriller and murder mystery. Just great mystery that unfolds throughout the entire runtime, and really being effective without having to show any of the gory kills or anything. You just see the aftermath, which is very effective in my opinion. Great performances, great directing, great writing, great dialogue and everything like that. Very well shot and lit and everything like that. Again, it's a classic for a reason, and if you haven't seen it yet, check it out. Next up, we have Seven Psychopaths by the great Mario McDonough. The second film I think I saw of his after In Bruges, which I don't own yet, but really fun little ensemble romp where you got all these killers going after each other. Just really well done, great acting, great cast, great comedy, and all that type of stuff. It's Mario McDonough, so if you know his style, then yeah, it's right up your alley in my opinion. Next up, we have Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. One of the most, I would say one of the more praised MCU installments post-Endgame in Phase 4 and Phase 5, and for good reason. It's a really fun movie. It very much feels like a classic MCU origin story where you introduce a very interesting main character played by Simu Liu. Really unique flavor that stands out from the rest of the MCU, where you got this more martial arts flavor to it. Excuse me. Daniel Cretton did a great job directing, in my opinion. Love the action sequences in this film when they're done practically like the bus sequence. Really enjoyed the new characters like Michelle Yeoh. Tony Leung is a great villain in Wen Wu, the Mandarin. Bringing back Trevor Slattery was actually done pretty decently, in my opinion. Just a really well done movie, and whenever we see this character next, I'm down to see him because he's a really awesome character. Next up, we have The Shape of Water, of course, the film that got Del Toro's very first Best Picture Oscar win, and for good reason. It's a damn good little sci-fi horror romance. Sally Field basically plays a death woman that gets entranced with this creature played by Doug Jones, and a very well done movie. Beautifully shot, beautifully edited, beautifully set in like the 50s, so you got some great production design in there. Just overall, just such a beautiful love story, and just one that I really do enjoy. I'm glad that it got the recognition that it deserved from Del Toro's perspective. Next up, we got The Shawshank Redemption, of course, one of the most celebrated films of all time. What can I say about it? It's a great movie, very powerful, very emotional, very inspirational in a lot of ways. It's a masterpiece. Next up, we have Shazam, the first one. I don't own Fear of the Gods, probably won't do it because it's a fine film, but I mean, it literally feels like watching a canceled TV series. Like, I don't really care to watch what goes forward, just considering the fact that I don't think this character's gonna be continuing the James Gunn universe. But the first Shazam, I think, is pretty fun. David Ann Sandberg directed this movie, same guy that did Lights Out and Annabelle Creation. Very well done, a little simple story where you got this kid who gets these powers of a superhero from a wizard and is able to become an adult when he's only like 13. Really well done humor. Really enjoy Zachary Levi in this first film as Shazam, when they actually feel like the same person, unlike the sequel. Good villain, good family dynamic that makes the film stand out from other superhero films, and certainly one of the better DCEU installments. Very well done, really enjoyed it, and I wish we got more from this character that wasn't, you know, Fury of the Gods. Next up, we have She-Hulk Attorney at Law, of course, probably the most maligned and hated installment in the entire MCU so far. And while I probably think it's my least favorite of the Marvel Disney Plus shows so far, I don't hate this series. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world, and certainly not as bad as some of the other Marvel stuff I've seen outside of the MCU, like Morbius and shit like that. But it's not great. I mean, it definitely feels outside the MCU, which is kind of an issue in my opinion, because it doesn't really feel consistent. And like I said with Moon Knight previously, I don't know how the hell you fit this character in the MCU going forward. Like, I can't see her character being taken seriously in like Secret Wars or anything like that. Just outside of that, the humor can be hit or miss for me, and for a comedy series, that's very detrimental when some of the comedy just doesn't work for me. It very much feels like troll bait on Twitter, where the writers just want to offend people on Twitter that were against this series. They were like anti-woke and all that type of stuff. I feel like they're just playing to that card a little too much to where it just kind of felt repetitive, and I didn't really like the use of Hulk, with how, like, you know, that character was used as a loner for the longest time in the MCU, and then he just randomly has an extended family that never made any sense to me. But beyond that, I really enjoyed Tatiana Maslany in the lead role of Jennifer Walters, aka She-Hulk. I really enjoyed her romance with Charlie Cox's Daredevil. Everything about him was amazing in this series. I enjoyed the concept of them bringing back Tim Roth's Abomination, but him being turned into like a spiritual, like, guide or whatever the hell that was, it was weird, like being like a motivational speaker. I wish they did more with his character. I enjoyed Wong. It's a fine series. They're supposed to make a second season. I'd be down to see it. I think there's a lot to be improved upon, and if they do take the criticism well, this could be a genuinely funny series if they get, you know, keep it consistent. Then we have the two Guy Ritchie Sherlock Holmes films, Sherlock Holmes and Sherlock Holmes: A Game of Shadows. Both really fun movies in my opinion. I really enjoyed the Sherlock Holmes formula, like I said. I enjoyed good detective mystery movies when they're done right, and Guy Ritchie's style is very prevalent in this movie. Very well done, very fast-paced, very energetic, very well done in the lead roles of Holmes and Watson by Downey Jr. and Jude Law. And like what I've heard for the longest time, they're making a third one, which I'd be down to see if they bring everyone back, because these are just really fun movies. You know, temporary discombobulated. Next up, we have the first two Shrek films, Shrek and Shrek 2. Shrek is love, Shrek is life. These films are both awesome in my opinion, two of the best DreamWorks films of all time. I mean, Shrek was the film that really launched DreamWorks into the spotlight, and for good reason. It's a really funny comedy, some good heart in here, great characters across the board, great soundtrack. You know, we got All-Star and everything. Steve Harwell, he recently just passed away, so may he rest in peace. But great movie in my opinion, and the sequel's even better in my opinion. Really well done. You bring in Puss in Boots, you bring in the really cool villains in here. The Gingerbread Man returns, or I think he got introduced in this movie. I got the Fairy Godmother. Just both awesome movies in my opinion. Shrek 3 and 4 aren't as good in my opinion, that's why I don't own them, but supposed to get Shrek 5 sometime soon. If they bring the style of Puss in Boots and the writing of Shrek 1 and 2, you can make an awesome Shrek revival movie in my opinion. Next up, we have Short Term 12, another film by the great Destin Daniel Craig. We just talked about him with Shang-Chi. And this is a really good movie, in my opinion, one of my favorite films of all time. Really great drama where you basically have Brie Larson and John Gallagher Jr., who are basically kind of like these two caretakers of this halfway house. And it's just very well done. Some great drama here, great acting. Once again, Brie Larson, she's a great actress. I think more people should check her out and give her more credit than just Captain Marvel. Just some really great drama, really great acting, really great directing and writing, very emotional. Just a really feel-good film that I highly recommend. Then we have Shutter Island, pretty good reunion of DiCaprio and Scorsese. A little mystery thriller it's set where, you know, DiCaprio goes sent to this this secret little society on this island. It's like a little mental ward, and it's just very well done. Great mystery, some really good twists in there that make you like think about after you watch it and want to rewatch it. Again, acting across the board, a beautifully looking movie. Like the production design, like this entire like fucking prison is just beautiful to look at, and it's just a really well done thriller that I highly recommend. Next up, we have Sicario and Sicario Day del Soldado. Both really good movies. Of course, the first film is superior by the great Denis Villeneuve. Very well done action thriller set, you know, the gang rivalry and like between the Mexico border and everything like that. All the acting is great, really effective cinematography, really well done score, cinematography, and just really, really good thrills in my opinion, and some good twists in here, especially with Del Toro's character. And then Day del Soldado, pretty solid follow-up, although I do think it misses some elements of the first to make it great, probably because Denis Villeneuve didn't come back to direct this movie. But still, very good continuation of the storyline present in the first film. I haven't seen it since the year, so I don't really remember a whole lot about it, but I do remember enjoying both these films a whole lot, and I will recommend both of them. Next up, we have The Silence of the Lambs, of course, at least in my opinion, the greatest film in the Hannibal Lecter franchise, the only one I own so far, although it's a pretty consistent franchise, by the way. Very great atmosphere, great chills, great score and horror vibes, where you got, you know, Jodie Foster, you know, who plays Clarice Starling, who basically has to go to, you know, convicted serial killer and cannibal, Hannibal Lecter, to try and find a worse serial killer, and Buffalo Bill, who's holding a woman captive. Great thrills, great atmosphere, great scares, great dialogue. That's some of the most iconic stuff you'll ever hear in cinema, you know. My key and tea. I'll put the lotion back in the basket. And shit like that. So very effective, very well done thriller, very good horror skills and everything like that. And just a really great movie. It's a classic for a reason. Then we have Silent House, a pretty underrated movie in my opinion. This stars Elizabeth Olsen right before she blew up with Scarlet Witch and became a household name. Basically, it is a film that's meant to be entirely one shot and kind of handheld, where it's set in like this beach house or like vacation house in the northeast, and you got Elizabeth Olsen helping her father and uncle move stuff out of their vacation home because they're planning to sell it. And basically over the course of real time, like 90 minutes I believe, she gets trapped inside this house and starts getting haunted by spirits and stuff like that of the house. And it's very effective. Really good scares, really good chills, very good imagery, really good acting, especially from Elizabeth Olsen in the lead and everything like that. So if you're a fan of her and hadn't heard of this film and you like horror films, I highly recommend this one. It's very underrated. Next up, we have Silent Night, Deadly Night and Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2. Two installments of the weirdest horror franchise I've ever seen in my life. I remember covering all 6 of these films years ago on the channel, and it's a wild series. Each installment is different from the last one in the most wild, bonkers way possible. But these are two of the better Christmas horror films I've seen in my life, especially the first one. Sincerely, really good storyline where you got this little kid, Billy, who his parents gets murdered on Christmas Eve by a guy in a Santa Claus costume, gets thrown into an orphanage by a very abusive nun, and basically grows up with really bad mental issues, although he seems normal on the surface. And then when he's forced to dress up as Santa Claus for his job, he basically goes off the rails and just starts killing people left and right that he deems naughty. Very well done kills, some great gore, some great practical effects, great score, and great original Christmas music that was made for this movie, and just overall just really great atmosphere as a film that I think is really enjoyable. But Silent Night Part 2, of course, if you guys know this movie, it's one of the most celebrated bad movies of all time. It's infamously known for how the studio literally wanted to recut the first film into its own sequel, and the director had to force the studio to give him money to shoot new footage for the sequel. So literally like half of this movie is just footage from the first film, which is hilarious. But the new stuff they add is absolutely bonkers. Of course, that's where this film is where the origin of the garbage day meme comes from. You know, garbage day, and he shoots the guy. This movie is the origin of that. You got the great Eric Freeman in the role of Ricky, Billy's brother from the first film, who grows up and is also a psychotic Santa Claus killer. It's hilarious. It is so goddamn bonkers and crazy that I have to watch this film every single December. Honestly, I've seen this film infinitely more times than this first film because this film has all the highlight moments of the first film, plus you get all the crazy stuff in the new footage. It is so well done, so goofy in the best way possible, the best worst way possible, I should say, and it is gut-bustingly hilarious if you're watching at it unintentionally to have a good laugh. Or intentionally to have a good laugh. It's hilarious. I recommend both of them, but especially the second one because it's so goddamn funny. Next up, we have Silver Linings Playbook, probably my favorite David O. Russell movie. Really enjoyed this one where you got, you know, Bradley Cooper and Jennifer Lawrence, both narcissists, and they kind of like go at each other the entire runtime as they enter this relationship. Some great comedy, some great drama in the mix as well. Really enjoyable movie and one that I have a good time with. Next up, we got Sin City by Robert Rodriguez. I think that fucking dumbass song, Sin City was made for you. Fuck you, TikTok. But Sin City, a pretty good adaptation of the comic book series of the same name. I said, I'm not a big fan of Robert Rodriguez, but when he does really stylistic films, it really does work for me. I really love the style of this movie. The whole black and white aesthetic really does work, and it, of course, it's based on the comic book series of the same art style. But you basically have like this anthology story where you got like multiple different people doing different things. You got like Mickey Rourke in the lead role. I believe his name is Frank, if I don't recall. But a really great role in the main lead. Bruce Willis, Jessica Alba, Benicio del Toro, Clive Owen, just a huge cast, some great visuals in here, some great action, just really well shot and well edited. It's a really damn good movie in my opinion, so I would highly recommend it. Next up, we have Scott Derrickson's Sinister. A very well done movie in my opinion, very effective scares. You got Ethan Hawke and his family moving into this new house, and they find these old Super 8 reels in the attic, which basically details all the previous families who are murdered there by this like mysterious entity called Bagul, and it starts to take over the family. Very well done scares, very effective in my opinion. Really great soundtrack too with Boards of Canada and everything like that. It's a shame that the sequel sucked as bad as it did and basically killed off any momentum for this franchise, because this actually started off a pretty solid series and a pretty good concept in my opinion. And once again, Scott Derrickson, great horror director, so you just know he's going to be great with something like this, so I highly recommend this first one. And then we got 16 Candles, another classic John Hughes film from the 80s. I basically own every single film of his career, at least in this era. Very well done movie. You got Marley Ringwald and company, Anthony Michael Hall, trying to fall in love, trying to find their own areas of romance, around Molly Ringwald's 16th birthday. Very good teen romance, very good comedy in the mix, very well done drama in the mix as well. It's just a very feel-good 80s movie that I highly recommend. Next up, we have Sleepaway Camp, another classic from the 80s, but in the absolute opposite way. One of the cheesiest slasher films of all time. If you know this movie, you know how cheesy and goofy and crazy and zany and off the wall it is. And it spawned a pretty not so good franchise, if I'd be honest with you. But this first film, it's really only a love it or you hate it movie, because how old and how cheesy and how dated this movie is. You either love it for how goofy and zany it is, because it is really bad when it comes to just the technical aspects. Very not the best shots, has really cheesy and corny acting, and not the best characters in the world. But if you can stomach all that and still enjoy it for its really gory, inventive kills and a very intriguing twist, that's still probably one of the best twists in any horror film. If you can get past that, I really enjoyed this first film. I think it's fun. I can get past it and enjoy it being like a transport back to the 80s. And overall, just very well done. Angela! Oh my god. Then we have Sleepers, a pretty cool little drama from the late 90s. Huge cast here, De Niro, Hoffman, Jason Patric, Brad Pitt. Basically, the film revolves around these 4 boys who, because they did something, they pulled a prank that went wrong and went awry. They essentially are sent to this all-boys juvenile detention center, and they stay there for years as they get abused by one of the officers there, played by Kevin Bacon. And essentially, years later, 2 of the boys find Kevin Bacon in this diner and basically shoot him right where he stands for abusing them when they were kids. And essentially, the rest of the film is the other 2 boys trying to get these other guys off for killing their abuser. Very well done drama, very great acting, very good just tension throughout the entire runtime, and showing the flashbacks of how the past unveiled plus with the present. Very well done, in my opinion. I highly recommend it. Alright, so next up we have Sleepers. The film that of course originated the iconic meme, "They got tea. It was gonna be easy grab. Ain't no easy grab, they got tea." This movie's kind of stupid, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not a great movie in my opinion, but I did see it in theaters with my dad and I had a really good time with it. I enjoyed Jamie Foxx in the lead role of this and everything like that, going after the guys that kidnapped his son, while also being a robber himself, like a dirty cop. Very well done, in my opinion. I enjoy the action. I enjoy it being set over the course of one night and everything like that. It's just a very enjoyable, like, cheesy, throwback action film that if you can enjoy the vibe of it, I would recommend it. Then we have Slight, a very underrated movie in my opinion that not a whole lot of people talk about. I actually saw this one in theaters, and if you don't know what it's about, it's kind of like a in the hood superhero movie where you got Jacob Latimore, a very underrated actor in my opinion, where he's this high school dropout who basically makes money off of being a street performer. Like, he has his magnets that are integrated into his arms, where he can like control magnets and like act like he can levitate stuff with his hands, where he's just using science to do it for him. And he's also, as a side hustle, also like this little lackey for this drug kingpin played by Doolittle Hill, good old Burton Guster from Psych. And essentially, he wants to get out of the drug business and like move out with his sister Storm Reed of the Hood. And essentially, he has to use his powers for good to save his sister himself from the drug kingpin. And it's a very well done, like, little sci-fi superhero movie. Really well done in my opinion. Great character work. Very investing in my opinion. I do love all the main characters. And just a very sweet little movie that not a whole lot of people talk about that I do recommend. Next up we have Slumdog Millionaire by Danny Boyle. Pretty fun little his take on Bollywood cinema, where you basically have this like really intense storyline where you got our main character trying to win at this game show to save his life and everything like that. It's very well done. A very unusual avenue for Danny Boyle, but really well done. Love the editing in this, almost like a music video style. Very intense, has some good narratives, some good characters that you want to root for at the very end, and just a lot of cool dance sequences. I recommend this one. Next we have last year's Smile. Pretty solid little surprise for a horror movie. I had no interest in seeing this film when it was marketed just because it looked like a giant knockoff of Truth or Dare, since it's by the same studio, I believe, or I think, no, it's under Paramount. But it just looked like a giant knockoff of Truth or Dare and like several other cursed movies like The Ring or Drag Me to Hell and stuff like that, Final Destination. So I was like, I don't really care to see this one, and they got a bunch of good reviews. And so I did watch this one, and it's actually pretty solid. Parker Finn did a great job directing it, and the fact he has like a 5-picture deal with Paramount now after doing one short film in this, very inspirational for a horror filmmaker in my opinion. Really good job for him. Some really good scares, very effective, very creepy in my opinion. With the smiling gimmick, it doesn't feel like a cheap thing like they did with Truth or Dare. And just a very well done movie in my opinion. Really effective, and they're supposed to be making a sequel, so I'm down to see it. Next up, we have Guy Ritchie's Snatch, of course, one of the movies that got him to the spotlight. A huge cast across the board: Benicio del Toro, Vinnie Jones, Brad Pitt, Jason Statham, and the like. Very well done in my opinion. Very funny, very fast-paced, very all over the place. But it's Guy Ritchie. If you like his style, then this is a film that is one of his best of his filmography, in my opinion. Next up, we have Bong Joon-ho's Snowpiercer. Awesome little post-apocalyptic sci-fi movie. Where you got Chris Evans and a bunch of other people like Octavia Spencer, who are basically locked in this giant train in the post-apocalyptic world where the rest of humanity is only on this one train, and essentially all the poor people are just stuck all the way in the back train in the cars, and then all the rich people get all this resources themselves, like Tilda Swinton and her crew and everything like that. And Chris Evans basically leads a barrage, a revolution to try to take over this train, and it's just very effective. Great action scenes, great drama, great social commentary. Very well written in my opinion, and just very well done. That's a great movie in my opinion. Next up, we have The Social Network. One of David Fincher's best movies in my opinion, one of my favorite scores of all time by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. Might be a little exaggerated, but the story of Mark Zuckerberg and how he got to invent Facebook, and just a very well done movie in my opinion. Some great acting across the board. Jesse Eisenberg, probably his best performance of his entire career. Andrew Garfield, his big introduction to his Hollywood. He was great in this movie. Some great other actors like Justin Timberlake is great in this movie. Even like the one scene with Rooney Mara in the opening scene is really well done. Great score, great characters, very investing drama, and just a very well done movie in my opinion. One of the better biopics I've ever seen in my life. Then we have Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Pretty solid little duology of video game movies, especially the first one when everyone thought it would be a dead on arrival movie given that original design of Sonic, but the fact they were able to change it for the better literally saved this franchise from doom. Two of the better video game films have come out in the most recent memory. Really enjoyed both of them. There are some elements I wish were better, like the human side of things, like with James Marsden. I don't think that was really necessary. But overall, really enjoy Ben Schwartz's take on Sonic, and enjoy all the characters we get, like Tails and Knuckles and all that type of stuff. And I'm excited to see more from this franchise, whether that's the third film and that little Knuckles series in Paramount Plus. I'm looking forward to it because I really enjoyed both these films. And Jim Carrey as Robotnik, for his final performance, presumably, good way to go out on, in my opinion. Next up, we have Pixar's Soul. My favorite film that came out in 2020 at the very end of the year due to the pandemic. Awesome Pixar movie, in my opinion. Easily the best film they've made in 2020 so far, although there's not a whole lot of competition. But great directing and writing from Pete Docter, who's not the head of Pixar. Great acting, great storytelling where you got, like, you know, Jamie Foxx, like this jazz player who dies and then goes to the afterlife or like purgatory, and he has to like find his way back to his body. Very well done. Some good comedy here, some good drama, some good human elements of like what it means to be human and what it means to have a soul. Very well done. Some great elements of this film that I just genuinely loved. I just had a great time with this movie, and yeah, I highly recommend it. Next up, we have Source Code. Really cool little time travel story or time reversal story where you got Jake Gyllenhaal, who basically is stuck in this like train accident where he basically goes back in time and basically resets himself every single time to try and stop this bombing from happening. And it's just a very well done movie. Very short, very quick to the pace. Good acting across the board from like Vera Farmiga, Michelle Monaghan, and all that. Duncan Jones directed this movie. He did a great job. Just a very good movie in my opinion. Very simple concept, but done very well in my opinion. Another good Gyllenhaal movie, and that is Southpaw by Antoine Fuqua. This movie sadly was overtaken the year it came out because it came out the same year as Creed, and I feel like a lot of people Creed took a lot of its thunder, even though it came out before Creed. But it's still a very solid movie on its own. It really has a lot of elements that are very reminiscent of a lot of other boxing films, but it's still very well made, great acting across the board, very well done in my opinion, and it's one that even though not a whole lot of people talk about it, I would recommend it. Then we have Spaceballs, of course, one of the better, more well-known comedies from Mel Brooks, who's had a phenomenal career in comedy. Of course, his parody on Star Wars, and it's just a really funny comedy, really well done, great acting across the board. Love John Candy in this one, just so funny, so well done, and it's I miss comedies like this, man. I really do. I wish we got more comedies like this. Next up, we got good old Speed, one of my favorite films of all time. Of course, it's a Die Hard knockoff, but it wears that influence on its sleeve, especially since it's directed by the guy who was the DP for Die Hard. Keanu Reeves, he's this FBI agent, or I think he's on the bomb squad, who basically stops a bomb set by Dennis Hopper, and so as revenge, he basically places this bomb on a bus that can't go under 30 miles an hour, or under 50 miles an hour, and if it does, it explodes, and he's stuck on the bus with Sandra Bullock and company. Great soundtrack, great acting across the board, really fun stunts, really crazy action. I love Dennis Hopper as the villain in this one. It gets a little too ridiculous in the ending with the train and everything, but overall, I love this movie. It is so much fun. And honestly, I wish we got like a legacy sequel with Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock back, because I just love this movie so much. Alright, ooh, got big boy. Next up, we have all the mainline Spider-Man movies, separated by franchise. So, starting off, we have of course, let me put this at the bottom. Okay. Oop. So yeah, so starting off, we have the Tobey Maguire trilogy, of course, one of the most influential comic book films of all time that kicked off the craze that we are still in today in the superhero genre. The original film, I love this movie, and Spider-Man 2 I think is even better. I think that these are both phenomenal movies. Love Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker and Spider-Man. Love the films we get in these first two films with Willem Dafoe and Alfred Molina. Great score by Danny Elfman, very effective. Some phenomenal action sequences, some great emotional sequences with Aunt May and everything. Just these are awesome. And then we get Spider-Man 3. A very interesting movie, nowhere near as good as the first two movies, but I think because of No Way Home, I think it retroactively makes Spider-Man 3 better in my opinion. For some reason, probably because it's not the last time you see Tobey Maguire Spider-Man in cinema. But I still think this film is actually quite overhated. Really enjoyed Thomas Hayden Church's version of Sandman. I enjoy a lot of the direction from Sam Raimi still. Love the score by Christopher Young. And some elements that do tie the three films together in a really good way. It's just that it feels messy. You can definitely tell there's a lot of studio meddling behind the scenes to try and include Venom and everything, which feels rushed. And the Tobey Maguire stuff, you love or hate it. I'm kind of in the middle on it. But still, I enjoyed this trilogy overall. Then we have the Andrew Garfield duology with The Amazing Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man 2. I used to not like either of these movies, but I think because of No Way Home and me really appreciating Andrew Garfield's take on Spider-Man and Mark Webb's take, I've come to kind of appreciate both these movies. I do like this first Amazing Spider-Man film. The suit's kind of terrible, but other than that, I really enjoy Andrew Garfield's take on Peter Parker. I enjoy the romance with Emma Stone as Gwen Stacy. I think it's easily the best part of both these movies in my opinion. Better than any other Spider-Man story of any of the other iterations. It's the romance. Some good action here, good stunts, like Kirk Connors as a villain overall. Pretty solid movie. And then Amazing Spider-Man 2, well, it's probably my least favorite of the mainline Spider-Man films. Like Spider-Man 3, I think it is done better because of No Way Home retroactively making it not the last time we see Andrew Garfield's take on Peter Parker. But like Spider-Man 3, it's still very messy. You can tell they were lost to do meddling behind the scenes just to incorporate their own little Spider-Man universe, where Sony's still trying to do that to this very day, where they were like, let's just include all these Sinister Six knockoffs and all these different Easter eggs and teases and everything, where it's like, let's force the Rhino in and let's force Green Goblin in the last second. It's like, we don't need that. But everything done with the death of Gwen Stacy is very effective and makes a film that I can enjoy overall, but I don't think it's a very good movie. And then we have the Tom Holland trilogy of films so far, of Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. I enjoy this first film, Homecoming, of the trilogy, but I think it's probably my least favorite of the three, just because it feels like a Iron Man Jr. film more than its own Spider-Man solo story, just because of the amount of MCU connections it just forces down its throat instead of just trying to be its own story. And with the amount of stuff that just sets up that we still haven't seen, like Scorpion and, what was it, the Prowler, which we do see across the Spider-Verse, but like as in terms of like the main MCU timeline. Still, really enjoyed Tom Holland's take on Peter Parker from Civil War. Enjoyed some of the battle between him and Ned. Liked a lot of the comedy by John Watts. Still a solid movie, and I love Michael Keaton as a Vulture. And then we have Far From Home, a pretty solid installment, a little step up from the first film in my opinion. Really enjoyed Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio, great villain in my opinion. Love his sequences whenever he was fucking with Peter Parker's mental state and everything. A lot of fun, little different, unique story of him being set across Europe and everything. But it does have his issues here and there, but I quite enjoy it. And then we get to the Mac Daddy of them all, No Way Home. Easily the best of the three in my opinion. Really showing how this trilogy of films was always meant to be Peter Parker's origin story, and showing a lot in the previous two movies and able to see that in retrospect, I think is really well done. Love the integration of all the previous iterations of Spider-Man being a celebration of Spider-Man to a certain extent, of bringing back Tobey and Andrew and all their villains. Very emotional stuff with Aunt May and saying goodbye to Ned and MJ, which I don't think is going to be permanent, but still very well done. And just seeing this film in the theaters for the first time, one of my favorite theater experiences of all time. You just had to be there when it came out nearly 2 years ago, but it's a damn good movie and a really bright spot in MCU's recent history. And then we got the Miles Morales Spider-Man films, Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse, which I just got a couple days ago recording this. Awesome films, both of them. Two of the best Spider-Man films. I think that Into the Spider-Verse is the best Spider-Man film ever made so far. This is a phenomenal storyline. Love the animation. Love Miles Morales as a character. Love all the different Spider-Man that he interacts with. Love the score by Daniel Pemberton. I love the animation. I love the fast-paced, frantic style of everything. Just very emotional, but also very well done in my opinion. I love this movie. And Across the Spider-Verse continues the storyline greatly in my opinion. Really well done. One of the better films that have come out this year. I can't love it on the level that some people do just because it is one half of a story and quite literally just cuts the story down the middle. So I can't really praise the story all the way through until we get Beyond the Spider-Verse sometime, whenever it comes out. But still, awesome storyline. Love Miguel O'Hara as a villain. Love the Spot. Love the continuing storyline of Gwen Stacy and Miles Morales' maybe somewhat romance, but at least partnership. And just the craziness, again, like No Way Home being very much a celebration of Spider-Man, all different iterations I just love, and just one of the better animated series that have come out in the most recent memory. So I am beyond excited for Beyond the Spider-Verse, and easily the best thing Sony has done solo-wise regarding Spider-Man in recent memory. Next up, we have Spirited Away, another great film by Studio Ghibli and Miyazaki. The very first film I watched of Ghibli's in my little marathon to try and cross a lot of the other films off my watch list. Great little storyline where you got this little girl who moves to this little young town, comes across their family all turn into pigs. Miyazaki makes a lot of weird movies, but essentially their family turns into pigs and this little young girl tries to find a way to save her family. And it's just a really well done movie. Great animation, great visuals, really just cute to look at and everything like that. And just a really feel good movie in my opinion, just really enjoyed it. Next up, we have Spotlight, a really cool little biopic where essentially it's based on a true story where you have all the New York Times reporters that broke the story on the priests that were molesting the boys in the Catholic Church. Very well done, great acting across the board, very effective, very telling in my opinion, just a really intense, well done biopic drama that I understand why it got the Oscars and the recognition that it deserved. It's a great story. Next up, we have Spy, probably my favorite Melissa McCarthy comedies out there. Probably my favorite Paul Feig comedy. Basically, got Melissa McCarthy as this spy in this organization, and her teaming up with all these different more professional spies like Jason Statham, Jude Law, Rose Byrne. Very well done comedy. Very funny in my opinion. Just really well done. I think Paul Feig brings out the best comedic elements of Melissa McCarthy and her style of humor that I think just works really well. Next up, we have Stand By Me, one of my favorite films of all time, my favorite Stephen King adaptation of all time. Such a beautiful, small story where you got these four boys set in the 50s where they don't got much to do, so they decide to track down this dead body that is reported on this train tracks, and so they go on a multiple day journey to find this dead body to get a reward from it. And it's just a very well done story about growing up and losing your adolescence and really seeing how to respect the dead and everything like that. Very well done, beautiful soundtrack, beautiful characters, great acting across the board from all of them. Will Wheaton, River Phoenix, may he rest in peace, Corey Feldman, Jerry O'Connell, Kiefer Sutherland's a pretty good villain in the mix. Just a very good story. We're just showing life unfold and just very effective in my opinion. Just a phenomenal drama that I highly recommend. Then we got Paul Verhoeven's Starship Troopers, a wild-ass movie. Another big social commentary on the vein of RoboCop, where you basically got all these people on this alien planet that have to take out all these bugs and send the future, and just very well done with how the commentary rolls out, all the fake promotional ads and trailers and everything. I think is really well done. Love all the characters in here. We got Michael Ironside in the mix. Just a very well done Casper Van Dien in the main role. Just overall a blast of a film. Really fun, really rompy, really violent as per usual for Verhoeven, but really well done in my opinion. Okay. Then we have the Star Trek Kelvin movies. These are the only Star Trek films I own. I do like a lot of the older Star Trek films. It's just they're so expensive to get all 10 of them at once that I just haven't been able to get them yet. But the Kelvin movies, the most recent ones with Chris Pine, Zachary Quinto, Zoe Saldana, I enjoy all three of these films to some extent. I do like the first film the best by J.J. Abrams. Really good reintroduction to the franchise. Good casting across the board. Really like the characters, really like the action, I like the score and everything. Just a really well done movie. And then Into Darkness, definitely the least favorite of the three in my opinion. I think it kind of botched the Wrath of Khan storyline. I liked Benedict Cumberbatch in the role of Khan. It was just a little too rushed in my opinion. And then we have Beyond, which I think is probably a really good follow-up by Justin Lin. Really fun characters. You got Sofia Boutella in the mix. Really different storytelling for Star Trek lore and everything like that, but I think it's really well done. Is it a little too much like Fast and Furious? I would say so, but still quite enjoyed it. And if they ever get a fourth film with this cast off the ground, which has been on and off for years, I would be down for it because I like these characters. Then we got the Star Wars series, the ones at least I consider canon. So we have the prequel movies and we have the original trilogy. I was about to say sequel trilogy, hell no. But yes, the first 6 films under George Lucas's regime as Star Wars, and like I said with like Indiana Jones and other franchises earlier, I'm not really attached to Star Wars or a lot of big franchises like it. Like I've seen all these films once back when Force Awakens came out, but I've never really had a desire to watch any of them since because they just get referenced so much and they're so prevalent in society, even to the point where like Star Wars is still dumping series left and right on Disney Plus, which I think is kind of an issue. But regards to all 6 of these films, I do quite enjoy the original trilogy. Of course, is iconic for a reason. They're all great movies. Return of the Jedi is probably my favorite of the 3, just because of how satisfying it is. And I really enjoy Revenge of the Sith when it comes to the prequels. But I've never really like had a desire to rewatch them past seeing them once. I don't know. It's just Star Wars. It's a franchise that like I like more than I enjoy, I would say. I respect it for how influential it was for cinema, but I don't love it personally. And then we have Step Brothers, a pretty fun little comedy with Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly teaming up after Talladega Nights. And just a simple storyline where John C. Reilly's mom, I believe, meets up with Will Ferrell's dad, and by proxy, they become stepbrothers. And just a very fun movie, really well done, and just overall, just a hilarious comedy. Some great stuff in here, some great humor, some great jokes. It's just Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly at their best, in my opinion, and it's just hilarious. Next up, we have Steve Jobs, the Danny Boyle version of the story starring Michael Fassbender and Steve Rogen. Really well done biopic, in my opinion. Very interesting storytelling on how it unfolds, where it's set over the course of 3 different launches by Apple from like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And you see Steve Jobs' evolution as a person over the course of these decades. And it's just a really well done movie. Some great acting in here, some great drama in the mix with Seth Rogen as well as Steve Wozniak. Just really well done. And just a really good movie. Again, Danny Boyle, awesome filmmaker. Then we have Stir of Echoes, a pretty underrated horror thriller starring Kevin Bacon, where essentially he moves into his house with his family, and essentially he uncovers like these spirits in his house, and they start taking over his mind, trying to figure out like why are they calling to him and why are they wanting him to like unbury something in his backyard and stuff like that. And it goes for a lot of wild twists in here, really interesting storytelling and how it unfolds a lot of dark secrets in this little town, and just a very well done movie in my opinion. Really enjoy this one. And if you like horror thrillers, if you like Kevin Bacon movies, I recommend this one. Next we got Straight Out of Compton, pretty fun, pretty enjoyable little biopic. I keep saying little, I don't know why, but pretty enjoyable biopic starring O'Shea Jackson Jr. playing his dad, Ice Cube, and basically how him and a bunch of other members formed NWA and the rise and fall of that entire thing. You got Dr. Dre, Eazy-E, everything like that. Just really well done directing from, who directed this? F. Gary Gray, awesome filmmaker. So he knows how to handle a lot of these properties right. Great soundtrack as always because it's NWA, classic 90s rap. And then great production design, great acting across the board, great storytelling and how it unfolds with how the rise and the fall, especially with Eazy-E, very tragic stuff, how it ends up with him. But overall, awesome film. I highly recommend it, even if you aren't a fan of biopics or rap. Then we have Straw Dogs, the original version by Sam Peckinpah, a movie I bought on Criterion for a blind buy because I heard great things about it and I watched it. It's a good movie. It's just not a film that I think holds up very super well. It's still a good film, hence why I still own it, but it's just something about it that feels off to me. Like, you get the very unique direction of Sam Peckinpah in this storyline where basically had Dustin Hoffman, who's a very, squealy like guy that gets pushed around a whole lot, and essentially these people keep tormenting his life, assaulting his wife and stuff like that, and basically causes him to snap. And the actual action that happens with the revenge stuff is not that well shot for being in the early 70s, not very effective in my opinion. Still has a lot of good character work, still has a lot of good effective moments, but I don't love this film the level that a lot of people do. Then we have the original Suicide Squad from 2016 and James Gunn's Suicide Squad from 2021. This first Suicide Squad film, not a very good movie. I really only own it because of the DCEU continuity and because you kind of have to watch to understand James Gunn's Suicide Squad, or at least the majority of the characters that appear in that movie. I have some nostalgia from it back when I saw it back in 2016, especially the soundtrack, but it's such a mess, and you can definitely tell behind the scenes it was just a gigantic mess to get this movie made to the big screen. And I would love to see the David Ayer original version be released, and there's reported versions that James Gunn will get to release that version by David Ayer sometime soon. So if that does come out, I will immediately replace that version with this version if it's better. But the version we currently have, I don't really like that much. Probably my least favorite film in the DCEU besides Justice League. But on the contrary, James Gunn's Suicide Squad movie is probably my favorite film in the entire DCEU so far. Absolutely zany, wild, wacky, bold concepts brought to life. Just insane cinematography, great cast, great production design, great soundtrack. Love the little story here, love the villain in Starro. Just unabashedly comic booky and fun and just wild and flamboyant that I just love this movie so much, and hence why I enjoy Peacemaker as well. And I'm very excited to see if they can ever continue these characters more than just the Peacemaker series. And it's the main reason why I'm excited to see James Gunn take on the DC universe going forward, because films like these, I think they're very few far in between, and if we get more films like it, I'll be down to see it. Next up we have Sully, a pretty simple biopic by Clint Eastwood where you have Tom Hanks, who basically has Selena's plan, who's going down in the, Hudson River. Well done biopic. I haven't seen it since theater, so it's not the most memorable movie in the world, but I'm really enjoying it. So I found it on Big Lots. I found it in a Big Lots for like $3, and I was like, I like it enough, I'll get it. It's fine. Next up we have Super 8 by J.J. Abrams, a little throwback Spielberg film where you essentially have, these little kids set in the 70s, I believe, where they basically find an alien crashing down in a little small hometown, and they basically try to figure out what it is. Well done acting across the board. You got like a young Dakota Fanning in here, Elle Fanning, pretty good cast across the board, Kyle Chandler and everything like that. Some good visual effects in here as well. Certainly probably the most emotional film that J.J. Abrams has done so far, so I recommend it. It's a pretty solid little throwback movie. Next up we got Superbad, of course, one of the most popular comedies of the 21st century, and for good reason, McLovin. Awesome little story where you got like Michael Cera and Jonah Hill wanting to throw a party, and shit goes wild. Just, a simple little comedy done the best way possible. Old, like mid-2000s style humor that feels so ancient compared to what humor can do nowadays, but it's just funny. It's well done. It's just really well acted. A lot of hilarious people from Bill Hader, Seth Rogen, Christopher Plaza, everything like that. Just really hilarious in my opinion. I recommend it if you haven't seen it yet. Next up we have this triple feature pack of Superman 1, 2, the Richard Donner cut, and Superman Returns. I love the original Superman film by Richard Donner. Once again, may he rest in peace, along with Christopher Reeve. Was a phenomenal Superman. While it certainly has its hokey elements here and there, I enjoyed both these films, especially this first film. Superman 2, the version that was originally made by Richard Donner, is a lot more emotional than the theatrical version, which is a lot more goofy and silly. And sadly, that would be the pathway that would continue into Superman 3 and 4, hence why I don't own them, because they're terrible. But I really enjoyed both these Superman films. I love Christopher Reeve in the role of Clark Kent and Superman. Love the score by John Williams. Very emotional movies in my opinion. Superman Returns, I don't really care for. I really only own it because it was just part of the set. It's a very forgettable movie. I don't really care for it that much. I don't know why Bryan Singer left that X-Men to do this movie, but it exists, I guess. And it's really weird with this being in the same continuity as the Christopher Reeve era, where like has modern 2006 technology, where, you know, Superman's set in the 70s, so I don't know why, but it's there. Next up, we have the Super Mario Brothers movie, of course, the highest grossing film of the year until Barbie came out. One of the more popular video game films that have come out in recent memory, and it's a very successful movie. Like I said with Despicable Me, I'm not the biggest fan of Illumination, but I will say it's probably my second favorite film of theirs behind the first Despicable Me. Really fun movie, some very simple storyline brought to fruition. It means Mario, so you kind of like have to make your own bullshit with a storyline like this. I mean, they did try to do it back in the 90s and it failed horribly. But for this film, I enjoyed it. Chris Pratt's Mario could have done better, but could have done worse in my opinion. I don't think it was as bad as I expected him to be. Not as bad as Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong, to be personally honest with you. Really enjoyed Charlie Day's Luigi. Really enjoyed Anya Taylor-Joy's Peach. I loved Jack Black as Bowser. His whole song with Peaches. Loved that. Very simple storyline brought to good close in my opinion, although it does feel rushed in a lot of elements, especially like with Donkey Kong and Mario's rivalry that gets resolved in like 5 minutes. There's a lot of elements I think could be improved with the sequel, but I really do appreciate we got a film like this that exists, especially after Sonic. The fact that we have a good Mario movie, I respect it. Alright, so next up we have the 2 Super Troopers movies of Super Troopers 1 and 2. Pretty fun little duology of comedies. I didn't watch these films until Super Troopers 2 came out in theaters, so I decided to watch this first film in retrospect. Really loved the first Super Troopers, a lot of funny jokes and a lot of great humor, great casting across the board. Just a lot of friends just having dumb fun, kind of like Jackass and like a lot of the Adam Sandler films where it's just like you love to see these characters just do dumb shit. Super Troopers 2, for a long way a comedy sequel, I think it's a lot better than I expected it to be. There is some weird shit in here with like the lactating milk sequence. I just don't need to see that, but overall, pretty fun little duology of films that I would recommend. A very different duology of films. We have the Suspiria movies. We have the original film by Dario Argento from the 70s, and we have the Luca Guadagnino version from 2018. Love both these versions for completely different reasons. They're both phenomenally directed, and they're both polar opposites. Kind of like Maniac, I love the fact when remakes are able to do something completely different with the source material and make something unique and stand out. I love this original film for just being so unique and so bold and so wild for the 70s. I love the score by Goblin. Love the imagery in here. I'm not the biggest fan of Dario Argento or Italian horror, but this is probably my favorite film of his and Italian horror in general. And Luca Guadagnino, one of my favorite filmmakers today. I was crushed when I heard Challengers got delayed to next year because I just love his filmography, from Bones and All being my favorite film last year, Call Me By Your Name, this. He's just an amazing filmmaker, and this film's probably my favorite film of his career so far. Love the soundtrack by Tom York. Love the acting across the board. Dakota Johnson, Tilda Swinton, Mia Goth, Lucas Moretz. Awesome cast, great gore, great kills, great production design, great cinematography. Just both are incredible films that I highly recommend. Next up, we got Swingers, a little throwback 90s comedy where you got Jon Favreau and Vince Vaughn, who are just they're swingers around Vegas and they're doing their own thing. Really good comedy. Love the banter between the main 2 leads in here. Really well shot across the board. Just a really fun movie for its time. I enjoyed it. Then we got Tag, starting with the T's right here. Comedy that I had fun seeing in theaters. You essentially have this story that's actually based on real life, where you have this group of friends who've been playing the same game of tag for 30 years, and during one of the years, I think it's like the 30th anniversary or something like that, Jeremy Renner, who's the only guy in the entire group to never been tagged, the rest of the group tried their best to try and tag Jeremy Renner, and it's a pretty fun little comedy. Great cast across the board, huge stacked cast for something like this, and it's just really funny. I enjoy it. A simple concept, but executed really well. Then we have Liam Neeson's Taken, of course, the film that defined the remainder of his career when it comes to an action star that still continues to this very day, 15 years later. Fun concept, a very simple story where you got, you know, Liam Neeson, I believe his name is like Brian Tyler or something. What's his name? That doesn't say. But you got Liam Neeson's dog gets taken and he has to go find her. Very simple storyline, told very well, executed very well. Spawned the franchise that isn't very good, but for this first film, I enjoy it. Then we got Talladega Nights, The Battle of Ricky Bobby. Fun-ass movie. I love whenever John C. Reilly and Will Ferrell team up when it's not Holmes and Watson. But I really love this first collaboration of these two. You got great leads across the board. Love Sacha Baron Cohen as the villain. So many iconic sequences like the prayer at the dinner table and everything like that. Just so much fun. Goofy, wild, a very cool parody of racing films and sports films in general, and I have a blast with it. Then we have Tangled, a pretty solid little Disney revival movie that, you know, kind of kicked off this Disney revival era officially. You know, Princess of the Frog was first, but that was a 2D animated film. This is the first 3D animated film of the Disney revival era, and it's pretty good. I grew up with it, really enjoyed the spin on the Rapunzel storyline, and I don't think it feels pandering or anything like that Disney is kind of known for nowadays. But really enjoyed it. I enjoyed Rapunzel's horse, enjoyed the main villain we get in the movie and the evil stepmother. Just a very good movie in my opinion, and I definitely recommend it. And then we have Tango and Cash, a pretty decent buddy cop comedy from the 80s. You got Stallone and Kurt Russell teaming up, and, you know, best horseplay possible. They hate each other, but they have to work together. Very formulaic, but also a very well done action comedy that I enjoyed watching. Then we have Robert De Niro and Martin Scorsese in Taxi Driver. Of course, one of the most influential movies of the 70s that even Joker knocked off 40 plus years later. You got Travis Bickle, main character, who's pretty much like a modern day version of an incel, where he is not treated well by society and decides to take society into his own hands and do whatever he wants. Great acting by De Niro in the main performance. Great directing by Scorsese. Great cinematography. Great soundtrack, by the way. I love the soundtrack in this movie. Very effective, very emotional, very well done, in my opinion. It's a classic for a reason. It's awesome. Then we have Team America World Police. America, fuck yeah. Awesome movie. I love Trey Parker and Matt Stone in any sort of way. When it's South Park or basketball or something like this, they're always hilarious. And especially in the early 2000s, late 90s, they were on fire with stuff like this. And this is probably my favorite comedy from them is in South Park. Really fun characters, love the animation and like the clay style that they bring to this movie, all like the little puppets and everything. Really fun, you know, parody of America and patriotism. Just hilarious, funny as all hell. And I think it still holds a test of time nearly 20 years later. Even, I think it is 20 years since this movie came out. Then we have Ted, another pretty funny comedy. Seth MacFarlane, of course known for Family Guy, most likely in American Dad. One of my favorite comedies from him that isn't in animated form, where he basically voices this bear, Ted, who grows up with Mark Wahlberg, and kind of a fun little spin on like the classic kid storyline where you got like the little kid teaming up with a toy, and then like what would happen when they grew up and became assholes. This is what it is. Very funny, a lot of good humor in here. Love Mila Kunis in the role of like the romantic lead and everything like that. It's dumb, it's stupid, but it's just really fun in my opinion. Then we got Christopher Nolan's Tenet, the movie that no one could understand when it came out. The film that tried to bring back audiences to theaters because of COVID and didn't really do that much. I like this film. Technically speaking, it's masterfully made. Love the direction by Nolan. Love the soundtrack by Ludwig Göransson. I like the action sequences. I think it's very, very well crafted. It's just a film that I just don't know what the fuck it's about. You know, like the espionage stuff is very convoluted, and the time reversal stuff gets even more convoluted. And on top of that, the main characters of the film you don't really grow attached to, like especially the main character by John David Washington. He's literally just called the protagonist, and it's just like, why? It's the fact that there's no character work done in this movie in any way, shape, or form. But mine is like Elizabeth Debicki wanting to get her son back. there's really nothing there. Like with Robert Pattinson and everything, I want to hear more about these characters. I want to learn more about these characters in this world, but the film basically kind of like expects you to already know what's going on before you walk in, and that's a very frustrating experience. So it's a film that I respect more than I enjoy personally. Then we got I'll Be Back. We got the first two Terminator films, the two of the most influential sci-fi films ever made. The original Terminator, a phenomenal slasher film / sci-fi movie. Great score, great acting across the board. Lyndall Hamilton, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Michael Biehn. You can't get wrong with a movie like this. Very cool. And then T2 Judgment Day. It's awesome. T-1000, one of the best villains of all time. Robert Patrick killed in the role. Love Edward Furlong in the role of John Connor. Love how Sarah Connor was upgraded from the first film. Great soundtrack, great visual effects, great storyline, and honestly, to me, this is how canonically this is how the series ends. And I honestly think it's one of those franchises that should never be touched after T2, and no sequel has ever come close to it, in my opinion. Then we have the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the 2003 remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, one of the most confusingly weird horror franchises out there that everybody knows, but why? I don't know. The original Texas Chainsaw is a movie that I wouldn't expect to spawn a franchise. It's very disturbing, very macabre, very unsettling in so many aspects, for a good reason. Tobe Hooper, may he rest in peace, did a great job directing this movie. Bringing in the Sawyer family and everything, the Leatherface. Very iconic, very well done. The character work isn't very good, but as a horror experience, it is very effective. Then we have the 2003 remake, very Hollywoodized, very slick, very fast-paced, but I enjoy it. I think it's one of the better horror remakes out there. Is that as effective as the original film? At least to me, no. But still a film that does still belong in this franchise. I think it's far from the worst of this franchise. But very well done. I really do enjoy it. I love R. Lee Ermey as a sheriff. He's very terrifying. And yeah, I would recommend both these movies. Then we have That's My Boy. Not a phenomenal comedy, but one that I enjoy. Again, like I said, I love Adam Sandler. Any movie, for the most part, if it isn't like Little Nicky or something like that, or Jack and Jill, I really enjoy him. You basically have him playing this like really deadbeat dad who got his teacher pregnant when he was like 12, and because of that, he became a very weird single father to Andy Samberg, and basically he reunites with him right before he gets married, and it's very wild, very crazy, very over the top. I enjoy it. It's stupid as all hell, but I have a great time watching it, so sue me. Then we have Thelma and Louise, a great film of Ridley Scott, where you got Susan Sarandon and Gina Davis, who basically go on the run after they get caught in some, less than legal circumstances, but very effective on-the-road movie. Great characters in the lead. I love Brad Pitt in this movie. Very effective ending, by the way. And just a very simple storyline, very unique from Ridley Scott's storytelling, but I think it's very well done, and I would recommend it. Then we have There Will Be Blood. I drink your milkshake. Yeah, that was weird. Daniel Day-Lewis impression, but great movie in my opinion. Of course, Paul Thomas Anderson, one of his best movies in his filmography, was iconic movies in his filmography. Love the storytelling, his whole epic storyline. I mean, P.T. Anderson knows how to tell an epic storyline over the course of many years and decades. We got this oil driller, business tycoon who just tries to make it into the industry, and it's just very wild, very manipulative, very dark how the story goes, in my opinion, but very well done, and I highly recommend it. Then we have John Carpenter's They Live, a very good movie in my opinion, a film that sadly holds up a lot more than it does in the 80s. We got Roddy Piper in the lead role, who finds these sunglasses and makes him able to see the real world and how it's been taken over by aliens, and how it's very much a statement on consumerism, and how just companies and monopolies try to take over your soul and over your wallet. Very well done. Love the direction of John Carpenter, love the score, love the action, love the 80s cheese brought to it. It's just one of his best movies in my opinion, very well done. Then we got another Carpenter film, and that is The Thing, one of the most celebrated films of all time. I like it, I don't love it, which is very frustrating to say because I want to love this film so much. I think the practical work in this movie is the best that's ever been made on cinema. Like truly, the practical special effects makes this film incredible, like sincerely. Like this film will never age out because of how phenomenal the story is and how phenomenal the practical effects is. But I've seen this film like maybe 2-3 times in my life so far, and I just don't get behind the characters. Like, that's the main thing that keeps it at arm's distance for me, is that there's like 12 or 13 characters in this film that aren't that investing to me. Even Kurt Russell in the main role, they're fine, but I don't love them or get super invested in them, to the point where like the ending, while very intriguing, I don't get super invested in it because I don't really get behind the characters themselves. And so that's a very frustrating thing, to be like, I want to get invested, I want to love these characters. It's a very good movie, but I just don't love these characters. And that's the thing that keeps me at arm's distance from loving it. Still a damn good movie, still would highly recommend it, but I don't get as much out of it as some people do. Then we have This Is the End, one of my favorite comedies of all time, my favorite Seth Rogen comedy of all time, where you basically got as a post-apocalyptic comedy where you got James Franco's house, where he invites a bunch of people, celebrities, for his birthday party, I believe. And during that, the apocalypse breaks out, and essentially a handful of celebrities are just stuck in his house while the world comes to an end. And it's very funny, great humor across the board. Love a lot of the characters, love a lot of the actors playing themselves and just parodying themselves throughout the entire runtime. Great humor across the board. Love the pacing, love the directing across the board. It's just so goddamn funny, in my opinion. It's so funny, so classic, so funny. So I highly recommend it. Then we have the 4 Thor films that have been released so far. So getting into all these films individually, we have the first Thor film, directed by the great Kenneth Branagh. Very cool, little unique take on the Shakespearean storyline and, you know, the Shakespearean myths of Thor and Asgard. A great villain in Loki. Really enjoy Anthony Hopkins as Odin. Yes, the human elements like Natalie Portman, all that could have been done better, but I still enjoy this film overall for what it does. Thor: The Dark World, I think, is probably my least favorite MCU movie so far, even with all the other Phase 4 and 5 movies. There's just something about this film that is just so generic to me. I do like Thor and Loki's relationship and stuff like that, but I've always found this film pretty forgettable, especially from the villain's perspective. Ragnarok, my favorite of the Thor films so far. Taika Waititi definitely brought a lot of just brand new energy and juice to this franchise that it desperately needed after Dark World. Great soundtrack, great visuals, great new characters like Korg and Valkyrie, and upping Loki to being a good guy, and having some really huge stakes with destroying Asgard and everything, and really hyping up Infinity War. Just a really fun movie. Also bringing in Hulk was also a nice move. And then we get to Love and Thunder, which is a movie that I have not seen since theaters, so I don't have the most up-to-date thoughts on it, but I remember thinking it was fine. I don't hate this film the level that a lot of people do. I would say recommend it overall. But the comedy is just way too much in this film, way too overbearing. And it really just took away a lot of the dramatic elements that this film tries to do with like gore storyline, which it still pisses me off, the fact that Marvel got Christian Bale to sign on to being in a comic book film after playing Batman, and you don't really do much with him. I'm still pissed off. Like, we need to see an extended version with more of him prevalent, and I wish we had more with Jane, personally, a more serious term of her storyline with cancer, which feels very in the background until it comes in at the very end. Still a fine movie. I'm still done to see a Thor 5 to wrap up the storyline in a satisfying way, but it's certainly not as good as Ragnarok. But still, I love Thor, so. So next up we have Those Who Wish Me Dead, another victim of the HBO Max Warner Brothers merger back in 2021. A movie that I had no real anticipation for when it came out a couple years ago, and I just watched it kind of out of spite on HBO Max. This is a damn good movie. You essentially have Angelina Jolie, who stars in this film. She's like a firefighter, a retired firefighter who basically lives secluded by herself because of like trauma from her past, and basically has to save this boy from a couple of bad men. I believe that they were like robbers or something, like crooked cops or something like that, and they start this fire in the wilderness, and she has to save this kid. Very well done little action thriller. It's not super impressive or inventive or anything like that, but I got enough of a kick out of it to where like I would recommend you check it out. Then we have Three Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. Damn good movie from Martin McDonagh. One of his most recent movies, the one that got him all the Oscars acclaim, along with his most recent movie, Banshees of Inisherin. This is probably my favorite film from his career so far. Really enjoyed this movie. You got Frances McDormand, who, because of the girl that goes missing, basically pays to get these three billboards, like plastering about like the injustice done to her case, and she, you know, clashes with Sam Rockwell and the other police force there. Really funny, really smartly written, some good dialogue in there, really good direction, really fast paced, and just overall just an extremely entertaining film that I would recommend. Next up, we got James Cameron's Titanic, one of the biggest films ever made, and for good reason. It's a huge film, great characters, really solid romance. Sure, there is some dumb shit in this movie, but overall, for how impressive it was made back in the 90s, I think it's a truly epic film and one of the better biopics that have come out regarding, adapting huge historical events for the big screen. Next up, we have Tomb Raider, the most recent version with Alicia Vikander as Lara Croft. I didn't really like the Angelina Jolie version of the movies, that's why I don't own them. But I'm a big fan of the Tomb Raider games, at least the most recent ones. I played all 3 of the most recent ones by Eidos. And I really do enjoy Alicia Vikander as Lara Croft. I thought she was a lot more grounded version versus a Angelina Jolie version where they were just playing up her physical attributes. Enjoy a lot of the adapted scenes from the games in here. A lot of the villains like Walton Goggins in the mix. Just a very fun video game movie that I think a lot of people don't really talk about or kind of shit on. I feel it's quite underrated. Next up, we have Tombstone, pretty cool little western from the 90s. Bought this as a blind buy at Best Buy for like $5 a year or so ago, and I watched it for the first time. Really good movie, great cast, Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer, Sam Elliott, Bill Paxton, and the like. Just a very well done western. And I'm not the biggest fan of westerns, to be honest with you, but this one I really resonated with, so I would recommend checking it out if you're a fan of that type of stuff. Next, we got good old Tommy Boy, fat guy in a little coat. I miss Chris Farley so much, man. It's such a tragedy that his life was taken so early from him, because he had some great moments on SNL, and even his comedy with David Spade with this and Black Sheep. He was just so funny and such an energetic personality that very few comedians can actually grasp that energy that Chris Farley brought to all of his roles, and just his chemistry with David Spade throughout the entire runtime of this movie is just so hilarious. Such a really good buddy comedy, really funny, fast-paced, hilarious in all types of ways, and it's just like, I don't know, a comedy I still think stands the test of time. Next up, we have the Top Gun movies. We got both of them on 4K, the original film from the 80s and last year's Top Gun Maverick. Both really good movies. The first film is a little dated in some aspects, in my opinion. I think the romance is a little rushed and everything, and I don't know, there's some moments that do kind of date it a little bit, but it's still a fun movie. Maverick, however, is a great sequel. I think it very much improves upon the aspects of the first film. Very similar to another film by Joseph Kosinski. He's really good at making legacy sequels. I'll just say that much. Great stunts, amazing performances, just a film that was meant for theaters, and I understand why this film was such a phenomenon when it came out last year, so unexpectedly too, after being delayed for so much. It's an awesome sequel, awesome follow-up, and there are talks of possibly making a Top Gun 3. I'm down for it, especially if you bring back like Miles Teller and the like. Just a damn good sequel. And I like the first one too. And then we got Paul Verhoeven's Total Recall. Awesome film based on the Philip K. Dick novel of the same name. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Paul Verhoeven. Gory sci-fi adventure. How can you go wrong with it? It's an awesome movie. I enjoyed the remake too, but it's nowhere near as good as this original film. Nowhere near as gritty or violent or as cerebral. It's just a great movie, and I love it. Then we have The Town by Ben Affleck. Probably his best and most well-known movie, at least other than Argo. It's my personal favorite of his filmography, at least from a directing standpoint. A really good heist crime drama set in the Bronx. Really well done. Amazing cast, some great twists in here. Very engaging, very thrilling. Just a really good movie. And watch the extended cut too, because it adds a lot more to the movie, but awesome, awesome movie. Alright, next up we have the Toy Story quadrilogy so far. So yeah, all 4 of the main Toy Story films. The original Toy Story, my favorite Pixar film of all time, probably my favorite animated film of all time. I adore this movie. Yes, the animation might be a little dated nowadays, but I love the story, love the characters, love how it evolves over time, and just such a phenomenal movie. Not only groundbreaking in the animation department, but just a very well done movie from the script, the characters, the voice acting, just a movie that fires on all cylinders. Toy Story 2, really good follow-up. I used to not like this movie as much growing up, but recently rewatching it before Toy Story 4 came out, I really grew to love this movie. I love the Prospector, love the introduction of Jesse and Bullseye, love the whole thing with Al's Toy Barn, and the whole like cleaning Woody sequence is just one of the most satisfying sequences in any film. Just a phenomenal follow-up. And then Toy Story 3, man, like my favorite sequel of the franchise. Saw this in theaters with my parents, and was just a gut-bustingly hilarious movie, and also very sad as well with the ending and everything. A really great wrap-up for the story, and what a lot of people say should be the end, and I would definitely agree in a lot of aspects. But to my shock, Toy Story 4, I really enjoy as well. I campaigned against this movie for years. I remember when they announced this back in like 2015 or whatever, and I was like, why the hell are you continuing off Toy Story 3? It has such a good ending. This is just such a simple cash grab. Who cares about this movie? It's gonna be terrible. And I was against that for years, and I finally watched this in theaters, and I really enjoyed it. I have not seen it since theaters, mind you, so it's been a little over 4 years, but I remember really enjoying this movie. There are some aspects that I wish were done better, like with Bonnie and the usage of some of the other side characters that aren't Woody and Buzz, but I love the introduction of Bo Peep, or the reintroduction of her character after she was absent in Toy Story 3. Love Duke Kaboom, love Ducky Bunny, really enjoyed Forky's storyline and the way they decided to wrap things with Woody and Buzz. I thought it was very sweet and could have been also a great ending to the franchise, but we are getting a 5th film, which I am very skeptical on, but also I was very skeptical on Toy Story 4, and that ended up being a really good movie in my opinion. So, you know what, I'm gonna wait till see when it comes out to judge it. But it's still a great series in my opinion, probably the best Pixar series in general. And then we have Train to Busan, a very emotional zombie movie, which is one that I had no idea about until I think Chris Stuckman talked about it one time on his channel, and he recommended it, and I watched it on Netflix. It's a really gut-wrenching drama where you have this estranged father who's trying to travel his kid to Busan, and then zombie apocalypse breaks out, and basically he has to make sure his kid stays alive through all this type of stuff. Some great action, great choreography, and just the zombie movements in general are really well done because it's all done practically. Some great storylines, some great characters, very emotional ending as well. Just a phenomenal movie, and I love it, sincerely. Then we have Antoine Fuqua's Training Day. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Awesome film, one of Denzel Washington's best performances in the career, where he's just done non-stop good work, where he basically gets a rookie, Ethan Hawke, first day on the job, just trolling his city and realizing he's a crooked cop. Very well done, very well executed, some great character work in here, very tension-filled, some great dialogue in here, and a very simple story, but done really well in my opinion, so I highly recommend this one. Then we have Danny Boyle's Trainspotting, very good movie. I believe this is like the film that got Danny Boyle into the spotlight. A lot of early actors in here that came before they got huge, like Ewan McGregor, Johnny Lee Miller. Really well done cast. I love the soundtrack of this film. Very not easy to watch, especially certain sequences like the bathroom sequence, and the baby sequence. Oh my god, that was definitely hard to watch. But very well done movie. Follows a bunch of unlikable characters, but in ways that makes them undoubtedly interesting, and you want to follow them the entire runtime. A very well done movie, and a film that I really quite enjoyed. Didn't like the sequel, didn't care for it, but as far as this one goes, I love it. Next up, we have the very first Transformers film by Michael Bay, a movie that I think is okay. I watched it around the time the 5th film came out because I had not seen any of the Transformers films up until that point, so I decided to binge all of them. And I like this one. It's really the only one I would say I genuinely recommend outside of Bumblebee in this franchise, because it doesn't. It has a lot of the aspects that Michael Bay, a lot of people criticize him for the Transformers films, but not at the level that it became unbearable with the sequels. I love the Autobots. I enjoyed Shia LaBeouf enough in the lead role. Enjoyed Megan Fox enough. I enjoyed Anthony Anderson, the whole raid sequence everybody knows this movie for. The humor is kept to a good minimum in my opinion. It's a good adaptation of what was the series, at least from what I've heard. But yeah, it's not a great film by any means, but I enjoy it enough to own it on Blu-ray. Then we have Transporter 1 and 2, like I said earlier. I own the 3rd film in that weird 3-pack with the Crank movies, so I decided to get these first 2 films. I have not seen these films in a very long time since the 4th Transporter film came out. But from what I remember, this is by Louis Leterrier, the same guy, or no, yeah, well at least he did the 2nd one before, he did the 3rd film, and he was going to do other stuff like Incredible Hulk and Fast X. But solid action films. I think this is one of the better examples of how Jason Statham just was able to use his martial arts in the most practical way possible before he just became the action guy. These are fine enough movies. There's some fun action stuff in here from what I remember, but they're not super memorable. And then we got the first Tremors film, really fun early 90s monster film where you got all these townsfolk in this town in the middle of nowhere. I think it's New Mexico or Arizona or something. And there's these just giant worms that come out of the ground and start eating people, and they have to fight them off. Simple story, but some really fun characters. Kevin Bacon, Fred Ward, all that. Just very, what was it? Who's the guy who's in all the rest of the ones? Michael something. Michael Gross. He's pretty fun in his role as Bert in this movie. I don't think the rest of the franchise really holds up to the first standards of the first film either, but I quite enjoyed this first one. Lots of fun, lots of good monster carnage, and it's just a good time. And then we have Trick or Treat, one of my favorite horror anthologies that I have to watch every single October. Really great story of how they bring all these different storylines together. Sam as a horror icon I think is very underrated. I love the fall setting of this film and how just the visualization of all the different storylines make them unique. You got like a vampire storyline, you got one with a serial killer, you got one with like a school bus full of kids. Very inventive stories, very well done, very well executed, and just a lot of fun in my opinion. I really do hope we get a sequel of this sometime soon, which I keep hearing about. Next up, we got Tron and Tron Legacy. The first Tron film I have not seen in quite a few years. I watched both these films for the first time during COVID, and so this first film is certainly outdated for the visual effects, but I understand why it was so revolutionary back when it came out in the 80s. I enjoy Jeff Bridges in the role of Flynn. I enjoy like this little storyline where this game designer like gets trapped in his own game. Very well done for the time being. Certainly dated, not the best movie in the world, but I respect it. And then Tron Legacy, man. I recently rewatched this like last week. Before recording this, and it's such a great sequel. I genuinely really enjoyed this movie from so many aspects. I used to not really like this film back when I saw it, but each time I watch it, I've seen it like 3 or 4 times. It just gets better every single time I watch it. This movie ages like fine wine. The visual effects in this film are absolutely stellar. I love the look of this movie. Daft Punk soundtrack, just amazing. I own it on vinyl for a reason. It's so incredible. Love how they continue the storyline. Love the atmosphere, love the fast pacing, love the action and everything like that. Joseph Kosinski directed this, same guy who did Top Gun Maverick. Again, like I said, he knows how to handle legacy sequels, and it just baffles me how dormant this franchise has been since this movie has come out. Like, there's been no Tron movies or series or anything like that. There's supposed to be a third one coming out with Jared Leto, but we'll see if that comes to fruition or not. But as far as for the first 2 films, I recommend both of them, especially Tron Legacy. Such a great movie. Then we have Tropic Thunder, one of the better comedies that's come out in the past 15 or so years. Really funny comedy, love all the actors involved. Tom Cruise and his little dance sequences, Robert Downey Jr., Jack Black, Ben Stiller. Can't go wrong, man. It is so funny. So many great one-liners, so many great parodies of like war films and stuff like that. It's just such a fun time at the movies. Then we have True Romance, a pretty solid movie by Tony Scott, written by Quentin Tarantino. Basically got Christian Slater and Patricia Arquette, who are both on the run from Christopher Walken, I believe, who's after them. Pretty solid cast overall, some good dialogue in here. I don't think it's as great as some people say it is, but it's a good movie overall, and I quite enjoy it. Next up, we have The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, a really surprise comedy that came out last year that I was really anticipating because I love the concept of Nicolas Cage playing himself and being able to parody himself. He's very self-aware of what he does, and I think it's very funny. And like I said, he's just done a bunch of interesting roles in the past few years where he can do dramas like Pig and then do something like this, which is so much fun. His banter between him and Pedro Pascal is hilarious. Love everything regarding those two. I do feel like some of the other comedy, like with Tiffany Haddish, I think is kind of not as funny, but overall, really funny comedy, one of the better ones that have come out in the past couple years, and I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it yet. Next up, we have the Istra 177 trilogy by M. Night Shyamalan. So we have Unbreakable, we have Split, and we have Glass. I enjoy all 3 of these films to a certain extent. Unbreakable, one of my favorite films of all time, one of the best superhero films of all time, my favorite M. Night Shyamalan movie, even over The Sixth Sense. Incredible movie, way ahead of its time, so inventive, so creative, so well done for a drama, and has one of the best twists in any movie ever made, in my opinion. It's such a powerful movie. And then we get to Split, a very well done psychological contained drama horror thriller where you have James McAvoy playing a character that has 23 different personalities, and he's just so amazing in this role. By far his best and most impressive role in this entire career. He's just so incredible in this movie. Along with Anya Taylor-Joy, and the way it ties into Unbreakable was so inventive in my opinion. And then we got Glass a couple years later, which I think is a solid conclusion. I know a lot of people did not like this movie when it came out. I think primarily because people's expectations were out the window when it came to what Shyamalan did to these characters. And while there are certain aspects that I wish were done better, especially regarding how David Dunn ended up in the end of the movie, I was fine with it personally, with how things ended, just because the atypical style of what M. Night Shyamalan usually does for his movies, I think works for the tone and overall meaning of this trilogy, and how things don't turn out the way as they seem, and that's all I'll say. But I really enjoy all three of these films to a certain extent, and I think it's a really solid superhero trilogy, especially if you don't take in Marvel and DC stuff. Next we have Uncle Buck, pretty good John Hughes movie. You got John Candy, an incredible role that just proves why he's just such a missed comedian, because he was so funny in this movie. You know, the crazy Uncle Buck that tries to, you know, help his family out in the best, worst ways possible. He's so funny, so well done. Some good dark comedy in here, but also really heartfelt when it needs to be. It's a really fun movie, and I definitely do recommend it. Ooh, next up we have Uncut Gems, a Criterion edition. Again, I love Adam Sandler as a comedian, but I do love whenever he does dramatic roles like Punch Drunk Love, My Irish Stories, and this. Great movie by the Safdie brothers after Good Time came out. I think it's a lot better than Good Time personally. I like the movie, but I don't love it as some people do. But you basically have Adam Sandler playing a very crooked character, one of those people that gambles away all of his earnings and then has to, you know, collect debt for other people. Very well done, some great drama in here, some great action in here. Very well written, very smartly written. I love Adam Sandler in the lead role and everything like that, and they're supposed to make another movie together, so I'm pumped to see what's coming next for these characters. So yeah, bring me more Adam Sandler dramas because he's awesome in this movie. Then we have Under the Skin, very interesting movie that came out around a decade ago, starring Scarlett Johansson as an alien. Very odd, very cerebral, very strange, very sci-fi heavy, but very well done in my opinion. So it has some of the better effects I've seen from a movie in the past decade plus. Very great score, very effective in what it's trying to do regarding the messages, and just a very odd experience to say the least, but I quite enjoyed it. Then we have the Underworld franchise, all 5 movies starring Kate Beckinsale as Celine the Vampire Hunter. I really enjoyed most of these movies pretty much. Apart from the 5th one, which is pretty forgettable, I enjoy all 4 of the previous movies, especially the first 2 with Len Wiseman directing. I love Kate Beckinsale in this role, Celine. I think she's pretty badass, definitely sexy, and just a really good world that the film builds out, especially in Rise of the Lycans, where it's a whole prequel set before Celine's era. Just a really fun series of movies that I need to rewatch sometime soon, because I really quite enjoyed this series. Next up we have Unforgiven, of course one of Clint Eastwood's most popular films besides the Man with No Name trilogy, and it's very well done, very much the template for what Logan would be. We got an old Western hero at the last stage of his life doing one last mission to be good and everything like that. Very well done, very gritty, very good action, very beautiful production design and setting, and just overall just a very well done movie that I just really enjoyed. Then we have Unfriended, the, you know, before Searching came out, this was like the main template when it came to making like desktop movies. It was a found footage film slash slasher film set over the course of a desktop, and it's well done. I do like the aspect of this film where you have 6 friends, and then there's like this mysterious being that's like taking them out one by one. It's well done. There is some dumb shit that happens in this film where you're like, why can these characters step away from the camera? But I think it's pretty good. I don't really care for the sequel, but I thought this film was pretty solid, at least in my opinion. Then we have Unsane, the Steven Soderbergh film that was shot on an iPhone 7. For what it is worth, it's actually really good. It's kind of like one-shot style directing you get from Steven Soderbergh. Very simple story. We have Claire Foy, who kind of just goes insane after she has a stalker incident and basically finds herself in the middle of a mental institution. Very well done, some good acting, some good drama, some good thrills in here. Not the most memorable movie in the world, but one that I think kills 90 minutes in a very effective way. Then we have The Untouchables, very good movie. Kevin Costner starring in this film, very epic in scale, amazing production design, great story, brought with some great characters in the mix. Just a very well done movie that I highly recommend. Next we have Jordan Peele's Us, his sophomore effort. A movie that I was really hyped for back when it came out. I think I even made a video on my channel like years ago where I thought this was better than Get Out. Over time, I would say Get Out is the better movie because this one has a lot more plot holes and issues, especially regarding the twist ending. But as a movie, I do like the social commentary. I love the production design. I love the score from Michael Abels, very creepy, very atmospheric. A lot of the cool imagery I think is pretty solid, but I do think Jordan Peele gets a little too over his head regarding the visual imagery and how all the themes wove in that I think create some massive plot holes. But overall, still a very inventive horror film that I quite enjoyed and I would recommend. Then we got Pixar's Up, one of my favorite films. Again, another great film from Pete Docter. Very emotional 10 minutes, and also just a very emotional rest of the movie. And a lot of people just kind of write off the movie after the opening sequence, which I think is kind of unfair because I think it's really quite inventive. Very great characters. I love Carl, love Russell, love the bird and the dog and everything like that. Just some great visuals. Amazing score by Michael Giacchino. Very inspirational story, and just a very fun movie regarding just how these characters are able to come together and just have a fun adventure. It's a really good movie. Again, I miss Pixar when they made films like these. Then we have Upgrade by Leigh Whannell, his sophomore effort as well. Very well done action film that not a whole lot of people talk about. This came out back in 2018, saw in theaters with my dad, and not really a whole lot of people talked about it after that. I remember people were really excited when the trailer dropped with the cool action set pieces and everything. The camera work, especially with how the story goes, where you have Logan Marshall Green, I think is the actor's name, where his wife and him are killed, or are seemingly killed in a drive-by shootout. And essentially, Logan Marshall Green is like clinging on to life, and so some guys basically, we can have this chip implant in your skull, and so you can regain your mobility back and basically turn into a killing machine. And it's a very well done movie, some great action, phenomenal score by Jed Palmer, great lighting and everything. I love the look of this movie. Really cool sci-fi action thriller. It's kind of like a throwback to the 80s a little bit, and also ends in a way that isn't the most predictable, I would say. So very underrated film. I highly recommend it. Please check it out if you haven't. Then we have The Upside. This is a remake of a film called The Intouchables, I believe. I have not seen the original version of this story, but I got this because I really wanted to see it because of mainly Bryan Cranston, because I love him as an actor. And yeah, you essentially have the story where you have Bryan Cranston, who's a very rich man, but he's paralyzed from the neck down, I believe. And so essentially Kevin Hart is his new caretaker that gets hired, and basically the two of them bond a really good relationship. And it's just a really good, feel-good movie. Very inspirational, some good comedy, some good drama in there in the mix. Just a really well-done movie. Then we have The Usual Suspects, a movie that I heard nonstop praise about throughout my entire life. And I finally decided to watch it for the first time a few years ago. And it's good. It's a good murder mystery, but sadly it's one of those movies that's so popular that I already knew the twist regarding a certain character before I walked into it. So I already knew everything regarding the twist and everything. So as a mystery movie, it didn't really engage me that much. It's still a solid cast, good directing and everything like that, but it also kind of feels icky with Bryan Singer and Kevin Spacey in the mix. Solid movie in my opinion, but I don't love it on the level that a lot of people do. Then we have the original Vacation by Harold Ramis and stars Chevy Chase. Of course, the Griswold family going to Wally World. Very well done. A lot of hilarious antics in this movie. Really funny, and honestly just captures the magic in this movie that not many other vacation films capture beyond Christmas Vacation. But really funny, really stand out. A lot of great moments. Some good dark humor, some good light humor in the mix. Just a really good 80s comedy I still think very much holds up today. Next up, we got Venom and Venom Let There Be Carnage. Of course, the first two films in Sony's Spider-Man-less Spider-Man universe. They're fine movies. I enjoy both of them. Primarily, I enjoy Let There Be Carnage more. I think Andy Serkis as a director hones in a lot of the more goofier aspects that make the first film a little bit more stand out. But as a whole, these movies are just, they feel kind of empty. Like, I enjoy Tom Hardy as Eddie Brock, but it just feels weird without Spider-Man there. Like, I'm not expecting Tom Holland to show up, like, every other second, but it's like when you have a Venom movie without Spider-Man connections and everything like that, it just feels off, it feels weird, it just feels foreign to the franchise and the character. And so despite the fact I do enjoy both these films overall, it's just, they feel a sense of emptiness to me, to where it's just like you're just making these movies just to cash in on the Spider-Man name versus them being genuinely integrated in. And it feels like they have to force them into being the MCU to the point where this movie's post-credit scene ties into No Way Home, and then Venom is sent back after No Way Home. So it feels weird. I am interested in seeing what Venom 3 will turn out to be, but I just hope they do something with the Spider-Man character and Venom and crossing over, because it's going to be weird if we get a trilogy of these movies without Spider-Man somehow being present. Next up, we got another trilogy of comic book films. We got V for Vendetta, Watchmen, the Director's Cut, and Constantine. I enjoy all three of these movies for completely different reasons. V for Vendetta, one of my favorite films of all time. Absolutely love this movie, the Wachowskis. Did they direct this, or was it somebody else? Yeah, James McTeague. My bad. But still, very well done directing. Love Hugo Weaving in the role of V. He is so fun in this movie. I really enjoy the budding partnership between him and Natalie Portman. Love the score, love the pacing, everything about the movie is so much fun. Watchmen, I like, but you can definitely tell it was just a bit more off the can chew. Zack Snyder does a great job with the visuals, but I don't think he really gets a lot of the messages that made the original graphic novel so powerful, in my opinion. And then Constantine's a pretty fun movie. Sure, Keanu Reeves is not Constantine whatsoever. He basically just plays himself, but I enjoy the world that's being set up. I like the direction by Francis Lawrence. I really like the aspects of heaven and hell that are brought into it. Like, you got the angels, you got Gabriel coming in the mix, you got Tilda Swinton in that role, you got Peter Stormare as the devil. Really well done or Lucifer. Really well set up world, and we're supposed to get a sequel sometime soon. I don't know if James Gunn's plans kind of fucked that up, but I'd be down to see a Constantine sequel because I really enjoyed this first one. Ooh. Then we have the first 2 VHS films. This is a franchise that I've only seen the first 4 installments of. I've not seen the most recent one. But out of all of them, I really only enjoy these first 2 films. Again, I'm a big fan of horror anthologies when they're done right, and I quite enjoy both these movies. The first film has some of the best segments of any of this franchise, along with the second one. But I really love the David Bruckner one, the one where the chick's face splits open. I enjoy some other ones as well. But it's a really effective film, in my opinion, really well directed and really well put together. And then the sequel, I think, is damn near just as good, if not better. Some really great segments in here, like the zombie POV segment, or the one where like someone raises the devil out of the ground. Really well done, really gory, roll all over the place, and just really fun just segments overall. And I wish the other sequels match the quality of these first 2 films, personally. Then we have David Cronenberg's Videodrome, one of my favorite films from his career. Very wild, very macabre, very crazy, very body horror centric, but really enjoyable in my opinion. Love James Woods in the lead role. Love the the whole messaging of, like, you know, consumerism and addiction and all that type of stuff. Just overall, just a very well done movie. Very wild. I gotta rewatch this film sometime soon because it's been a while since I've seen it, but I really quite enjoyed it. Long live the flesh. Alright, so next up we have M. Night Shyamalan's The Visit. Decent little horror film. It's been a while since I've seen it. I don't think I watched it since it came out, so I don't remember a whole lot about it other than being found footage and there being a giant twist in there as per usual for M. Night Shyamalan, but I remember it being a decent enough little movie, so I would recommend it personally. Then we have Walk Hard, The Dewey Cox Story. Very fun music biopic parody of the biopic genre. I love John C. Reilly in the lead role, like this Johnny Cash knockoff. Very funny, very hilarious, and it's sad that most people don't really talk about it, but it's really underrated, and I really definitely recommend you check it out. Definitely recommend you check it out. Then we have Walk the Line, the movie that Walk Hard was parodying at the time. A very good Johnny Cash biopic. Really enjoyed Joaquin Phoenix in the role of Johnny Cash. Love James Mangold's direction. Love the music that was adapted for the big screen. Again, I'm not a big fan of musical biopics, but when they're done right, I really quite enjoy them, so definitely recommend this one. Then we have WALL-E, another great Pixar film from the late 2000s, part of, you know, Pixar's hot streak. Andrew Stan directed this movie, same guy that did Finding Nemo. A great movie that sadly still holds up, and even more so nowadays because of how technology has progressed. But very good concept brought to life. Really love Eva, really love WALL-E and their relationship. Love the score too, just so epic and sci-fi, and also very sweet as well. Also love the soundtrack as well. Love the direction, the animation is beautiful as always for Pixar. A phenomenal movie. Then we have WandaVision, the very first MCU Disney Plus show that came out, the one that everyone was hyping up back when it came out a couple years ago. Very good series, definitely the best MCU TV series when it comes to actually being adapted to television. This doesn't feel like a movie that was squished into 6 episodes. Really good, intriguing plot synopsis, and really good plot that keeps building over the course of multiple episodes and everything like that. Very good production design. Love how it adapts multiple areas of TV into the MCU. It's just that it just ends in a very shitty note, in my opinion, that just kind of undermines the rest of the series. It's kind of like the J.J. Abrams problem, where he sets it up very well, and then it just devolves into just being a generic MCU finale. As a whole, I like this series. It's pretty solid, and I don't know. It's still not great, but I would recommend it. Then we have Wanted, a pretty wild comic book adaptation that came out in the late 2000s, back when you had like that crazy Neville D. and Tara stop directing. This wasn't directed by them, but very much in that style where it's just crazy visuals, crazy action, over-the-top wild, you know, synopsis and everything like that. It's fun, it's dumb, it's crazy, it's over the top, and I have fun with it. Then we have Warm Bodies. Pretty solid movie. I remember seeing it back in theaters with my dad. I have not seen it since theater, so I don't really remember a whole lot about it other than I did quite enjoy it. You got Nicholas Hoult in here. He's a zombie who falls in love with Teresa Palmer, and because of that, he slowly gains back his humanity. Very cool little romance story. I need to rewatch this one again. I enjoyed it when I saw it. Then we have Warrior, a great movie, boxing film where you basically got Joel Edgerton and Tom Hardy who are going head-to-head in a UFC championship where they're both brothers. One just came back from war, I think Tom Hardy, and he wants to get some money to bury his friend. And Joel Edgerton basically is a struggling family man who can't pay his bills because of his teaching job, so he decides to risk his life doing this UFC gig to try and get his money back so he can, like, you know, save his house. And so it's a really good drama. Nick Nolte's in here, very good as the, like, estranged father. Really great drama, some great action sequences, some great boxing sequences, and just a very captivating drama that I highly recommend. Next up, we have Trey Edward Schultz's Waves, one of my favorite films of all time. I absolutely adore this movie. The main reason why I love Trey Edward Schultz as a filmmaker and why you should definitely check him out whenever he comes out with his next movie, which I believe is starring Jenna Ortega, The Weeknd, and Barry Keoghan. Watch out for that one because movies like these need to get more recognition. Phenomenal cast. You got Sterling K. Brown, Kelvin Harrison Jr., Taylor Russell, who was in Bones and All, Alexa Demi, who played Maddie in Euphoria. Just a huge cast in here. Very well done story. Amazing family drama. Phenomenal soundtrack. Love the look of the beach in here and the overall Florida setting. Just a beautiful film. I absolutely love it. One of my favorite dramas of all time. Please, for the love of God, check this movie out because it is incredible. Next up, we have The Way, Way Back, a pretty underrated coming-of-age movie where you got this kid who is goes to this summer house by his mom, Tony Collette, and his new boyfriend, or her new boyfriend, played by Steve Carell. And basically, he's a very social, awkward kid, so he decides to get a job at this theme park run by Sam Rockwell and Maya Rudolph, and he starts falling in love with a chick played by Anna Sophia Robb. And it's very well done, very sweet, very good drama in here as well, and it's just a real feel-good movie for the summer. I really enjoyed this one. Then we have Wayne's World, Party Time. These are the main two movies. I enjoy both of them, more so the first one, but the classic SNL humor and these actors that adapted to the big screen in the 90s, it just has a certain vibe that you just can't recreate nowadays. Very funny, some good humor here. Again, love Mike Myers, really enjoyed Dana Carvey as the two duos, and it's just a great series of movies in my opinion. Then we have The Wedding Singer, Somebody Kill Me Please. Damn good movie. The first collaboration between Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler. One of the very first movies to adapt the 80s style back before it became a trend. A really good movie, some really good songs in here because, you know, Adam Sandler's a really good singer and songwriter. Some really good humor in this. You know, that's what you should have told me yesterday. Really quotable movie and one that I really enjoy. Then we got We're the Millers, another really good comedy in here where you got Jason Sudeikis, who basically convinces three random strangers to pretend to be his family so he can get across the Mexican border to sell some drugs. Very funny, some great humor in here, really good cast across the board, and just really well done, really funny in my opinion. You're getting paid for this? Next up, we have Werewolf by Night, the first MCU special presentation, if you will. The little Halloween special they dropped last fall on Disney+. Pretty solid little one-off special, but I assume it's going to lead into something more, probably Midnight Suns, but pretty solid little movie set in the some era. I don't know, it's not really clear in the timeline, but you got Michael Giacchino directing this time around, his directorial debut, does a really great job directing it. So got some good gore in here, very much a homage to the classic Universal monsters, and just a really well done little special that I wish that Marvel did more of. I think the specials honestly work better in the MCU than the TV show so far because they're basically just condensed movies. But yeah, this one's really effective and I really quite enjoyed it. Then we have What If Season 1, a decent enough concept brought to life in animated form, although I do think it being animated kind of lessens the blow of it. It would have been really cool if they were able to do this in live action and get all the actors back, because I think it would just have been a lot cooler. But as is, it's a decent start to this series. I know we're getting a second season around Christmas, I believe, later this year, so I'll watch it. I do enjoy Jeffrey Wright as the Watcher. I enjoy some of the storylines with Supreme Strange, who I think is more interesting than the main MCU Doctor Strange so far. I enjoy the one where Hank Pym goes crazy and kills all the Avengers, and a couple other ones, but overall, it's decent, but it's not really super memorable in my opinion. It's just kind of there. Next up, we have What We Do in the Shadows, by far my favorite Taika Waititi comedy. I have not seen the TV show that's based on it, or sorry, the TV show that came out of this movie, but it's a really fun little vampire mockumentary set in New Zealand, following these group of vampires who live in like this like condominium together. Really funny, really about like generally gut-busting hilarious in my opinion. I really enjoyed Taika Waititi's sense of humor when it's done right, and I just really enjoy it. So I highly recommend this one, and I assume the series is pretty funny as well. Next up, we have When Harry Met Sally, a pretty solid rom-com back in the 80s. Billy Crystal, Meg Ryan, you know, finding and losing each other over the course of many years. Just a really effective movie, and one that I think is very heartfelt. Man, next up we have Whiplash, a very tension-filled, bone-chilling drama that just I love. It's one of my favorite films of all time. Definitely my favorite film by Damien Chazelle, who sadly is a film director that's kind of diminishing returns. I think every single film past this movie has kind of gotten worse and worse. But with this first film, what a hell of a directorial debut. Love the music in this movie. Love the tension film. J.K. Simmons and Miles Teller are just incredible in this movie, and it's really well deserved that J.K. Simmons got the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, because he's incredible in this movie. Even more so than J. Jonah Jameson, I think is the best performance of his career so far. Just great music, great tension, great thrills, and all overall. And this movie about fucking drumming, and they made it so intense. That's just how much talent these people had, and just it's a lightning that struck. Amazing movie. Next up, we have Who Framed Roger Rabbit, a pretty solid revolutionary movie for the time being in the 80s, with a combination of live action and cartoon animation. Robert Zemeckis directed this movie, and it's really well done. Love Christopher Lloyd as the main villain in the film. Love Bob Hoskins, may he rest in peace, in the lead role. Just really fun, creates a lot of iconic imagery with like Jessica Rabbit and all that type of stuff. Just a very well done, funny, and engaging movie that still holds up fairly well even over 25 years later. Next up, we have Widows, a really good movie by Steve McQueen, adapted by the, I believe, BBC series of the same name, where you basically have these 4 widows of these 4 bank robbers that get killed in a bank robbery gone wrong, and basically all team up to try to finish the heist that their husband started. Very well done drama, great cast, great visuals, great pacing, great storytelling, great writing. I love Steve McQueen in this film, just cements it for just how awesome he is as a director. Then we have Winter's Bone, a pretty solid drama, the movie that gave Jennifer Lawrence the opportunity to play Katniss Everdeen in the Hunger Games movies. Essentially, you got her living, I believe, in the Alaskan wilderness, or at least somewhere up north, where basically she has to take care of her kids, or sorry, her siblings from her less than stellar parents, and it's a very well done drama, some good like drama in here, some good action when it's used. Some good, performances across the board. I think they're all really well done, and just a very engaging drama that I really did quite engage with. Then we have The Witch, Robert Eggers' The Witch, the very first film of his career, or at least when it comes to directing. A very well done movie, very effective, very creepy. Anya Taylor-Joy really good in the lead role, very well shot, very well acted. A little too weird at times, but I quite enjoy this one, so yeah, it's pretty solid. And then we have The Wolf of Wall Street, of course, Martin Scorsese's awesome epic tale of Jordan Belfort. Very awesome how he took over Wall Street. Very well done. I love all the acting across the board. Love Jonah Hill in this. Margot Robbie got her big break in this. I love the sequence whenever like Jonah Hill and DiCaprio get high off of pills, but they don't kick until later on. So they're on the street and like their Lambo, and he's like trying to like walk, and he just can't. He's like fucking like pinned to the ground. It's hilarious. Love the soundtrack, love the directing, love the writing, love this production design. It's just an awesome movie. It doesn't really matter how inaccurate it is. I really enjoy this one as just a narrative. And then we have The Wolverine by James Mangold, his second attempt, or at least Wolverine's second feature film, solo-wise, and this was James Mangold's first Wolverine film before he directed Logan. Decent movie. I think it's a good return to form after X-Men Origins for Hugh Jackman's tenure as Wolverine, set after X-Men 3, where he still is grieving the loss of Jean Grey, and then basically has to go on this journey to Japan for like a funeral, and then realize that he is being hunted down by nefarious forces. Some good stuff in here, really good action when it's done well. I do recommend the R-rated cut, which there's more action in here. The Silver Samurai stuff gets a little too goofy at the very end for me, but it was a lot of fun to watch, and especially how it teased Days of Future Past at the very end was really cool to see. And even after this, I still think it stands on its own as a pretty solid movie. All right, we're almost at the end, folks. We got the last stack right here. So next up, we have the 2 Wonder Woman films so far. We have the first Wonder Woman and Wonder Woman 1984. I really enjoyed this first Wonder Woman. It's one of the best films in the DCEU. Probably the best female adapted superhero story where she's the main character. Very well done. Love the direction from Patty Jenkins. Really enjoyed Gal Gadot in this role. Enjoyed her romance with Chris Pine. Enjoyed the period piece setting of World War I. Just a very good movie. Wonder Woman 1984 is a very interesting film that I have not seen since theaters. I watched it back in 2020, and I remember liking it when it came out, hence why I own it, but ever since then, it just kind of aged worse and worse. I really know what to think about it now, so I feel like if I watch it now, I probably won't like it as much, and I have a feeling I might sell this one off by the time next year comes around, just because it's such a weird movie. It's so all over the place and wild, and since we're not getting a third one, I just don't know if that's the best way to end off this character, but it's here regardless. Then we have the, the Cornetto trilogy. Yes, Cornetto trilogy. We got The World's End, Hot Fuzz, and Shaun of the Dead. I don't know why they listed the third one at the top, but regardless, I enjoy all 3 of these films, especially Hot Fuzz is my favorite, really hilarious movie. Really enjoyed Shaun of the Dead 2, really hilarious zombie comedy, and I enjoyed World's End as well, although I don't think it's as good as the first 2 movies. It's probably my least favorite of the Edgar Wright's filmography so far. But I enjoy these 3 films. They're pretty entertaining, and they're damn good movies. Next up, we have Wrath of Man, a pretty decent Guy Ritchie, more dramatic, gritty action film that came out a couple years ago, back when theaters were still kind of like struggling to open up. You got Jason Statham, who stars in here as a criminal, whose son gets killed and basically infiltrates this bank heist to try and take out the people responsible. And it's very good, very gritty. Jason Statham is really bold and brass in the lead role. Really enjoyed Josh Hartnett in this. And yeah, very solid heist movie and a lot of gritty elements that you don't really see from a whole lot of Guy Ritchie movies, but I think it handles it pretty well. Oh man. Next up, we have Wreck-It Ralph and Ralph Breaks the Internet. I love the first Wreck-It Ralph. I saw it back when it came out in theaters. One of the better Disney revival movies that came out around this time period. Love the whole concept of, Wreck-It Ralph going, to different video games and trying to break out into the real world, or break out into like more than just his game. Enjoy Vanellope. Really good voice acting, really good storytelling, some good emotions in here. Just a really well done sequel. And then Ralph Breaks the Internet. It's fine, but it's just kind of there. Like, it was just kind of made because the first film was successful, and they're like, we'll make this and the one about the internet, and it feels very outdated. Like, I haven't seen it since theaters, but like, there's a lot of references to the internet that I just feel aged this movie like milk. And so while I still enjoy it, that's why I own it, it's not like a film that I plan on rewatching anytime soon. Next up, we have the first 2 installments of the Ty West X Maxine trilogy with X and Pearl. Awesome movies, both of them. I recently rewatched X with a friend of mine to show him for the first time like a month ago. Still really enjoy this one. I think it gets better every single time I watch it. Love the characters, love the soundtrack, love the kills, love the pacing, love the energy this film gives off. It's really crazy, and the fact that this started off a trilogy that we had no idea back when it came out is just wild to me. And then Pearl, really solid prequel. Well, I don't like it as much just because the style of filmmaking it goes for is way more like Golden Age cinema and not like the 70s porno stuff and slasher stuff that the X goes for. I still love Mia Goth in this role of both Maxine and Pearl. She really just spearheads this trilogy and why I think she's just such a phenomenal actress. Really enjoyed David Cornsweet in the role of the projectionist, which is just crazy how many stars Ty West got to get in these 2 movies with, now because he's now Superman, with this and like Jenna Ortega right before she blew up with Wednesday. Really solid both movies in my opinion. I think they're both awesome. All right. Then we have the entire X-Men franchise, at least the main series of movies. Going off after all of them, oh wait, this is Adam Sandler. But yeah, all the main X-Men films, going out all after them briefly. Enjoy this one, pretty solid movie, although it's outdated. Really enjoy X2. X3, fine enough, but not very good, but it's done better because it got erased by Days of Future Past. Origins, piece of shit movie, I only own it because it's canon in the MCU multiverse. First Class, really great movie by Matthew Vaughn, really great prequel. Really enjoyed Days of Future Past, the road cut, my preferred version of the movie, great way to end the franchise. And then Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix, I only own it for completionist reasons. I don't like either of these movies, I think they're pretty bad, both of them. But yeah, I enjoyed the X-Men series and the fact that several of them are coming back in the MCU with Deadpool 3. I am looking forward to that. All right, we have the last batch. Let's see if we can break it before time runs out. You Don't Mess with the Zohan, pretty solid Adam Sandler comedy. I enjoy it. Goofy as all hell, but I think it's pretty solid. Young adults, really enjoyed this one. Love Charlize Theron the title role. Love Jason Reitman's direction. Very goofy, very wild, and all over the place. But same writer as Juno, by the way. But I think it works pretty well. Young Frankenstein, Mel Brooks. He's hilarious. He's a great comedian. I can't speak today. Can't take anything away from him. Hilarious comedy. Still holds up very well. Your next really great home invasion movie, which is something that I did not see coming. Erin, the main final girl, she is an absolute badass. Crazy movie. Zack and Miri Make a Porno, a very fun movie. Love Seth Rogen, so I mean, them making like a Star Wars porn parody, right up my alley. Zero Dark 30, a really good biopic, or biopic by Catherine Bigelow. Very much gives a lot of Hurt Locker vibes, and I think it works in the film's favors. Zodiac, great film with David Fincher, incredibly creepy in the best ways possible, very effective, very well done, and I thought it was really, really well done. Almost there. Zombieland 1 and Zombieland 2, both great comedies in my opinion, both very well done, especially Double Tap for how long it took to get to here. I thought it was a really good follow-up. I think both these films are hilarious, really well done, and I would recommend both of them. All right, then we have Zoolander, very funny comedy, great performances by Ben Stiller, Owen Wilson, Will Ferrell, hilarious comedy. I think it's awesome. And then the last Blu-ray of my list, Zootopia. Good comedy, good Disney movie. Create a lot of weird fetishes in the Disney community, but I still like it regardless. All right, and that is my Blu-ray collection video. It's been 12 hours, I think. It's been wild, it's been crazy. There's like 40 seconds left on my camera before it runs out, so I'm gonna be very quick with my outro. If you stick to the very end, thank you so much for watching this video. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe for more content if you like content like this. And you'll probably see me next year when I do an even bigger collection video. It's been wild, it's been crazy, and yeah, I really enjoyed doing this video, different style of concept, but I quite enjoyed it, and yeah. And I will see you guys in the next video. I have been JENNA Productions, and remember, it's hard to be a perfect person, but not a decent one. Peace out.